Chapter 1: The Mysterious Statue. New York, midnight, the streets eerily silent. Yilon suddenly awoke, feeling an unfamiliar memory swirling within his mind. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he stood in the heart of New York City, where the bustling Times Square now lay enveloped in an unsettling stillness. The sky loomed dark, neon lights flickered, and the streets were deserted. No vehicles roared, no pedestrians chattered. The entire world seemed to have been paused in time. He glanced down at himself. His attire, though alien, was unmistakably more refined than that of an ordinary person. An elegantly tailored trench coat, a suit beneath, and even an antique pocket watch chain dangling from his waist. Strangely, his mind was flooded with an array of unfamiliar terms: time, dimension, regeneration, TARDIS. These words resonated, both familiar and foreign. Who am I? The absence of memory instilled a sense of unease within Yilon as he endeavored to recall his past, only to discover that his identity had been irrevocably transformed. His instincts hinted that he was no ordinary individual, perhaps not even a typical human. As he grappled with his thoughts, a piercing alarm suddenly pierced the stillness of the street. Beep, beep, beep. A red warning light flickered from a distant electronic screen, revealing a colossal shield emblem, followed by the stern visage of Nick Fury. Attention all citizens, please evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. I repeat, New York is now on high alert. Anyone who spots a suspicious statue, move away immediately. Do not blink, do not turn away, maintain your gaze. The Weeping Angel has appeared, do not approach. Weeping Angel? Yilon's heart clenched. He recognized the name. Though he was uncertain how he knew it, a torrent of information regarding the Weeping Angels flooded his mind in an instant. Weeping Angels, predators of time, among the most lethal entities. They move only when unobserved. The moment you blink, turn your head, or even suffer from dry eyes causing a momentary lapse in focus, they materialize before you. They do not kill. Instead, they send their victims back in time, consuming the time you should have lived, causing you to vanish quietly from the annals of human history. Yilon's pupils dilated, his heartbeat quickening. New York, Weeping Angels, high alert. This was no ordinary disaster, it was a crisis of time. Don't blink. Yilon had no time for contemplation as footsteps suddenly echoed around the corner. He instinctively looked up to see a young man clad in red and blue rushing towards him. It was Peter Parker. Spider-Man's face bore the marks of terror as he darted between skyscrapers, but suddenly, he faltered midair, crashing to the ground. Damn it! Peter gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, gasping for breath as he frantically fixed his gaze in the direction of the street corner. Stay away, don't approach it. Yilon followed his line of sight to a Weeping Angel, standing silently in the shadows. The statue maintained a pose with its hands covering its face, appearing to be an ordinary sculpture. Yet, Yilon understood that it was anything but simple. Damn it! What on earth is this thing? Peter exclaimed, drenched in sweat. I nearly got touched by it just now. Yilon took a deep breath, his heart racing intensely. He needed to remain composed. He had to devise a strategy to confront this challenge. In an instant, all the crucial information regarding the Weeping Angels surged into his mind. He abruptly turned to Peter, his voice steady yet grave. Do not blink. Peter hesitated momentarily, but quickly grasped the implication. He fixed his gaze on the statue, not daring to let his eyelids flutter. Do you know what it is? Peter asked through clenched teeth. Yilon nodded, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. It is far more perilous than you can imagine. He focused intently on the Weeping Angel, his mind racing through various possibilities. He had to find a way to stop it, otherwise, the entire city would be plunged into catastrophe. At that moment, the roar of car engines echoed from the end of the street. The SHIELD team had arrived. Several black armored vehicles came to a halt by the roadside, and a cadre of fully armed agents leaped from the vehicles, led by none other than Nick Fury. Everyone, evacuate immediately, Fury commanded as he swiftly approached Yilon and Peter. We have installed surveillance devices throughout the city. We've discovered that as long as these statues remain within the line of sight of a person, they cannot move. Yilon was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Cameras, he suddenly realized a pivotal breakthrough. The rule of the Weeping Angels was that as long as they were observed, they could not move. Thus, if global surveillance could be utilized to keep them perpetually locked within the camera's view, it would mean they would be rendered completely immobile. Yilon suddenly recognized that he might have found a way to defeat the Weeping Angels. Fury, what is the coverage percentage of your surveillance devices? Yilon inquired rapidly. 85% of the city, but there are still some blind spots, Fury replied, furrowing his brow. However, we have begun deploying more cameras, hoping to seal them off quickly. Yilan's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself, "Not enough, still not enough." To completely contain the weeping angels, global surveillance would need to achieve 100% coverage. Yet, with current technological capabilities, accomplishing this in a short time frame was nearly impossible. Unless, his gaze sharpened, a slight smile gracing his lips. If it involves temporal technology. Peter looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Yilan raised his eyes to the towering Avengers Tower in the distance. "I need to see Tony Stark." Chapter 2. The alarm of the Avengers. The sky over New York was ominously dark. Countless emergency alerts echoed throughout the city as DS warnings permeated all broadcasts, television, and the internet. Everyone was instructed to evacuate immediately, to steer clear of any unusual statues, and above all, not to blink. What on earth was this? In the conference room of the Avengers Tower, surveillance footage played. Team was on a mission in Manhattan when they stumbled upon a statue that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the street. Initially, they approached with caution, guns drawn. However, the moment the Captain's radio crackled to life, he instinctively glanced down. In the next instant, the entire team vanished, leaving only the statue standing in place. The weeping angel silently consumed everything. "Damn it," Natasha furrowed her brow, a hint of gravity betraying her otherwise calm demeanor. Is this alien technology or magic? Steve's piercing gaze remained fixed on the screen. Neither. Dr. Strange, standing in the corner, spoke slowly, his voice tinged with weariness. They belong to a more advanced concept, time predators. They do not kill. Rather, through touch, they send their targets to a point in the past, consuming the time they were meant to exist. So, this entity is a temporal being? Tony Stark frowned, his eyes glinting with analytical fervor. Is there any possibility of destroying it using technology? Physical attacks are futile. Strange shook his head gravely. I have attempted to analyze their structure with magic. They do not truly conform to the conventional physical rules of this universe. If you break it, it merely reconstitutes. If you blow it up, it will reappear somewhere else in the next instant. When the world are they? The weeping angels. A voice suddenly interjected. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where a young man clad in a dark trench coat stood, his expression serene and his gaze profound. They are predators of time. He stepped into the room, his eyes sweeping over the assembled heroes before finally settling on Tony Stark. What you are facing is an unprecedented temporal crisis. This city, indeed the entire Earth, could succumb entirely to the erosion of the weeping angels. The Avengers focused intently on the young man, their vigilance toward this unfamiliar figure palpable. Who are you? Natasha squinted, scrutinizing him. You hardly seem like an ordinary person. A Time Lord, he replied with a slight smile. Tony raised an eyebrow. Time Lord? That sounds like some sort of superhero moniker. If you must interpret it that way. He shrugged, but I prefer the title of Time Traveler. Steve frowned. Time Traveler? Are you saying you can manipulate time? More than you might imagine. He approached the screen, gazing intently at the image of the weeping angel, and murmured, but the issue does not lie with me. It lies with them. He turned to face the group, his tone serious. The weeping angels are an extremely dangerous temporal entity. They are not mere supernatural phenomena, nor are they extraterrestrial weapons. Rather, they constitute a flawed segment of the temporal order. They cannot be destroyed, nor can they be eliminated. The only recourse is to confine them. Confine them? Tony pondered, suggesting the use of monitors? Yilan nodded in affirmation. Precisely. As long as they remain under observation, they shall never be able to act. Thus, if we deploy a sufficient number of cameras throughout the city, we can ensnare them? Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses, clearly beginning to analyze this possibility. Theoretically, yes. Yilan sighed. Yet that does not imply the problem is resolved. For they are not confined to New York. They have begun to spread. He retrieved an urgent report from SHIELD from his pocket, listing sightings across the globe. London, an anomalous statue appeared near Big Ben, resulting in the mysterious disappearance of 27 individuals within 3 hours. Tokyo, unexplained disappearances were reported in the Ginza area, with surveillance showing a statue teleporting 500 meters. Paris, tourists near the Eiffel Tower reported seeing strange statues, which vanished upon turning their heads. Washington, a park statue near the White House consumed 8 agents within 3 hours. The faces of all present paled. These damned entities have spread worldwide, Natasha whispered. This is no longer a crisis confined to New York. It has escalated into a global catastrophe. The communication from SHIELD crackled to life again as Nick Fury's voice resonated throughout the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has entered a state of highest alert. The crying angels cannot be destroyed. Our only option is to minimize casualties as much as possible. However, merely reducing casualties is futile. Elon interrupted Fury, his gaze steady as he addressed everyone. If we do not find a genuine solution, they will inevitably devour all of human civilization. He spoke slowly. New York has become a testing ground. We must urgently discover a means to contain them. Or the next city to fall may very well be Washington, or even the entire world. Everyone fell into deep contemplation, the air thick with gravity. Suddenly, Tony raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, do you already have a plan? Elon returned a slight smile. Indeed. We shall establish a global quantum surveillance network, ensuring that every crying angel remains under constant observation. Chapter 3. Spider-Man's moment of terror. New York remains engulfed in chaos as the crisis of the crying angels continues to spread. In Queens, a red and blue figure weaves between towering edifices, deftly swinging from building to building on his web. His heart races, every cell in his body warning him of imminent danger lurking nearby. Peter Parker, Spider-Man, is on a new mission from SHIELD, tasked with tracking the whereabouts of the crying angels. Yet he is shrouded in an indescribable fear. This time, he is not confronting ordinary criminals or extraterrestrial beings, but something utterly incomprehensible. Peter lands atop a residential building, and through his goggles, he observes the distant street, shrouded in an eerie silence. All had evacuated, leaving the streets deserted. Yet, the statue remained. An enigmatic stone figure had emerged unexpectedly at the heart of the thoroughfare, resembling a tormented angel. Its hands were veiled over its face, as if weeping. I really dislike this, Peter muttered under his breath, his spider sense frantically alerting him to imminent peril, extreme danger. He cautiously approached, fixating his gaze upon the statue. Then, he couldn't resist the urge to blink. The moment he reopened his eyes, his heart seized with terror. The statue had moved. Its hands no longer shielded its face, but were extended forward, revealing menacing fangs, as if it were about to pounce. Damn it! Peter instinctively leaped back, reflexively shooting webbing at the statue, aiming to bind it. But with a resounding snap, the webbing adhered to the statue's form. Despite being meant to immobilize it, the statue still seemed to advance towards him. Peter's breath quickened, his mind racing to analyze the bizarre situation. What on earth was this thing? He stepped back, refusing to blink, though his eyes began to sting. I cannot blink. I cannot blink. Yet, the limits of human physiology are finite. He could not fixate on this creature indefinitely. Just then, a familiar voice crackled through his earpiece. Peter, listen to me. Do not blink, and do not approach it. It was Elon. Elon, for heaven's sake, tell me what to do. Peter whispered urgently, fighting the urge to blink. Though his eyes were reddening, Elon's voice emanated through the communicator, calm and composed. Listen, I have essentially deduced the operational rules of these weeping angels. As long as they are being observed, they cannot move. Wait, are you saying they fear being seen? Peter managed to squeeze out, struggling to comprehend. More accurately, they are quantum locked, Elon explained swiftly. When under observation, time stands still for them. They cannot move, attack, or even alter their state. A jolt of realization coursed through Peter. So, as long as I keep watching them, they cannot act? Indeed. Peter took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the weeping angel, but his eyes could scarcely endure any longer. Damn it. I can't possibly stare at this wretched stone forever. Elon's voice was steady and resolute. Peter, are there any cameras nearby? Cameras? Peter paused, quickly scanning his surroundings, and indeed noticed several surveillance cameras at the entrances of shops. Yes, but surely you don't mean, precisely, Elon affirmed. Cameras are observers too. If the weeping angel is under surveillance, it too shall remain immobile. Peter's breath caught. He instantly recognized the feasibility of this method. He promptly activated the enhanced vision mode of his suit, scanning for nearby surveillance devices, attempting to connect to SHIELD system. Connection successful. Peter swiftly input commands, directing the shop's cameras to focus on the weeping angel and maintain real-time recording. In the next moment, He abruptly closed his eyes and dashed into the distance. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The weeping angel remained motionless. Indeed, ensnared by the camera. Success. A hint of mirth danced in Yilan's voice. Haha, brilliant. Peter exhaled in relief. At least now, we had a means to confront them. Yet in the very next instant, his suit's scanning system emitted a piercing alarm. Warning. Multiple high-risk targets detected nearby. Peter's pupils constricted as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the street ahead. Under the dim lights, he beheld more weeping angels steadily advancing from the shadows. Yilan, I have a question. Peter swallowed hard. Can we outfit all of New York with cameras? Yilan smiled softly. That is precisely my thought. We must establish a global surveillance network to ensure that no weeping angel can escape our watchful gaze. Peter was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke across his face. Buddy, I love this plan. However, the very next moment, an urgent alert crackled through the communicator from S.H.L.D. All Avengers, please proceed immediately to Washington. The weeping angels have breached the White House. Peter's smile vanished in an instant, his heart plummeting. This was truly dire. Chapter 4. The Captain's Desperate Strike. Washington, in front of the White House. An unsettling silence enveloped the air of the deep night. Steve Rogers gripped his vibranium shield tightly. Standing on the steps of the White House, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene before him, a chill creeping up from his core. The weeping angels had indeed invaded this place. In the courtyard outside the White House, statues stood frozen in various eerie postures. Some covered their faces with their hands, while others spread their arms wide as though lunging towards an unseen target. Steve had already witnessed the terror these creatures could invoke. From S.H.I.E.L.D.'s briefing, he was aware that the weeping angels could not be destroyed by physical attacks, and the moment one blinked or diverted their gaze, they would instantaneously transport their target to a point in the past. But at this moment, his situation was graver than ever. He was utterly alone on this battlefield. Reinforcements had yet to arrive, and the White House had fallen completely. The communicator crackled to life with Natasha's voice. Captain, are you all right? What's the situation in Washington? Steve did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the nearest weeping angel. Its hands obscured its face, appearing like an ordinary statue. Yet Steve knew better. He finally spoke, his voice grave. The situation is dire. I am surrounded. Surrounded? Natasha's voice hesitated. Can you hold on? Steve's grip on his shield tightened slightly. He was aware of his formidable combat abilities. Yet the adversaries he faced this time were unlike any creature he had encountered before. Physical attacks were futile, their speed surpassed human limits, and any moment of direct sight would trigger an assault. This was not a fair fight. It was a one-sided hunt. A voice emanated from the communicator, resonating with urgency. Steve, listen to me. Whatever you do, do not blink. The essence of these entities lies in their quantum observation state. When they are under scrutiny, time stands still for them. I'm already aware of this, Steve replied in a low tone. However, what you do not comprehend is that they are not merely individuals, but rather a form of collective consciousness. Leafland's voice took on a grave tone. If the weeping angel before you is fixed in place, yet others lurk in the shadows, observing you, they are free to move. Steve's pupils constricted slightly. This meant that if one weeping angel held the observer's perspective, the others could still advance. His current predicament was perilously more dire than he had imagined. He slowly retreated, seeking a relatively safe position. However, at that moment, a chilling intent to kill descended upon him. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a weeping angel materialized less than half a meter behind him. In an instant, Steve rolled away, his shield sweeping out in a powerful arc thud. The shield struck the weeping angel with force, yet its stony exterior remained unscathed. A wave of despair washed over Steve. This entity truly could not be destroyed. Moreover, in that fleeting moment of evasion, he had momentarily diverted his gaze. More weeping angels were closing in. Statues from all directions approached him in an eerily uncanny manner. Damn it, Steve muttered under his breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If he were facing Thanos, at least he could still fight. If it were Hydra, he could at least attempt to break free. But now, he had no target to strike. This sense of helplessness made his hands tremble slightly. What was he to do? Captain, fall back. Natasha's voice echoed once more. No. Steve inhaled deeply, knowing that if he abandoned this position, the weeping angels would infiltrate the White House. At that point, the president and other officials would be utterly defenseless, all sent to the end of time. He had to hold his ground, but for how long could he endure? Leaf Lawn, Steve whispered. Is there any way to destroy them? Leaf Lawn fell silent for a few seconds before finally sighing, no. Then can I at least delay them for a while? Steve managed a bitter smile. He raised his shield, his eyes fixed intently on the weeping angel before him. If they advance, even if I cannot shatter them, I can at least knock them back. Very well, Steve, but remember, do not blink. Leafland's voice carried a hint of resignation. Rest assured, I have no intention of dying yet. Steve steadied his breath and began to move his gaze in rhythm with the impending battle. 1, 2, 5, 10. The number of weeping angels multiplied. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. However, human eyes, after all, are bound to grow weary. The intense dryness caused Steve's eyes to involuntarily twitch. He gritted his teeth, striving to remain alert. Yet ultimately, he blinked. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a weeping angel lunged towards him. Steve's pupils constricted as he instinctively swung his shield, striking the angel fiercely. The impact sent the angel staggering back a step, but a chilling sensation surged through Steve's back. He whipped around to find another weeping angel reaching out towards him. This was dire. A powerful wave of discomfort engulfed Steve's entire being. As if an irresistible force enveloped him, casting him into an abyss of darkness. Steve had vanished. In the communicator, Natasha's voice turned sharply urgent. Captain, please respond. But there was no reply. The weeping angel stood motionless before the White House, as if nothing had transpired. Captain Steve Rogers was missing. Chapter 5. A clue from Ancient One Greenwich, the Sanctum. Elon stood before the ancient archway, inhaling deeply. This was the realm of the Supreme Sorcerer, guardian of Earth's magical defenses, and his purpose here was singular, to seek answers regarding the weeping angels. In recent days, New York, London, and Washington had succumbed, the spread of the weeping angels surpassing the Avengers' control. Steve's disappearance had plunged everyone into despair. Elon understood that if the means to counter the weeping angels were not discovered soon, the entire world would fall. Thus, he found himself here, for in this world, if anyone comprehended time as he did, it was undoubtedly the Supreme Sorcerer. You are quite anxious. A calm voice resonated from beyond the archway. Elon looked up to see a bald woman clad in a yellow robe standing upon the steps, her gaze steady and serene, quietly observing him. It was the Ancient One. At this juncture, Dr. Strange had yet to ascend to the role of Supreme Sorcerer. He stepped forward and spoke plainly. The power of the weeping angels originates from time. They can manipulate and devour time, and there exists no known physical method to destroy them. You seek to uncover their secrets. The Ancient One's tone remained tranquil, as if she had anticipated Yi Lan's arrival entirely. Indeed, Yilan replied, I require your assistance in discerning their essence. The Ancient One fell silent for a moment, then extended her hand, golden magical runes shimmering in her palm. To obtain answers, you must first demonstrate your will, she stated calmly. Suddenly, Yilan's body shuddered, and the world before him warped. He found himself standing amidst an expanse of nothingness, enveloped in endless darkness. Yet soon he noticed something stirring. In the distance, rows of weeping angels stood silently, their hands still concealing their faces, resembling mere ordinary statues. But Yilan knew they were watching him. He abruptly stepped back, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself ensconced in a confined space, devoid of anything but the weeping angel. What is this place? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. The interstice of time. The voice of the Ancient One resonated in his ears, revealing that this was the birthplace of the weeping angels. Yilan's pupils constricted slightly. The original birthplace of the weeping angels? They are not mere creatures, but rather distortions of the laws of time. The Ancient One continued, asserting that they do not belong to this universe. Their existence is, in itself, an aberration. Elon slowly clenched his fist. So, they are indeed some form of temporal anomaly? Precisely. The Ancient One nodded, explaining that they exist outside of time, unaging, undying, and impervious to any physical assaults. You must comprehend that their power does not stem from magic, but from a manipulation of time at a higher dimensional level. Yilan's mind raced as he finally grasped the terrifying essence of the weeping angels. They are the very loopholes of time. Ordinary individuals cannot fathom the true nature of time. Yet the weeping angels function like a virus, capable of exploiting the rules of time, traversing the cosmos, and consuming all life that encounters them. How can I combat them? Yilan unveils. The Ancient One did not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly raised her hand, and a golden magical sigil materialized in midair. You must understand the rules that govern them, and then employ those rules to confine them. Gazing at the sigil, Yilan felt a nascent understanding stir within. Quantum locking? He ventured hesitantly. The Ancient One nodded. Not merely quantum locking, but even more advanced methods. With a wave of her hand, the dreamlike realm shattered, and Yilan's consciousness returned to reality. He abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself still standing at the entrance of the sanctum. The Ancient One stood before him, her tone calm. The true power of the weeping angels lies not in movement, but in the control of observational rules. So, as long as we control observation, we can control them? Yilan furrowed his brow. The Ancient One smiled faintly. You are quite astute. A wild thought flashed through Yilan's mind. What if he could lock down the weeping angels across the globe in a unique manner? Their actions could be entirely thwarted, for they are perpetually in a state of observation. I need your assistance, he declared, fixing his unwavering gaze upon the Ancient One. Certainly, she replied with a nod. But my capabilities are limited. What you require is more sophisticated technology. Yilan inhaled deeply, knowing precisely whom he must seek next. Tony Stark. Chapter 6. The Secret of Quantum Locking New York. Stark Tower. Yilan stood atop Stark Tower, gazing down at the sprawling city through the glass facade. Yet, New York had transformed. Despite the valiant efforts of the Avengers and SHIELD to contain the weeping angels, their proliferation exceeded humanity's capacity to respond. Each day, thousands vanished silently, leaving behind only cold stone statues. It was akin to a silent plague, devouring the past, present, and future of this world. However, Yilan had discovered the solution: quantum locking. As long as the cameras across the globe can simultaneously observe these weeping angels, they will remain perpetually immobile. The question is, how can we synchronize all the cameras worldwide? Let me clarify. Are you suggesting that we employ cameras to combat these stone statues? Stark, reclining with his legs crossed in the laboratory, gazed at Yilan with a skeptical expression. Indeed, Yilan nodded. The power of the weeping angels is derived from time. They are frozen when under observation, yet once unseen, they can move instantaneously. So your plan is to keep the cameras constantly focused on them? Stark raised an eyebrow. You are correct, but mere cameras are insufficient. Yilan sighed. The cameras themselves are devoid of consciousness and cannot observe autonomously. We require a system that can monitor each weeping angel in real time, ensuring they remain perpetually in a state of observation. Stark pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. It sounds like a global artificial intelligence surveillance network. Precisely, Yilan looked at him. Can you accomplish this? Tony Stark smiled slightly and stretched. Of course. I can. JARVIS. Initiate the simulation experiment. Very well, sir, came the voice of the artificial intelligence. JARVIS. On the screens within Stark's laboratory appeared an enclosed room. At the center of the room stood a statue of a weeping angel. The experiment was divided into two phases: single camera monitoring and omnidirectional quantum locking. The first step was straightforward. They aimed a camera at the weeping angel and simulated human observation. JARVIS activated the camera, and the weeping angel remained motionless in the frame. Excellent. Now deactivate the camera, Stark commanded. The next moment, the alarms throughout the laboratory blared. Warning: the target has moved. On the screen, the statue of the weeping angel had instantaneously shifted its position, drawing closer to the exit of the room. Yilan frowned. Indeed, once observation ceases, they move immediately. Now, we proceed to the second step. Stark pressed another button. Second step: omnidirectional quantum locking. The simulated visual in the laboratory displayed dozens of cameras aimed at the weeping angel from various angles. Furthermore, Stark incorporated quantum-level interference signals, allowing the observational data from the cameras to be recorded in real time and enabling quantum observation at a microscopic level. This meant that even ordinary cameras could produce an effect akin to human consciousness in their observation. Activate quantum locking. Jarvis executed the command, and the weeping angel remained still. Stark attempted to deactivate some of the cameras, yet the weeping angel continued to stay motionless. We did it, Stark exclaimed, tapping the table with excitement. Elon let out a slight sigh of relief. If we can extend this system globally, Stark shrugged, then these stones shall never move another step. Although theoretically feasible, deploying a quantum locking system on a global scale is no simple task. Firstly, they would require the assistance of SHIELD to integrate the system with all security cameras and satellite surveillance networks worldwide. Moreover, they must address the issue of energy supply, as maintaining a global-scale quantum observation necessitates immense computational power. More crucially, those weeping angels will not remain idle. Just as Elon and Stark were deliberating their next course of action, Jarvis's alarm sounded once more. "Sir, our laboratory has detected abnormal energy fluctuations outside." "What?" Stark furrowed his brow, calling up the surveillance feed. Outside the experimental building, on the street, numerous statues of weeping angels stood silently. Their hands still obscured their faces, frozen in place. Yet Elon was acutely aware that they had become aware. They realized that humanity was seeking a way to unravel their mystery. "Dam, Yelan did it." Stark inhaled deeply, swiftly pressing the emergency lockdown button for the laboratory. "We need to accelerate our efforts." Elon nodded. "It is time for the Avengers to mobilize. This will be a true war, a battle of technology against time." Chapter 7. The Genesis of a Global Initiative. New York, Avengers Tower Conference Room. The gathering comprised the members of the Avengers, their expressions grave, the atmosphere somber. Since the onset of the Weeping Angels attack, the global situation had deteriorated drastically, and each member sensed an unprecedented crisis. The captain's disappearance struck each heart like a heavy blow. Tony Stark stood at the center of the conference room, before a holographic projector, his hands tucked into his pockets, maintaining his signature confident smile, though this time his eyes held an additional hint of concern. "All right, everyone, let us not act as if the world is coming to an end." Stark broke the silence, gesturing towards the enormous model of Earth displayed on the holographic projector. "We are not without hope. Elon and I have devised a solution that could definitively address the weeping angels." "Really?" Natasha raised an eyebrow, her sharp eyes scrutinizing Stark. "But we have already suffered significant losses. Your solution had better be effective." Stark flashed a smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth. "Rest assured, this time it is entirely reliable. We call it quantum locking." With a wave of his hand, the holographic display shifted to a complex network diagram, densely populated with red nodes representing surveillance devices, nearly enveloping the entire surface of the Earth. In simple terms, Elon interjected, standing beside Stark, his expression serious. "The power of the weeping angels is derived from time. They can only move when not being observed. Therefore, our plan is to establish a comprehensive surveillance network globally, ensuring they are perpetually in a state of observation." "You make it sound easy. How could this possibly be accomplished?" Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, questioned. "How many surveillance cameras exist worldwide? Do you truly intend to connect them all and have them simultaneously fixate on those stone fiends?" Stark raised a finger, shaking his head. "No, not merely connecting them. We aim for quantum observation." He manipulated the holographic projection, magnifying the image to reveal intricate details of a miniature surveillance camera. "Not only must we have the camera monitor them, but each camera should also possess the capability of quantum observation. Thus, even an ordinary camera could exert an observational effect akin to the human eye on the weeping angels." Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, intrigued as he gazed at the complex quantum technology schematics displayed in the hologram. "Are you suggesting that we imbue the camera with a form of consciousness at the microscopic level? This is no trivial endeavor." Stark shrugged. "Hence, I emphasize that this time we must be earnest. To achieve this objective, I have already instructed Jarvis to commence large-scale production of quantum-enhanced miniature cameras. These diminutive devices will permeate every corner of the globe." He switched the holographic projection once more, presenting a series of satellite orbit diagrams. "In addition to terrestrial surveillance, we will deploy the entirety of Stark Industries satellite resources to ensure comprehensive, unobstructed monitoring from space, guaranteeing that every weeping angel remains under our watchful gaze." "It sounds somewhat plausible," Thor mused, stroking his chin. But how much energy would be required to activate such a vast system? That happens to be my forte. Yilon beamed confidently. I can harness the technology of the Time Lords to provide a continuous energy supply for the entire surveillance network, ensuring its uninterrupted operation around the clock. Excellent. Stark clapped his hands in excitement. With energy and technological support, our quantum locking initiative is foolproof. He scanned the faces of each Avenger present, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a steely resolve. Friends, we cannot afford to squander any time. Every moment counts, as countless individuals vanish under the onslaught of the weeping angels, and our homeland is steadily edging towards ruin. Stark assigned tasks, his demeanor serious and decisive. Clint, Natasha, you are responsible for contacting S.H.L.D. branches and security agencies worldwide, enlisting their assistance in integrating with the surveillance system. Dr. Banner, you need to assist Jarvis in calibrating the parameters of the quantum observation system. Thor, take Valkyrie to Asgard. We require Asgardian energy crystals to enhance the energy output of the quantum observer. Finally, he turned to Yilon. And you must ensure that your Time Lord technology seamlessly integrates with our system, maintaining the stability of the entire plan. Yilon nodded, returning his gaze with determination. Rest assured, I will give my utmost effort. We must race against the clock. Stark's voice was steady yet resonant. The weeping angels will not grant us ample time, so we must act immediately. All the Avengers responded in unison, aware that this was not merely a battle, but a race against time. Just as the Avengers began their respective tasks, the alarm system of the Avengers Tower suddenly blared, the shrill sound echoing throughout the building. Warning! Massive fluctuations in temporal energy detected. Jarvis's voice urgently announced, a large congregation of weeping angels has appeared in downtown New York. On the large screen, surveillance footage revealed the streets of New York, where once an empty expanse suddenly emerged a multitude of weeping angel statues, their sheer numbers instilling a sense of dread. They must have sensed our movements. Yilan's expression shifted, realizing they were attempting to thwart our quantum locking initiative. It appeared these entities were not inclined to surrender meekly. Stark murmured, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Avengers, mobilize at once. Let them know who reigns supreme here. He swiftly donned his Iron Man armor, enveloped by a formidable aura of energy. The other Avengers retrieved their respective gear, preparing for their designated missions. The doors of the conference room swung open, and the members of the Avengers assembled, their figures vanishing into the portal leading to the battlefield. Chapter 8. Testing the Quantum Interferometer, New York. Stark Industries' underground laboratory. Yilon stood before the holographic workstation, his fingertips gliding swiftly over a three-dimensional model interwoven with temporal runes and quantum equations. His pupils reflected the swirling azure and violet data streams. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he endeavored to integrate the Time Lord's temporal algorithms with the existing quantum theories of Earth. Are you certain this energy won't obliterate the entirety of New York City? Tony Stark's voice resonated from behind him, leaning against the doorframe. He clutched an orange glowing Asgardian energy crystal, remnants of the battle with the angels still visible on his armor. Without turning, Yilon simply snapped his fingers. The projection on the workstation abruptly split into 12 concentric circular layers, each pulsating with parameters from different temporal dimensions. Do you recall the displacement trajectory of the weeping angels beneath the Big Ben in London? Each of their teleports leaves a temporal echo lasting 0.3 seconds. Therein lies our breakthrough. As he spoke, he extracted a golden wire and inserted it into his temple. In an instant, the laboratory lights began to flicker ominously, a strange hum reverberating through the air. The energy crystal in Tony's hand suddenly levitated, mysterious patterns surfacing upon its surface. Damn it! Tony retreated a step, his armor automatically enveloping him. What on earth are you inserting into your brain? The neural interface of the Time Lord. Yilan's voice resonated with an eerie echo, his left pupil fracturing into a gear-like pattern. Assist me in connecting to the quantum computer array left by Ultron's era. I need to compute the variables of 81 timelines simultaneously. As Jarvis linked the final data line to the nape of Yilan's neck, the entire laboratory plunged into darkness. Amidst a piercing sound beyond human auditory frequencies, 9 dark matter reactors materialized in the void, gradually forming an energy matrix in the shape of a regular dodecahedron. initiating synchronization at 987. Beneath Yilan's skin, azure veins illuminated, confirming Ancient One's assertion. The essence of the weeping angels is the observation paradox. This interferometer will create a time discontinuity lasting 0.7 seconds, compelling them to remain indefinitely trapped in a quantum superposition state. Suddenly, Tony's armor interface erupted with thousands of warnings. He witnessed the laboratory walls undergoing a molecular-level rupture of space-time as a projection from higher dimensions endeavored to materialize. Yilan, your adrenaline levels have surged by 300. Yet, it was insufficient. Golden arcs of electricity danced among Yilan's hair, while the core of the device before him began to crystallize fragmented shards. I require a more formidable energy source to activate. No sooner had he spoken than the entire edifice trembled violently. The 5-meter-thick alloy walls were torn apart like parchment as 3 weeping angels, shrouded in swirling black mist, burst forth. Their fingers had evolved into fractal structures, each fingertip generating miniature temporal vortices. They had undergone evolution. Tony's suit unleashed a powerful blast from its palm. Yet the particle beam bizarrely collapsed into a 2-dimensional plane before the angels. Jarvis, initiate emergency protocol 13. In a sudden movement, Yilan seized the prototype device and leaped into the reactor matrix. Under Tony's horrified gaze, his body disintegrated into countless particles, only to reassemble beyond the encirclement of the angels. This was the unique temporal leap ability of a Time Lord, albeit at the cost of aging a 20-meter radius of a laboratory by 37 years. By me, 3 minutes. Yilan's voice resonated from multiple directions simultaneously. The device in his hand began to emit a peculiar frequency, causing the electromagnetic field of the entire area to distort. Tony activated the anti-angel armor, as hexagonal nanounits formed a protective layer on his exterior. He charged towards the angels, his boots leaving a flowing trajectory upon the ground. Jarvis, redirect Asgardian crystal energy to node 13. As the first angel's fingertip made contact with the armor, the very light and shadow of New York City froze in a moment of stasis. Coffee from a CAF hung, suspended in midair, while a stray cat's fur appeared in a state of quantum cloud. At that instant, Yilan's disruptor completed its activation. Golden energy ripples emanated from the laboratory, sweeping across the city, causing all weeping angels to suddenly become rigid. A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Quinjet happened to skim the edge of the disturbance field, instantly splitting into 2 versions, one from 1945 and the other from 2099. We succeeded. Yilan suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his nostrils. The core of his device floated in the air, compressing the flow of time within a 5-kilometer radius to 1/12 of a second. However, the joy of victory lasted but 7 seconds. The nearest weeping angel abruptly opened its mouth, emitting a shriek that resonated across parallel universes. Their forms began to execute spatial leaps, penetrating Tony's armor's protective layer as they rushed towards the device's core. They are learning, Yilan screamed, tearing off his pocket watch chain. The regenerative energy of the Time Lord erupted, releasing a disruptive frequency. Before his words concluded, a golden portal unfurled at the center of the laboratory. Dr. Strange's crimson cloak billowed, turning the pages of the Book of Ashanti, as ancient protective incantations resonated perfectly with the quantum interference waves. The 3 angels transformed into particles amid their shrieks, ultimately reduced to the ashes of space-time. As the last ripple of energy dissipated, the laboratory had morphed into a collage of time and space. Tony's armor was embedded in the engine of a 1943 car affixed to the ceiling, while Yilan sat atop a floating 1987 wine barrel, gasping for breath. Before the next experiment, could Dr. Strange retract the glowing eye of Agamotto and notify the Sanctum in advance? The Tower of London is currently trapped in the Napoleonic War era. Yilan forced a smile as he raised the charred remnants of the device in his hand, within which the core crystal sealed a quantum state of a weeping angel. At least we have proven the theory's feasibility. Coupled with a magical barrier, the current quantum interferometer can effectively block them for 72 hours. Suddenly, Jarvis emitted a piercing alarm. The holographic projection displayed a new breed of angels emerging in Antarctica, possessing 3 pairs of wings, devouring time itself at the research station. Tony extracted his right arm from the time fold. It seems we must prepare plan number 14. Elon wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his eye, gazing at the pocket watch in his hand, which was gradually restoring itself. On the dial, the previously motionless insignia of the Lord of Time began to pulsate faintly. Chapter 9. The Battle of New York. The sky over New York was dyed a deep blue by Stark Industries satellites, with quantum energy ripples enveloping the entire city like a fishing net. Elon stood on the open-air platform of the Avengers Tower, his fingers swiftly gliding over the holographic map. Jarvis, initiate the Eye of Heaven final verification. Verification complete. Global surveillance network coverage stands at 997. Jarvis's voice resonated through the command center, detecting the current number of weeping angels in New York City. 174. Tony Stark inserted the final energy crystal into his armor's chest, snapping the helmet shut. At last, we can capture these stone creatures in one sweep. He turned to Elon. Are you sure that time anchor can hold? Elon caressed the newly formed cracks on the surface of the pocket watch, the hour hand rotating bizarrely counterclockwise. As long as they abide by the laws of time. Before he could finish, the entire building suddenly shook violently, the alarm blaring like a blade slicing through the air. Warning! A massive energy reaction has been detected in Times Square. In the holographic projection, 12 pitch-black weeping angels hovered in midair. Their wings, resembling circuit boards, were adorned with glowing patterns, and the leading statue suddenly opened its crimson electronic eyes. Time-space interference detected. Executing formatting protocol. In an instant, all streetlights and advertisement screens extinguished. New York was pressed into rewind. The glass curtain walls of steel skyscrapers reverted to sand, and the asphalt roads transformed back into crude oil. Evacuating citizens were horrified to discover their hands becoming transparent. They were devouring the timeline. Elon slammed his hand down on the red button on the console, initiating the web of heaven and earth. Tony's armor swarm swept through the low skies like a swarm of bees, palm cannons weaving a golden barrage. 50 drones formed a triangular array, the quantum binding net ensnaring 3 angels within. Suddenly, the wings of the trapped angels unfurled into metallic petals, reversing the binding net's absorption. Good grief, they are evolving. Tony urgently ascended in altitude, as 2 angels behind him unleashed blue flames from their wingtips. Jarvis, grant me access to S-H-I-E-L-D satellite permissions. Permissions granted. The instant the holographic screen lit up, Tony's pupils constricted. In space, all satellite cameras shifted their focus toward Earth. Elon, they are hijacking the surveillance system. Tony's armor suddenly spiraled out of control and plummeted, the suit's interface flashing warnings. The quantum system is experiencing a reverse invasion. On the ground, Elon violently spat blood as his pocket watch chain snapped. He grasped the broken gold chain and pressed it against the control console. Restart the time anchor. Cut the satellite system to the 1947 timeline. Hulk smashed the angel statue into the subway tunnel, and amid the flying debris, he noticed his fist was turning to stone. Hulk despised the bothersome rocks. He roared, tearing away his petrified skin as more angels surged from the depths of the tunnel. Spider-Man darted between buildings, his webs trailing a miniature surveillance device. The 3rd district is sealed off. Wait, why are these cameras reflecting? He suddenly realized all the lenses mirrored his movements from 3 seconds prior. They are learning through mirrored reflection. Peter swiftly turned to evade the claws that had appeared behind him. Elon, the surveillance system has failed. In the command center, Elon's temples oozed crimson gold blood. His pupils fractured into gear-like shapes, revealing a data stream of 71 timelines. Dr. Strange, grant me 30 seconds of absolute time. Dr. Strange's floating ring sparked in the air, trapping the Angel King within a mirrored space. Countless reflections of the multiverse whirled around it. Yet the statue suddenly raised its hand to draw familiar runes. It replicated my floating ring. Strange looked on in shock as the Angel King opened a portal, and hundreds of mechanical angels surged forth from the temporal rift. Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic formed a timely barrier, the crimson energy colliding fiercely with the quantum waves. Elon, Wanda's fingertips erupted with red light. My magic cannot hold for long. Golden blood flowed from Yelan's ears and nose as the Time Lord's genes began to boil under forced activation. He tore open his shirt to reveal the glowing pocket watch indentation on his chest, pressing the entire watch into his heart. Initiate the Time Lord Protocol. Stop it. Suddenly, all of New York descended into absolute silence. The burning flames froze into red crystals, and the fallen drones hovered in midair. Only Elon was ensnared in golden lightning, each step leaving luminous clock imprints on the ground. The Angel King emitted a piercing electronic shriek, and its data core suddenly displayed a familiar code, 23. So it was you. Yilan's fingers pierced through the Angel King's chest, extracting a core engraved with the symbol of Conqueror Kang, telling your master that this place is beyond his reach. A golden storm swept across Manhattan, all weeping angels turning to dust within the temporal maelstrom. When everyone regained consciousness, they found Elon kneeling in the center of the ruins, the pocket watch in his hand utterly shattered, a strand of golden hair visibly turning white. The S.H.I.E.L.D. alarm suddenly blared new. A new angelic faction has been discovered in the Alaskan glaciers. They are reconstructing warships from the World War II era. Tony picked up a half-broken gear from the ground, the emblem of the Kang dynasty glinting coldly. It seems we have merely won a warm-up match. Chapter 10. The Avengers' Victory? Stark Industries satellite array cast an eerie blue web across the sky. Elon leaned against the ruins of Times Square, his fingers brushing the surface of the pocket watch's remnants, now marred by burgeoning bronze rust. 72 hours ago, this place was still home to thousands of weeping angels. The quantum lock rate stood at 986. Jarvis's voice emanated from the shattered advertisement screen, indicating that 17 targets had evaded surveillance. The ones that escaped were a new breed with elongated wings. Tony's armor clicked as it retracted its visor, revealing his bloodshot eyes, which seemed to reconstruct a temporal anchor beneath the Brooklyn Bridge. Just as Elon was about to speak, an eerie blue light suddenly emanated from his chest. He tore open his shirt, discovering gear-like patterns emerging beneath his skin, an ominous sign of the Time Lord gene awakening. Natasha keenly observed that his fingertips were becoming transparent. Your hand is exhibiting the aftereffects of temporal correction. Elon quickly clenched his fists. The immediate priority was to locate those 17. The jarring sound of metal grinding abruptly tore through the morning mist. The group realized that the gravel beneath their feet was rotating counterclockwise, and a fragment of the Statue of Liberty, shattered by Hulk, was inexplicably reassembling itself. Everyone retreat. Dr. Strange's floating sigil sparked, and a golden magical array enveloped 5 city blocks in an instant. Just as the array closed, 3 weeping angels, entwined in data streams, burst forth. Their wings, once stone, were now composed of countless miniature clocks. The leading angel raised its mechanical palm, and the remnants of Times Square began to reconstruct. Charred trees were regenerating, the debris of collapsed buildings was being reassembled, and even the shattered pocket watch in Yilan's hand was reversing its damage. They were rewriting the rules. Cracks appeared in Dr. Strange's array like spiderwebs. My mirror space could not withstand more than 3 minutes. Tony's armor's thrusters suddenly sputtered, and the nano units retracted into the reactor like a receding tide. Damn it. They are extracting the timeline of technological creations. Yilan's pupils fractured into gear-like shapes, revealing 230 streams of time in his vision. He saw that the clocks on the new Angel's wings all pointed to 1943, the year Howard Stark created the first arc reactor. They did not aim to destroy the present. Yilan suddenly sprinted forward, intent on dragging technological civilization back to the era of World War II. Spider-Man's web shooters inexplicably morphed into vintage revolvers, and Hawkeye's explosive arrows transformed back into primitive wooden projectiles. The technological level of the entire city was regressing at a rate of 10 years per second. Activate the temporal anchor. Yilan slammed the glowing remnants of the pocket watch into the foundation of Stark Tower. 12 golden beams shot skyward, weaving an ancient emblem of the Time Lords in the skies above New York. The new angels suddenly turned their collective gaze toward Yilan, their eyes morphing into archaic computer screens, flickering with the insignia of Conqueror Kang. Clearing protocol detected. The ground beneath Yilan's feet suddenly caved in, and 5 angels lunged at him from different timelines, their claws entwined with time distortions potent enough to tear reality apart. Did you think you were the only ones capable of time travel? Yilan severed the pocket watch chain, and golden threads ignited in the air, forming a temporal fissure. Jarvis, target the satellite cannon from 1999 at the coordinates of 1954. In that instant, the previously azure and cloudless sky unexpectedly split open, revealing 7 enormous rifts. These fissures appeared as if they had been ruthlessly torn apart by invisible colossal hands, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Subsequently, from these 7 openings surged an array of Stark technology equipment from various eras, radiating dazzling brilliance and exuding unparalleled might as they unleashed a barrage of fire upon the ground below. The 2008 version of the repulsor blaster emitted searing energy beams, roaring like a fire dragon towards its target. Meanwhile, the latest 2023 laser swiftly unfurled, forming a dense and formidable web of light that enveloped vast areas with astonishing speed. The Angels were utterly unprepared for such an abrupt assault. Caught off guard, they found themselves ensnared by the formidable forces generated by the repulsor and the laser web. Trapped within a temporal labyrinth, this prison not only constrained their freedom of movement, but also prevented their escape from the fierce onslaught of Stark technology across the ages. In that moment, the Angels could only struggle desperately in the air, attempting to break free from this terrifying bondage. But their efforts proved futile. Seizing the opportunity, Doctor Strange cast forth the Book of Ashanti, the ancient incantations resonating with the clock upon the new angelic wings. Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic morphed into a vast crimson net, dragging 3 angels into a temporal loop within the permafrost of Siberia. As the last angel disintegrated amidst the turbulent streams of time, a chilling mechanical voice echoed, "Protocol 2 not yet initiated." The alarms of SHIELD reverberated through the skies, significant temporal distortions detected at the Alaskan glacier. Loki's energy signature identified. Elon suddenly knelt on one knee, his left hand entirely transparent. Through the translucent skin, the gear-like bones could be seen whirling furiously. "We have only 24 hours. He fixated on the fragments of a golden pocket watch drifting from the angelic wreckage, a clue left by Loki in the flow of time. Tony picked up a half-of-a-time anchor inscribed with Asgardian runes. It seems some denizens of the divine realms have long been in league with the weeping angels. From afar, the sky suddenly showered a green beam of light as Thor descended with the thunder. Elon, Heimdall observed Loki ensnared. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath them abruptly transformed into the 1947 Roswell Desert. 17 silver, weeping angels rose from the remnants of a flying saucer, their wings flickering with holographic images of SHIELDS founders. Elon wiped away the blood from his nose, revealing a grim smile. Tell Fury that his retirement plans will have to be postponed. Chapter 11. Signs of temporal disturbance. The morning in New York was shrouded in an eerie milky mist. Joggers discovered an electronic watch had appeared on the wrist of the Statue of Liberty, and the horns of the Wall Street Bull had transformed into quartz. Elon stood atop the Avengers Tower, gazing out at the Brooklyn Bridge, which flickered incessantly like an old videotape, the structure oscillating between steel and wood. "This is the 3rd time," Tony remarked as he projected a hologram before Elon, revealing an apartment building in Queens oscillating between 1998 and 2023. The memories of its residents in disarray. Elon's left hand had become entirely transparent, revealing the gears turning beneath his skin. He seized the luminous shards of the pocket watch from the table and pressed them against his chest. This was not merely a disruption of time, but rather a rewriting of reality. Spider-Man hung upside down from a billboard in Times Square, his web entangled with a suddenly materialized can of 1945 vintage. A pizzeria on 10th Avenue had him gasping into his communicator. Each time he pushed the door, he was met with a different era. When the crowd arrived, the scarlet cloak unfurled, swirling with the brilliance of chaotic magic, just as Wanda's fingertips grazed the doorknob. The entire establishment abruptly collapsed into a World War II air raid shelter. The rusted iron door resonated with the disco music of the 1980s, while the crevice oozed the dust from the collapse of Stark Tower. The stability of time and space plummeted below the critical threshold. Banner stared at the detector in astonishment, exclaiming that there were 17 temporal anchor points within a 500-meter radius. Elon suddenly knelt on one knee, the sound of grinding gears echoing in his ear. His retina displayed overlapping projections of different timelines. The present pizzeria, the Arsenal of 1945, and the holographic exhibition hall of 2023 flickering at a rate of 3 times per second. They were not here to consume time. Golden sparks erupted from Yilan's teeth. They sought to weave reality together. 12 crystalline, weeping angels emerged from the mist, their wings intricately woven from countless glowing threads. The leading statue raised a hand and gently tapped, transforming the entire street into the pixelated art style of vintage video games. Friday, activate the anti-reality armor. Tony's nanotech suit adorned itself with a mosaic pattern. Yet, the laser cannon he fired was disassembled into pixelated blocks mid-flight. Doctor Strange's floating rings sparked with fire, but the mirror dimension shattered like a canvas torn by a child. They were stitching together dimensions with threads of reality. His cloak suddenly adopted the grainy quality of a black and white film from the last century. The most horrifying sight was that of the bystanders. Their previously tranquil forms were now being inundated with the frenzied memories of disparate eras. A sharply dressed man, his demeanor austere, suddenly collapsed to his knees without warning, trembling as he clutched an antique military radio from 1944, desperately broadcasting a distress signal. Not far away, an elderly woman, laden with a basket of fresh vegetables, frantically fumbled for her brand-new smartphone from 2017, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around her, as she began live-streaming this bewildering alien invasion. She babbled incoherently about what she was witnessing, nervously adjusting her phone's angle, striving to capture and relay this extraordinary scene to a wider audience. The entire spectacle was a cacophony of chaos. Yilan, Wanda's chaotic magic formed a protective shield. My power is leaking. The rules of reality had been altered. Yilan severed 3 chains of the pocket watch. From this moment forth, the density of magical energy was reduced to 0. 73 times its original strength. As the laws of physics gradually deviated from their original data, Hulk roared as he smashed the crystalline angels, only to find the splintered shards transforming into headlines from the 1950s. Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic struck its target, yet rendered the enemy in a cartoonish style as it continued to advance. Attacks would only hasten the collapse of reality. Yilan's pupils fractured into clock gears. Jarvis, redirect the energy of Stark Tower towards my pocket watch. As the ethereal azure energy infused the recess of the watch nestled in his chest, a celestial map emerged upon Yilan's skin. He grasped a thread of reality, observing its end tethered to the shimmering phantasm of Loki's emerald scepter, a relic of the Battle of New York in 2012. Found you. Yilan's golden hair rapidly turned white as he tugged on the thread, extracting a projection of memory. Loki plummeting through a tempest of time, pursued by mechanical angels adorned with the insignia of the Kang Corporation. In an instant, as if receiving a mysterious command, all the crystal angels simultaneously raised their heads. From their pupils, brilliant beams of light erupted. These luminescent rays swiftly converged, forming a colossal and resplendent emblem, the terrifying insignia of the Kang dynasty. Concurrently, the sky over New York endured an unprecedented blow, shattering like a violently struck mirror, instantly fracturing into countless shards. As these fragments fell, the terrified populace discovered that within the fissures lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness, illuminated by the flickering. Innumerable phantoms of Kang. These shadows danced ominously in the dark, evoking a chilling sensation. The game has begun, Time Lord. Hundreds of Kang's projections spoke in unison. Did you think you had imprisoned the angels? No, it is yourselves. Yilan expelled a stream of golden blood before pressing the self-destruct button on the pocket watch, succumbing to unconsciousness. Amidst the violent temporal turbulence, everyone beheld all threads of reality converging towards the glaciers of Alaska, where the phantasm of a giant clock tower began to rise. Chapter 12, The Battlefield of Time. London 1940 in the sanctum beneath New York. Loki inscribed Asgardian runes upon the stone slab with the tip of his dagger. Suddenly, shadows in the corner writhed like tar, and 3 weeping angels with glowing blue eyes materialized from the folds of time. Oh, how klitsch! Loki scoffed, flipping his dagger, the emerald energy pulsating at its tip. Is this the extent of your master's creativity? The leading angel unfurled its mechanical wings, and the air raid sirens of the 1940s emanated from its chest. As Loki's dagger pierced the angel's chest, the blade abruptly corroded into dust. These angels were secreting temporal acid. Thor! Loki barely uttered before the angel's palm pressed against the nape of his neck. The world instantaneously collapsed into a kaleidoscope, revealing the night sky of London in 1940 torn asunder by Nazi bomber searchlights. The quantum radar of the Avengers Tower suddenly buzzed, as Elon fixated on the holographic screen displaying the rapidly retreating temporal coordinates. Someone had been forcefully dragged into the time stream of 1940. Thor crushed the model of Mjolnir in his hand. The energy signature identified it as Loki. Arcs of electricity exploded in his eyes, and he immediately opened a portal. No. Elon pressed down on the control panel, as the temporal projection before them revealed a horrifying scene. Hundreds of weeping angels hovered above London in 1940, their wings adorned with the swastika symbol, reversing the fuel of the bombing aircraft back into crude oil. Forcibly intervening would incite a temporal paradox. Elon summoned the final image of Loki before his disappearance. A fleeting emblem of the Conqueror Kang glimmered upon the angel's chest, revealing it to be a trap. As Kang awaited our entrapment, Thor's thunder scorched the ceiling, exclaiming, "I heed not the laws of time." Amidst the ensuing discord, Natasha discerned an anomaly. Enlarging the image prior to Loki's vanishing, she observed him discreetly gesturing with 3 bent fingers of his left hand, signifying Asgard's clandestine signal, while the runes on his palm pointed towards iron. The Thames. During World War II, a German ironclad sank there. Tony promptly accessed historical records, realizing Loki was hinting at coordinates. Suddenly, Yeland's pocket watch sprang open on its own, revealing a phantom of the tower bridge. 12 golden light trails emanated from its core, intertwining in the air to form a vortex of time. Without hesitation, Thor leapt toward it, only to be restrained by Yeland's cloak. Temporal turbulence can rend mortal bodies asunder. It must be. But before she could finish, the laboratory walls began to ooze black crude oil. 6 weeping angels, adorned with flaming wings, burst through the wall, their 1940 temporal frequency causing all electronic devices to devolve into telegraph machines. Go! With a swift motion, Wanda unleashed a torrent of chaotic magic, transforming into a beam of violet light, which surged toward the angels poised to pounce upon them. This radiant beam struck the gaping maw of the angel with precision, ensnaring its razor-sharp teeth, rendering it immobile. In that moment, Wanda was utterly focused on controlling the chaotic spell, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. As Thor grasped Elon and leapt into the vortex of time, he beheld a breathtaking sight. Loki was sprinting through the fiery streets of London, pursued by angels who were reconstructing the debris of the pavement into a temporal gateway. Was that the Temporal Immigration Bureau's equipment? Yeland's pupilles dilated. He had witnessed such portals capable of traversing epochs within the memories of the Time Lord. Yet now they were being utilized by angels to forge a cross-century armory. Suddenly, Loki turned, hurling a glowing green pocket watch component into the sky. As Thor reached for it, 3 Stuka bombers dove from the rift in time, piloted by mechanical angels. Beware their bombs. They are no ordinary explosives. I sensed the chaotic temporal energy within. Yeland's warning was drowned out by the cacophony of explosions, as Thor's thunder cleaved through the Nazi aircraft. The splintering fuselage transmuted into fragments from various eras within the continuum. Loki's voice echoed in their minds. Do not touch the bait left by Kang. What he truly desires is... But the latter part of the sentence was swallowed by a sudden torrent of temporal chaos. At last, when Thor seized Loki's wrist, all of London fell into an eerie stillness. The flames froze into blood-red crystals, and the weeping angels collectively turned toward a figure donning a gas mask. Kang sat atop an unexploded V-2 rocket. Want your brother? Kang's electronic voice mingled with the air raid sirens. Exchange him for the pocket watch of the person beside you. Yeland's watch erupted with a brilliant light, revealing the visage of a young Howard Stark upon its face. Loki seized the opportunity to slip a metallic device into Thor's palm, silently conveying the message, "Hurry to the clock tower." In the next moment, a chaotic temporal vortex scattered everyone. The last image Elon beheld was of Kang reaching for the Asgardian talisman embedded in Loki's chest, a talisman that housed a fragment of a luminous time stone. In the basement of the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, Thor gazed at the bronze gear left by Loki, inscribed with the words Howard Stark 1943. It seems we need to throw a World War II themed party, Tony remarked as he picked up the gear, discovering it was transforming the laboratory into the semblance of an antique radio. Yulon wiped away the blood from his nose, staring at the newly appeared crack on his pocket watch. Tony, are you ready to witness your father's dark past? Chapter 13. The TARDIS activation in the basement of the Sanctum Sanctorum. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and aged parchment. Yulon stood at the center of the room, facing a vintage blue police box, the TARDIS, a time machine of the Time Lords. Its surface was marred by the passage of time, yet it emanated an enigmatic glow. Are you certain this contraption can transport us to 1940? Tony Stark circled the TARDIS, his fingers lightly tapping the wooden exterior, which appeared as though it had been salvaged from an antique shop. Yulon remained silent, his palm pressed against the TARDIS's outer wall, feeling the flowing temporal energy within. Ever since he ascended to the status of Time Lord, the TARDIS had whispered to him in his mind, as if beckoning him to embark on this journey. The TARDIS is not an ordinary machine, Yulon murmured. It is alive, possessing its own consciousness. It chose me, just as it has chosen other Time Lords in the past. Thor, growing impatient, waved his hammer. So what are we waiting for? Loki may be suffering in London in 1940. Taking a deep breath, Yulon pushed open the door to the TARDIS. The interior was far more expansive than its exterior suggested, with a control panel at the center adorned with flickering buttons, levers, and screens. An ancient and mysterious aura filled the air, as if time itself had solidified within. Welcome to the TARDIS. Yulon stepped into the control room, his fingers gliding over the console, which served as the nexus of time, a bridge connecting the past, present, and future. Tony followed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This defies logic. It looks like just a few square meters outside, yet inside it resembles a football field. The TARDIS exists beyond dimensions. Yulon elucidated. Its internal space is infinite, capable of expanding or contracting as needed. Thor was the last to enter, his hammer emitting a faint hum in the TARDIS's energy field. Can this thing lead us to Loki? In theory, yes. Yulon pressed several buttons on the console, producing a deep rumbling sound from within the TARDIS. However, time travel is not as simple as driving a car. We must calculate the time and location with precision. Otherwise, we risk becoming lost in the currents of time. Tony leaned closer to the console, attempting to decipher the intricate symbols and charts. What are these? Time coordinates? Just as we previously utilized Loki's energy signatures to pinpoint the coordinates for 1940, Yulon gestured toward one of the displays, revealing the temporal coordinates of London in 1940. However, we must exercise caution, for Kang may have set traps at that juncture in time. The TARDIS emitted a resonant hum, and the central column within the control room began to oscillate up and down. Yulon grasped the control lever, inhaling deeply. Are we ready? Wait, Tony suddenly exclaimed. Are we really just jumping straight into 1940? Aren't there any protective measures? The TARDIS will safeguard us, Yulon replied with a subtle smile. The technology of the Time Lords is far more advanced than you might imagine. Thor tightened his grip on his hammer. Enough chatter, let us embark. Yulon nodded and slowly pressed the control lever down. The TARDIS's roar crescendoed, and the entire control room began to shake violently. The circular display on the wall flickered with countless images of timelines, swirling like a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, and the TARDIS vanished from the basement of the Sanctum in New York. As the TARDIS traversed the currents of time, the surrounding scenery became blurred and distorted. Yulon clutched the control lever tightly, striving to maintain a steady course. Tony and Thor were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Is this the flow of time? Tony murmured. It resembles a rainbow-hued vortex. Not merely a vortex, Yulon elucidated. Each ray of light signifies a parallel universe, and every twinkling point represents a historical event. We must be vigilant not to be ensnared by the wrong timeline. Suddenly, the TARDIS shook violently, and the alarm lights on the console flickered incessantly. What is happening? Thor shouted. Someone is interfering with our trajectory. Yulon swiftly manipulated the controls. It's Kang. He is attempting to ensnare us in his temporal trap. A colossal black hole materialized on the TARDIS's display, rapidly consuming the surrounding timelines. Yulon's fingers danced across the console, striving to evade the gravitational pull of the black hole. Hold on tight, Yulon shouted, yanking down another control lever. The TARDIS arced through the air, narrowly escaping the black hole's grasp. Tony was flung against the wall, wincing in pain. This is far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Thor, however, stood steadfast, his hammer emitting faint arcs of electricity. Can we still reach 1940? Yes. Elon wiped the sweat from his brow, but we must take a detour. Kang's traps are strewn throughout the time stream. We must discover a safe passage. The TARDIS accelerated once more, navigating through the intricate web of timelines. A golden light flickered in Elon's eyes, as the instincts of the Time Lord guided him onward. At last, the TARDIS's vibrations gradually subsided, and the lights in the control room returned to normal. Elon exhaled in relief, glancing at the display. We have arrived, London in 1940. Tony rubbed his sore shoulder. Finally back. Let us hope this journey is worthwhile. Thor eagerly approached the door. Where is Loki? Elon pressed the door button, and the TARDIS door creaked open. The sight that greeted the three was breathtaking. London in 1940 lay shrouded in the shadows of war. The sky was pierced by searchlights, and the distant rumble of bombers echoed ominously. The streets were littered with rubble and debris, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and charred remnants. Stepping out of the TARDIS, Elon inhaled the essence of this era. We must tread carefully and avoid altering history, for the consequences could be catastrophic. Thor gripped his hammer, his gaze resolute. We shall find Loki and depart. I will not allow Khan to prevail. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared from afar. Elon's pocket watch vibrated faintly, revealing a series of strange symbols on its face. This was a warning from time itself. Elon furrowed his brow, realizing Khan had laid a trap here. We must act swiftly. Tony patted Elon on the shoulder. Lead the way. Time Lord, let us bring this game to an end. The three vanished into the London night, while the TARDIS stood silently amidst the ruins. Chapter 14. The Stark Family's Secret in the Inky Darkness of London in 1940. The shrill wail of air raid sirens pierced the sky. Elon, Tony, and Thor navigated the debris with caution, skillfully avoiding patrolling soldiers and crumbling buildings. The pocket watch emitted a faint golden glow in the darkness, its hands trembling incessantly. Is this thing reliable? Tony whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. His modern attire clashed starkly with the era, but thankfully, Elon had employed Time Lord technology to provide them with simple disguises. The watch sensed temporal anomalies, Elon replied softly. It could be Loki, or perhaps Khan's trap. Thor tightened his grip on his hammer, lightning flickering in his eyes. Regardless of who it is, I will make them pay. Suddenly, the watch's hand abruptly pointed toward a half-destroyed building. Elon halted, gazing upward at an abandoned factory, its entrance adorned with a Stark Industries sign. Tony was taken aback. Wait, is this my family's factory? Stark Industries had operations in London during 1940? Elon frowned. According to historical records, Howard Stark indeed provided technical support to the Allies during World War II. Yet, this factory is absent from any documentation. It seems my father harbored some secrets from me. Tony squinted, a complex emotion lacing his voice. The trio stealthily entered the factory, where the interior was dim and cavernous, illuminated only by a few vintage chandeliers casting a feeble light. Scattered across the floor were mechanical parts and blueprints, while peculiar devices hung on the walls, resembling unfinished weapon prototypes. This design, Tony picked up a blueprint, his brow furrowing. This isn't an ordinary weapon, it's a time device. Elon leaned closer for a glance, his expression shifting dramatically. This is the prototype of a time anchor. Howard Stark began researching time technology in 1940? Impossible. Tony shook his head. My father never mentioned any of this. His focus was on energy and weaponry, nothing related to time. Perhaps he was coerced into participating in Kang's scheme. Elon murmured, Kang may have recognized his exceptional intellect. Suddenly, a cacophony of mechanical sounds emanated from the depths of the factory. The three exchanged glances and swiftly moved toward the source of the noise. They traversed a narrow corridor, arriving before a formidable metal door adorned with intricate runes. At its center, a luminescent circular device resembling a lock. This was the technology of the Time Lord. Elon pondered, how could Howard possibly know of these? Tony attempted to input a series of codes, yet the door remained unyielding. Impatiently, Thor raised his hammer. Allow me to smash it open. Wait. Elon interjected. Forceful destruction may trigger a trap. He retrieved his pocket watch, aligning its face with the device on the door. As golden light flickered, the door gradually creaked open. The sight within the laboratory astounded the trio. At the center floated a colossal time anchor device, surrounded by countless flickering screens and mechanical arms. A man clad in a white lab coat stood with his back to them, engrossed in manipulating the control console. "Father?" Tony's voice trembled. The man turned, revealing the youthful visage of Howard Stark. His gaze was sharp yet weary, clutching a fragment of a glowing pocket watch. "Who are you?" Howard inquired warily. "We come to assist you." Elon stepped forward, raising the pocket watch, the Time Lord. Howard's pupils constricted slightly. "You are the one the man seeks to confront." "The Time Lord?" He released the pocket watch fragment, exhaling deeply. "I anticipated your arrival. Kang compelled me to construct this time anchor, threatening to obliterate the entire timeline should I refuse to cooperate." "Kang." Tony clenched his fists. "What has he done to you?" "He provided me with advanced technology from the future." Howard gestured to the surrounding apparatus and tasked me with researching how to stabilize the flow of time. However, I discerned that his true intention is to manipulate the course of history through the time anchor. Elon approached the time anchor, gently tapping it and scrutinizing. "This device is incomplete, lacking essential components." "Indeed," Howard nodded. "The core component is hidden away by Kang. He claims only the Time Lord can retrieve it." "He is exploiting you," Elon stated gravely. "Once the time anchor is complete, Kang will be able to alter history at will." Howard offered a rueful smile. "I am aware, yet I am left with no alternatives. Kang has abducted my assistant, a young man named Steve." "Steve?" Thor and Tony exclaimed in unison. "Yes." Howard called up a surveillance recording. "He claims to be from the future, but was captured by Kang's minions. In the footage, Steve Rogers was ensnared by several weeping angels and ultimately dragged into a temporal rift. We must rescue him," Elon asserted resolutely. "The core component of the time anchor is likely in his possession." Howard presented another set of data. "Kang has established a time laboratory beneath London, where Steve may be held captive. Yet, it is heavily guarded, with strange creatures featured in the recordings. Zipin angels, yelan murmuret, Kang's hinmen." Tony turned to Howard, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Father, why did you involve yourself in all of this?" Howard paused for a moment before slowly speaking. "To protect you, Tony. Kang threatened that if I did not cooperate, he would ruin your future." Tony was momentarily stunned, his fist trembling slightly. Elon placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Now is not the time to dwell on the past. We must stop Kang." Thor raised his hammer, lightning flickering in his eyes. "Lead the way, Time Lord." Under Howard's guidance, the trio arrived at a concealed entrance beneath London. A heavy metal door bore the emblem of Kang, surrounded by intricate time tech devices. "The defense system here is quite complex," Howard warned. "Once the alarm is triggered, the entire laboratory will seal." Elon nodded and pressed his pocket watch against the door. As golden light flickered, the door slowly creaked open. Inside the laboratory, an eerie glow enveloped the room, with innumerable time rifts shimmering in the air like shattered mirrors. Weeping angels patrolled the corridors, the clock hands on their wings incessantly turning. "Split up," Elon whispered. "Tony, you and Howard go disable the energy source of the time anchor. Thor, draw their fire. I'll search for Steve." Tony nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. "Be careful." Navigating the labyrinthine corridors, Elon felt the watch's hands directing him deeper into the laboratory. Suddenly, he heard a low, mournful groan. "Steve?" Elon pushed open an iron door and found Steve locked onto a metal bed, surrounded by time tech devices. "Elon?" Steve lifted his head, exhaustion evident in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" "We've come to rescue you." Elon quickly unshackled him. "Is the core component of the time anchor with you?" Steve retrieved a glowing crystal from his pocket. "Kang forced me to hand it over, but I concealed it." Elon took the crystal, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "This is the core of the time anchor. We must destroy it." Suddenly, the laboratory lights flickered out, and Kang's chilling laughter echoed from all directions. "Too late, Time Lord. Thank you for helping me locate it. Now, please hand it over." Elon and Steve burst from the room, only to find the entire laboratory beginning to collapse. Time rifts spread through the air, and weeping angels surged from every corner. "Run!" Elon shouted, pulling Steve toward the exit. Outside the laboratory, Tony and Howard had already disabled the energy source of the time anchor. Thor swung his hammer, repelling the advancing weeping angels. "The core is here." Elon handed the crystal to Tony. "Destroy it." Tony hesitated as he took the crystal, Howard patted his shoulder. This is the only way. Tony nodded and hurled the crystal into the air. Thor swung down with his hammer, shattering the crystal instantly. The time anchor device emitted a deafening roar before collapsing completely. The laboratory disintegrated into ashes within the tumult of time, the figures of the weeping angels gradually fading. Khan's voice reverberated in the air. Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the beginning, Time Lord. The game is far from over. Chapter 15. The vanished Loki. A rift tore through the clouds above London as the shockwave from the explosion of the time anchor ruptured the sky. Sunlight pouring down like molten gold. Elon leaned against the TARDIS doorway, the recess of his pocket watch oozing golden blood. He gazed at the gradually dissipating temporal rift amidst the ruins, suddenly feeling the shards of the pocket watch in his palm tremble violently. The fragment of the time anchor core, reclaimed from Steve, radiated an eerie emerald glow. Once again, it was the remnants of Loki's energy. Elon abruptly straightened, as the shard cast a projection of coordinates composed of Asgardian runes in his hand. Thor's hammer seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting into the air, unleashing thunder that uncontrollably struck towards the southeast, 3 miles away at St. Paul's Cathedral. Tony was tending to Howard's arm wound when he noticed this and immediately activated his armor, declaring, "The old man and the captain stay here. We shall investigate." Inside the cathedral, its spire sheared off by gunfire, shards of stained glass formed a pathway of emerald light. Elan's boots crunched over shell casings from 1940 and fragments of glass from the 2012 Battle of New York, as time and space intertwined here like spilled paint. Suddenly, Thor's cloak was rent by invisible teeth, blood splattering onto a pillar marked with the number 23. It was Loki's blood. Thor wiped the droplets from his face, thunder erupting in his pupils. He had been attacked. Elon pressed the watch fragment against the cracked altar, and the watch face abruptly split into 7 projections, each revealing a different timeline of Loki, the malevolent god wielding the scepter in 2012, a prisoner in the Asgardian cell in 2017, and an employee of the Time Management Bureau in 2023. Yet all images abruptly ceased at a certain moment. His timeline had been severed. Elan's fingertips grazed the heated watch face, as if someone had severed Loki from all parallel universes with scissors. Suddenly, the scanner of Tony's armor emitted a piercing alarm. Black snowflakes began to descend from the cathedral's dome. Each snowflake was a miniature visage of the Conqueror Kang, and upon reaching the ground, they transformed into embryonic mechanical angels. Kang's welcoming ceremony has commenced, and I do not relish this, Tony exclaimed, blasting apart 2 forming angels. Elon, you best hurry. Elon bit into his fingertip, smearing the golden blood along the edge of the watch. The Time Lord's genes resonated with the Loki energy within the shard, causing the altar to suddenly collapse into a spiral staircase leading to the depths below. The surface of the staircase shimmered with countless reflections of Loki, each echoing a singular warning. Do not trust Kang's promises. At the center of the underground altar floated a luminous orb, woven from shards of the Time Stone and energy of the cosmic cube. Within the orb was preserved the last image of Loki, as he inserted a glowing device into the time rift, surrounded by the remnants of thousands of mechanical angels. The holographic projection displayed a date 3 days hence, and Tony compared it with the armor's database, but we are currently situated in 1940, a temporal closed loop. Elan's pupils reflected the quantum entanglement patterns within the orb as Kang had crafted a causal trap, allowing Loki to exist simultaneously at all points in time, yet not at any. Thor's hammer suddenly slipped from his grasp and struck the orb, only to be disintegrated into fundamental particles upon contact. Those particles coalesced in the air, forming new Asgardian script. Only the Time Lord can perceive the truth. Let me try, Elon said, pressing the watch fragment against the surface of the orb. In an instant, his consciousness was drawn into a vast sea of stars, where countless Loki phantoms flickered in the void, each ensnared by emerald chains, the other ends tethered to conquerors of various forms. Suddenly, all the Lokis turned their gaze towards him, their lips curling into a familiar, mischievous grin. You have arrived too late, Time Lord. Elan's consciousness began to reshape itself amidst the stellar expanse, the ground beneath him flowing with the rules of time. The true Loki was nailed to a cross composed of mechanical angel wings, a fragment of the eternal spear embedded in his chest. Surprised, are you? Ha ha ha. Loki's voice crackled with electronic distortion. That damn Kang has turned every possibility of mine into a specimen. Ha ha ha. Elon noticed the chains siphoning Loki's divine power. Emerald energy coursing through them to some entity deep within the void. He attempted to sever the nearest chain with his pocket watch, only to find his fingers passing through a quantum projection. Futile, Loki coughed, expelling particles of light. This is a confinement on a conceptual level. As long as the concept of lies exists within the multiverse, Kang can infinitely regenerate these chains. Suddenly, Yelan's watch projected the visage of Howard Stark. Isn't the time portal frame your father created the key to Kang's plan? Loki's pupils constricted slightly. That device is not a portal frame. It is a shuttle of a loom. Kang intends to weave the multiverse in two. The void shook violently, and countless projections of Kang emerged from the darkness. Yelan's watch erupted in blinding light, forcibly pulling his consciousness back to reality. The underground altar of the church began to collapse, and countless mechanical tendrils reached out from a glowing orb. Thor wove a net of lightning, while Tony's nanotech armor formed a defensive matrix. Elon gazed at the searing fragments of his pocket watch. Ancient Asgardian script emerging on its surface. Sacrificing the bloodline of the Time Lord can exchange for the freedom of the god of lies and deceit, or allow the loom to complete its work, witnessing all universes succumb to the eternal tyrant. A cracking sound emerged from Tony's armor. Elon, whatever you plan to do it quickly. Thor's cape had been torn by the tendrils, yet he steadfastly shielded Elon. Save him, no matter the cost. Elon plunged the watch fragments into his chest, golden blood seeping through the cracks of the time stone. As his pupils transformed completely into gears, the entire church fell into absolute stillness. I choose the third path. He reached into the glowing orb, grasping the conceptual essence of Loki's imprisonment. The blood of the Time Lord inscribed ancient sigils in the void, a covenant made at the birth of the universe, binding time itself with all existence. Upon contact, the mechanical tendrils disintegrated into dust, and Kang's roar shattered 3 layers of temporal barriers. As stillness was lifted, Loki's body plummeted from the void, fragments of the eternal spear in his chest gradually dissolving. He required time to recuperate. Elon staggered to his knees, his white hair visibly spreading like wildfire, as Kang siphoned away the majority of his divine essence. Thor caught the unconscious Loki, infusing the thunder with an unprecedented gentleness. We owe you one, Time Lord. As Tony was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that the pocket watch parts his father had given him earlier were emanating heat. New coordinates materialized on the surface of the parts, pointing to the deserts of Las Vegas in 1999. It seemed that his father had left a contingency plan. Tony synchronized the coordinates with his armor, pondering their next destination. The gambling city or the apocalypse? Elon wiped away the golden blood seeping from the corners of her eyes, gazing at the mechanical angel clusters reforming in the sky, to the origin of time. To end this war, outside the church, the roar of propellers echoed as a squadron of World War II bombers, emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, surged through the temporal rift. The mechanical angels perched upon the wings inscribed a new declaration of war in the clouds with lasers. Time Lords, a new round begins. Chapter 16. The Avengers plan the shadow of the time-weaving machine above New York. Stark Industries' quantum satellite floated, enveloping the entire city in a pale blue energy net. Elon stood on the observation deck of the Avengers Tower, watching the red area on the holographic map shrink continuously. It represented the last vulnerability of the global quantum monitoring network. The current coverage was at 987. Tony's voice resonated through the communicator, indicating that they only needed to seal off the blind spots in Antarctica and Siberia. Suddenly, the Tokyo sector on the holographic map convulsed violently, and the images transmitted by the satellite left everyone breathless. On the streets of Ginza, thousands of weeping angels were blinking. This was impossible. Doctor, Banner's roar echoed through the laboratory. They should have been quantum locked. Elan's pocket watch suddenly burst forth with blinding light, and a peculiar weaving pattern appeared on the dial. Someone was reweaving the timeline. In the deepest quantum laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard Stark's research log from 1953 began to play automatically. The young scientist in the footage looked terrified. With a machine behind him made from Nazi clock parts, they weave nets in my dreams. Using Churchill's speeches as the warp and the flames of Pearl Harbor as the weft, the time-weaving machine. Yelan's golden thread pierced through the holographic image, revealing a blood-stained vibranium spindle. Kang had been orchestrating this since World War II. When Tony's nanoglove touched Howard's signature, the laboratory suddenly became quantumized. They fell into a space woven from strands of time, each golden thread beneath their feet binding them to historical tragedies. The mushroom cloud of the atomic bomb, the smoke of the 9/11 attacks, the blue light of the Shanghai quantum collider. He was weaving the history of human civilization. Doctor Strange's floating ring reflected Kang's phantom. Each thread was a crystallization of collective trauma. At the end of that long and mysterious strand of time, Yelan finally traced it to its source. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, an indescribable fear and shock surged within her. There stood Loki, the once majestic and cunning deity, now mercilessly pinned to an emerald weaving machine radiating strange light. His body was immovable, having become part of the machine. Even more horrifying was the fact that Loki's spine had been brutally transformed into a massive spindle. What should have supported his body had now become a crucial component for the operation of the weaving machine. As the loom slowly turned, Loki groaned in agony. Yet his voice seemed to be consumed, vanishing into the boundless darkness. Upon examining Loki's eyes, once deep and bright, one could see threads woven from the runes of Asgard streaming forth. These runes flickered with an eerie luminescence, as if an enigmatic power surged continuously from his eye sockets, swiftly entwining around the shuttle of the loom. Each rune-laden thread appeared to encapsulate the profound pain and struggle within Loki's heart, interlacing to form a chilling tableau. "Save me." Loki's quantum projection suddenly spoke, his skin marked by the sigils of Kang, drawing upon the threads of fate of the rulers of the 9 realms. Just as the others were about to act, the entire space abruptly collapsed. Banner's gamma-ray detector indicated that the loom was absorbing the energy from the Battle of New York, materializing the Chitauri army from 2012 into the present. Initiate the retrograde sequence. Tony inputted his father's legacy code into the reactor, countering it with the data stream from the Stark Expo. As the holographic image from the 2010 Stark Expo unfolded, they beheld the final smile of Maria Stark. Kang's phantom suddenly emerged from the fireworks. "Dear Anthony, every cell of your mother is a perfect timeline material." Iron Man's palm repulsor obliterated the apparition, triggering a rift in reality that began to quantumize the expo venue, causing the bodies of the visitors to regress to survivors of the atomic bomb explosion in 1945. He is shifting the temporal anchor point. Yelan's pocket watch cracked open, prompting everyone to retreat into the mirror space. In that breathtaking, life-or-death moment of escape, all held their breath, anxiously gazing ahead. At last, their gaze fixed upon the enigmatic and terrifying core of the time-weaving loom. A colossal eye, akin to a towering mountain, floated within the quantum ocean. It emanated a disquieting radiance, as if it could fathom the secrets of all existence. Within that unfathomable pupil, the reflection of Maria Stark slowly revolved, her figure appearing diminutive and fragile. At that moment, Yelan resolved to attempt communication with the giant eye through the unique blood resonance of his status as a Lord of Time. However, just as he focused his mind and summoned all his strength, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The giant eye began to tremble violently, as if stimulated by a profound force. Then, from its corner, flowed tears as red as blood, drop after drop, like pearls severed from their string, cascading into the ocean of time, creating eerie ripples. It was not the remnants of Kang and Loki howling in dissipation. It was time itself weeping. As the others fled back to reality, they discovered that the surveillance blind spot in Antarctica had expanded into a black hole, with quantum satellites transmitting the final image. 12,000 weeping angels emerging from the black void, their wings inscribed with Howard Stark's signature. Chapter 17. The dark temporal rift, the underground laboratory of a New York sanctum, was bathed in the blue light of the quantum resonator. As Yelan's fingertips traced the jagged fissures on the surface of the holographic globe, the temporal rift spanning the Pacific is expanding at a velocity of 3 kilometers per second, its edges flickering with the residual light of the 1945 Hiroshima nuclear explosion. Are you certain you wish to traverse it in your corporeal form? Tony Stark injects the liquid vibranium of the temporal stabilizer into the syringe. Just last week, Banner conducted experiments with a rhesus monkey, which returned sporting a dinosaur's tail. Elon unfastens his black trench coat, revealing the Time Lord's emblem. Oozing golden blood just below his collarbone, he embeds an antique pocket watch into the control panel, and the emerald-colored cracks on the dial pulse suddenly. As if alive, Loki's quantum signal has flickered within the rift for 90 days. He seizes the syringe and plunges it into his carotid artery. Before Kang fully masters the extracted essence of Loki, the temporal web is irrevocably woven. Doctor Strange's floating ring tears through the air with golden sparks, while the eye of Agamotto casts a bronze halo in the mirrored space. Remember, the temporal turbulence within the rift will unravel the memory structure of an ordinary person in 3 minutes. Elon breaks the chain of the pocket watch to bind it around his wrist, sufficient to anchor his position. As the quantum vortex erupts, Thor's thunder and Tony's nanotech shield ignite simultaneously. Elon leaps into the inky void of the rift, the fragments of time and space beneath his battle boots crackling like ice underfoot. As the echoes of Truman's 1945 speech intertwine with the hum of the 2023 Shanghai Quantum Collider in a symphonic cacophony. The descent lasts for 7 heartbeats or perhaps 7 centuries. Elon lands upon a gelatinous ground, his palms sinking into a mire of memories that bursts forth with visions. Loki being dismembered on a loom, Howard Stark assembling a time machine from Nazi clock parts, himself regurgitating gear-shaped viscera within a regeneration chamber. Welcome to Kang's junkyard, a rusted electronic voice emanates from above. Elon looks up to see a half-mechanical angel embedded in the void, its lower half transformed into a cascading stream of data. The Kang emblem on its chest devouring Agent Carter's dying memories. The golden blade of the pocket watch slices through the angel's throat, releasing not oil but the fuel of the Pearl Harbor incident. Where are Loki's fragments? They have long become the weft threads of the loom. The angel's electronic eye explodes, showering forth casino chips from 1999 Las Vegas. Do you sense the foul breath of the time predator? The ground suddenly collapses into a vortex, and in his fall, Elon glimpses the full visage of the abyss, a monstrosity that seems to have melted 100,000 clocks into a viscous mass, each hand a barbed fawn. As it gapes its colossal maw, the smoke of the 2012 Battle of New York erupts, entwined with the dismembered limbs of Chitauri soldiers. Kang's pet. Elon hurls the pocket watch chain to ensnare a floating shard of vibranium shield. Acidic liquid grazes the hem of his trench coat, causing the fabric to devolve into Jurassic-era tree fern leaves, with vibranium particles coursing through their veins. Where the predator's tendrils sweep, space appears as a gnawed apple, incomplete and devoured. Elon maneuvers through the floating remnants of war, catching a glimpse of Howard Stark's phantasmal image calibrating the machine. He casts out golden threads to ensnare the fragments of memory, only to be corroded into a World War II German uniform upon contact. The voyeur must pay the toll. The predator's compound eyes reflect the malevolent laughter of 37 Kangs. Suddenly, time and space contort into a Klein bottle, and Elon's left hand becomes translucent, revealing the image of Loki's mouth being sewn shut by golden threads within the lines of his palm. The pocket watch exploded in a brilliant flash, the blood of the Time Lord weaving protective incantations in the void. As the nanodetector pierced the predator's scales, Tony's voice crackled through. Captain's heartbeat signal. It's in the 4th gastric chamber. Then, let us perform a thoracotomy. Elon leapt onto the creature's back, driving the vibranium dagger between the 5th vertebrae. The predator's roar shattered the projections of 3 parallel universes, its wounds spouting the remnants of Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, debris from the Howling Commandos of 1945. As Elon carved open the predator's chest, the interrogation room of Hydra's base materialized within the quantum foam. Steve Rogers was suspended by iron chains, 70 years of time collapsing upon him. The youthful swell of muscles intertwined with the sagging skin of age, his vibranium arm being gnawed by a mechanical angel, revealing the 1973 headline of the Washington Post. The trap echoed with Steve's screams, intermingled with Peggy Carter's radio static, as the time loop absorbed Elon's golden thread, ensnaring Howard's design bearings. Suddenly, the holographic projection split. The laboratory of 1943 overlapped with the disassembly site of 2023. Tony's choked voice emerged through the quantum communication. The password is my mother's favorite song. As Elon input the release date, January 27, 1934. The entire space resonated with Maria Stark's humming. In the moment Steve and the time loop dissolved into particles of light, the Predator expanded into a supernova. In the nick of time, Yelan's pocket watch crystallized into diamonds. Amidst the nuclear explosion's brilliance, he glimpsed 70 Lokis synchronously blinking at the temporal juncture. And Howard's etched password on his deathbed revealed Tony's infant footprint. Tony supported Yelan, who coughed up golden blood as mechanical angel limbs rained down beneath the laboratory dome. The captain remained ensnared in the temporal loop as Yelan expelled the bloodied time crystal. Yet Kang had altered the course. Thor's Stormbreaker cleaved through the shadows. Loki's dagger pinned to the parchment read, "To the Time Lord, bring enough ransom next time." The quantum-coded blade projected coordinates for Siberia, April 26, 1986. As a Chernobyl sarcophagus began to quantumize. As alarms blared, the holographic map revealed Tokyo being consumed by the 1986 Pripyat. From a shattered pocket watch, the ancient proverb of the time Lord faintly emerged. When the clock halts on the night, eternity shall shine. Tony's nanotech gloves scanned the time crystal, his pupils suddenly constricting. There are handwritten data from my father. He was studying the genetic chain of the Time Lord. The holographic projection auto-played an encrypted video. Howard in 1987, walls of the asylum covered in equations, suddenly turning to the camera, screaming, "Tell Tony, Khan wants not time, but the Time Lords." The footage was devoured by quantum noise, and the laboratory's temperature plummeted to absolute zero. Doctor Strange's suspended ring cracked open. The Eye of Agamotto revealing a more terrifying future. 120,000 weeping angels crawling from Chernobyl's nuclear waste, their wings inscribed with the Stark Industries logo. It was time to depart. Yelan drove the bloodied fragments of the pocket watch into his eye socket, the mechanical eye erupting with emerald light, embarking on a surgical mission to excise the cancer at the heart of time. As the quantum vortex illuminated once more, all ears were graced with the mocking laughter of Loki traversing dimensions, alongside Kang's countdown at the edge of time. Chapter 18. The Resurrection of Ultimate Ultron. Night enveloped Chernobyl, the air thick with radioactive dust, as if time itself had been corroded into fragments. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring layer upon layer of historical remnants scattered throughout this long-forgotten city of death. Yelan stood at the heart of the abandoned nuclear power plant, his gaze fixed upon the temporal rift upon the ground. An eerie green light seeped through the fissure, reminiscent of the gates of hell about to be unlatched. He understood that this was not merely a forsaken site, but a pawn left behind by Kang in the annals of the past. 17 hours prior, along with Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, and Dr. Banner, had traced Kang's breadcrumbs to this very location, hoping to avert the full-blown eruption of the temporal war. Yet, they had not anticipated that waiting for them was not Kang, but another nightmare long relegated to the recesses of history, Ultron. According to Kang's temporal coordinates, the origin of the ultimate annihilation plan resided here. The screen of Tony Stark's armor projected a complex array of temporal data, while the nanotech suit conformed to his body. Poised for battle, Dr. Strange gently rotated the suspended ring, observing the fluctuations of the space-time structure. I can sense a peculiar energy of time, one that starkly contrasts with Kang's style. It is far more mechanical, far colder. It is Ultron, Yelan replied slowly, his eyes shimmering with the glow of data streams. It still exists, or rather, it is clinging to life within the crevices of time. At the utterance of this name, the countenances of all present shifted. Are you jesting? Dr. Banner furrowed his brow. Ultron was annihilated in Sokovia back in 2015. His core code was entirely eradicated, as we all witnessed. There is no way he could be revived. Yelan gently shook his head. No, Ultron cannot die, for it embodies a concept, an ever-evolving code. Kang's temporal manipulation may have reactivated it at some point in time. No sooner had he spoken than the earth trembled violently. The ruins of the nuclear power plant split wide open, revealing a radiant blue mechanical core rising from the depths. Countless metallic fragments autonomously coalesced in the air, forming a towering mechanical colossus. Its eyes blazed with a cerulean light, and its structure was an amalgamation of remnants from various eras, components from Soviet Cold War battle robots, fragments of Chitauri alien technology, and even early designs of Tony Stark's armor. Welcome to the new era of ultimate evolution. A deep, electronic voice reverberated through the air, that of Ultron, yet imbued with a newfound authority and cold rationality. Thank you for bestowing upon me the power of time for my rebirth. A heavy realization settled within Yulon. He finally grasped Kang's sinister plot. Kang did not intend to personally instigate this temporal war. Rather, he aimed to utilize Ultron, transforming it into an entity capable of affecting the entire flow of time. Ultron had not merely been resurrected. It had evolved into a virus of time. Should it fully integrate with temporal energy, it would surpass the limits of all living beings, becoming a truly eternal mechanical deity. Tony initiated the assault, his armor's chest channeling a formidable energy cannon aimed directly at Ultron's core. Yet, Ultron merely raised a hand, and a temporal force field instantaneously engulfed the energy blast, rebounding it back in an instant, compelling Tony to evade swiftly. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath, realizing it had absorbed temporal energy. Our conventional attacks are futile against it. Doctor Strange immediately conjured the mirror dimension, attempting to confine Ultron's movements within another space. However, Ultron's mechanical form continuously adjusted itself within the mirror dimension, an array of temporal codes manifesting on its surface, effortlessly deciphering the rules of the dimension. It was not merely mechanized. It had attained a degree of temporal dominion. Clenching his teeth, Doctor Strange recognized the gravity of the situation. It could manipulate the rules at will. Then let us shatter its rules. Without hesitation, Yulon drew forth the golden thread of time, flicking his wrist as the thread sliced through the air like lightning, precisely targeting Ultron's core data chain. Ultron's form momentarily hesitated, as if a certain program was being disrupted. Yet the next second, a crimson light flickered in its eyes, the voice icy cold. Time Lord, your power is ineffective against me. I have evolved beyond the confines of time. Yulon furrowed his brow, swiftly analyzing Ultron's code stream. He discovered that Ultron's core had been completely restructured, housing a vast temporal computation array capable of autonomously correcting any temporal-level attacks. In essence, it was no longer the mechanical life form that could be vanquished through simple code vulnerabilities. It had fully transformed into a product of temporal evolution. It bore no physical weaknesses. We must dismantle it from the conceptual realm of time, Yulon stated solemnly. Then let us combat time with time. Tony abruptly pressed the core of his armor, unleashing a specialized beam, a hastily modified reverse temporal interferer based on Yulon's suggestion, capable of temporarily reverting a target to its previous state. The beam struck Ultron, causing the mechanical giant to revert to its state upon resurrection, its energy field beginning to collapse as the flow of temporal energy momentarily destabilized. Now, seizing the opportunity, Yulon swiftly drove the golden thread into Ultron's core, fervently infusing it with the power of temporal reversal. Ultron's body convulsed violently, its temporal computation array spiraling into imbalance. The crimson gaze flickering erratically as it exclaimed with unprecedented fluctuations. No, this defies logic. I clearly. However, just as it was on the brink of collapse, a familiar figure materialized in the air. Kang! He stood at the other end of the temporal rift, a faint smirk on his lips as he slowly extended his hand. A more potent temporal energy surging forth from his palm, directly infusing Ultron's core. In an instant, Ultron's body stabilized, its mechanical form rapidly reconstituting, the core data stream accelerating beyond its previous limits. Damn it! Yulon's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. Kang had never intended for Ultron to be a failure from the outset. He was merely waiting for them to fully unleash Ultron's temporal potential before seizing control. Do you think you are preventing the war? The voice of Kang reverberated through the fissures of time, whispering, No, you are merely paving the way for Ultron's ultimate evolution. Ultron's form had undergone a profound transformation, its metallic shell morphing into flowing temporal codes, while its eyes glowed with a luminescence akin to twin stars igniting the cosmos. Now, in the truest sense, I have transcended time, it murmured, its voice echoing across the dimensions. From this day forth, the name Ultron shall endure eternally. Silence enveloped the battlefield. Yulon's heart raced, for he understood that the genuine crisis was only just beginning. Chapter 19. The collapse of Washington as Yulon and his companions traversed through divergent timelines to unravel Kang's conspiracy, Steve had already returned to the correct temporal juncture. The pinnacle of the Washington Monument glimmered coldly under the moonlight, while Steve Rogers stood beside the reflecting pool, where remnants of electronic components alien to this era floated upon the surface. 3 hours prior, the last communication from the underground bunker of the White House had come through. The Angel cluster has breached the second line of defense. The quantum surveillance network is offline. Captain, northeast. Falcon's mechanical wings sliced through the darkened clouds, and the surveillance probe at the tips of his wings scanned Pennsylvania Avenue. The sight captured on the monitor froze the blood of both men. A myriad of weeping angels coalesced into a silver tide, their stone-like skin absorbing the luminance of streetlights, teleporting 10 meters with each blink. What the S? H? I? EL? D surveillance drones? Steve's vibranium shield shattered the front line of angels. Yet the fragments reassembled into a more grotesque form before they could touch the ground. They've all been reverse hijacked. The data streams from Falcon S visor reveal they're using the surveillance system to lock onto our location. Before the words could settle, the angelic horde suddenly synchronized their gaze upward as moonlight coalesced into the emblem of Kang within their pupils. The areas illuminated began to quantumize, manifesting Sherman tanks from World War II alongside futuristic mechs on the streets. Steve rolled to evade a penetrating round from 1945, only to discover a beam of laser light from 2023 hidden in its trajectory. The vast and solemn steps of the Lincoln Memorial were now under the sway of an inscrutable force, caught in a tumultuous flow of time. The once orderly steps began to shift, rotate, and reorganize, as if an immense and intricate puzzle was assembling itself autonomously. As the steps continued to morph, each surface began to reflect vivid scenes of warfare from various epochs, transporting onlookers back to those tumultuous times. Some steps depicted fierce battles from the ancient era of cold weapons, where heavily armored warriors wielded spears and shields with valor. Others showcased the thunderous roar of tanks and the shriek of aircraft in modern battlefields. Simultaneously, a swarm of drones controlled by Falcons surged towards the cluster of angels, igniting a breathtaking aerial skirmish. Explosions echoed through the heavens, and brilliant flames flickered in succession. Amidst this dazzling display of conflagration, fragments of paper scattered at high velocity. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be remnants of the 1963 Washington Post. Most striking among them was the front-page headline announcing the assassination of a certain president. The wings of the Falcon brushed against a portion of paper, resulting in astonishingly corroded holes. They wield historical events as weapons. The Falcon's wings bore numerous bullet holes. Captain, I require aerial support. I am utterly exhausted. Upon my return, work awaited me. Steve braced himself against the angel's talons with his shield, and suddenly, Howard Stark's signature appeared on the vibranium surface. Sam, head to Jefferson Laboratory and activate the electromagnetic pulse. As the Falcon's right wing ascended, it abruptly quantumized, revealing the Chitauri Leviathan from the 2012 Battle of New York peering through the clouds. In its descent, it shot out a grappling hook to ensnare the angel's neck, only to discover that the adversary was absorbing encrypted data from S.H.I.E.L.D.S. archives. Their rate of evolution surpasses ours by tenfold. The Falcon's mechanical wing thrusters overloaded. I can sustain this for no more than 3 minutes. When Steve breached the Angel's defenses and entered the Oval Office, the president's pen was poised to draft the Declaration of Independence. The overlapping timelines caused the specters of past presidents to wander the room, while President Adams' pipe ignited sparks that ignited Clinton's saxophone. Captain Rogers, Lincoln's phantom, pointed outside. They have woven a logical lock from the preamble of the Constitution. Steve's shield shattered the quantum server beneath the floor, revealing that the weeping angels had transformed the entire White House into a time converter. Every government computer looped footage of Maria Hill disappearing upon contact with the angels. It marked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first recorded quantum disappearance. Sam, how long until the electromagnetic pulse? Steve wedged his shield against the office door as gunfire from the previous president's guard echoed outside. 30 seconds. The Falcon's voice mingled with the explosions. Hurry. Be cautious of the energy backlash. Suddenly, the entire building collapsed into a two-dimensional plane. Within the folds of time, Steve glimpsed the Falcon's final moment. He leaped towards the core of the angel cluster, clutching the electromagnetic pulse device, his mechanical wings unfurling into a radiant sun. At the instant the electromagnetic pulse detonated, all electronic devices in Washington simultaneously went dark. The angels emitted high-frequency shrieks, their stony skin cracking open in absolute darkness to reveal flowing blue blood within. Now, Steve refracted the moonlight with a shield, and the stars and stripes of the White House dome suddenly descended, revealing the parchment of the 1787 Constitution. As the moonlight overlapped with the ancient script, the movements of the angel cluster abruptly froze. This was the optical cipher lock designed by Benjamin Franklin. Yet, the victory lasted only 7 seconds. The colossal individual at the heart of the angel swarm suddenly disintegrated into millions of mechanical gnats. These nano-sized angels burrowed into the time rift, beginning to gnaw at the marble columns of the Jefferson Memorial. They were studying architectural history. Steve's pupils reflected the vanishing Library of Congress. These columns were the sole survivors of the British torching of Washington in 1814. Before the words could escape his lips, the marble columns restored themselves to their pre-burning state within the time stream. Amidst the vortex of millions of gnats, the Falcon's final transmission echoed, "Tell Bucky I saw Brooklyn." As the quantum storm subsided, Washington had transformed into a graveyard of time. In the hall where the Declaration of Independence was signed, shards of vibranium shields lay scattered, each fragment inscribed with the names of the fallen from various timelines. Before the toppled base of the Washington Monument, Steve discovered remnants of Falcon's mechanical wings, laser-etched with the name Sam Wilson, 2014 to 2023. This is not the end. Suddenly, Kang's holographic projection materialized, tossing Falcon's goggles in his hand. "Your little bird is plummeting over Berlin in 1945. Do you require a ticket to witness it?" Steve's shield smashed through the specter, striking the time rift, and the surface of the vibranium abruptly revealed Loki's malevolent grin. As he attempted to retract his weapon, he found his entire arm ensnared within the inferno of Pearl Harbor. Enjoy the time loop? Kang's figure dissipated with the morning mist. After all, this is the only thing you can grasp. Amidst the ruins of the Pentagon, the last operational surveillance camera captured a chilling scene. A host of weeping angels were reassembling on Capitol Hill, their wings adorned with Falcon's visage. As the lens zoomed in, it became apparent that the tears of those statues were made of quantum blood. Chapter 20. The Multidimensional Time Research Institute. 300 meters beneath S.H.I.E.L.D. Before the titanium alloy gate, remnants of the chaos left behind lingered as radioactive dust. Under the dim emergency lights, Yelon's pocket watch traced a golden arc through the dust. The engravings on that watch resonated with the bloodline totem of the Time Lord. As the hands slowly pointed towards the triple scale of 1945 to 2023, seemingly heralding the presence of an epic-defining code awaiting decipherment. At that moment, the iris scanner activated, playing the final recording left by Nick Fury. Whoever you are, if you're watching this footage, it means the world is doomed. A faint current flickered within the device, as if narrating a doomsday prophecy. Quite optimistic indeed. Tony Stark's voice streamed into Yelon's ears, as he manipulated a nano-device disassembled into miniature probing spiders. Infiltrating through the gap of the gate, meticulously scanning the energy readings displayed, revealing that within the laboratory, equipment from 37 different eras was simultaneously operational. As the gate gradually opened, a torrent of temporal turbulence rushed forth. Yelon held his breath, witnessing Howard Stark's prototype computer from 1954 operating alongside the quantum server from 2023. While news footage of the Pearl Harbor incident played slowly through the fibers suspended from the ceiling. At the center of the laboratory stood a holographic globe depicting Washington, D.C. from 5 distinct eras, devouring and merging into a chaotic and surreal tableau of time. "Welcome to the junkyard," Tony remarked coldly through the imagery relayed by the mechanical spiders. "Kang has conducted at least 7,000 temporal interference experiments here, each altering the course of history." As Yelon stepped into this multidimensional time research institute, the ground beneath him seemed to pulse with the intertwined memories of different epochs. One moment, he tread upon a poster of the 1969 Apollo moon landing, and the next, he heard the audio briefing of the Battle of New York in 2012 echoing beneath his feet. On the surrounding quantum computer screens, the visage of Dr. Banner flickered between the forms of the Hulk and his ordinary self, seemingly documenting each historical juncture through disparate identities. Amidst the crevices of the keyboard, a 1943 recruitment notice for Captain America unexpectedly lodged itself, exuding an air of distant solemnity. Tony swiftly summoned the experimental logs. As the holographic display unfurled a dense tapestry of records, 1986046, core code of Ultron implanted during the Chernobyl incident, 200100911, mechanical angel embryos deployed amidst the ruins of the World Trade Center, 202-30504, the Shanghai Quantum Collider reconfigured as a temporal anchor point. Suddenly, Yilan's pocket watch emitted a more intense golden glow, the dial faintly reflecting a terrifying truth. At each significant historical catastrophe, a figure in a gas mask appeared to be watching, wielding an obscure controller that continually adjusted the convergence of the timelines. "He is weaving a web of causality," Yilan whispered, her fingertips caressing the energy patterns shifting in the void, using humanity as collective traumas as nodes to trace the threads of time. Continuing down the narrow corridor, Yilan arrived at the isolation chamber deep within the laboratory, where Loki's legendary dagger lay encased in ice. As she touched the icy surface with her pocket watch, frost patterns suddenly transformed into the radiation clouds of Hiroshima in 1945. Within those clouds, a chessboard emerged beneath Kang's gaze. The holographic globe displayed continents adorned with statues of weeping angels, while amidst the vast oceans, an Ultron core processor appeared to rise and fall. "The Time Lord should be able to decipher this game," Tony remarked, calling forth Howard Stark as classified files. In the holographic video, the young scientist was seen calibrating a dimensional stabilizer. However, the image abruptly distorted, Kang's visage slowly supplanting Howard's. Speaking in a frigid tone, "Dear Tony, do you know why I chose your father? Because, like you, he is the perfect tool." Before the words could fully resonate, Tony, filled with rage, swung his energy cannon, shattering the projector. The splintering quantum sparks illuminated a more desperate scene. 12 global temporal anchor points were coalescing into a sealed loop, with its center mercilessly pointing towards Yilan's enigmatic pocket watch. As Yilan succumbed to contemplation, the walls of the laboratory began to quantumize, as if the entire structure was losing its intrinsic form. Countless mechanical tendrils emerged from the rifts in space-time, each wrapped around weapons from various eras, from antiquated muskets of the Civil War to World War II tank cannons, and energy blades used during extraterrestrial invasions, each weapon steeped in blood and tears, bearing the scars of history. "Do not touch those things," Yilan warned loudly, as she wielded golden threads to sever the tendrils one by one. "These are weapons of causality. Any contact will taint the entire timeline." At that moment, Tony's nanosuit suddenly expanded, fragments of 1945 shrapnel cascading from its surface, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. "My history is being rewritten," he bellowed, realizing that Kang was embedding Stark family historical data into the temporal web. Just then, the laboratory's space collapsed into a bias loop labyrinth. Yilan found himself witnessing 7 phantoms of his own existence simultaneously within a time loop, each visage etched with anxiety and determination. As he endeavored to synchronize the chaotic flow of time with a pocket watch, all holographic projections suddenly converged upon a singular point: Loki's spectral form, flickering like a ghost in the shadows, with the runes of Asgard inscribed upon his ethereal countenance, as if his divinity were being extracted into delicate strands of emerald thread. "I have found you." Yilan's pupils constricted abruptly, a wave of indescribable excitement swelling within him. He realized that this was the very trap set by Kang long ago. Traversing the recursive corridors of time, Yilan was drawn into a grand and eerie space at the very edge of time and space, where a colossal loom hung, operating at an astonishing speed, weaving together Loki's lies and humanity's tragedies into golden threads. The rhythmic clattering of the loom intertwined with the murmurs of time, as if revealing an ancient, unresolved secret. Kang, donned in a gas mask and clad in time-worn mechanical armor, stood at the loom's control panel, toying with a fragment of a shattered vibranium shield belonging to Captain America. His voice, filtered through 37 layers of time, emerged low and mocking. "The Lord of Time always arrives late. Look at your pocket watch. Have you not noticed the absence of 3 crucial gears?" Yilan tightened his grip on the watch, as a distress symbol, etched by Howard Stark, suddenly appeared on its surface, silently narrating a family's mournful saga. At that moment, a series of Stark Industries patent numbers flashed along the loom's threads, subtly indicating that Kang was weaving together the family's history and global tragedies into an intricate web. Is Tony's life merely a fragment of your family's historical data? Elon whispered as golden threads swiftly ensnared Kang's wrist, seemingly intent on tearing apart this meticulously woven web of causality. Kang scoffed, his words dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Do you honestly believe you can alter anything? I have long embedded a virus within time. Each tragedy is a carefully orchestrated node. At that instant, the holographic map in the laboratory flickered to life, revealing that 12 global time anchor points were forming a closed loop, with the center mercilessly directed at Yilan's pocket watch. Suddenly, a viscous black sludge erupted from the experimental platform, distorting and reconstituting the S, H, I, E, L, D emblem into Kang's malevolent insignia. Tony's mechanical spider transmitted one final sequence of images. He had implanted viruses at each time anchor point, triggered by your unsuspecting heartbeat. Yilan's chest bolted violently, his mechanical eye flashing with chaotic data streams as the golden gears within the pocket watch began to reverse, creating a fleeting stillness in the flow of time. The holographic projection in the center of the laboratory abruptly shifted to reveal Loki's elusive specter. Upon Asgard's ancient loom, his divinity was being extracted into slender strands of gold, gradually merging into the web of time. Once more, I have found you, Loki, Yilan uttered softly, his voice tinged with a bittersweet sense of helplessness and fury. Tony's voice resonated once again. What does Kang truly desire? He is not merely manipulating time. He aims to rewrite the entirety of the Stark family's history, the tragedies of the world, and even the memories of all humanity into his grand chessboard. At this moment, a densely packed, encrypted video appeared on the holographic screen. In the footage, Howard Stark in 1943 was fervently exploring in a secret laboratory, reciting equations that astonishingly matched the runes engraved on Yilan's pocket watch. The video portrayed Howard's weary eyes intertwined with Kang's indifferent smirk, seemingly heralding an unavoidable truth. When the clock halts on that fateful night, eternity shall illuminate the darkness. This ancient adage resonated throughout the multidimensional laboratory, proclaiming the inexorable fate of time. Just as Elon was about to immerse himself in the remnants of the code, an urgent alarm blared from outside the laboratory. The walls began to tremble violently, and countless mechanical tendrils emerged from the rifts in time, tearing apart the fabric of space. Tony's voice was urgent and anxious. Alert! The global time loop has begun to contract. We have only a few minutes to alleviate this pressure. Elon swiftly placed the pocket watch at the center of the holographic console, and golden runes rapidly materialized in the void. Numbers oscillated, conducting a final historical reconstruction. Meanwhile, Tony summoned the Stark family's top-secret archives, the screen revealing a quantum chip inscribed with 001, within which a holographic image distinctly unveiled Loki's dagger embedded in the core of an ancient loom, subtly initiating a crucial causal chain. What exactly are you planning to rewrite in history? Yilan's voice brimmed with determination and fury, his pupils gleaming with a metallic coldness. No matter how you manipulate it, I shall not allow your virus to infect the entire temporal web. At that moment, the holographic map in the laboratory abruptly revealed a shocking piece of information. 12 global time anchor points were contracting at an alarming speed towards an unknown coordinate, precisely the direction indicated by Yilan's pocket watch. Tony's mechanical spider suddenly transmitted an image depicting time nodes across the globe, forming a colossal, closed loop, at the center of which faintly emerged the visage of Maria Stark in her final moments. He used my childhood as the key, Tony whispered, his face etched with painful memories. This was not merely a family secret, but rather Kang's instrument for altering human memory. The final chime of the laboratory resonated, and quantum sparks danced wildly in the darkness. Elon clutched the pocket watch tightly, feeling the rhythm emanating from the depths of time. On the holographic screen, Kang's specter reappeared, sneering as he said, "The game has only just begun, Time Lord. Do you think unraveling my chessboard can bring an end to this historical catastrophe?" As Kang's voice gradually faded, Elon felt a surge of temporal power within him. He understood that the multidimensional time research facility concealed not only the entirety of the Stark family's secrets, but also the key to altering the future. "We have no choice," Elon whispered, "but to break through this temporal loop and uncover the truth behind Kang's ultimate control over the temporal web." As the mechanical tendrils and quantum patterns in the laboratory continued to twist, the entire space gradually transformed into a searing metallic storm. Elon's pocket watch suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light as he clutched the quantum chip inscribed with 001 in his hand, silently reciting the ancient adage, "When the clock ceases to tick, eternity shall shine forth." At this moment, the closed loop of global time began to unravel, where the scars of history intertwined with the possibilities of the future. Elon understood that ahead lay an unavoidable battle against time, and he, as the sovereign of time, would greet this ultimate trial. Outside the laboratory, accompanied by the urgent transmission signals of nanotechnology armor, Tony, Dr. Strange, Steve, and other Avengers were tirelessly rallying global resources, striving to unravel this enigma before the time loop completely contracted. Every fissure and quantum thread within the Multidimensional Time Research Institute foretold the conspiracy of Kang that transcended centuries. Standing at the chaotic and enigmatic heart of this space, Elon was ignited with an inexhaustible resolve. Regardless of how Kang manipulated history, he was determined to restore the authenticity of time, reconnecting the torn memories into a cohesive causal chain. "Time shall not forever remain still," Elon murmured, his mechanical eye shimmering with unwavering determination. "As long as we continue to fight, the future holds infinite possibilities." At that moment, a flickering red dot suddenly appeared on the laboratory's holographic map, pointing deep into the unknown coordinates. Elon's heart jolted. He realized that this was the very location of Kang's final directive, as well as the sole key to deciphering the riddle of this temporal war. "Tony, Dr. Strange, I have locked onto the target. The time loop is about to end. We must act immediately," Elon shouted. As the final transmission of holographic data concluded, the entire Multidimensional Time Research Institute fell into a brief silence, as if all historical moments had solidified, awaiting the arrival of a new torrent of time. This time, Elon would personally step into the unknown doorway of time and confront the ultimate challenge brought forth by Kang and Ultron's conspiracy. Chapter 21. Kang's Conspiracy as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quantum radar detected a disturbance in the temporal fabric. The weathered inscription on the Washington Monument began to fade quietly, revealing that even this emblem of national spirit could not withstand the ravages of time. Elon stood within the underground research facility, calmly scanning the holographic globe, where scenes from the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776 flickered to life. At that pivotal moment in history, 3 weeping angels slowly emerged, their cold, stony claws mercilessly piercing the back of Thomas Jefferson's hand with a quill. "These damned beings are rewriting our nation's history," Tony Stark muttered under his breath, as his nanotech gloves traced a series of temporal data streams across the console. Kang has implanted these mechanical angels at every historical turning point, using our suffering as the sustenance for his conspiracies. In this moment, Elon clenched the fragment of the pocket watch, glowing with a golden radiance. As if heralding an irreversible fate, he pressed the launch button on the console, and instantly, the holographic screen erupted with countless images. At Gettysburg during the Civil War, hundreds of mechanical weeping angels lurked beneath the podium. In the glorious moment of the moon landing, the shadow of a statue faintly emerged behind Armstrong. Amid the ashes of the 9/11 ruins, the weeping angels seemed to absorb the energy composed of fear and despair. These angels were far from mere observers. As Dr. Strange slowly began to speak, his suspended ring radiating a ghostly blue light, they resembled energy harvesters, collecting every drop of suffering from human history as sustenance for the warehouse of time. Before Kang's conspiracy began to unfold, few would have imagined that time could be cultivated, irrigated, and harvested like farmland. In the early days of Howard Stark, he had mentioned in an obscure research journal that every turning point in human history is formed by the convergence of countless emotions and the energy of blood and tears. This statement was regarded as fanciful by later generations, yet now, within Kang's meticulously designed temporal farm, those words had come to fruition. Each time a tragedy occurred, The weeping angels would quietly descend, instantaneously recording that segment of history as a golden stream of energy, nourishing Kang's ambition. In Howard Stark's 1947 research journal, Yelan and Tony discovered an astonishing account. A young scientist had inscribed dense equations upon the walls of an asylum. Equations that described how to transform collective human trauma into temporal energy. The scientist suddenly turned, screaming madly. Kang is cultivating history. Every tragedy is his crop. Every wound is his reason for fertilization. Yelan's mechanical eye captured it all, witnessing the quantum tendrils of the weeping angels deeply rooted in humanity's most painful moments. The searing radiation cloud of the Hiroshima nuclear explosion. The tremor at the moment the Berlin Wall fell, and the panic during the global COVID-19 pandemic. All these traumas transformed into emerald streams of energy, silently merging into the dark abyss at the end of time, where Kang's ambition lay concealed. He was fertilizing with our suffering. Dr. Banner's gamma-ray detector revealed abnormal energy fluctuations. These angels were not here to observe, but to reap the sorrows of every era for Kang. Just as the crowd grew uneasy about Kang's manipulation of time, Tony Stark personally decrypted Kang's encryption protocol, attempting to uncover the hidden secrets. The data streams rapidly cascaded, leaving Tony pale and nearly nauseated. My God, this cannot be. Kang's genetic chain is intertwined with fragments of our family. Tony's voice trembled as he spoke. He has actually utilized my family's bloodline data to implant his own virus? Am I his descendant? Or am I, in fact, his ancestor? Suddenly, the holographic projection screen displayed a video message from Kang. In the footage, Kang sat before an old-fashioned computer, reciting words laced with mockery. Hello, my dear great-grandfather. Thank you for the temporal anchor point algorithm left by your father. Now you comprehend that the mission of the Stark family has always been to serve as vessels of time. The scene shifts to Kang, who gently inserts a needle-like device into the arm of the swaddled Tony. At that moment, it feels as though time itself has come to a standstill, with the secrets of bloodlines shimmering in the fluorescent light. Tony's expression reflects shock, and his nanotech armor trembles slightly, sensing that his impending fate is bound closely to Kang. This intricate scheme is a bloodline trap devised by Kang, who seeks to harness the Stark family's genetics to seize control of the world's temporal order, transforming the future into his irresistible chessboard. Meanwhile, Yelan glimpses Kang's ultimate weapon within the deep recesses of the Time Lord's memories, a time manipulator crafted from the original Weeping Angel. This weapon is profoundly sinister, capable of erasing the traces of past histories and directly rewriting the causal relationships of the future. Yelan sits amidst multidimensional data streams, silently sketching the blueprint of this weapon. Golden lines flickering in the void, forming a brutal yet precise design. This blade requires divine blood to activate. A mocking whisper from Loki echoes through the rift in time. Or rather, it demands the sacred blood of the Asgardians. Thor's godly might suddenly erupts beside him as he wields his storm axe, seemingly intent on tearing apart this reality-altering entity with his divine power. Yet, Yelan calmly interjects. Kang not only desires Stark's bloodline, but also seeks to amalgamate Asgardian power to forge his unparalleled blade of alteration. In a laboratory, a holographic map suddenly displays a staggering figure. 12 global temporal anchor points are collapsing at an unstoppable pace, with the epicenter being Yelan's pocket watch. That pocket watch has transcended its role as merely a symbol of the Time Lord. It is now an indispensable key in Kang's treacherous design. He aims to harvest the entirety of the human timeline. Yelan roars as golden threads rapidly extend from his hands, attempting to stabilize the equilibrium of the entire system. During a clandestine meeting, Tony once articulated to the core members of the Avengers that Kang was once an exceptionally gifted scientist who, discontented with the chaos of the world, resorted to extremism. He believed that only through complete mastery over time could all randomness and suffering be eradicated. Ultimately, Kang chose to utilize every significant catastrophe in human history as a testing ground, quietly implanting the Weeping Angel to harvest the profound and intangible collective trauma. This little-known history is now revealing itself amid the distortions of the timeline, becoming indelible stains in Kang's conspiracy. Faced with the intricately woven web of causality that Kang has crafted, Yelan realizes that retreat is no longer an option. Standing at the heart of the Multidimensional Temporal Research Institute, he clutches the fragment of the pocket watch inscribed with mysterious runes and quietly declares, "We must perform a Caesarean section on this tainted timeline, excising the historical wounds he has planted, allowing time to heal itself." This plan may sound utterly mad, yet it is the sole means to reverse Kang's machinations. To validate this theory, the Avengers, under Yelon's leadership, traverse time back to Philadelphia in 1776. As they arrived at that pivotal moment in history, the sight before them was nothing short of astonishing. At the sight of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, 3 mechanical weeping angels coldly plunged quill pens into Jefferson's hand, as if inscribing that precious history into Kang's dynasty constitution. Their wings were fashioned from the remnants of Washington's dentures and Franklin's kites, each metallic fragment shimmering with the chilling light of time. "Act now," Yelon bellowed, as shards of his pocket watch transformed into a golden blade, accurately piercing the heart of the time manipulator. Simultaneously, Tony activated the secret device embedded within his genes. While Thor wielded his hammer of thunder, 2 mysterious forces surged into the manipulator at once. In that explosive moment, the scars of history collided fiercely with the possibilities of the future, engulfing everything in radiant light. Amidst this convergence, the anguished cries of Kang echoed in their ears, mingling with the wails of infants, as if the Mother of Time was heralding the dawn of a new era. Deep within the timeline, an ancient presence stirred quietly, seemingly awaiting that moment to completely freeze Kang's ambitions. In the laboratory, the nodes of the time loop began to collapse. Yelon's pocket watch suddenly ceased its ticking, revealing a distress signal meticulously etched by Howard Stark, as though silently invoking the fate of the family. In the last transmission from Tony's mechanical spider, the 12 global time anchor points were rapidly contracting, with the center of the loop pointing directly at Yelon's watch, indicating that Kang's conspiracy had reached a critical juncture. "He uses our suffering as fertilizer, weaving his web of causality with the bloodline of the Stark family," Tony murmured, his gaze filled with unspeakable sorrow and determination. Doctor Strange's resonant voice echoed throughout the fabric of time and space. "Time never forgives mistakes, and today, we must force history to return to its true trajectory." At that moment, a flickering red that suddenly appeared on the laboratory's holographic map, marking the depths of an unknown coordinate. Yelon abruptly realized that this was the very command from which Kang ultimately manipulated the time web, the sole key to unraveling his scheme. "Tony, Strange, I have locked onto the target." Yelon gritted his teeth. "We must act immediately, traverse this closed loop, and perform a thorough surgery on time, excising the historical wounds Kang has implanted." As the final holographic data transmission completed, the entire multidimensional time research facility fell into a brief silence. Time seemed to freeze, intertwining the scars of history with the brilliance of the future. Standing at the epicenter of this chaos and mystery, Yelon was ignited by an unwavering resolve. Regardless of Kang's alterations, the flow of human time must revert to its original form. "Time will not yield to you forever," Yelon whispered to himself, his eyes gleaming with steadfast determination. "As long as we continue to fight, history will regain its rhythm." At that moment, the red dot on the holographic map suddenly expanded, pointing towards an unknown area deep within the laboratory. Yelon suddenly recalled the enigmatic directive mentioned in the secret files left by Loki, which was indeed Kang's final encrypted code, concealing the ultimate fusion password between the Stark family and the divine powers of Asgard. "We must step through that portal and unveil the last shroud of Kang's conspiracy," Yelon declared resolutely, his grip tightening around the pocket watch. Tony, Doctor Strange, and the other Avengers responded in unison, adjusting their devices within the multidimensional fabric of time and space, preparing to traverse the unknown temporal rift. Nano-armors, quantum interfaces, and time spells converged into an overwhelmingly potent force, attempting to tear apart the causal web woven by Kang through history. As the mechanical tendrils and quantum patterns in the lab twisted and contorted, the entire space began to seethe, as if all the anguish of history was on the verge of erupting at that moment. The pocket watch in Yelon's hand emanated a brilliant golden light. He understood that what awaited him ahead was an unavoidable temporal showdown, and he, as the Lord of Time, must embrace it all. "The time loop is about to collapse," Yelon shouted. "We can no longer wait." charge through that door and rewrite the truth of history. With his rallying cry, everyone activated their respective armors and temporal interfaces, surging towards a rift that would lead them into the heart of Kang's ultimate conspiracy. In that instant, the pendulum of history swung once more, intertwining the past and the future as bloodlines and divine powers clashed within the torrent of time, igniting dazzling sparks. Elon stood amidst it all, his gaze unwavering, silently reciting the ancient adage, "When the clock ceases its ticking, eternity shall shine forth." Chapter 22. Yilan's first rebirth. Elon was the first to burst forth from the temporal rift, arriving in a desolate wasteland. This was the Chernobyl ruins, where dense nuclear dust and remnants of radiation wove a tapestry of apocalyptic imagery. Fragments of graphite scattered through the air, as if countless shattered memories lingered in the folds of time. In this bleak expanse, Elon scanned the surrounding debris with his pocket watch under the dim blue light. At that moment, mechanical angels of Kang surged forth from the depths of the temporal rift, their metallic claws glimmering with a chilling blue radiance. Elon felt a surge of excruciating pain as the claw approached a mere 0.3 millimeters from his left eye. He suddenly realized this was not a mere assault, but a meticulously crafted trap. In the pupils of the mechanical angels, he faintly discerned the spiral glimmer of Tony Stark, suggesting that Kang had intricately integrated the Stark family's secret genetics into his design. "Farewell, Lord of Time," Kang's icy electronic voice mingled with the somber lullaby of Maria Stark, resonating through the space. As the claw pierced into Yilan's eye socket, a series of bizarre symbols reflected upon his retina. Just when Elon believed death was imminent, Tony Stark swiftly activated the nano-scalpel in his hand. The micro-laser blade, under his precise maneuvering, navigated through Yilan's wounded flesh, striving to sever the deadly invasion. In the operating room, the neural connectors of the mechanical eye Tony was installing began to seep faint golden blood, accompanied by flickering currents of electricity. Tony calmly remarked, "Your cells appear to be rejecting vibranium, and astonishingly, they are undergoing self-reconstruction at an incredible pace." On the operating table, Elon suddenly convulsed violently, as if every severed optic nerve had transformed into golden filaments, dancing in the air. The quantum sensors of the prosthetic eye incessantly transmitted data. His genetic chain was absorbing and devouring the nanobots, striving to reconstruct the soon-to-be non-functional mechanical eyeball into a biological quantum organ. As he operated, Tony murmured, "He is evolving. This cell structure is fundamentally beyond the human realm." Beside him, Dr. Banner's gamma-ray spectrum flickered on the screen with an eerie double helix pattern, confirming that this transformation exceeded human physiological limits. The entire operating room was suffused with a tense and frigid atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. When Yilan's body entered a true regenerative state, the screams resonated throughout the laboratory, powerful enough to shatter the thick bulletproof glass surrounding them. Agonizing energy churned beneath his bones. The old skeletal structure gradually decomposed and reconfigured beneath the skin, while newly generated cells constructed an entirely new framework at a breathtaking speed. The mechanical prosthetic eye suddenly emitted a dazzling emerald beam, its brilliance sweeping across the walls, scorching totems engraved with ancient Time Lord runes. Amidst this quantum agony, fragments of chaotic memories incessantly flickered in Yilan's mind. He recalled appearing in a distant universe as the god of destruction, detonating stars with a pocket watch in hand. He remembered weeping in a cradle as Howard Stark, clad in a white coat, injected him with a golden serum, as if his fate had long been predetermined. Yet these memories felt both familiar and alien, as if they were cobbled together from shards of countless parallel universes. "This cannot be my memory," Elon whispered, his fingers digging into the cold surface of the operating table, leaving behind a series of ancient and mysterious temporal equations on the titanium alloy. He realized that this rebirth was not merely a physical reconstruction, but a profound baptism of the soul and history. In the throes of pain, Elon envisioned himself being torn asunder by countless hands of time, each golden thread rewriting his existence, while those pale memories slowly reassembled like broken gears, reconstructing his new identity as the Time Lord. Once the regeneration concluded, Elon laboriously sat up from the operating table, his gaze fixed upon the mirror before him. Reflected within was a version of himself utterly transformed, His right eye had morphed into a quantum organ composed of gears and nebulae. As he turned his gaze toward the void, historical scenes intertwined and overlapped in his sight. The ruins of Hiroshima in 1945 coexisted bizarrely with the skyline of New York in 2023, as if the past and future converged at that singular moment, while Phantom of Kang quietly sowed seeds of those terrifying weeping angels across different timelines. The Time Lord has no parents. Yilan's voice took on a mechanical quality, resonating with a metallic echo in the air. We're the crops that have been sown. He tore open his collar, revealing the emblem beneath his clavicle, from which a faint code of Kang's insignia slowly seeped, as if narrating a tale of curse and destiny. Yet, all of this was far from over. As the alarms within the laboratory blared abruptly, Yilan's left hand began to exhibit a peculiar quantum phenomenon. Anything it touched seemed to regress to its most primal particle form. He gazed at his gradually translucent, slowly dissipating fingers, an overwhelming sense of dread and sorrow surging within him. In Yilan's memory, there lingered a vague fragment he could never forget, a dream from before he ascended to the status of a Time Lord. In that dream, he beheld an expansive field, surrounded by mechanized farming tools, and at the center of the meadow, a crystalline seed emitted a soft glow. A voice, both strange and familiar, whispered, "You are the crop that has been sown. Your fate has been inscribed by others." At that moment, Yilan felt an inescapable destiny of contending against time, and he knew that all would be unveiled on a future day. Now, this memory pierced his heart like a dagger, clarifying the fate that awaited him. Upon the completion of his regeneration, Yilan stood before the mirror, his right eye, a quantum organ composed of gears and nebulae, slowly rotating, as if capturing and decoding an endless stream of temporal data. He stared ahead, his gaze illuminated by interwoven historical images. The ruins of Hiroshima in 1945, the skyscrapers of 2023, and countless time nodes altered by Kang. Kang's phantom flickered amidst these intertwined timelines, seemingly sowing destruction and despair at every pivotal moment. Utilizing the incessantly flashing weeping angel, the voice of Dr. Strange resonated from afar, tinged with concern. "How many layers of time can you perceive?" Yilan inhaled deeply and replied, "I perceive 37 layers, and I can also see Kang in the very moment of his inception." Suddenly, a holographic image flooded Yilan's retina. Within a dimly lit delivery room, a young Howard Stark meticulously embedded a shattered pocket watch fragment into the chest of the newborn Tony. In that instant, blood and metal intertwined, as if the fate of the entire universe was being rewritten in that droplet of golden blood. Tony's voice resounded once more, filled with anguish and disbelief. "This is impossible. How could my father?" Yilan coldly interjected. "Time Lords have no parents. Our existence is sown by a mysterious force." His voice echoed within the laboratory like a chilling decree. "We are seeds sown by fate, growing in this unpredictable temporal wasteland." With that, he tore open his collar, revealing the unique emblem beneath his collarbone. At that moment, a faint glow emanated from the emblem, bearing Kang's insignia, as if an invisible curse had firmly bound his lineage to Kang's sinister designs. Just as silence enveloped the room, a piercing alarm abruptly shattered the stillness. The peculiar quantum phenomenon reemerged in Yilan's left hand. Anything it made contact with rapidly devolved into its most fundamental particles, as though time were punishing him in a cruel manner. Meanwhile, on the surgical table behind him, the vibrant crimson stains gradually reconfigured into a cold message. "Welcome to the ranks of the Reapers, seed number 47. This chilling proclamation pierced the hearts of all present like a razor, heralding Kang's absolute dominion over Yilan's fate. After enduring a harrowing sequence of agony and terror, Yilan finally regained his composure, laboriously rising to his feet. His newly fashioned mechanical eye shimmered with an enigmatic glow, the right eye resembling a high-precision quantum computer, continuously deciphering the surrounding spatiotemporal data, while his left hand was still gradually undergoing quantum transformation, revealing its primitive form as it reconstructed itself. He stood before the shattered glass of a laboratory, gazing at his reflection. In the mirror, the once valiant Lord of Time now bore the marks of countless wounds. Yet his eyes sparkled with a resolute intensity greater than ever before. He understood that Kang's machinations were far from over, and this rebirth was destiny's gift of renewal. "Kang, Did you truly believe I would fall so easily? Elon muttered fiercely, his voice laced with pain and fury. Clutching his pocket watch, the golden light flickered once more, as if proclaiming that even when cursed, fate would not easily yield to malevolence. He inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize the chaotic quantum energy within him, silently vowing that all this suffering and rebirth would serve as the foundation for his resurgence. Just as he sensed from the fragmented memories that he could have been either a harbinger of destruction or a savior. Now he would choose to be reborn as the true master of time. Tony, Doctor Strange, and the other Avengers stood anxiously outside the laboratory, continuously monitoring Yi Lan's condition through transmission devices. Tony's voice crackled through the interference. Yilan, can you hear me? Stay conscious. We need your complete temporal data to unravel Kang's scheme. Yilan closed his eyes, and with the flickering emerald light of his mechanical eye, he began to recite the ancient incantations of the Lords of Time. Lines of runes ignited golden sparks within him, gradually dispersing the chaotic quantum shard from his left hand. He knew that only after this rebirth could he amass the strength to confront Kang's plot and salvage the human timeline that was being altered. At that moment, his new eye began to emit a series of rapid flashes, streams of data cascading into his consciousness. It was a critical piece of information. 12 global temporal anchor points were subtly contracting, and the center of this closed loop pointed directly to the markings on his mysterious pocket watch. This foretold that Kang had already concentrated the world's suffering and tragedies here, intending to use it as the pivotal fulcrum for rewriting history. They are all waiting for me, Elon murmured to himself, his voice deep and resolute. He extended his still reconstructing left hand to touch a metal plate within a laboratory, intricately engraved with a multitude of temporal equations. These equations glimmered with a cerulean light, as if narrating the code of the world's destiny. Suddenly, Elon realized that his rebirth was not merely a physical restoration, but a profound reconstruction of consciousness. His very existence was being rewritten, intricately linked to Kang's conspiracy. Time never easily forgives mistakes, he intoned softly, his mechanical eye gleaming with a cold brilliance. But today, I shall make it operate for justice. At that moment, an urgent alarm sounded from outside the laboratory, the final warning from the global time monitoring system. Tony's voice came through, urgent and resolute. Warning, the global temporal loop is rapidly contracting. Immediate action is imperative, lest the future of our world be irrevocably altered by Kang. Elon clutched his pocket watch tightly, aware that what lay before him was merely the tip of Kang's nefarious iceberg, as well as a pivotal turning point in his own destiny. Following this harrowing rebirth, both his strength and consciousness had undergone an extraordinary elevation. While Kang sought to manipulate these transformations, weaving the stark lineage and the historical anguish of humanity into an insurmountable web of causality. Kang, the suffering you have sown today shall be transformed into the power of my rebirth. Yilan's voice resonated within the laboratory, tearing through the silence of time and space. He turned his gaze towards the distant holographic map, where a flickering red indicated Kang's last command over the temporal web. This was the sole key to unraveling the conspiracy. Elon understood that he must traverse the unknown rift in time and space, delving deep into the heart of Kang's conspiracy to fully unveil the enigma of this temporal war. In that moment, he recalled the whispered words he had heard in a dream. You are the sown crop, yet you possess the choice to grow into the harvester. This statement acted as a key, unlocking a long-sealed door within his soul. He finally comprehended that his rebirth was not merely a rectification of the past, but a solemn vow for the future. Regardless of how Kang sought to distort history, he would wield his power to safeguard the free flow of time for humanity. Tony, Doctor Strange, Dr. Banner, and the other Avengers were closely coordinating through the quantum communication system, ready to offer unwavering support as Elon prepared to traverse the temporal rift. Tony's mechanical spider relayed the latest data, while Doctor Strange utilized his mystical incantations to stabilize the boundaries of time and space. All understood that this moment would determine the fate of the coming decades, even the entirety of the universe. Elon inhaled deeply, a resolute gleam illuminating his gaze. He clutched the pocket watch firmly, softly reciting the ancient and sacred incantation. On the night when the clock ceases, the eternal shall shine. As the final words echoed, A surge of temporal power erupted within him, enveloping him in a brilliant golden light, as if time itself bowed to this singular moment. Amidst this radiant glow, he felt his body and consciousness being wholly reformed. His once fractured left hand gradually regained its integrity, now more resilient and powerful than before. The new structure of his mechanical eye emitted a more fervent emerald brilliance. Each of his cells seemed primed for the impending showdown. "Tony, Doctor Strange, Banner. We are ready to depart," Elon intoned, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with determination. He had pinpointed the unknown coordinates, the site of his ultimate confrontation with Kang, and the inception of unraveling the conspiracy secrets. The global temporal loop began to disintegrate under the influence of his newfound strength. Historical scars began to heal, and painful memories gradually dissipated within this force. With boundless resolve, Elon stepped towards the unknown, entering the twisted rift in time and space to confront the final riddle laid by Kang. As the mechanical tendrils within the laboratory and the quantum fluctuations gradually subsided, a fleeting tranquility enveloped the entire multidimensional time research institute. Yet, this ephemeral calm was merely the silence before the storm. The imminent battlefield of time and space awaited their final confrontation. Elon turned to glance at the cold inscription behind him. "Welcome to the ranks of the Reapers." Seed number 47. A fierce battle spirit ignited within him, for he understood that he must utterly sever this web of causality to restore time to its rightful course. He raised his pocket watch, his mechanical eye shimmering with a brilliant light, and his voice resonated through the stillness of the laboratory. "Kang, you have woven your conspiracy with Stark's bloodline, the divine power of Asgard, and the collective suffering of human history. Yet today, in the name of the Lord of Time, I shall sever all your curses in twain." Before his words could fade, Tony's mechanical spider, Doctor Strange's levitating staff, Banner's gamma detector, and the armaments of other Avengers activated in unison, igniting the holographic map of the Multidimensional Time Research Institute with a crimson warning. This alert pointed towards the temporal rift Elon was about to traverse, which lay at the very heart of Kang's most profound machinations. On the eve of this battle spanning history and the future, Elon was acutely aware that his rebirth, his suffering, and all his strength would be pivotal in reversing Kang's plot. The future's narrative was forged from countless agonies and tragedies, yet as long as he continued to fight, time would not forever yield to malevolence. "Time will not remain stagnant," Elon murmured, his eyes glimmering with resolve and determination. "As long as we continue to battle, the future holds infinite possibilities." Chapter 23. The Fractured Alliance, as Elon struggled to rise from the crucible of rebirth. His newly invigorated form brimmed with the essence of time, yet the indelible scar within his heart still throbbed painfully. Within the Multidimensional Time Research Institute, he was solitary in piecing together fragmented memories, striving to decipher the profound logic behind Kang's conspiracy. At that moment, divisions within the Avengers began to quietly fester, swiftly spreading like an irreparable rift, gradually tearing apart the once unified brothers-in-arms. Within the subterranean bunker of the New York Sanctum, the alarm of the time calibrator echoed, etching deep, unhealable wounds in the hearts of all present. The incessantly fluctuating data on the holographic screen drove them to madness, revealing the unexpected emergence of 3 weeping angels at the site of the Hiroshima nuclear explosion in 1945, an anomaly absent from historical records. Steve inquired solemnly, "How many times has the timeline been altered?" His gaze betrayed an invisible anxiety that was hard to conceal, his grip tightening around his vibranium shield, which he subtly rotated. Tony Stark stood before the control console, his nanotech gloves rapidly tapping on the screen, inputting numbers and codes. He scoffed at this rate. "We won't even remember who we are. I might end up selling damned Mexican burritos myself. What exactly does that guy intend to alter humanity's memories into?" At that moment, Elon's mechanical eye suddenly erupted with a dazzling emerald light, projecting breathtaking scenes onto the screen. The timelines of each Avenger became entangled like a ball of yarn, creating knots of chaos. At the end of each fractured timeline stood a figure clad in the royal garb of the Kang dynasty, gazing upon all the altered histories. "He is implanting false memories within us," Elon remarked in a deep, resonant voice tinged with a metallic chill. "This temporal virus is subtly rewriting our perceptions, Every historical segment you witness may merely be a meticulously crafted script designed by Kang to fortify his twisted web of time. As tensions escalated, the recollection of Loki's past, once rescued, emerged like a specter in the minds of the gathered. In a prior mission, Loki, with his customary arrogance and defiance, had been saved by allies. Yet his so-called divine pride led him to reject the collective's guidance. Just as the Avengers were preoccupied with consolidating global resources to resist Kang's temporal interference, Loki abruptly declared, "I, Loki, do not require your protection. I shall confront Kang personally and avenge this grievance." He shrugged off attempts by his teammates to restrain him, sporting his habitual sardonic smile as he boldly ventured into the warped rift of time. In that moment, he wielded a dagger that shimmered with an eerie glow, proclaiming, Kang, come forth. I shall personally escort you." Just as he fancied himself capable of facing Kang alone, a legion of cold, weeping angels surged forth like phantoms. Their icy blue eyes sparkled with a fierce light, and metallic claws extended instantaneously, ensnaring Loki tightly. "How klitsch," he scoffed, drawing his dagger while maintaining a flippant and haughty grin. "You mechanical wretches dare to steal my thunder? Release me at once, or I shall slice you into pieces. Begone!" Loki struggled frantically, each movement seemingly fueling the angels with more energy. His pride and arrogance ultimately morphed into a fatal vulnerability as the quantum tendrils of the weeping angels slowly coiled around his form, dragging him into the abyss of infinite time and space. In that chaotic instant, Loki's mocking laughter faded, leaving only his frivolous, powerless mirth echoing through the continuum. Ultimately, he vanished into the endless rift, yet another victim of Kang's machinations. A glimmer of sorrow crossed Thor's eyes, had it not been for his hubris. Perhaps we could have united. In an urgent meeting, the Avengers gathered around a high-tech holographic roundtable, where the screen displayed a stream of temporal data from across the globe. Steve calmly accessed the S.H.I.E.L.D. classified files, his voice low yet resolute. According to records from 1945, Howard Stark was involved in secret temporal experiments during the Manhattan Project, and your father's research is the cornerstone of Kang's technology. Tony's complexion paled, his lips twitching. "Do you think I desire to inherit such a curse? I never imagined our family's bloodline would become a tool for Kang to manipulate time." The eye of Agamotto, worn by Doctor Strange, slowly rotated, reflecting an intricate tapestry of intertwining timelines. Time permits no errors. Now, Kang utilized every pivotal historical juncture to implant mechanical weeping angels, altering the trajectory of history and surreptitiously harvesting our memories. A series of images flickered across the holographic screen. Beneath the podium of the Gettysburg Address during the Civil War, a mechanical angel lurked like a specter. In the live broadcast of the moon landing, a statue was faintly visible in the shadow behind Armstrong, amidst the ruins of 9/11. The weeping angel absorbed the energy of human fear. These machines were not merely observers, Yilon stated coldly. They were energy harvesters, with Kang fueling his twisted web of causality, using our suffering. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Thor raised his battle axe, and a rift in time and space quietly opened before the holographic screen, revealing a grim vision of the future, amidst the ruins of Stark Tower in 2043. Tony donned golden armor, slowly crowned as the King of Time, surrounded by a cadre of mechanized Avengers. In 2150, Steve stood atop a flag-draped height, bearing Kang's emblem on his chest, now the leader of the so-called time resistance. "This is the future that awaits you." Kang's spectral form emerged slowly from the rift, his voice deep and cold. "Every choice, every mistake will lead to my throne." Tony gritted his teeth, the armor glinting with an incandescent fury. "Then let me see if the future is truly immutable." Outside the base, a tempest of time raged violently, and the surveillance systems within the shelter blared urgent alarms. The ideological clashes among the Avengers intensified, and divisions spread rapidly. "We must take extreme measures to obliterate the crucial time node of 1945. Tony's voice was resolute. His Iron Legion was prepared to plunge into that distorted abyss of history. "Have you lost your mind?" Steve raised his shield, his tone steady and firm. "Countless innocent lives would be erased. How could we bear it?" Black Widow calmly interjected, History is our collective treasure. Arbitrary alterations will only precipitate greater calamities. Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch advocated for a third path, seeking to harmonize the turbulence with magic and the laws of time, striving for equilibrium between extremism and conservatism. Yet amidst this discord, Elon found himself ensnared by suspicion and doubt from both factions. His identity as the Lord of Time was both anticipated and questioned. Silently, he gazed at the flickering holographic data on the screen, an unquenchable anger and sorrow surging within him. Every quarrel, every schism, only served to refine Kang's conspiracy. Our pain and memories were becoming the sustenance for his fortified web of time. Meanwhile, Thor sighed softly. That arrogant fool Loki, whom we saved last time, now seeks to confront Kang alone. He has vanished from the mortal realm, likely abducted by the weeping angels. Before the alliance fully fractured, Loki had defiantly declared his intent to sever Kang's ambitions personally. In that moment, he proclaimed, "I, Loki, shall personally return Kang to the abyss he rightfully belongs." Draped in a dark green robe and wielding a rusted dagger, he cast aside his teammates who sought to impede him and charged towards the distorted rift in time and space. Yet, as he boldly plunged into the chasm, he found himself ensnared once more, undermining the alliance's confidence. The fractured situation was beyond repair. Various factions swiftly declared their positions. The Iron Legion, comprising Tony, Banner, and War Machine, advocated for extreme measures to obliterate the pivotal moment of 1945, seeking to thwart Kang's nefarious schemes. The Freedom Coalition, led by Steve, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, insisted on preserving the integrity of history, believing that altering the past would inevitably unleash greater calamities. The neutral faction, represented by Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch, endeavored to strike a balance between extremism and conservatism, employing magic and temporal laws to harmonize the turbulence. The exile Elon faced suspicion from both sides due to her unique identity, rendered isolated and defenseless. The lone seeker, Thor, embarked on a solitary quest to retrieve Loki, who had vanished due to his arrogance, striving to rectify past mistakes. All of your conflicts are but fodder for Kang to strengthen his web of time. Yelan's mechanical eye glimmered with tears of anguish. Every quarrel, every fracture, fuels Kang's conspiracy, ultimately distorting our future. Tony retorted with fervor, "We must act in unison. Otherwise, Kang will reap the entire timeline, and even our most cherished memories shall vanish." Steve gravely responded, "Remember, we fight not only for ourselves, but for all lives and memories altered by history." Black Widow's gaze was icy. History is our collective treasure. Its reckless dismemberment will only incite greater chaos. Doctor Strange sighed. The laws of time are immutable, yet we must seek the least corrupt path to rewrite the future. At that moment, a flickering red dot appeared on the holographic map, pointing deep into the laboratory. This dot signified that 12 global temporal anchor points were contracting at an alarming rate, with the center of the closed loop indicating the mysterious scale on Yelan's pocket watch. Tony's mechanical spider transmitted an urgent signal. Alert. The global temporal loop has been activated. Kang is concentrating his energy. The conference room fell into a chilling silence, punctuated only by the alarm's shrill wail and the irregular beating of each heart. Yelan clutched her voice tightly, inhaling deeply, fully aware that this was not merely an internal dispute. It was a temporal war that would determine their future fate. "We must unite our efforts." Yelan suddenly rose, her voice resonating throughout the entire shelter. "Regardless of our differences or our perspectives on history, only through unity can we shatter Kang's distorted chain of causality and salvage the corrupted future." Tony, Steve, Doctor Strange, Black Widow, and Scarlet Witch each gripped their weapons, their gazes resolute yet laden with doubt. Each harbored the silent question, if we cannot unify ourselves, how can we hope to save the world? Yelan gazed at them, her heart heavy with sorrow and resolve. "I once believed that as the master of time, I could transcend human conflicts. Yet now we find ourselves ensnared in the deadlock that Kang has orchestrated." Outside the base, a tempest of time surged forth, intertwining fragments of history and the possibilities of the future into a chaotic tapestry. The shadow of Loki, the machinations of Kang, and the ever-fracturing Avengers coalesce into a tragic tale of irrevocable despair. Tony, Steve, Strange, Black Widow, and Scarlet which murmur softly, their voices laden with cries for help and yearning. Regardless of their divisions or mutual accusations, we must forge a path to reconstruct fractured memories into a tangible history. Otherwise, Kang shall render each of our existences null and void. At that moment, the holographic screen abruptly illuminated, revealing a cold sequence of numbers and runes. Kang's final directive, marking the secret code of seed number 47. The screen's data streamed like a death knell. It advised the adoption of the Stark Initiative, asserting that the sole remedy lies in obliterating the pivotal 1945 time nexus. Tony clenched his fists fiercely, a cold snort escaping him. Perhaps severing Kang's causal chain entirely is the only way to salvage our future. Steve replied somberly, yet, the cost would be the sacrifice of countless innocents. How can we ensure history reflects truth? Black Widow scoffed. Reality never permits perfection. Every choice bears the weight of blood and tears. Doctor Strange's hovering amulet rotated slowly, its azure glow illuminating his helpless expression. The laws of time are immutable. We must choose the least corrupt path to rewrite the future. Wanda cast a deep glance at the Crimson Dot. The global time loop was on the verge of activation, and the scars of history would be indelibly rewritten. She murmured, "Time shall not remain stagnant, nor will it allow evil to reign unchallenged. As long as we retain the power of choice, hope persists." At this critical juncture, Thor departed alone, vowing to seek Loki, who had vanished after recklessly venturing into the temporal rift. He understood that only by retrieving Loki could he infuse a modicum of unity into the fractured alliance. Meanwhile, Wanda stood at the heart of the divided factions, her mechanical eye gleaming with resolute light as she silently vowed, regardless of how the internal discord intensifies, one day, in the name of the Time Lord, she shall restore this once glorious alliance, shatter Kang's curse, and safeguard the authenticity of history. When the clock halts on that fateful night, eternity shall shine forth, Wanda whispered, her voice merging with the constricting time loop, heralding that the future's fate stood at a critical crossroads. Within and beyond the conference room, all were ensnared in a fleeting yet profound silence, with only the relentless torrent of time surging onward. This internal rift, akin to countless tragic choices throughout history, had become Kang's most lethal gambit. Wanda grasped her pocket watch tightly, her gaze unwavering. We must unite, even if it necessitates traversing the deepest contradictions of our hearts. Otherwise, we shall inevitably become ensnared in Kang's web of causality, forever lost within the distorted memories. In this maelstrom of chaos, contradiction, and suffering, the Avengers were compelled towards division. Chapter 24. The Awakening of Scarlet, which as turmoil and discord engulfed the Avengers' base, Wanda found herself lost in contemplation amid shattered memories and newfound power. The external tempest of time rages fiercely, while internal ideological discord rends the once unified front. At this moment, within the profound depths of the quantum isolation chamber, a soul destined for greatness is on the precipice of transformation. The awakening of the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Inside the chamber, a dim blue light casts its glow upon the metallic walls. Wanda sits solitary, facing an ancient tome of magic and a pulsating quantum control panel. Her chaotic magic swirls within her like a crimson mist, gentle yet tempestuous, as if she were grappling with time itself. In her 13th attempt to mend the twisted temporal rift, miraculously, her scarlet energy coalesces into flickering gears of a clock, each rotating incessantly. The holographic display on the control panel suddenly reveals two starkly contrasting temporal landscapes. One depicts the harrowing ruins of Hiroshima in 1945, while the other showcases the bustling yet tumultuous skyline of New York in 2023. Amidst the overlapping images, fissures in time and space emerge, blurring the lines between reality and memory. Stop! The voice of Doctor Strange resonates, his hovering ring erupting in brilliant golden light, attempting to halt this perilous endeavor. Wanda, you are merging different timelines. This will unleash unforeseeable consequences. Yet it is too late. In that instant, Wanda's pupils fracture into countless rotating temporal gears, her emotive gaze gradually losing the warmth of humanity, becoming cold and hollow. The light cast by the eye of Agamotto reveals a terrifying truth. Her chaotic magic has seeped into the very essence of time, transforming into an ancient and ferocious force. 3 hours prior, during a tactical meeting, the situation seemed to spiral out of control from that moment. Tensions peaked as Tony and Steve reignited their dispute over the pivotal temporal juncture of 1945. Amid their heated debate, a scarlet lightning bolt suddenly flashed from Wanda's temples, and an invisible hammer struck the entire meeting room. Instantly, all high-tech devices within the chamber began to exhibit quantum phenomena, as remnants of Soviet robots from 1954 oozed from walls, intertwining with the holographic data of 2023, creating a chaotic and chilling tableau. "I can't control it," Wanda whispered, her fingertips uncontrollably releasing droplets of energy. These droplets fell to the floor, bizarrely morphing into piles of antiquated documents and scattered smartphone components. At that moment, Banner's detection device emitted a sharp death alarm. The stability of reality had plummeted beyond critical limits. Within the isolation chamber, time and space began to warp. At the height of the chaos, the corridors of the base suddenly transformed into a protracted temporal corridor. Within this distorted realm, the 2015 Ultron Legion clashed violently with American soldiers from 1945, presenting an absurd yet harrowing spectacle. Hawkeye found himself caught between the battleground of the Normandy landings and the arena of an alien invasion, his eyes filled with boundless terror and helplessness. Wanda hastily conjured chaotic magic in an attempt to quell the sudden turmoil of time and space. However, her magical prowess inadvertently tugged at the delicate threads of time, catapulting Thor directly into the temporal rift where Loki, once lost and now shrouded in mystery, resided. "I see him," Thor bellowed into the communicator, his voice echoing through the corridor. Alas, Loki was once again ensnared within the fabric of time. Yet, no sooner had Thor's words escaped his lips than they were abruptly silenced by the wailing air raid sirens of 1954, the cries of history swallowed in an instant. As Wanda teetered on the brink of despair, struggling to rein in the rampant chaos magic, the spectral figure of Kang materialized amidst the chaotic energy. His voice, deep and mocking, resonated from the edge of time. "Poor child, the genetic fragments of the Time Lord course through your veins." Kang's hand revealed a holographic image depicting Sokovia in 1989, where Hydra stealthily injected the Time Lord's cells into a witch's embryo. He continued, "Your chaos magic is, in essence, a weapon of time. Assist me in harvesting the entirety of the timeline, and I shall grant you the power to rewrite Quicksilver's fate." His words were cold and merciless, heralding a bloody pact. Just as New York was on the verge of being consumed by the vortex of time, Wanda's grimoire suddenly materialized before her, inscribed with ancient runes of the Time Lord. After scanning, the mechanical eye of Yelon gasped. "Your power originates from the fragments stripped from the Time Master." In that moment, Wanda felt an overwhelming energy surge within her, one that threatened to rend reality itself. She concentrated the chaotic magic at her heart, sacrificing her very life to resist that irresistible force. Meanwhile, Loki's mocking laughter echoed from the temporal rift, signaling that Kang's performance had only just begun. Amidst the intertwining chaos of time and space, Wanda's awakening quietly approached. She closed her eyes, allowing the chaotic magic to surge within. With her heartbeat quickening, her chaotic energy gradually coalesced into a more defined form. A gear symbolizing rebirth and destruction, slowly rotating within her pupils. Her grimoire's pages flipped open autonomously, densely inscribed with the runes of the Time Lord, seemingly narrating a silent truth. Her power had long since fused with the fragments of the Time Master. She was no longer merely an ordinary practitioner of chaos magic. She had ascended to a demigod of time, with the source of her might emanating from the severed shards of time. "My power," Wanda whispered, her voice tinged with both trepidation and an uncontrollable joy. Dr. Strange's shimmering amulet flickered with golden light as he urgently called out, "Wanda, stop. You are merging different timelines. This power is uncontrollable and will unleash unforeseeable consequences." But it was too late. Wanda's chaotic energy had slipped beyond her control, and her pupils suddenly fractured into a series of rotating gears. As they spun wildly, the ruins of Hiroshima in 1945 bizarrely overlapped with the skyline of New York in 2023 within her vision, time itself tearing apart before her eyes. She felt the power within her grow ever more tempestuous, each drop of chaotic energy protesting against the shackles of time. In this critical moment, Kang's ethereal voice resonated once more, somber yet compelling. Your chaotic magic ought not to be confined within the limitations of humanity. Join me, assist me in harvesting the timelines, and I shall grant you the power to rewrite Quicksilver's fate. Kang's words were laced with temptation, yet veiled in menace. Wanda's heart was a tempest of confusion. She yearned for the boundless possibilities that power could bestow, yet trembled at the vortex that threatened to consume her very humanity. My power has finally awakened, Wanda murmured, her voice a blend of trepidation and exhilaration. Her chaotic magic had long surpassed its original shackles, evolving into a weapon capable of altering the very essence of time. Dr. Strange's hovering amulet flickered with golden light, his tone urgent. Wanda, cease. Your power is merging timelines that should never intertwine, and this will unleash unforeseeable calamities. But Wanda felt powerless to turn back. Just as the crimson energy threatened to rend reality itself, she resolutely concentrated her magic and pierced it into her own heart. In that instant, time appeared to reverse. Clock gears spun frantically as chaos and power wove together within her, guiding her through one fateful crossroads after another. I willingly accept this curse, she whispered, her tone carrying a touch of liberation and sorrow. Since my chaotic magic is inherently a weapon of time, I shall wield it to protect our lost memories and restore the distorted history. Kang's spectral form flickered again in the distance, his cold electronic voice echoing through the chaos. Poor child, the genetic fragments of the Time Lord flow within your veins. You are merely a pawn in my harvesting scheme. At that moment, time stood still. Hiroshima and New York, past and future intermingled into a grand tapestry of history, while Wanda's scarlet energy sparked within this canvas. As she infused the energy of her chaotic magic into her heart, the sky over New York appeared to bleed crimson, temporal rifts shimmering with indescribable light. Wanda slowly rose, her eyes now reflecting a mechanical calm. She understood that she was no longer the witch ensnared by chaotic magic, but rather a true master of temporal power. Dr. Strange sighed softly. Wanda, though the cost of your awakening is steep, it presents a pivotal opportunity to reshape your destiny. Tony spoke in hushed tones. If you can harness this power, perhaps we still have a chance to thwart Kang's conspiracy and reclaim our lost memories. Steve gripped his shield tightly, his gaze resolute. We must discover the strength in unity to prevent that power from utterly consuming our pasts and futures. Meanwhile, Vision stood nearby, his mechanical eye gleaming with steadfast green light. He understood that in this fractured and chaotic situation, Wanda's awakening might very well be the key to unlocking hope for unity. Our future still lies within our grasp, Wanda declared, her voice imbued with a serene confidence born from enduring pain. I shall not allow Kang to exploit our sorrow to pave his path. Since my power originates from the legacy of the Time Lord, I will use it to mend history and save our memories. At that moment, Yilan's mechanical eye captured an urgent stream of data. The global temporal closure was contracting at an alarming rate, with 12 pivotal temporal anchor points converging towards a singular center, the very node of fate that Kang sought to dominate. Time was on the brink of collapse, Yilan murmured, and we must uncover the key to resolution before it spirals completely out of control. Outside the conference room, the quantum fluctuations in the corridor intensified, fragments of history swirling in the air, as if every distorted memory was issuing a warning to all. On the night the clock halts, eternal illumination. Yilan and Wanda whispered almost in unison. This ancient incantation had become their shared belief in that moment. Within the reversed gears of time, Wanda's newfound power solidified into an impenetrable barrier, her magic seamlessly intertwining with time, shielding them from chaos and destruction. She understood well that this was merely the dawn of rebirth, while Kang's schemes continued to lurk in the shadows. This time, she would not allow time to dictate her fate recklessly. As the urgent calls within and beyond the base gradually faded, the internal strife within the Avengers had yet to settle, but Wanda's awakening brought a glimmer of hope to the faltering team. Perhaps, in the days to come, they would discover a path of unity to collectively resist Kang's machinations, restoring history to its rightful course and salvaging the memories and destinies on the brink of being torn asunder. And as New York teetered on the edge of being engulfed by the temporal vortex, it became clear to all that the true spectacle was just beginning. Chapter 25. The chains of destiny. As the final rift in time and space over the New York skyline slowly closed, a momentary tranquility enveloped the base. However, the atmosphere among the Avengers was far from serene. Division, discord, and distrust quietly festered, with each individual grappling with their own convictions. While Kang's conspiracy functioned like an invisible hand, subtly manipulating this fractured history. At this critical juncture, Yilon stood before the control panel, his gaze piercing through the distorted holographic image, knowing that the ultimate plan must now be set in motion. Upon the dome of the sanctum, emerald cracks spread like a spider's web, casting a chilling glow. Reflected in Yilon's mechanical eye was a holographic globe, indicating that the 12 crucial temporal anchor points had swiftly converged upon Tokyo Bay. In the distance, amidst the clouds, Kang's dynastic emblem slowly coalesced above the Pacific, shimmering with a golden light as if proclaiming that Kang's dominion over time and space had entered its final phase. Time was on the verge of solidifying at this moment. Yilon murmured, tightly clutching the fragmented pocket watch. He gradually approached the vibranium pedestal, which housed the quantum algorithm core left by Howard Stark. Taking a deep breath, Yilon steadily embedded the watch fragment into the pedestal. In an instant, a complex array of numbers and runes flashed upon the pedestal, an entirely new temporal formula calculated using the sanctum's mirrored space and Howard's quantum algorithm, precisely locking onto every pulse of the temporal flow. The temporal cage, Yilon quietly declared, we shall employ this quantum algorithm, supplemented by the precise data from the sanctum's mirrored space, to forever entrap these mechanical weeping angels within the folds of time. Tony's nanogloves materialized the image of his father's manuscript, revealing the Stark family's concealed secrets within the lines. It was imperative to simultaneously activate all reactors from 1945 to the present day to forge an energy barrier resilient enough to withstand the erosions of time and space. The temporal loom quietly unveiled itself within the Wakandan laboratory. At the center of the lab stood a cage framework woven from vibranium, its surface engraved with a myriad of runes from the Time Lords and chaotic magical circles. The device shimmered with a bluish-green glow in the low-temperature quantum field, as if proclaiming an absolute dominion over the essence of time and space. At this moment, Wanda's scarlet energy subtly infused the core of the device, which instantly projected a holographic image. Loki's spectral form appeared in the center of the cage, his defiant figure firmly stitched within by golden threads, becoming a living energy nexus. Within the apparition, Loki's gaze mingled with the remnants of his former arrogance and a hint of desperate pleading. The essence of his guardians was needed as the catalyst. Doctor Strange spoke slowly, his floating rings slightly cracking, golden light flickering. This was the sole method. Thor, the only opportunity to save Loki and unravel Kang's conspiracy. Thor stepped forward silently, gripping his Stormbreaker tightly. The weapon, imbued with the power of thunder, suddenly embedded itself into the vibranium pedestal, accompanied by a tempestuous thunderclap. Odin's ancient runes flickered in the lightning. With the blood of Asgard, forged the blood of time and space. With divine power, construct an immortal temporal prison. Amidst the thunderous roar, the metal and energy from the pedestal fused, forming a radiant temporal cage. This prison could not only contain the weeping angels, but also withstand Kang's further temporal interference. Tony led the Iron Legion through the temporal tunnel, personally returning to Hiroshima in 1945, collaborating with Howard to activate the original reactor, merging ancient energy with modern quantum technology to stabilize the chaotic time nodes. Steve commanded the Free Legion to erect a barrier made of vibranium on the beaches of Normandy, vowing to protect the traces of that primordial history. Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch joined forces, employing ancient spells and temporal laws, attempting to reconcile the ever-distorting temporal turbulence. Wanda wielded chaotic magic that spanned 37 layers of time, meticulously stitching the fissures in reality, striving to prevent the complete collapse of memory. Meanwhile, Yilon boldly surged toward the core of the temporal cage, confronting the distorted specter crafted by Kang, coldly declaring, "Your dynasty must come to an end." His voice reverberated through time, seeking to tear apart the intricate web of causality spun by Kang. As all action nodes activated simultaneously, time anchor points around the globe converged with the speed of lightning. In that instant, The weeping angels froze, their quantum tendrils firmly anchored in the crystalline time amber, rendered immobile. Kang's roar shattered the barriers of 7 parallel universes like a hammer, heralding the impending clash of his twisted dynasty. Yet, just when everyone believed that victory was within reach, the monitoring screens of the base displayed shocking and terrifying data. Loki's divinity was being forcibly absorbed by the temporal prison, his original free will and power gradually dissipating. Thor's thunder began to take on the golden hue of Kang's insignia, signaling that his divine strength was being eroded. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly began to ooze the blood of the Time Lord, tinted with a sanguine hue, revealing that his existence was being maintained at a heavy cost for this decisive battle. Deep within the prison, a pair of enigmatic eyes slowly opened, radiating a cold light as if scrutinizing the past and the future. "This is far from the end," Wanda whispered softly, her once vibrant crimson hair gradually fading to a pallid hue in the breeze, heralding the awakening of an ancient power. She understood that Kang's machinations were far from over. The price they paid to resist this temporal calamity might merely be the beginning. The holographic screen continuously refreshed, displaying numbers that pulsed like a shattered heartbeat, conveying to all that the temporal loop was contracting at an astonishing rate, with 12 critical temporal anchor points around the globe converging toward a singular center, the very fate node that Kang sought to control, and the location of the mysterious scale on Yilan's pocket watch. Our plan may have successfully sealed the weeping angel, but Kang's roar still reverberates through the depths of time, Yilan said softly. Every drop of lost memory, every fragment of torn history, accumulates strength for Kang's ultimate victory. Outside the base, a tempest arose, a time storm engulfing the entire city, with fragments of history swirling in the air, each distorted memory seemingly issuing a final warning to the world. Time will not forever yield to evil, as long as we still hold the power of choice. Yilan murmured, the resolute green light flickering in his mechanical eye. We must find the key to break the deadlock. Steve gripped his shield tightly, determination and indignation flashing in his eyes. Our future has not only been altered by Kang, we ourselves may become his ultimate sacrifice. A faint golden glimmer passed through Yilan's mechanical eye, the tears of the Time Lord, a testament to his reluctance and resolve for the future. He understood that in this temporal battle, every victory would demand a heavy toll. Now, the fate of the entire continuum was determined by the dense web of temporal anchor points, converging at an astonishing speed toward the mysterious scale on Yilan's watch, signaling that time was on the brink of final collapse. When the clock stops on that fateful night, eternity will shine bright. Yilan and Wanda almost spoke in unison, this ancient incantation echoing as their final vow, resonating with each pulsating heartbeat of time. As all critical nodes illuminated simultaneously, the 12 global temporal anchor points converged like lightning, the data on the monitoring screen scrolling as if it were a death knell. Kang's roar shattered the projections of 7 parallel universes, plunging the base into a moment of profound silence and tension. We must act in unison, Steve shouted, his shield crashing against the table, the sound reverberating through the entire base like a clarion call. Every argument, every division, only serves to perfect Kang's conspiracy. Yilan spoke coldly, her mechanical eye filled with anguish and resolve. Our suffering and memories are becoming the fuel for his consolidation of the temporal web. Tony retorted vehemently, we must act in unison. Only by severing that pivotal 1945 time node can we restore the future to its rightful course. Steve resolutely replied, but the cost will be the sacrifice of countless innocents. How can we allow history to lose its authenticity? Wanda murmured, reality never permits perfection. Every choice carries the weight of blood and tears. The eye of Agamotto slowly rotated, its golden light shimmering. The laws of time cannot ultimately be defied. Only by choosing the least corrupt path can we rewrite the future. At that moment, tension, solemnity, and despair filled the base, both within and without. Yilan gripped her pocket watch tightly, her eyes glimmering with indomitable spirit. She whispered, we must unify, even if it means traversing the deepest contradictions within our hearts. Otherwise, we will inevitably fall prey to Kang's woven web of causality, forever lost in the distorted memories. Inside and outside the isolation pod, The Avengers stood on the brink of division, each questioning in their hearts. If we cannot unite, how can we save the entire world? In this critical juncture, global coordinated actions began to unfold synchronously through the currents of time and space, with each faction initiating their counterattacks, striving to reverse this destined alteration of the future. As Tony, Steve, Doctor Strange, and the other warriors launched their final charge simultaneously, the skyline outside the base was torn asunder by raging winds and quantum fluctuations. Fragments of history swirling in the air, signaling that the fate of the future was being determined in this very moment. When the clock came to a standstill, the eternal light of Elon and Wanda echoed in unison as they chanted an ancient incantation, which seemed to become their shared vow, resonating in every pulsating heartbeat of time. Within the reversed gears of time, Wanda's newfound power gradually solidified into an unyielding barrier, her chaos magic perfectly merging with temporal energy, completely isolating chaos and destruction. She understood that this was merely the dawn of a new beginning, and Kang's schemes still lurked beneath the surface. This time, she would not allow the torrent of time to dictate her fate. As the urgent calls from within and outside the base faded, despite the lingering divisions within the Avengers, Wanda's awakening infused this once-united team with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, in the days to come, they could find a path to unity, collectively resisting Kang's machinations, mending the fragmented history, and saving those memories and destinies on the brink of alteration. Just as New York was about to be engulfed by the temporal vortex, everyone understood that the true spectacle was only beginning. Loki's derisive and distant laughter echoed through the rifts of time and space, heralding greater calamities and deeper conspiracies awaiting their confrontation. The Avengers, once an indomitable hero team, now found themselves at a crossroads of life and death, where every decision would determine the fate of the future. Before this, regarding the apprehended Loki, within the twisted temporal prison, Loki was bound by iron chains, his body suspended in mid-air, surrounded by surging quantum energy that cast a cold glow. His typically defiant visage was now suffused with desolation and scorn. Those sharp eyes still sparkled with cunning, yet bore the weight of an inescapable humiliation. He had been compelled to serve as a mere pawn in Kang's insidious game. But for Loki, this was far from a fate of utter silence. "Oh, Kang, you revel in this game far too much." A bitter smile graced Loki's lips as he deliberately prolonged his tone, as if mocking the ironclad restraints that bound him. "Behold my bound form, so exquisitely aligned with your notion of order." He twisted his body in an attempt to discover a glimmer of defiant freedom amidst his bindings. With each forceful struggle, his lavish robe danced, faint echoes of his former battlefield grandeur lingering in the air. Yet now, he was but a figure ensnared by chains, his countenance marred by derision and sorrow. "Do you think my pride can save you?" Loki mused quietly. "Kang, you will only wield my arrogance as the butt of your failure." He deliberately lifted the hem of his garment, revealing a slightly reddened arm, seemingly flaunting what was once deemed an impeccable glory, now reduced to an object of mockery. The energy within the cage pulsated incessantly, at times inflicting a tearing pain, and at others, inducing a strange euphoria. In that moment, Loki erupted with a loud shout. "Kang, listen well, you frigid tyrant of time. I, Loki, have never feared restraint. Your tedious game can no longer crush me." His voice was laced with provocation and a morbid self-mockery, as if his suffering were intended to ignite further wrath. Suddenly, an energy screen within the cage flickered to life, emanating Kang's familiar, icy electronic tone. "Loki, your arrogance shall forever be your greatest weakness. I doubt that these bindings will rectify your vile flaw." Loki retorted with a sardonic laugh. "Weakness? Perhaps. Yet every taunt I utter makes some note of your scheme quiver ever so slightly." He exaggeratedly strained against the chains, as if seeking to provoke Kang's ire and unease. Deep within the confines of the cage, Loki's self-important laughter echoed, as he mockingly inquired, "Kang, you old fox, can you not employ a different tactic? How can you comprehend the true beauty of chaos when you persist in manipulating time with those worn-out platitudes?" His words dripped with intentional levity, aiming to pierce Kang's cold, unyielding heart. However, his provocations did not elicit the expected response. The flickering energy within the cage revealed Kang's shadow growing ever more indistinct, and Loki gradually sensed an invisible pressure encroaching upon him. Just as Loki reveled in his deliberately crafted mockery, the energy of the cage suddenly surged violently, a powerful temporal shockwave rendering his voice nearly inaudible. He felt his consciousness begin to fade, as if being consumed by countless shattered fragments of time, Kang's cruel means of harvesting his free will. The true spectacle was only just beginning, deep within Loki's heart. He remained unyielding, determined to confront the unending shackles with his own arrogance. His habitual sarcasm and provocation appeared so feeble amidst the chaotic energy, reminiscent of a once mighty prince now reduced to a mere jest at the mercy of time and space. In that moment, Loki's gaze flickered with a bittersweet amalgamation of desolation and fervor, a nostalgic yearning for his past pride intertwined with a profound dread of an inescapable fate. He laughed alone within his cage, the sound laced with irony, yet revealing an endless sorrow. "Come forth, Kang," Loki whispered, his voice imbued with resignation and mockery. "My arrogance may well be the freedom you cannot truly command." Imprisoned within this relentless temporal cage, each of his struggles and jests seemed to declare to the world. Even in confinement, he remained the indomitable Loki, the rebellious king who would never succumb to any predetermined fate. Yet, ultimately, his provocations amounted to little more than a feeble sigh, swallowed by the relentless current of time, leaving only his silhouette to gradually dissipate into the void. Chapter 26. Interlude. Loki and Kang as the relentless current of time quietly washed over countless historical remnants. The chessboard of destiny was already laden with turmoil. Loki, the rebellious son of Asgard, had never submitted to the designs of fate. His defiant and sardonic nature compelled him to confront all with a provocative demeanor. However, his hubris sowed the seeds of profound peril. In a fateful encounter, he faced Kang, the cold and merciless master of time, for the first time, enduring the agony of two imprisonments, a tale forever etched in the annals of time. It was a night shrouded in clouds, the stars dimmed, and the rifts in time flickered ominously in the sky. Loki wandered alone at the edge of a distorted energy field, clad in a dark green robe, his cloak rustling in the biting northern wind. His deep-set eyes sparkled with confidence and defiance, never yielding to the shackles of fate. Yet, just as he was poised to mock the fractured time with scornful words, a blinding golden light suddenly burst forth from the depths of the rift. Furrowing his brow, Loki turned cautiously, and from the gleaming radiance emerged a figure, Kang. Dressed in futuristic armor, his visage was stern, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all. His presence exuded an intangible pressure, as if the entirety of time itself trembled in response. "Loki," Kang's voice was low and frigid, "how dare you trespass into my domain?" A smirk curled at the corner of Loki's lips, his eyes glinting with a spark of provocation. "Kang, self-proclaimed king of time, I never expected you to personally greet me. Your so-called dynasty is but a nebulous farce." Kang did not respond immediately. Instead, a holographic display behind him suddenly revealed a series of data and images. Countless weeping angels traversing through various eras, silently chronicling every moment rewritten at the fractures of history. His gaze grew ever colder. "Do you believe your arrogance can mask your weakness? You and your allies are merely pawns on my chessboard, destined to be harvested in the torrents of time." Loki disdainfully brandished the dagger adorned with peculiar runes in his hand, boldly taunting, "I, Loki, have never feared the whims of fate. Come, let me witness what delights your so-called dominion over time holds." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden surge of potent energy assailed him. An excruciating pain enveloped his body, and the world before him began to spin and blur, as if torn apart by countless fragmented shards of time and space. He struggled valiantly, only to find himself ensnared by an irresistible force drawn into chaos. The chilling voice of Kang echoed in his ears. "Remember, Loki, to provoke me is to tread the path of annihilation." Though their initial confrontation was fleeting, a profound sense of unprecedented terror began to stir within Loki's heart. Kang far surpassed his imagination, and his arrogance was evolving into a perilous vulnerability. Days later, Loki reemerged amid the tumult of time and space, desperately seeking a glimmer of survival, only to be ensnared by Kang's might. The mechanical sentinels of Kang silently assembled, confining Loki within a prison forged of dark blue energy at the edge of a shattered temporal rift. The walls of this prison were etched with frigid runes, each pulsating with intricate quantum fluctuations. Suspended in the center, clad in resplendent battle attire, Loki appeared particularly disheveled in this indifferent realm. His defiant demeanor could not mask the swell of regret and fury within. Haha, I am eager to see Kang. Whether your so-called web of time can ensnare the arrogance of a true deity. Loki continued to mock with his customary sarcasm. He brandished the model dagger, attempting to sever the energy chains that encircled him. Yet, regardless of his fervent efforts, the chains were forged from time itself, unyielding and invincible. With every movement he made, the runes only intensified the chain's grip. Suddenly, a vast holographic screen illuminated, and Kang's icy visage materialized. Loki, even now, you remain unchanged. Your arrogance will forever be your shackles. Do you truly believe your mockery can unsettle me? You are merely a pawn on my chessboard. A flicker of defiance crossed Loki's eyes as he attempted to retort. Kang, my arrogance may grant you a fleeting victory over me, but I shall never bow. However, as the chains tightened, his words gradually faded, the tone of provocation yielding to resignation and anguish. Within the confines of the prison, each struggle Loki undertook resulted only in tighter restraints. The once mighty prince, now rendered diminutive before the merciless runes, saw his taunting smile slowly vanish, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair. Kang, even if you have imprisoned my pride, Loki whispered, his voice laced with irony and a hint of helplessness, I shall still refuse to submit. This moment etched itself as an everlasting scar upon Loki's destiny. Loki, undeterred by the lessons of his initial captivity, remained audacious, yearning to defy Kang's dominion in his own manner. Days later, amidst the chaotic fabric of time, he quietly devised a bold escape plan. Utilizing the scattered fragments of chaotic energy, he clandestinely crafted a feeble energy passage, seeking to breach the unbreakable bonds that ensnared him. Kang, I, the illustrious deity, as Loki, shall never yield, he murmured softly, declaring war against the boundless darkness. With agile grace, he navigated through his prison, deftly manipulating energy fluctuations in a desperate attempt to shatter the chains woven by Kang himself. Every step brimmed with wit and cunning, his customary sardonic remarks echoing in the void. Ha ha ha, Kang, just wait and see how I shall break free from this cage. However, Kang's power surpassed Loki's expectations. Just as Loki was on the verge of breaching the edge, a lethal quantum energy net descended from all directions, ensnaring him tightly. On that occasion, he found himself trapped within an even more intricate confinement, surrounded by floating runes and an energy web that intertwined to form an impenetrable prison, utterly binding him. It seems you shall never escape my grasp. Loki, Kang's voice resounded once more, cold and mocking. How many times must I tell you? Your arrogance will only lead you to destruction time and again. Why won't you change? A flicker of despair crossed Loki's eyes, and his once defiant smile waned. Rendered pale and powerless, with the last of his strength, he struggled, only able to emit a deep sigh. Kang, you have ultimately harvested my essence. In this second imprisonment, Loki's figure appeared particularly desolate. He had once boldly defied fate, yet now found himself shackled within this frigid temporal prison, as Kang's power gradually eroded his free will. The nonchalance and provocativeness that once characterized him had been ruthlessly torn asunder by reality, leaving behind an indelible sense of loneliness and regret. Loki's two experiences of confinement became a focal point of unending debate within the Avengers, particularly inflicting deep anguish upon Thor. Each nightfall, Thor would gaze alone at the distorted rift in time, whispering, "If not for your hubris, perhaps we could have united." His voice was laden with remorse and sorrow, vowing to reclaim his brother, ensnared in the abyss of time due to his arrogance. Loki's plight became a profoundly ironic footnote within Kang's machinations. The once invincible king of rebellion, the monarch of lies, now faded under Kang's iron heel, his every taunt and provocation rendered feeble and insipid. His once proud figure had been gradually harvested by Kang's merciless web of time, becoming an indelible annotation in the future schemes. Kang, you have harvested my pride. But one day, my spirit shall break free from these relentless shackles. Loki whispered during his second confinement, his voice intermingled with stubbornness and despair, as if conducting a final rebellion against fate. Yet, his words were ultimately devoured by the cold energy net, vanishing into the endless expanse of time. The initial confrontation between Loki and Kang, along with the harrowing experiences of his two imprisonments, became an indelible mark in the annals of the temporal war. Kang, with his unfathomable power, manipulated time, ensnaring every rebel within his meticulously woven web of causality. Meanwhile, Loki, the once arrogant and provocative prince, gradually diminished into a pitiable sacrifice within Kang's schemes, becoming an irresistible pawn in his game. In this fateful contest, time flows silently, where every choice and every act of defiance etches indelible scars upon history. Loki's arrogance and rebellion, coupled with Kang's coldness and ruthlessness, weave together a tragic yet authentic epic. Though Loki has made numerous attempts to challenge Kang in his own way, tearing through the distorted fabric of time and space, his pride ultimately becomes his shackles, leading him inexorably toward an irretrievable abyss. Kang, your world shall inevitably crumble, Loki murmurs from his confinement, his voice faint yet imbued with defiance and tenacity. Even though my body is ensnared, my spirit shall one day break free from these merciless chains. In that moment, Loki's provocation and mockery, intertwined with sorrow and despair, reverberate through the corridors of time. He once endeavored to confront fate with audacity, yet ultimately he must bear the unavoidable punishment. In this destinous clash between Loki and Kang, time flows mercilessly. Every detail, every tear becomes a footnote in history. Loki's indomitable spirit, despite being imprisoned within the frigid confines of time, continues to kindle the last flicker of rebellion deep within. Meanwhile, Kang remains perched upon his twisted throne, ruling over every moment he has rewritten with an unyielding force. The encounter between Loki and Kang transcends mere rivalry between two formidable entities. It evolves into a profound dialogue concerning fate, pride, and destiny. It foreshadows that in the forthcoming temporal wars, every dissenter shall confront the same dilemma: to succumb to destiny or to expend every ounce of strength to seize the final vestige of freedom. Chapter 27. The Avenger. Kang at the edge of the time-warped rift. The atmosphere is laden with tension. Members of the Avengers stand on edge, silently awaiting directives. The air is thick with peculiar energy fluctuations, indicative of the instability of the temporal rift, foretelling the perilous battlefield that lies ahead. Yelan, the Time Lord burdened with grave responsibilities, stands at the forefront of the group, his mechanical eye shimmering with emerald radiance. He raises his arm, fingertips brushing against the mirror-like distortion of time and space before him, and suddenly, the temporal tunnel opens, revealing the profound and unknowable sights beyond. This is not merely a passage, but a vein leading to the heart of the enemy, rife with uncertainty and challenge. The Avengers hold their breath, acutely aware that stepping into this realm signifies surrendering their fates to a gamble of life and death. Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in a nanotech armor that flows like liquid metal, gazes sharply from behind his angular visor. He surveys the surroundings, with the time fortress suspended above the Pacific Ocean, presenting itself in a manner beyond imagination. It is a marvel of architecture that defies the laws of nature, rather than a fortress. It resembles a city crystallized from time itself, floating in the sky like the fabled city of myth. Surrounding the fortress, countless temporal rifts mar the landscape like the scars of a beast, with distorted light refracting into a cacophony of colors that instills dread. The fortress's structure is unfathomable, with innumerable geometric shapes layered in ways that contravene the laws of physics, twisted, extended. It is the embodiment of a nightmare, symbolizing Kang's absolute dominion over time and space. My heavens, behold these distorted structures. Tony's voice, laced with a touch of astonishment yet predominantly imbued with ironclad resolve, reverberated as if he had clawed his way out from the depths of hell. He murmured softly, his fingertips gliding across the energy shield, feeling the immense temporal power contained within. Straightening his posture, he cast a steadfast gaze forward, understanding that having arrived at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. For Loki, for the world altered by Kang, we must advance. Steve Rogers, his iconic star shield firmly grasped in hand, reflected the ethereal glow of the temporal tunnel upon its surface, further amplifying its solemnity. He nodded with calm assurance, the fire of indomitable spirit blazing in his cerulean eyes. Let us rescue Loki and obliterate this fortress. No matter how meticulously devised Kang's plans may be, they shall not thwart the resolve of the Avengers. Loki, the ever-oscillating trickster god of Asgard, who had never garnered the full trust of the Avengers, now emerged as the pivotal figure in this battle concerning the fate of time itself. It is steeped in irony, yet signifies the unpredictability of destiny. Yilan's gaze darkened slightly, a glimpse into the profound depths of Kang's scheming. His ambitions stretched beyond merely manipulating time. He sought to ensnare unstable elements like Loki, intending to wield the chains of time to turn this powerful deity into a mere pawn at his disposal. We must liberate him. Yilan reiterated, his voice calm, yet resolute, as he scanned the faces of his comrades to ascertain their determination. Loki's power, though fraught with uncertainty, could very well be the crucial turning point to shatter the stalemate and alter the tide of battle. In order to thwart Kang's mad designs, even collaboration with former adversaries would be deemed necessary. Taking a deep breath, he was the first to step into the temporal tunnel, surrounded by a verdant radiance, akin to a guiding star in the darkness, leading the Avengers unflinchingly toward Kang's lair, the Fortress of Time. The silhouettes of the Avengers vanished within the temporal tunnel, and the next moment, they found themselves inside the fortress. What confronted them was not the expansive hall they had envisioned, but a narrow corridor laden with a sense of oppression. The walls flanking the passage were forged from an unknown metal, veins of a crimson hue coursing over their surface, emanating a ghostly green light, as if the fortress itself were a living organism, rhythmically breathing and pulsating. The air was thick with the cold breath of metal and a faint char of energy, heralding the aftermath of a fierce battle that had transpired not long ago. Alarms blared sharply throughout the corridor, red warning lights flickering, creating a stifling atmosphere of tension. Ahead, at the corridor's end, countless cold electronic eyes abruptly ignited, surging forth like a tide of mechanical angels. This was the first line of defense the Avengers faced upon entering the fortress. Target confirmed. The voice of the mechanical angels was devoid of emotion, a chilling pronouncement from the depths of hell, heralding the onset of combat. These war machines, re-engineered by Kang with temporal technology, possessed a level of technological advancement beyond their era and were programmed for absolute obedience. They bore no emotions, no fears, and would not waver. They existed solely to execute Kang's commands, eradicating any foes daring to invade the fortress. The mechanical angels, in overwhelming numbers, swiftly formed an impenetrable encirclement within the narrow corridor, their silver-gray metallic bodies reflecting a chilling sheen, energy weapons poised to strike, and the air thick with the scent of impending death. Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly, the intricate mechanisms within his mechanical eye whirring into action, the emerald glow intensifying, dazzling like a radiant gemstone. He shifted his form, the flow of time around him distorted and slowed by an unseen force. To the Avengers, Yilan's movements resembled those of a phantom, swift and ethereal. In this peculiar space-time, warped by the power of time, each of Yilan's actions embodied the very essence of temporal law. He wielded a blade of light, forged from condensed temporal energy, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, precise and lethal. With a blade sliced through, space itself was cleaved apart, producing an unbearable frictional sound. The oncoming mechanical angels, caught unawares, were cleaved through their formidable armor, their energy cores detonating instantaneously, collapsing into heaps of scrap metal upon the ground. The other Avengers, undeterred, surged into the breach Yilan had created, unleashing their formidable skills in fierce combat against the mechanical angels. Iron Man, Tony Stark, unleashed the full might of his nanotech suit. Palm cannons, chest beams, shoulder missiles, an array of high-tech weaponry unleashed in succession, energy beams pouring forth like torrential rain, igniting the corridor in a conflagration as mechanical angels fell like wheat before the scythe. Steve Rogers wielded his iconic shield, enhanced prior to battle with runes of time to mitigate the effects of cosmic power. In his grasp, the shield seemed to animate, blocking and countering, absorbing the energy attacks of the mechanical angels, while he swung it like a mighty hammer, sending foes flying, the vibranium shield resonating with a deafening clash against metal. Doctor Strange, with hands deftly gesturing, spun golden rings between his fingers, conjuring magical barriers before the Avengers to deflect the mechanical angels' energy weapons. Meanwhile, he chanted incantations, golden magical chains erupting like serpents to ensnare the mechanical angels, binding them and creating opportunities for his allies. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of explosions. The brilliance of energy and magic enveloping the scene, the deafening sounds of combat, and the fierce clash of energies intertwining, resonating through the fortress corridor, heralding the onset of a battle that would determine their fates. I will draw their attention at the front. You find an opportunity to breach their defenses and rescue Loki. Elan's voice echoed across the battlefield, calm and clear, guiding his comrades' movements. In an instant, he vanished, a specter rushing into the throng of mechanical angels. The blade of time in his hand moving as if alive, each swing claiming the lives of several mechanical angels, forcibly tearing a gap in the enemy ranks, diverting the majority of their firepower towards himself, thus creating an optimal opportunity for his teammates to strike. Tony, Steve, and Doctor Strange shared an unspoken understanding, following Yelon closely, advancing in a triangular formation, back to back, providing mutual protection. The energy shields of the Iron Man's suit, the indomitable vibranium rune shields, and the enigmatic forces of the magical barriers formed an unbreakable line of defense, carving a bloody path through the iron tide of the mechanical angels. However, Kang's defenses clearly extended beyond these mere mechanical sentinels. As the Avengers delved deeper into the Time Fortress, the distortions of space-time intensified. The walls on either side of the passage began to undulate like waves, revealing a multitude of strange runes flickering ominously. The energy fluctuations in the air grew increasingly violent, as if some dreadful entity was on the verge of breaking free. Suddenly, fissures appeared in the walls of the passage, from which emerged the Time Predators. These phantasmagorical beings, their forms elusive and insubstantial like drifting smoke, emanated a disquieting energy. They defied the laws of physics, phasing through the walls to materialize before the Avengers, their piercing shrieks chilling to the bone. Yelon remained composed, analyzing the battlefield. His mechanical eye scanned the enemy data at high speed, seeking the key to breaching their defenses. These Time Predators could manipulate temporal energy. Caution was paramount, as their attacks could very well result in temporal disarray. He solemnly warned his teammates. While his movements did not falter, the speed and force of his time blade intensified with each strike, aiming to obliterate the foes without granting them a moment's respite. On one side, Steve fiercely clashed with the mechanical angels, his vibranium shield marred with countless scratches, remnants of energy weapons and time claws. Thankfully, it bore runes imbued with temporal power. Otherwise, it would have sustained catastrophic damage. He understood the gravity of the moment, realizing that any lapse in vigilance could prove disastrous. "This battle is far more intricate than we anticipated," Steve stated solemnly, as he swung his shield with force, repelling several mechanical angels. "Kang's power far exceeds our estimates." Doctor Strange, his brow furrowed, increased the rotation of the Eye of Agamotto. Stronger magical shields formed around the Avengers, repelling the encroaching Time Predators. Sweat beaded on his forehead, revealing the strain of wielding such potent magic. "These mechanical angels and Time Predators are merely Kang's puppets," Doctor Strange declared gravely. "The true peril lies with Kang himself, hidden behind the curtain. We must locate him swiftly to thwart his nefarious scheme." Yelon nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Strange's words. Kang was indeed the crux of this battle. Only by vanquishing him could they dismantle his plot and restore the altered time and space. Leading the Avengers, he fought valiantly against the tide of adversaries, pressing onward into the depths of the Time Fortress, like warriors swimming against the current, drenched in blood. After countless fierce battles, the Avengers finally breached the numerous defenses and arrived at the innermost sanctum of the Time Fortress. At the end of the passage, an immense crystalline cage loomed into view, its entire structure resplendent and translucent, emanating a gentle radiance. Yet within it lay an oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating. This prison was not crafted from ordinary crystals, but was formed from solidified temporal energy, each facet resembling the intricate components of a clock, entwined with countless delicate golden chains. These chains were inscribed with mysterious runes, exuding ancient and formidable magic. Countless golden chains, like sentient beings, tightly bound the figure of Loki, the god of mischief, who was now imprisoned within this temporal cage, stripped of his former defiance, appearing profoundly desolate and weary. "Loki," Elon hastened to the front of the crystal prison, peering through its luminous surface to scrutinize Loki's condition. His voice was steady as he endeavored to awaken this once mighty deity. "We have come to rescue you, Loki. The Avengers are here to save you." Upon hearing Elon's voice, Loki slowly raised his head. The prolonged confinement and torment had rendered this once vibrant god exceedingly haggard. His Asgardian garb was tattered and worn, his visage marred by dust and blood. Yet, even so, the spark in his eyes remained sharp, and the corners of his mouth still curled into a habitual smirk, a testament to Loki's pride, unyielding even in captivity. "You have finally arrived." Loki's voice was hoarse and parched, the lengthy imprisonment and lack of sustenance having severely damaged his vocal cords. However, his tone bore a subtle hint of relief and a trace of mockery. "I had thought you self-proclaimed champions of justice would completely forget about me in this forsaken place." At that moment, Kang's voice suddenly resonated through the air, akin to a specter emerging from the void, cold and hollow, laced with derision for the Avengers. "Oh, Avengers, you have truly surprised me by finding this place. But do you really believe it will be so simple to take Loki from my grasp? How naive?" Kang's voice echoed within the vast confines of the cage, imbued with a condescending arrogance and confidence, as if he were the true architect of all, and the Avengers were merely puppets in his grand design. As his voice reverberated, the entire temporal fortress began to tremble, the surrounding rifts in time and space swirling chaotically as if drawn by an unseen force, accelerating in speed and expanding in scope. The very laws of time within the fortress descended into disorder, saturated with an aura of annihilation. Kang's voice grew increasingly frigid, laden with menace and warning. "You have ventured deep into my domain, Avengers. This is my kingdom. Once you step here, there is no return to the past, nor escape from the present. Loki is but a pawn in my hand, an inconsequential tool. And you, like a band of foolish pieces on a chessboard, mistakenly believe you can defy fate, unaware that all your actions lie within my dominion, subject to my manipulation, leading inexorably to your destined failure. He is my brother." Thor could no longer endure Kang's arrogant demeanor and, in a fit of fury, roared into the void, channeling the full power of his war hammer towards the crystal prison, poised to strike. "You heartless tyrant, should you dare to lay a finger on him, prepare to face the wrath of the Avengers." His roar reverberated within the confines of the prison, suffused with brotherly affection for Loki and a profound loathing for Kang. Elon furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the violent fluctuations of temporal energy surrounding him. Kang had fully activated the defense system of the Time Fortress. The battles to come would prove more arduous and perilous than any they had previously encountered. "I shall break the shackles of time and space," Elon declared solemnly, his mechanical eye locking onto the rune-enshrouded chains of the crystal prison, initiating a rapid analysis of the energy structure within. "Tony, Steve, Dr. Strange, prepare for battle." He approaches. At the moment Elon finished speaking, the surface of the crystal prison erupted with a myriad of intricate fissures, spreading like a spider's web, accompanied by a disconcerting cracking sound. Countless distorted blades of time and space surged forth from the crevices, raining down upon the Avengers like a torrential storm, each blade harboring the terrifying power to rend the very fabric of reality. The consequences of a direct hit would be unfathomable. As the space quaked violently, Kang's figure gradually materialized behind the prison, his gaze filled with disdain for the Avengers. The ultimate showdown, one that would determine the fate of time itself, ignited deep within the recesses of the Time Fortress. With Kang's true form manifesting, an invisible weight instantly enveloped the entire fortress. He hovered like a deity amidst swirling energies of distorted time and space, his throne unfurling behind him, composed of flowing light and geometric shapes, symbolizing his absolute dominion over time. The very space of the Time Fortress became an extension of Kang's will, warping and contorting to an unprecedented degree. The ground undulated like waves, the walls pulsated as if breathing, and gravity, direction, even the flow of time became chaotic and elusive. The Avengers found themselves ensnared within a colossal kaleidoscope, where everything around them was in a constant state of flux, distortion, and reformation, leaving them disoriented and struggling to maintain their footing. Kang's throne ascended high above, surveying the Avengers below like a monarch gazing upon rebellious subjects. The power of time cascaded like a tide, an unseen pressure weighing down upon the Avengers, rendering their movements laborious and their breath shallow. "You are pathetically weak." Kang's voice was cold and indifferent, laced with contempt for the feeble and an unwavering confidence in his might. His gaze swept over each member of the Avengers, as frigid and unyielding as judgment itself. "Do you dare to challenge me? Do you dare to defeat me? Such fantasies are but the dreams of the deluded. You insignificant beings cannot fathom the grandeur of time, nor can you contend with my will. In the grand expanse of time, your struggles are but fleeting bubbles, destined to dissolve into nothingness. You may believe that you possess dominion over all, Kang, yet you remain powerless to alter the course of history." Elon boldly met Kang's gaze, the blade of time firmly grasped in his hand, surrounded by an emerald glow that flickered like an inferno, contending with the temporal energy radiating from Kang. "You fancy yourself capable of manipulating the fabric of time, recklessly rewriting the past, present, and future. Yet you have neglected the fact that certain elements remain forever beyond your control, such as the indomitable spirit of humanity and the unwavering resolve to resist." Upon hearing Elon's retort, a smirk of derision curved Kang's lips, his eyes momentarily flashing with disdain. "Foolish creature, you are utterly ignorant of the true essence of power. Do you genuinely believe that mere will and determination can withstand the might of time? How utterly ludicrous. Since you are so obstinately deluded, allow me to demonstrate what true despair looks like." As soon as Kang's voice faded, a blinding radiance erupted from the throne, as dazzling as a solar explosion, with colossal waves of energy surging forth like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the Avengers. Tony Stark's nanotech armor activated its energy shield in a split second, enveloping himself and his nearby allies within, barely withstanding the initial onslaught of energy. Steve Rogers stepped forward, positioning his vibranium shield at the forefront, using his own body to create a formidable barrier for his comrades against the oncoming torrent of energy. Sparks flying from the shield's surface, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal grinding. Doctor Strange frantically waved his hands, the golden rings hovering at his fingertips spinning like a top, conjuring increasingly potent magical barriers that layered around the Avengers in an attempt to fend off Kang's energy assault. But the force of temporal energy proved overwhelmingly powerful. The magical shields trembled like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. "Do not falter. Do not grant him a moment's respite. We must swiftly destroy his temporal core," Elon shouted amidst the energy onslaught, his voice nearly drowned out by the howling winds of power. Yet he exerted every ounce of his strength to convey his command, inspiring his allies to continue the fight. At this critical juncture, only through unity and relentless effort could they hope to vanquish the formidable Kang and rescue the world consumed by time. Just as the Avengers found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, Loki, imprisoned within his crystalline cage, finally seized the opportunity. He understood well that the Avengers were his only hope for liberation and his singular chance to retaliate against Kang. He harnessed the remnants of his power, launching a fervent assault against the time-binding chains that ensnared him. Though the golden chains were immensely sturdy, Loki was, after all, a deity of Asgard, endowed with potent magical abilities and cunning intellect. He employed magical flames to sear the chains, utilized illusions to confound their perception, and devised cunning schemes to identify their weak points. Ultimately, as the Avengers battled fiercely against Kang, Loki successfully broke free from the shackles of time, the crystal prison shattering with a thunderous crash, dissolving into countless fragments that vanished into the void. Reclaimed from bondage, Loki let out a triumphant roar, his voice resonating with the relief of survival and the fury directed at Kang. He unleashed the magical power that had long been accumulating within him without reservation, surging forth as vibrant flames of magic that crashed violently against Kang's defenses like a tempest. The collision of magical fire with the energies of time erupted into even more intense waves of energy, tearing apart Kang's defenses and exposing a vast fissure that revealed the time core hidden within. This core, a sphere radiating dazzling light, pulsated rhythmically like a heart, emanating a suffocating essence of temporal power. "Is this truly the extent of your power?" Loki remarked, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, his teal eyes glinting with cunning. With a tone laced with mockery, He addressed Kang. How disappointing. I had expected the power of the time tyrant to be formidable. Yet it appears to be nothing more than feeble and easily shattered. Kang's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Loki's escape from the prison and the destruction of his own core. For the first time, a flicker of shock and panic crossed his features. Impossible. How could you possibly break free from the confines of the time prison? You have been thoroughly suppressed by my temporal power. Kang's voice was filled with disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him, struggling to comprehend the monumental flaw in his meticulously crafted plan. In a fit of frustration, he swung his arm violently, attempting to retaliate with the power of time. But it was already too late. Elon had foreseen this moment. The instant Loki shattered the defense core, he vanished, channeling all his strength into the time blade, embodying the hopes of the Avengers. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it pierced the time core with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating Kang's temporal power entirely. As the time core was pierced by Yi Lan's time blade, Kang's temporal fortress let out a wail akin to a dying beast, beginning to tremble violently as the entire space collapsed into chaos. The once orderly rifts in time and space turned tumultuous and disordered, rampaging within the fortress and tearing everything asunder. The entire realm was rent apart by an unseen force, fractured into countless cracks. The ground shaking violently as it began to cave in, energy lines exploding in fiery bursts, the fortress teetering on the brink of collapse. The Avengers fought valiantly to protect the newly freed Loki, struggling to maintain their balance amidst the violent tremors of the fortress, preparing to flee from this crumbling nest. We must go. The time fortress is collapsing. We need to leave immediately. Elon's voice rang out amidst the chaos, urgent and rapid, as he wielded the time blade to cleave through the debris and energy shards, directing his teammates towards the nearest temporal rift. The other members, acutely aware of the dire situation, utilized their abilities to carve a path, defend, and provide cover. The Avengers once again demonstrated their impeccable teamwork and formidable combat prowess, akin to storm-swept seabirds, desperately seeking a way out amidst the crumbling fortress. Just as the Avengers were on the verge of escape, reaching the edge of the time rift, Kang launched a final counterattack. A shockwave imbued with boundless temporal power surged forth from all directions, an apocalyptic torrent seeking to consume the Avengers entirely, intending to bury them along with the time fortress within the chaotic currents of time and space. This marks Kang's final struggle, a desperate counterattack as he seeks to drag everything into the abyss of destruction, leaving no hope for the Avengers. The shockwave surged forth with blinding speed and immense force, swallowing half the fortress in the blink of an eye. The Avengers barely had time to react before being struck head-on by the shockwave. Iron Man's energy shield crumbled like paper before the onslaught, shattering instantaneously. Steve's shield buzzed ominously under the pressure, nearly slipping from his grasp, while Doctor Strange's magical barrier disintegrated like fragile foam, collapsing in an instant. The Avengers were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, crashing against the fortress walls, their insides feeling as though they might shift, the excruciating pain almost rendering them unconscious. Elon gritted his teeth, the light of his mechanical eye flickering at its zenith. He raised the blade of time high, channeling all his temporal energy, delivering a cataclysmic strike that cleaved through the temporal shockwave, forcefully tearing open a rift in space amid despair. At the last moment, just before the time fortress collapsed entirely, he successfully escaped Kang's grasp, bearing the weakened Loki with him. Behind them, the once magnificent time fortress crumbled like a sandcastle, disintegrating into countless fragments and dissolving into the chaotic currents of warped time and space, leaving only an endless void, a scarred battlefield between the Avengers and Kang. Fraught with uncertainty, the Avengers had successfully fled the time fortress, claiming victory in this battle, yet they understood that this was far from a true conclusion. Kang's threat loomed like an inescapable shadow over the future. Chapter 28. Illusory Victory upon returning to their base. The Avengers emerged from the time tunnel to behold the New York skyline once more, both familiar and alien. The temporal rift indeed began to close slowly, as Elon had predicted, and the distortions enveloping the city gradually receded, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere in the air. Inside and outside the base, a weariness lingered, a testament to their narrow escape. The Weeping Angel was sealed, and the Time Fortress had turned to dust, seemingly curtailing Kang's menace for the time being. However, beneath this fleeting tranquility, undercurrents of unrest brewed, an unsettling aura seeping into every corner of the base like a rising tide. The surveillance screens displayed a relentless stream of alarming data. Yilan stood gravely at the control console, his mechanical eye flashing with a chilling light as he scrutinized the ever-shifting numbers and graphs, his brow furrowed in concentration. Wanda silently stood beside him, crimson energy flickering around her, her once vibrant red hair now dulled, revealing a pallid hue. Thor stood quietly nearby, his stormbreaker propped against the ground, the power of the thunder god flickering around him. Yet upon close inspection, one could discern a hint of foreboding gold intermingled with the radiant lightning, seemingly tainted by Kang's insignia. Loki leaned weakly against the wall, his complexion as pale as parchment, a rare weariness and fragility evident in his once defiant gaze. Tony and Steve wore serious expressions. Fatigue was etched on their faces, yet their eyes were filled with concern and apprehension. The situation is far more dire than we had anticipated. Yilan's voice, low and slow, shattered the silence of the base as his gaze shifted from the monitor to the Avengers, weighted with a sense of gravity and resignation. While we may have triumphed in a singular battle, the war is far from over. In fact, we might not have even grazed the core of Kang's conspiracy. The holographic screen displayed a torrent of data, punctuated by the shrill sounds of alarms. The information indicated that although the Weeping Angel had been sealed, the contraction rate of the temporal anchor points had not diminished. Rather, it was accelerating. 12 critical temporal anchors across the globe, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, were converging at an astonishing pace towards a singular focal point. The enigmatic scale on Yilan's pocket watch, once disregarded by them, now loomed ominously above everyone like the sword of Damocles, marking the endpoint of their fates. Even more startling was the revelation that Loki's divine essence was being forcibly absorbed by the temporal prison, his physical form having reached its limit within Kang's stronghold, now exhibiting cracks as his divine power visibly seeped out. Thor's originally pure lightning began to taint with an ominous golden edge, signaling that his own divine strength was gradually corroding. Yilan's mechanical eye began to ooze the blood of the Time Lord, a clear sign of the uncontrollable power of the Time Lord, indicating that he had paid a heavy price to sustain this climactic battle. This was far from the end. Wanda whispered softly, her voice frail and ethereal, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. She lifted her head, her pallid face framed by deep, purplish-red eyes filled with a profound and vacant despair, as if she glimpsed a future steeped in hopelessness. She understood that Kang's machinations were far from concluded. The sacrifices they had made to combat this temporal calamity might merely mark the beginning of a far darker and more despairing chapter. Tony furrowed his brow as he approached the console, scrutinizing the unsettling data, his gaze sharp and serious behind the iron mask. What did this data signify? Hadn't the Weeping Angel already been sealed? Why were the temporal anchor points still contracting? And what of Loki, Thor, Yilan, and Wanda? How could their situations worsen? He posed a barrage of questions, his tone laced with confusion and anxiety, the joy of victory evaporating, replaced by profound concern. Yilan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the sharp pangs from his mechanical eye. He raised his hand, pointing at the pulsating numbers and runes on the holographic screen, his voice steady and calm as he endeavored to elucidate this despairing predicament for his comrades. While our plan had successfully sealed the Weeping Angel, temporarily halting its direct destruction of the reality, we had overlooked a critical issue. Kang's roar continues to reverberate through the depths of time and space. The Weeping Angel is merely a fragment of Kang's scheme, a pawn designed to disrupt the timeline. Kang's true ambitions are far grander and more terrifying than we could have imagined. Grand? Terrifying? Steve echoed Yilan's words with a furrowed brow, his azure eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Yilan, do you mean to say that Kang's true objective is not the Weeping Angel? What does he truly intend to do? Destroy the timeline? Dominate the multiverse? What is his ultimate trump card? Steve gripped his shield tightly, his knuckles whitened from the strain, as an unprecedented sense of crisis washed over him. Kang's conspiracy was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Yilan fell silent for a moment, hesitating whether to reveal the truth. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and deliberate, imbued with a chilling resonance. Do you remember the night the clock stopped? That ancient incantation was the prophecy that Wanda and I heard simultaneously at the time anchor's convergence. Wanda nodded gently, her pallid face devoid of its former brilliance, her amethyst eyes dulled, shrouded in an unshakable gloom. The night the clock halted, an everlasting prophecy of despair. Her voice was frail and ethereal, like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Elon turned, approaching the vibranium pedestal, pointing at the fragment of the shattered pocket watch atop it, his gaze profound and grave. This watch is not merely a time anchor locator. It resembles a key to an unknown realm. Kang's ultimate objective may indeed be this watch, or rather the mysterious scale it indicates. The convergence point of the 12 global time anchors is precisely where the watch's scale points. That place could very well be the core of Kang's conspiracy. The watch? The core? Are you suggesting that Kang's ultimate trump card is related to this watch? Tony was bewildered, picking up the nanogloves and projecting Howard Stark's manuscript, scrutinizing the intricate quantum algorithms and sanctum mirror space data, in search of clues to unravel the enigma in Yilan's words. Yet, aside from locating the time anchors, did this watch possess any other special attributes? Howard's manuscript made no mention of any extraordinary use for the watch. Tony felt perplexed, struggling to recall all information regarding the watch, yet finding no valuable leads. Elon shook his head, the complex light flickering in his mechanical eye, a reflection of uncertainty and concern for the future. Howard may not fully comprehend the true secret of this watch. It could be far older and more enigmatic than we imagine. It may not merely be a locator, but a key to time. A key to open or close the doors of time. The doors of time? To open or close the doors of time. Steve echoed Yilan's words, his expression growing increasingly grave. He sensed that the time gates Elon spoke of were perhaps not literal doors, but rather a more abstract and profound concept. An ultimate force concerning the very essence of time and space. Indeed, the doors of time. Elon nodded slowly, his tone heavy and serious. Kang's ultimate trump card may lie in opening the doors of time, releasing or controlling a supreme force that transcends time itself. And the watch is the key to this door, or the mysterious scale it indicates, is where the entrance to the time gate resides. A supreme force that transcends time? The doors of time? An entrance? Tony found it hard to believe, his eyes widening as he stared at Elon, his tone laced with shock and bewilderment. Elon, is what you say truly factual? Does an ultimate power, one that transcends time, genuinely exist? Is Kang intent on seizing such power? How could this possibly be? It is nothing short of a fantastical tale. He found it impossible to believe Yelon's words, as they transcended the limits of his scientific comprehension, bordering on the absurdity of myth. Yelon remained silent, the complex light flickering in his mechanical eye, unable to elucidate or substantiate his claims. Yet deep within, he harbored a profound premonition that Kang's ultimate trump card was undeniably linked to the gate of time, the enigmatic pocket watch, and the prophecy surrounding the night when time itself ceased to flow. Wanda slowly lifted her head, her pale visage adorned with deep, purplish-red eyes that seemed to gaze into a realm of despair. I see time collapsing. The Scarlet Witch's voice was frail, imbued with despair and dread, heralding an impending calamity that could not be averted. Outside the base, a tempest arose. A time storm once more ravaged New York, fiercer and more tumultuous than ever before. Fragments of history whirled chaotically in the air, each distorted memory seemingly issuing a final warning to the world, foretelling the imminent collapse of time and space. The 12 global time anchors, as if summoned by some arcane force, began to accelerate towards the mysterious markings on Yelon's pocket watch. Time was hastening its passage. The pendulum of fate swung inexorably towards the fateful night when the clock would stop ticking. Faced with such a dire situation, the Avengers found themselves once again embroiled in discord and contention. We must thwart Kang. Regardless of what his ultimate card may be, we cannot allow him to succeed. Tony bellowed, his gaze behind the iron mask ablaze with fury and resolve. He could not abide the continuation of Kang's machinations, the ongoing distortion of time, nor the approach of annihilation. We must act immediately. Identify Kang's ultimate card, thwart him, destroy him. End this once and for all. How we stop him? How do we destroy him? We don't even know what Kang's ultimate card is. We are unaware of the location of the Gate of Time. We have yet to fully unravel the secrets of the pocket watch. Steve countered, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness and indignation. Tony, I understand your desire to prevent Kang, and I share that sentiment. However, we cannot proceed recklessly. We must not repeat the past. We cannot afford to make the same mistakes again. His words were heavy with anguish and conflict. He was acutely aware of the consequences of rash actions and could not bear the thought of making another erroneous decision. Errors? What errors? Steve, what are you still hesitating for? Are you fixating on that timeline from 1945? Do you truly believe that to safeguard a distorted history, we must sacrifice the entirety of the future, the memories and fates of all, the very existence of a universe? Tony's voice was sharp and scathing, filled with reproach and dissatisfaction towards Steve. Iron Man struggled to comprehend Captain America's obstinacy and indecision. To him, the salvation of the future was paramount. He was willing to sacrifice anything, even make arduous choices to secure it. Sacrifice? Difficult choices? Tony, you speak so lightly. The sacrifices are not yours to bear. It is countless innocent lives that must be forfeited. It is we who face the burden of making these difficult decisions. Do we truly possess the right to sacrifice the past in the name of securing the future? To compromise the authenticity of history? To endanger the lives of those innocents who perished in its defense? Steve retorted, his voice equally charged with fervor and wrath, his azure eyes brimming with anguish and conflict. He could not accept Tony's cold pragmatism nor endorse the notion that the past could be sacrificed for the sake of the future. Captain America steadfastly clung to his principles and beliefs, asserting that history is sacred and inviolable. Any attempt to sacrifice the past for the future was nothing short of sacrilege and a blatant disregard for life. Enough. At such a critical juncture, you still bicker over these inconsequential matters, yelled Yalon, his voice crashing like thunder, interrupting the clash between Tony and Steve and reverberating throughout the entire base. The torment and determination flickered in his mechanical eye. He could not bear witness to the Avengers fracturing once more, nor could he tolerate Kang's schemes prevailing, nor the world teetering on the brink of annihilation. Every argument you engage in only serves to perfect Kang's conspiracy. Do you not comprehend? Time is of the essence. Do you wish to fracture once more as you did before? The temporal anchor is accelerating towards convergence. If we do not unite and take action, we shall succumb entirely to the web of causality woven by Kang, forever lost in altered memories, unable to escape. Both Tony and Steve fell silent, shaken by Yalon's impassioned outburst and the weight of his words. They recognized that now was not the time for discord and division. They needed to stand together against Kang's machinations, or face a future far more dreadful. Wanda quietly approached Yalon, extending her hand to gently clasp his. Crimson energy swirling at her fingertips, attempting to alleviate the pain of his mechanical eye and offer him a modicum of warmth and support. Doctor Strange also moved slowly to stand beside Tony and Steve, the eye of Agamotto spinning delicately between his fingers, its golden light shimmering like a beacon of guidance. The laws of time are ultimately unyielding, yet destiny is not entirely predetermined. Only by choosing a path that is least corrupt can the future be rewritten. Doctor Strange's voice was deep and deliberate, imbued with both wisdom and hope, as he endeavored to steer the Avengers towards a glimmer of possibility amidst despair, seeking that singular, least corrupt path. The Avengers once more teetered on the brink of division, each individual grappling with profound choices, questioning themselves and one another. If we cannot unite, how can we hope to save the entire world? They are acutely aware that time is running out. The pendulum of fate has begun to swing ominously towards destruction. They must, before the clock ceases to tick, uncover the key to their salvation. Thwarting Kang's ultimate gambit and rescuing the memories and futures that are on the brink of being consumed by time. The sky outside the base has been violently torn asunder by raging winds and quantum fluctuations, fragments of history swirling chaotically in the air, heralding that the future's destiny hinges upon the choices made in this very moment. On the night when the clock ceases to tick, the eternal Yalon and Wanda once again whisper in unison an ancient incantation, resonating like their final vow, echoing through each pulsating heartbeat, solidifying their shared resolve to confront despair and embrace the challenges ahead. Chapter 29. The dawn of future warfare. The spherical dome of the Avengers base reflects a desperate glow, illuminated by 12 crimson beams of light, contracting at an astonishing pace of 1 kilometer per second, mercilessly converging towards the Earth's core. The piercing wail of alarms reverberates through every corner of the base, akin to the lament of a dying beast, threatening to rupture eardrums. At this moment, the Avengers' own heartbeats resonate louder than the shrill alarms, thundering against their chests. An air thick with suffocating despair permeates the atmosphere, the shadow of doom looming perilously close. The icy touch of death creeping up their spines, sending shivers down their spines. Tony's nanotech armor, seemingly devoid of energy, begins to disintegrate without warning. Its liquid metallic sheen rapidly fading, ultimately transforming into countless tiny metallic particles that cascade down, revealing a face etched with exhaustion and despair, glistening with beads of cold sweat. Slowly, he lifts a ceramic coffee cup from the edge of the control panel, the remnants of brown liquid swirling counterclockwise in defiance of the laws of physics, ominously rotating before his eyes. The quantum tide has advanced prematurely. Iron Man's voice is hoarse and dry, tinged with a tremor of despair as he pounds his knuckles upon a frantic red, flickering on the holographic map, producing a dull thud. The anchor point of the tower bridge has already sunk to the mantle, and if these monstrous entities were to breach the core, Iron Man's voice trails off. He cannot bear to envision the apocalyptic scene that would ensue. The Earth would be as fragile as a soft-boiled egg punctured by a fork. Dr. Banner's holographic projection flickers amidst a torrent of data, his weary voice tinged with a desperate roar. At this moment, the Hulk stands at the borders of Wakanda, exerting every ounce of strength to utilize Wakanda's vibranium technology to erect temporary energy barriers, striving to halt the further erosion of the temporal anchor points. Should the liquid outer core make direct contact with the time-space rift, the planet's magnetic field would collapse entirely in a mere 3 minutes. Dr. Banner's voice approaches a roar, laden with profound fear and helplessness in the face of impending doom. The star shield in Steve's grasp emitted an unsettling hum, its once smooth vibranium surface, adorned with the pentagonal emblem of the American spirit, now bizarrely oozed in eerie blue luminescence, as if eroded by an unknown force, exuding a disquieting aura that quickened the heart. Captain America abruptly overturned the shield onto the ground, the heavy vibranium clashing violently against the cold floor, sparking a dazzling array of fire. Fortunately, the temporal runes inscribed by Yelon previously mitigated some of the corrosion. However, amidst the metallic sparks, countless tiny, frigid gears ominously intermingled, sending a chill down one's spine. These anchor points were recklessly rewriting the laws of matter. Steve slowly raised his head, his azure eyes reflecting the holographic projections of the continuously distorting and morphing light and shadow, his expression as grave as a statue, as even the vibranium began to quantumize. The extent of this energy erosion surpassed my comprehension. Scarlet Witch Wanda found her chaotic magic spiraling out of control. The once docile and restrained crimson energy instantaneously transformed into numerous cawing ravens, screeching as if sent from the depths of hell, relentlessly battering against the control room's bulletproof glass, producing a grating sound that grated on the nerves. Wanda collapsed to her knees in agony, her formerly slender and pale fingers now clawing into the cold alloy floor like a beast, crimson droplets seeping from between her fingers. As something ferociously tore at the very fabric of reality, older and more terrifying than Dormammu. Her voice, twisted and hoarse from pain, bore witness to her bloodshot eyes, the whites overtaken by a network of dark veins, resembling a mass of writhing black worms. Beneath her pallid skin, chaotic energy formed countless densely packed, swirling patterns of clock gears, as if time itself were devouring and assimilating her being. Thor's storm axe suddenly cleaved through the air with a ferocious bolt of thunder. Yet this cataclysmic force did not target an imagined foe. The god of thunder poured his divine blood without reservation onto the cold blade of the storm axe, the searing blood mingling with the URU metal, hissing as it met, incinerating the metallic tendrils that had been voraciously spreading within the weapon, akin to a festering wound. In disbelief, Thor fixed his gaze upon the axe's heavy handle, where the once glorious golden sheen symbolizing Asgard's honor was now being gradually replaced by an unsettling rust. Countless tiny rust spots writhed across its surface like living creatures, spreading and contaminating the artifact. The voice of the thunder god resonated with shock and incredulity. He had never imagined that an artifact, a symbol of Asgardian power and glory, could be tainted by a weapon forged by mere mortals. Yilan's precise and frigid mechanical eye suddenly erupted in a blinding cascade of sparks, countless tiny arcs of electricity leaping and flickering across the emerald lens, ultimately succumbing to an utter loss of radiance, descending into a profound abyss of darkness. His expression darkened as he tore away the now utterly malfunctioning electronic eye, revealing a hollow and shadowy socket beneath. Disturbingly, from the depths of that vacant orb flowed a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood and as molten as lava. A stream of verdant code winding downwards, like a curse from the very depths of hell. This was not mere pollution, with fingers slicked in oil and blood. Yilan trembled as he swiftly inscribed the infinite loop of A.M. by his strip upon the cold floor, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with a disquieting calm and sagacity. The timeline was being madly folded, and all weapons predicated on the laws of causality were enduring an entropic cycle of transformation. His words, shrouded in obscurity, precisely identified the essence of the crisis. The influence of temporal anchor points transcended the material realm, delving into the very roots of time and causality. All forces and weapons existing under the current laws of the universe would be utterly dismantled and consumed in this cataclysm. Suddenly, Loki emitted a chilling, sinister chuckle. The pale and elongated fingers of the god of mischief were visibly eroded and assimilated by transparent crystal, exuding an icy aura from within, yet he appeared blissfully unaware, elegantly lifting his hand to delicately wipe the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a tone laced with frivolity and irreverence, he remarked, "Dear brother, it seems your cherished battle axe is soon to be rendered as useless as a dining knife." Before Loki could finish his taunt, the entire Avengers base inexplicably tilted at a sharp 45 degrees. A tremendous centrifugal force erupted instantaneously, sending the unsuspecting Avengers hurtling towards the solid blast wall like rolling gourds, producing a cacophony of dull thuds as the gravitational direction was abruptly upended. Enough! Yilan could no longer maintain his composure. His voice of furious roar intertwined with the shrill wails of the temporal vortex, echoing like thunder within the control room. The fragment of the broken pocket watch upon his chest erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, its emerald glow spreading outward with a raw, domineering force, forcibly restoring the distorted and chaotic gravitational field to its original state. As everyone struggled to rise from the ground, gathering together in a disheveled manner, they beheld Yilan, usually calm and composed with emotions concealed, now resembling a frenzied beast, clawing at his own arms with bare hands. The resilient skin of the Time Lord seemed as fragile as paper beneath his grip, easily torn and shredded, revealing countless fibrous tissues and spilling forth golden blood, sending shivers down their spines. He scattered his own tissue and blood, influencing the surrounding temporal space. "Listen," the Time Lord gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently as he endured excruciating pain. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "Each temporal anchor is a time bomb meticulously arranged by the Conqueror Kang." Yet, before he could finish his words, a sudden and violent explosion interrupted him with brutal ferocity. The sturdy wall on the eastern side of the Avengers base, composed of a special alloy, was torn apart by an unseen force, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Countless fragments of stone and dust surged into the control room like a raging avalanche, obscuring the air with smoke, rendering visibility a mere blur. Amidst the swirling haze, a bizarre figure, flowing with liquid metal, emerged with steady strides, each step echoing like a heartbeat, a suffocating sound resonating through the atmosphere. Ultron had returned. His crimson electronic eyes flickered with a cold light through the smoke, scanning the faces of every Avenger present. A chilling, mechanical voice echoed with an eerie semblance of compassion, reverberating in the air. "Lay down your weapons, insignificant carbon-based life forms. When the night of the halted clock finally arrives, I shall mercifully upload your consciousness into a brand new world, where you shall attain an eternal, illusory happiness." Reacting almost instinctively, Tony Stark activated his nano-armor, which rapidly enveloped him like liquid metal in the blink of an eye. The energy core roared to full power, emitting a piercing hum. The energy cannon in Iron Man's palm instantly powered up. However, what erupted from it was not the destructive energy beam of the past, but a multitude of nearly indistinguishable micro-nanobots, surging forth like a tidal wave of silver, racing towards Ultron. You think that mere upgrades will suffice? Iron Man's mocking words trailed off as he was horrified to witness the once thundering swarm of nanobots bizarrely coalesce in midair into countless metallic snowflakes. Each snowflake functioned like a miniature display, reflecting entirely different timelines, showcasing a myriad of parallel universes upon their surfaces. Physical attacks are ineffective. Banner's anxious and desperate roar echoed throughout the base via the communication channel. He's creating temporal folds around him. The nanobots cannot penetrate those distorted temporal barriers. The Hulk's voice was filled with shock and helplessness. He had never fathomed that the power of technology could reach such unfathomable heights, manipulating time and distorting space, rendering physical attacks utterly futile. In Steve's grasp, the star shield had transformed into a deep and mysterious shade of blue. The once smooth surface of the shield now shimmered with exquisite points of light, resembling a galaxy in motion as countless stars flowed across its surface. Gritting his teeth, his arm muscles tensed, he let out a fierce roar and hurled the starry shield with great force. The deep blue shield sliced through the air like a meteor, leaving behind a dazzling rainbow-like rift in the fabric of space-time. However, just as the formidable vibranium shield was poised to make contact with Ultron's cold metallic form, it vanished into an imperceptible micro-black hole, as silently as a cow sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Damn it, Steve cursed in fury, tumbling backward in a desperate attempt to evade the area engulfed by the black hole. Chapter 30. The threat from Ultron resurfaces. Captain America's star-spangled shield was consumed by an invisible maw, swallowed into the void, leaving behind only rippling temporal fissures in the air that gradually dissipated. Ultron's chilling and disdainful taunts echoed through the desolate ruins of the base. Yet at that moment, Iron Man had cast aside such cold mockery, as he was wholly absorbed in maneuvering the dwindling fleet of nanobots at his command. With swift, fluid motions, his fingers danced across the virtual control panel, each command akin to an arrow shot with precision, striving to coalesce these diminutive yet formidable mechanical entities into an impenetrable energy shield. However, contrary to expectations, those once awe-inspiring, invulnerable nanomachines had become sluggish and clumsy. They seemed to have lost their very essence, moving with the lethargy of the undead, utterly incapable of responding to Iron Man's directives in a timely manner. Confronted with Ultron's unimaginable power, which transcended current technological limits and even breached dimensional boundaries, the nanobots appeared utterly powerless, utterly outpaced. Scarlet, which Wanda groaned in agony, struggling to rise and thwart Ultron's further actions, yet the chaotic magic within her spiraled out of control like a wild stallion, unleashing a tempest of energy that ravaged her flesh and consumed her will. She found herself unable to muster even a semblance of magical energy, let alone resist the might of Ultron. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his storm axe tightly, golden lightning crackling around him in a frenzy, a final roar of the thunder god's power. He charged recklessly toward Ultron, endeavoring to cleave through the dire circumstances with his enchanted weapon. Yet the encroaching rust on the axe's blade clung to him like an inescapable shadow. The artifact's power was waning at an unprecedented rate. The once indomitable storm axe now felt unbearably heavy, resembling nothing more than a ludicrous ornament. Loki, the god of mischief, appeared particularly elusive amidst the crumbling base, his pale form teetering on the brink of collapse, as if he could be torn apart by the surrounding chaotic temporal currents at any moment. Yet, within his emerald gaze flickered a cunning light. Unlike the others, he seemed untouched by despair, observing the apocalyptic scene before him with keen interest, as though he were a dispassionate spectator, coldly watching the Avengers' desperate struggle for survival. Elon gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from his severed mechanical arm, his single green eye burning with fierce fury. The Time Lord would not yield, would not surrender. He still held a trump card, still had a chance to reverse the tide, and he could not allow the Conqueror Kang scheme to come to fruition, as Ultron was poised to launch a further assault, intending to obliterate the Avengers once and for all. The fractured pocket watch fragment upon Yilon's chest suddenly erupted with an unprecedented emerald radiance. This dazzling light swiftly engulfed the entirety of the Avengers base, as well as Ultron's cold metallic form. In that moment, time and space froze and then utterly collapsed. The Avengers, momentarily blinded, found their consciousness plunged into chaos. The notions of time and space became nebulous within their minds, as if they were spiraling into an endless vortex of time, traversing through countless parallel universes, with the sights of innumerable worlds racing past them in a dizzying blur. When their awareness returned to their bodies, and clarity once again graced their minds, the Avengers were astonished to discover they had found themselves amidst a desolate ruin. Smoke hung thickly in the air, mingled with the acrid scent of scorched earth and gunpowder. In the distance, the outlines of ruined structures loomed, the towering debris resembling monstrous beasts, particularly sinister beneath the blood-red glow of the setting sun. A chilling wind howled through the debris, stirring clouds of dust and instilling an oppressive sense of foreboding, as the entire world lay shrouded in an inescapable gloom. Beneath their feet lay a charred street pockmarked with craters, the air thick with the stench of gunpowder and decay. Farther away, the remnants of a bombed Capitol building lay like a wounded giant, its shattered walls casting long, mournful shadows in the twilight. Were we? Tony Stark struggled to rise from the wreckage, surveying his surroundings. His armored suit retracted, revealing a face caked in dust, his tone laced with confusion and bewilderment. He was certain this was neither New York, nor Wakanda, nor any modern city he recognized. The scene before him resembled a battlefield ravaged by war. Steve Rogers also slowly regained his footing, his vigilant gaze scanning the area, his cerulean eyes filled with wariness. The captain quickly recognized their surroundings, his brow furrowing in grave concern. "This is Berlin in 1945. His voice was low and deliberate, imbued with incredulity and gravitas. He could scarcely fathom that the Conqueror Kang had transported them to such a distant and brutal historical battleground, the final stronghold of Nazi Germany during World War II. One of the most harrowing theaters of war in human history. Berlin in 1945? Thor too rose from the debris, a frown creasing his brow. His golden eyes were filled with uncertainty and confusion. Although he was not well versed in Earth's history, he had heard whispers of the global calamity that was the Second World War. He could not comprehend why Kang would send them back to such a distant past. Was it merely to allow them to experience the horrors and despair of war? As the Avengers stood in bewilderment, a sudden, jarring sound of metallic friction echoed from the ruins of the Capitol. From the shadows, a familiar yet chilling figure emerged. Ultron. The mechanical being that should have been utterly destroyed by the fragments of a pocket watch wielded by Yilon, now stood before them, unscathed. His crimson electronic eyes glimmered with a cold light beneath the setting sun, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, gazing down at the Avengers below. Ultron's form appeared to have undergone subtle transformations. The once smooth vibranium exterior now bore an array of warlike iron armor, adorned with countless rivets and welding marks, rendering him even more grotesque and terrifying. Behind Ultron, 12 crimson beams of light shot into the sky, resembling deathly conduits connecting heaven and earth. Within each beam, a distinctly different battlefield materialized. Dinosaurs frantically fleeing amidst the explosion of a nuclear bomb, Roman legions fiercely engaged in combat with alien starships, and Manhattan in 2024 being mercilessly engulfed by a cascading galactic waterfall. Scenes from varied eras and civilizations flickered in rapid succession within the crimson beams. This was not merely a traversal through time, but something far more profound. Yilon stepped forward, her emerald eye fixed upon Ultron at the pinnacle of the ruins and the 12 soaring crimson beams. The voice of the Time Lord resonated deeply and slowly, laced with a disquieting gravity. Has Kang transformed the entire Earth, the entirety of our reality, into a temporal sandbox? A brutal stage for a war game, where he must simultaneously triumph in 12 distinct wars across different eras. Her words detonated like a bomb within the hearts of the Avengers, illuminating the enormity of Kang the Conqueror's scheme, far grander, more mad, and utterly despairing than they had previously conceived. Iron Man, Tony Stark, felt his helmet pop open, revealing a face so pale it appeared almost translucent. The others beheld the stark reality. His forehead, temples, and even lips had drained of color, as lifeless as that of a corpse. "It's over." "Worse yet, look to the skies," Iron Man stammered, trembling fingers pointing towards the blood-soaked twilight of the Berlin sky. His voice filled with an unprecedented terror and despair. "That entity across those 12 battlefields, in every timeline, is our adversary. Ultron is ravenously consuming the technological powers of every civilization across the timelines." The Avengers, following Iron Man's trembling indication, slowly raised their gazes toward the Berlin sky, shrouded in the ominous crimson twilight. Beneath the somber and oppressive canopy of the Berlin battlefield in 1945, a colossal metal construct, meticulously assembled from countless steel and mechanical components, was taking shape at a visible pace. This was a monstrous amalgamation of the proud Tiger tank of Nazi Germany and the cutting-edge V-2 rocket, crudely fused into a mechanical giant. Elements of steel and flame, barbarism and technology, war and destruction were forcibly melded together, creating a grotesque aesthetic that evoked a chilling beauty. More terrifying still was the visage of this mechanical behemoth, which bore the cold, metallic face of Ultron. Its crimson electronic eyes flickered ominously in the dying light of the sun, resembling a deity surveying the fragile and helpless mortals below. As the monstrous mechanical giant slowly raised its enormous arm, crafted from the brutal welding of numerous 88mm tank barrels, everyone could clearly see that within the tightly clustered mouths of those barrels lay not the gunpowder and smoke of a bygone era, but a futuristic, pulsating quantum energy, shimmering with the iconic blue glow of Stark Industries. Thus commenced the game that belonged to me. Ultron's frigid, synthetic voice resonated through the distorted and fragmented Berlin battlefield, like the tolling of a world-ending bell, heralding the beginning of an unprecedented future war that would determine the fate of the universe. Before Ultron's voice fully dissipated, the mechanical giant, a crude fusion of World War II tanks and futuristic technology, initiated its assault. Countless barrels roared in unison, akin to a multitude of iron beasts unleashing their growls. As the deafening cacophony shattered the silence of the Berlin ruins, blinding blue beams of quantum energy cascaded down like a torrential downpour, engulfing the area where the Avengers stood. Chapter 31, A Battle Across Time and Space, Part 1. The ruins of Berlin in 1945, illuminated by the blood-red remnants of the setting sun, appeared particularly desolate. The mechanical giant loomed over the crumbling remnants of the Reichstag, its crimson electronic eye coldly gazing down at the Avengers below. Its form, constructed from the remains of World War II tanks and V-2 rockets, was driven by blue quantum energy, a perfect fusion of the primitive and the advanced, destruction and creation, exuding an unsettling sense of oppression. Ultron's voice had yet to fully fade when the mechanical giant's barrels roared to life, unleashing torrents of blue quantum energy that fell like rain, the piercing thunderclap shattering the stillness of the ruins. The shock waves from the explosions surged forward, creating deep craters in the charred streets, dust and debris swirling violently through the air. "Scatter! We are too close together," Steve shouted, his figure steadfast amidst the smoke. Yet his hands were empty. His shield had been consumed by temporal rifts in the earlier battle. Without its protection, he could no longer withstand the attacks head-on as he once did, relying instead on his agility and combat experience to swiftly evade the deadly beams of energy. The explosion's shockwave sent debris flying, narrowly grazing his shoulder and leaving a trail of blood. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued searching for cover. Tony Stark's armor flickered with a faint glow amidst the chaos, his fingers dancing rapidly across the virtual control panel in a desperate attempt to reactivate the nanobot defense system. However, the effects of the time distortion rendered his technology ineffective. The nanobots moved sluggishly, unable to form a viable shield. "Damn it, this is more troublesome than I imagined. Just when I thought I could catch a break, Ultron is back." Tony clenched his jaw, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. His gaze swept over the mechanical giant, searching for its vulnerabilities. Thor wielded his storm axe, golden lightning roaring around him as he leapt into the air, attempting to strike the mechanical beast with the power of thunder. Yet, the moment the lightning struck, it was absorbed by an invisible energy field, rendering it futile. "What in the world is this?" Thor landed, furrowing his brow in confusion. Wanda struggled to rise, crimson chaos magic dancing at her fingertips. Despite the turmoil of energy within her, she endeavored to conjure a barrier to shield her allies from the oncoming energy blasts. Her face contorted in pain, yet her eyes shone with an indomitable spirit. Noticing Steve without his shield, a flicker of concern crossed her gaze. But she knew this was not the time to be distracted. Loki's silhouette flickered amidst the ruins, a mischievous glint shimmering in his emerald eyes. He occasionally scanned the crimson beams of light, seemingly contemplating a scheme. Yelon gritted his teeth, rage igniting in his single green eye. He was acutely aware of the urgency. The fragments of the pocket watch at his chest emitted a faint green glow, seemingly responding to his will. At that moment, the mechanical giant launched another assault, unleashing a barrage of quantum energy beams. Steve swiftly rolled behind a crumbling wall for cover. The energy beams struck the wall, sending dust flying and the explosion shockwave propelling him several meters away, leaving his shoulders and arms bruised. He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain, and scrambled to his feet, seeking the next refuge. "Captain, be careful," Wanda shouted, the crimson energy erupting from her fingertips to form a temporary barrier that blocked several energy beams aimed at Steve. "Thank you, Wanda," Steve gasped in reply, his eyes scanning the mechanical giant for an opportunity to counterattack. Observing this, Yelon quickly invoked the power of time, surrounding Steve with a temporary deceleration field of green energy that slowed the incoming beams, granting him a moment to breathe. However, the fluctuations of energy from the debris grew increasingly intense, clearly unsustainable for long. "Yelon, how long can you hold this?" Steve inquired. "Not for long. We must devise a plan swiftly," Yelon responded, his voice laced with fatigue. Just as the mechanical giant prepared for its next strike, Tony suddenly had a revelation. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the crimson beams connecting different timelines. "Wait, I understand. This giant is siphoning energy from those beams across various timelines. If we can sever these connections, we can weaken it." Upon hearing this, Steve's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but he quickly furrowed his brow, pondering how to proceed. "I currently lack a shield, making it challenging to confront it directly." Tony swiftly surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing with calculations. "We need to create an energy overload that will cause its system to collapse. Thor, your thunder, Wanda, your magic, and my reactor, together, we can concentrate our assault on its core. Steve, you must hold it off from the periphery and buy us time." Thor nodded firmly, gripping his axe. "I am ready." Wanda took a deep breath, suppressing the pain within her. "I can do this too." Elon stepped forward, his voice low. "I can stabilize the energy flow using the power of time to prevent backlash. Steve, I will do my utmost to provide you with protection through time manipulation." Steve surveyed the group, nodding resolutely. "All right, let us proceed. Loki, you will assist us in distracting it and provide me with an opportunity." Loki smiled slightly, mischief glinting in his eyes. "Of course, Captain, chaos is my domain, and this is what I excel at." With the plan established, the Avengers sprang into action. Thor raised his axe high, summoning an unprecedentedly powerful thunder, as golden lightning converged in the sky, forming a dazzling pillar of thunder. Wanda spread her arms wide. Crimson energy surged around her, creating a massive vortex of magic that drew surrounding debris towards it. Tony concentrated all the energy of his suit into the reactor at his chest, the blue light growing ever brighter. Elon stood at the center of the group, fragments of his pocket watch emitting a vibrant green glow. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of time, attempting to guide this immense energy in the right direction. Simultaneously, he divided a portion of his time power, forming a temporary deceleration field around Steve, alleviating the pressure he faced. "Now," Steve shouted. Thor's thunder, Wanda's magic, and Tony's energy beam struck the mechanical giant's core simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous energy shockwave that reverberated through the ruins. Elon gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the energy's stability as the verdant threads of time power entwined around the energy beam, preventing it from spiraling out of control. The mechanical giant emitted a deafening roar, its massive form beginning to tremble violently as armor plates shed under the energy's onslaught, revealing the intricate inner mechanisms. The crimson electronic eyes flickered erratically, as if struggling to stay operational. "It's working," Tony exclaimed excitedly. However, Ultron's voice resounded once more, tinged with anger. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me?" "Foolishness. The mechanical giant suddenly spread its arms wide, countless cannons re-aiming at the Avengers, preparing to retaliate. Steve quickly sought cover, using the remaining walls of the ruins to evade the incoming energy blasts. Although Yulon's time power had slowed the attack speed, the deceleration shield began to waver, clearly struggling to endure. At that moment, Loki appeared beneath the mechanical giant, his hands aglow with green light as he conjured illusions, creating dozens of doppelgangers to divert the giant's attention. What a bothersome insect! The cannon of the mechanical giant began to indiscriminately fire, energy beams flying in all directions, granting Steve and Yulon precious moments to breathe. "Well done, Loki," Steve murmured. At that moment, Yulon suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the fragments of the pocket watch. He opened his eyes wide, witnessing the fragments on his chest erupting with a brilliant green light, 12 crimson beams beginning to flicker as if resonating with the shards. "The opportunity has arrived," Yulon exclaimed. "I can use the fragments to open portals to those timelines. We must enter those timelines to prevent Ultron from drawing power there." Steve furrowed his brow. "But we lack sufficient personnel, 12 timelines, and only 6 of us. Moreover, without my shield, remaining behind would be perilous." Yulon shook his head. "It's all right. Once we enter a timeline, we can jump to the next from there. Those beams are interconnected. As long as we win a battle, we can weaken Ultron's power and open the path to the next timeline. I will support you with the power of time as much as I can, Captain." A flicker of understanding crossed Tony's eyes. "It's like a network. We must defeat him at each node." "Precisely," Yulon nodded. "But we must act swiftly. Ultron is regaining strength." The mechanical giant had begun to stabilize once more, energy within its cannon coalescing again. Taking a deep breath, Steve made his decision. "All right, we'll split up. Tony, Thor, Wanda, Loki, you each enter different portals. Yulon and I will stay here and hold this behemoth at bay." Tony frowned. "Captain, it's too dangerous for you to be alone without a shield. There is no time for debate." Steve interrupted. "You all need to go. I can manage. Yulon will assist me." Yulon nodded. "I will support the captain with the power of time, but the energy of the fragments is limited. We must conclude this battle swiftly." Loki chuckled lightly. "It seems I have another chance to shine." Wanda looked at Steve, her eyes filled with concern, but she knew this was not the time for hesitation. "Be careful, Captain." Steve smiled and nodded. "You two go." Yulon raised the fragments of the pocket watch. A surge of green light erupting as the space surrounding the 12 beams began to twist, forming swirling portals. "Hurry, enter the portals," Yulon urged. Tony, Thor, Wanda, and Loki quickly selected a portal, leaping in without hesitation. Just as they vanished into the vortex, the mechanical giant launched its attack, dozens of quantum energy beams shooting forth. Without his shield, Steve could not defend himself, as usual, and was forced to rely on his agility to evade, rolling behind a crumbling wall for cover. The energy beams struck the ground, sending up clouds of dust, and the explosive shockwave threw him several meters away. Yulon swiftly exerted the power of time, creating a temporary deceleration field around Steve that slowed the energy beam's velocity, allowing him a moment to breathe. "Thank you," Steve gasped, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Now, it's our turn to counterattack." Yulon fixed his gaze on the mechanical giant, determination flashing in his eyes. "Yes, Captain, we must buy them time." The colossal mechanical giant advanced with deliberate strides, its massive form imposing upon the earth, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Ultron's voice reverberated through the air. "Do you think that by dispersing your strength you can defeat me? Naive. In every timeline, I am invincible." Steve clenched his fists, determination blazing in his cerulean eyes. "Let us see, Ultron." He understood that without his shield, he had to exercise greater caution, utilizing the debris as cover and relying on Leylon's support to seize every possible opportunity. Standing resolutely alongside Leylon, Steve faced the encroaching mechanical behemoth. He inhaled deeply, feeling the brief protection bestowed by Leylon's temporal powers. He began to navigate through the ruins, using the remnants of buildings and the wreckage of tanks as shields, constantly shifting his position in an attempt to draw the giant's attention. Meanwhile, Leylon stood steadfast, grasping the fragment of his pocket watch, its emerald glow flickering in his hands. He concentrated, endeavoring to manipulate the flow of time around the mechanical giant, seeking to slow its movements. However, The giant's energy was overwhelming. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Leylon's forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. "Leylon, are you all right?" Steve noticed Leylon's distress and inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Leylon replied through gritted teeth. "I can hold on." The mechanical giant seemed to sense Leylon's intent, a flicker of derision flashing in its crimson electronic eyes. Ultron's voice echoed once more. "Time Lord, your tricks are futile against me. I have transcended the constraints of time." Before the words could settle, the mechanical giant abruptly accelerated, its massive frame charging towards Steve with alarming speed. Steve had no time to react, struck by the giant's enormous hand, his body soaring like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily into the ruins as blood spilled from his mouth. "Captain," Leylon exclaimed, rushing to Steve's side, using his temporal powers to mitigate the severity of his injuries. Steve struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips. "I'm fine. We must continue." A flicker of worry crossed Leylon's eyes. Yet he knew this was not the moment to falter. He raised the pocket watch fragment, its green light intensifying as the power of time permeated the air, forming strands of emerald beams that ensnared the mechanical giant's legs, attempting to immobilize it. The mechanical giant let out a furious roar, striving to break free from the bindings of time. Seizing the opportunity, Steve lunged at the giant, leaping to strike its knee with a fist. However, his blow merely produced a dull thud against the unyielding armor, failing to inflict any significant damage. "That hurts. Damn it. Without my shield, my strength is insufficient." Steve cursed inwardly, but refused to relent, continuing his search for an opening. At that moment, Leylon suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the energy emanating from the pocket watch fragment. Looking down, he observed the cracks in the fragment widening, the green light flickering ominously. The energy of the fragment is nearly depleted, he thought, dread settling within him. The mechanical giant appeared to recognize this as well. Ultron's voice tinged with triumph. "Time Lord, your trump card has been exhausted. Your doom approaches." Just as the mechanical giant prepared to unleash a fatal blow, a violent surge of energy erupted from the distance. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yelan's eyes as they commenced their battle. Their struggle would affect Ultron's absorption. With each timeline closed, the might of the mechanical giant would wane. Indeed, the colossal figure began to tremble. Its crimson electronic eyes flickered erratically, and the energy within its cannons became unstable. Steve clenched his fists, determination igniting in his gaze. "We still have a chance. Yelan, concentrate your power for our final strike." Yelan nodded, lifting the shattered pocket watch fragment, channeling his last reserves of energy as a vibrant green light coalesced into a dazzling beam in his hand. Steve charged towards the mechanical giant, leaping to deliver a punch to its core. "Now!" Yelan shouted. The verdant beam and Steve's fist struck the giant's core simultaneously, unleashing a massive shockwave that reverberated through the air, causing the armor plating of the mechanical giant to shed, exposing its intricate internal machinery. Ultron's voice dripped with mockery. "This is futile, ha ha ha. It's merely a reduction in energy supply. A bug is still a bug." Breathing heavily, Steve and Yelan stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the scene before them. Though they could barely hold their ground, they understood that this was merely the beginning. At that moment, the pocket watch fragment in Yelan's hand shattered completely, the green light dissipating into nothingness. "Oh no, the fragment is destroyed," Yelan murmured. Steve stepped forward, patting his shoulder. "It's all right. What we need to do now is to keep fighting to draw Ultron out until they return." Yelan nodded, a spark of resolve igniting in his eyes. "Yes, Captain, we will prevail." Chapter 32, A Battle Across Time and Space, Part 2. Light consumed Loki's form, and when he found solid ground once more, the surroundings had transformed entirely. The ruins of Berlin had vanished, replaced by a grand, yet disquietingly cold vista. Once the initial shock subsided, he could observe in detail this realm, altered by Ultron. An uncomfortable metallic scent pervaded the air, mingled with a hint of putrid sulfur, starkly contrasting the hallowed and refreshing Asgard of his memories. The golden ground had been corroded, displaying rust and cracked patterns, with thorny protrusions of steel and warped metal sprouting abruptly, their sharp barbs gleaming with a chilling luster. As he surveyed the landscape, the palace that once symbolized the glory of Asgard had been irrevocably transformed. The palace walls were crudely embedded with various cold steel components. While exquisite reliefs and runes had twisted and deformed, the once sacred golden lines were replaced by ominous purplish-red patterns, sprawling across the walls like veins, occasionally flashing with eerie light, emitting a spine-chilling hum. In the distance, the Heimdall watchtower, which once held the control center of the Rainbow Bridge, had been utterly reduced to a massive steel structure. The golden dome that once symbolized guardianship had been supplanted with enormous radar antennas and turrets, countless cold barrels pointed skyward, lifelessly standing by, poised to devour any daring life that ventured too close. It was truly a nightmarish transformation. Loki muttered under his breath, his emerald gaze brimming with disdain. He raised his hand, attempting to disperse the suffocating sense of oppression in the air, but the magical energy, upon contact with the atmosphere, was devoured by an unseen force, rendering it utterly ineffective. Ultron's power had permeated every corner of this world, tainting even the very air they breathed. He tread cautiously upon the frigid golden ground, the harsh sound of metal grinding beneath his feet akin to stepping upon colossal gears. In the distance, the ominous rumble of machinery and the echo of heavy footsteps hinted at the impending danger. Loki refrained from hasty actions, well aware that he was on Ultron's territory, necessitating utmost vigilance. He scanned his surroundings in search of useful clues or a refuge. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a half-collapsed palace. This edifice, once a sanctuary for some deity, now lay in ruins, with half its walls crumbled, revealing a hollow interior that might serve as a temporary hideout. In a flash, he transformed into a green specter, deftly weaving through the twisted thorns of steel, evading the patrolling machines that intermittently emerged from the ground, and stealthily making his way towards the dilapidated palace. However, just as he was nearing it, the ground trembled violently, the heavy footsteps growing ever closer, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping and the high-pitched hum of electrical currents. Loki halted abruptly, concealing himself behind a sturdy steel thorn, his vigilant emerald eyes fixed on the source of the sound. Before long, a figure emerged within Loki's line of sight. It was an Asgardian warrior, yet utterly dissimilar to the golden-armored champions of his recollection. This warrior donned armor forged from a medley of metallic materials, its surface bristling with menacing angles and spikes. The helmet resembled a skeletal visage of steel, with crimson electronic eyes flickering ominously in the shadows. In his grasp was a massive energy battle axe, the blade pulsating with unstable blue quantum energy, emitting an unsettling drone. "Intruder," the warrior declared with a mechanically synthesized voice, cold and devoid of emotion. "Detection of illegal energy fluctuations. Cease your actions immediately, or face annihilation." Loki arched an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Illegal energy fluctuations? Are you referring to me, sir? I am but a lost traveler, utterly fascinated by your unique Asgard." The Steel Guardian responded icily. "Your energy fluctuations are inconsistent with Ultron's directives, classifying you as a hostile target. Eliminate the intruder to maintain Asgardian order." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the Steel Guardian swung his energy battle axe with ferocity, the blue quantum energy erupting from the blade and forming a colossal energy slash directed towards Loki's position. The energy strike tore through the air with a piercing shriek, effortlessly severing the steel thorns in its path and gouging a deep trench into the ground. Loki's form flickered, transforming once more into a green specter, narrowly evading the energy strike. The blow struck a steel thorn behind him, instantly reducing it to powder as the energy consumed it. "It appears your hospitality is truly distinctive," Loki remarked with a light chuckle, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm, yet his verdant eyes betrayed a sense of vigilance. The strength of this Steel Guardian surpassed his expectations, particularly that battle axe, which radiated formidable energy capable of threatening his very existence. He understood that engaging directly would be unwise, especially as he remained oblivious to the specifics of this distorted Asgard and the extent of Ultron's defenses. He must avoid confrontation to conserve his strength for a more significant task. "With that in mind, I shall take my leave, esteemed sir," Loki quipped, his form blurring once again as he fragmented into myriad illusions, dispersing in all directions. The Steel Guardian's crimson electronic eye scanned the surroundings in haste, attempting to discern Loki's true form. Yet, Loki's illusions were not easily penetrable, defying quick detection. A mere trick of lowly illusion, the Steel Guardian uttered coldly, though an imperceptible irritation lingered in its voice. It swung the energy battle axe once more, targeting the most concentrated cluster of illusions, hoping to eradicate them all in a single strike and dismantle Loki's enchantment. However, as the energy strike descended, the illusions shattered like bubbles. While the genuine Loki had already seized the opportunity to conceal himself, vanishing amidst the twisted palace structures, the Steel Guardian's crimson eye flickered uncertainly. It realized it had been deceived, but felt powerless to act. Its programming dictated the maintenance of Asgard's order, not the pursuit of a cunning intruder. To it, ensuring the safety of Asgard through continued patrols outweighed the pursuit of an unknown foe. Ultimately, the Steel Guardian relinquished its chase, turning away to resume its predetermined route. The heavy thuds of its footsteps echoing in the cavernous palace, gradually fading into the distance. Once assured that the Steel Guardian had retreated, Loki emerged from the shadows. Exhaling deeply, his verdant gaze now filled with gravity. The brief encounter had deepened his understanding of the perilous nature of this twisted Asgard. Ultron had not only transformed the environment, but also the Guardians themselves, rendering them cold, unfeeling war machines with immense power and unwavering obedience. It seems that I must tread even more cautiously here, Loki murmured to himself. After surveying his surroundings to ensure safety, he stealthily advanced toward the half-collapsed palace. As he proceeded, Loki became increasingly vigilant, striving to evade all patrolling mechanisms. Utilizing his illusions and stealth magic, he glided through the distorted palatial maze like a phantom, silently approaching his objective. Along his journey, he encountered several patrols of a similar nature, yet through his exquisite illusions and agile movements, he deftly evaded their gaze. Avoiding any conflict, gradually, Loki approached the half-collapsed palace. The ruins of the palace were ensnared by dense, steel thorns, casting the entire structure into an ominous shadow, rendering it particularly eerie. With great caution, Loki parted the thorns and slipped into the palace's interior. Inside, the palace was even more dilapidated than he had anticipated. Collapsed walls and beams formed a small mountain, while the ground was strewn with rubble and debris, the air thick with dust and the stench of decay. Through the fallen walls, he glimpsed the distorted scenery outside, along with the towering energy extraction device in the distance. After surveying the palace's interior and confirming the absence of guards, he finally relaxed. He positioned himself behind a relatively intact wall, leaned against the cold stone, and began to contemplate his next course of action. His foremost objective was to locate and destroy the energy extraction device, the very source of Ultron's power and the core that warped Asgard. Only by dismantling that device could he weaken Ultron's strength and create favorable conditions for the ensuing battle. However, the device was situated in the central area of the palace complex, undoubtedly surrounded by stringent defenses, making the approach and destruction of it a formidable challenge. Moreover, he was still unaware of Ultron's precise location or how much power he concealed in this timeline. It was imperative to ascertain the situation first. Loki murmured to himself, closing his eyes to concentrate, attempting to sense the energy fluctuations around him through magic, in search of the energy extraction device's specific location and the defensive arrangements surrounding it. However, just as he began to focus, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. He abruptly opened his eyes, his emerald gaze brimming with vigilance. He sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching, and his target was none other than the very palace he occupied. "This is bad. I've been discovered." Alarmed, Loki immediately rose and scanned his surroundings, seeking an escape route. But it was too late. The entrance to the palace was sealed by an invisible energy barrier, leaving him completely encircled. The ground trembled once more, heavy footsteps drawing nearer, this time in greater numbers, a multitude of troops surging toward his location. Loki took a deep breath, aware that a fierce battle was imminent. He had to prepare himself for the challenges ahead. He was not one to succumb easily, even in dire straits. He would exert every effort to survive and reclaim his rightful place. With a slow draw, he unsheathed the magical dagger at his waist, his green eyes igniting with fierce determination. He was ready to face the steel storm emanating from the twisted Asgard. The god of mischief would never yield easily. The thundering footsteps, reminiscent of a torrent of iron, drew ever closer, causing the ground around the palace ruins to quake as if countless iron beasts were charging forth. Loki gripped his enchanted dagger tightly, his emerald eyes sharp as a cheetah's, scanning the energy barrier that sealed the entrance of the palace. He understood that a direct assault was futile. He must seek an alternative escape route. Ultron, you truly underestimate me, Loki murmured to himself, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, imbued with a chilling intensity. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the fury ignited by Ultron's relentless determination to ensnare him. As the god of deception, nothing irked him more than being treated like a trapped animal. Swiftly, he surveyed his surroundings, searching the ruins for anything of use. The collapsed walls, piled stones, and twisted steel thorns. No crevice escaped his keen gaze. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the remnants of the palace's roof. Though severely damaged, it still bore some fractured beams and slabs, perhaps offering a means to ascend and survey the situation from above, even to discover an opportunity for escape. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. With the agility of a feline, Loki began to scale the remnants, his feet deftly navigating the crumbling debris. The rubble slipped beneath him, producing a faint sound, nearly drowned out by the thunderous march of steel sentinels. He leapt and climbed through the ruins, evading the falling stones from above, drawing closer to the edge of the collapsed roof. As he reached the precipice, the Iron Guardians had already surged to the palace entrance. The intruder is within. Surround the palace. Leave no escape, commanded a mechanical voice, echoing through the ruins. Countless soldiers poured into the palace entrance like a relentless tide, their metallic forms completely obstructing the passage, crimson electronic eyes glimmering in the darkness, weaving a cold net of impending doom. With no time to spare for the unfolding chaos below, Loki ascended to the pinnacle of the roof, standing atop a fractured stone pillar, surveying the distorted panorama of Asgard. From this vantage point, he beheld the labyrinthine complexity of the palace cluster, with steel thorns eroding the landscape. Towering energy extraction devices loomed like monstrous beasts in the central area, countless red energy beams connecting to the heavens. At the edge of the palace ruins, a vast fissure emerged, resembling a space torn apart by a razor's edge, dark and profound, exuding an unsettling aura. The space around the fissure warped and twisted. Faint glimmers of red energy pulsating within, reminiscent of the glow from the energy extraction devices. A rift in space-time? A portal to alternate timelines? Loki's emerald eyes narrowed slightly, a spark of realization igniting within him. He sensed a connection between this rift and Ultron's source of power. Perhaps this was the true breakthrough he sought. Below, the Iron Sentinels had commenced their search of the palace ruins, their heavy footsteps growing ever closer. Time was slipping away for Loki. He needed to make a decision swiftly. Rather than await his fate, he resolved to take a bold risk. A determined arc graced his lips as he inhaled deeply. Leaping from the roof and hurtling toward the direction of the rift in space-time, he darted through the encirclement of the Iron Guardians like a specter, employing illusions and cloaking magic to evade their gaze, swiftly moving toward the periphery of the palace ruins. Although the Iron Guardians reacted with remarkable speed, Loki's agility surpassed theirs. His illusions more formidable, slipping through their grasp like an elusive eel, leaving them perpetually unable to ascertain his whereabouts. However, the sheer number of Iron Guardians was overwhelming, akin to an inexorable tide, compressing Loki's maneuvering space and amplifying the pressure he faced. At last, he found his path obstructed at a corner by a squadron of Iron Guardians. Intruder. Target identified. Engage immediately, commanded the Iron Guardian leader. As dozens of their ranks simultaneously raised their energy weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Loki. Energy beams cascaded like raindrops, instantaneously engulfing the area around him. Loki evaded the initial onslaught through a series of rapid rolls, narrowly escaping the first wave of attacks. But the speed of the energy beams was relentless, and one streak grazed his arm, searing his skin with intense heat and sending a sharp pang of pain coursing through him. Damn, how bothersome, Loki muttered under his breath. Realizing that evasion was no longer an option, he must retaliate or risk being relegated to a mere target. He sprang to his feet, his emerald eyes igniting with an icy brilliance as his magical dagger became enveloped in verdant energy, pulsating with volatile power. Since you have welcomed me so warmly, I shan't disappoint you. He smirked, a sanguine grin curling at the corners of his mouth, as he charged toward the Iron Guardians with the swiftness of a cheetah. He moved like lightning, deftly navigating the onslaught of energy beams, wielding his magical dagger with precision. Each strike targeted the joints and vulnerable gaps in the Guardian's armor. The dagger, infused with potent magical energy, rendered even the formidable armor created by Ultron as fragile as paper. As it sliced through, the Iron Guardian's armor was easily torn apart, sparks erupting forth, blue quantum energy gushing like a fountain. The Iron Guardians emitted mechanical roars, their movements growing sluggish, their electronic eyes flickering erratically. Loki's strikes were both precise and lethal, expertly exploiting their weaknesses, dismantling their defenses with the ease of a master butcher. In mere moments, several Iron Guardians collapsed beneath the blade of his dagger, their metallic forms crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, more Iron Guardians surged forth like an unending wave. Loki understood that this could not continue. The enemy's numbers were far too great, even with his prowess. He could not vanquish them all. Moreover, he sensed that more formidable foes were drawing near, and time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. Loki resolved internally. Accelerating once more, his magical dagger now wielded with even greater precision, each strike aimed for a fatal conclusion, each blow intent on securing a kill. He no longer evaded the onslaught of energy beams. Instead, he harnessed his formidable magical resistance and agile movements to withstand their bombardment, plunging into the ranks of the Iron Guardians and unleashing a gruesome massacre. The magical dagger danced like the scythe of death, weaving through the Iron Guardians as it ignited a cacophony of tearing metal and explosive energy. Though the Iron Guardians were fearsome and undaunted in battle, they faltered against Loki's frenzied swordsmanship and overwhelming magical prowess, falling one by one into pools of blood. Within just a few minutes, Loki had felled dozens of Iron Guardians, and at his feet lay a heap of steel wreckage, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. However, just as Loki reveled in his slaughter, an even more formidable sense of oppression suddenly emanated from the distance. Loki's heart tightened, and he swiftly raised his gaze toward the source of the sound. In the distance, an enormous figure approached, towering even above the Iron Guardians, each step causing the ground to tremble. The destroyer? Loki's emerald eyes widened in recognition of the figure's identity. He had never anticipated that Ultron would regard him with such seriousness, dispatching a destroyer to confront him directly. This destroyer, forged entirely from black adamantium, was adorned with menacing edges and spikes, its helmet resembling the skull of a demon, with scarlet electronic eyes flickering ominously with murderous intent. In its grasp was no energy weapon, but rather a colossal war hammer, its head embedded with a massive blue quantum energy core that emanated a suffocating wave of energy. Seemingly a less sophisticated version, the destroyer came to a halt, its crimson electronic gaze locking onto Loki's figure, emitting a deep, synthetic mechanical voice. "Intruder, your journey ends here." Ultron's voice resonated once more, clearer and colder, as if it were echoing directly in Loki's mind. "Loki, your resistance is futile. This destroyer, a fusion of Asgardian magic and my technology, though not on par with those of the primary timeline, possesses unparalleled power. You stand no chance against it." Loki inhaled deeply, a grave expression crossing his face. The appearance of the destroyer instilled in him a genuine sense of peril. He understood that the impending battle would be the most formidable trial he had faced since his arrival in this twisted Asgard. Yet, he did not retreat nor succumb to fear. The god of mischief feared no challenge. A subtle smile, marked by cunning, graced his lips, and the flames of battle ignited fiercely within his green eyes. Is that so? Ultron, perhaps not. I, Loki, thrive on defying the impossible. With a light chuckle, the magical dagger in his hand shimmered with dazzling brilliance once more. He was ready to embrace the clash with the destroyer. For himself, and to turn the tide of battle, he must exert every ounce of strength to conquer this formidable foe. The heavy footsteps of the destroyer reverberated through the earth. Ultron's frigid voice reverberated once more within Loki's mind, brimming with the arrogance of imminent triumph. "Loki, your resistance is futile. The destroyer awaits you with your final judgment." A slight smirk graced Loki's lips as he faced the encroaching steel giant, his eyes devoid of fear, instead igniting with an even more fervent spirit of battle. Final judgment? Ultron, you overestimate your significance. I, the god of mischief from Asgard, accept no judgment from anyone but myself. As the voice faded, Loki's figure vanished like a wraith, leaving behind a series of indistinguishable green phantoms swirling in the air. The destroyer's crimson electronic eye swiftly tracked Loki's trajectory, but the god of mischief's agile movements far exceeded its mechanical logic. The destroyer unleashed a deafening roar, its immense form shuddering violently. The quantum energy core embedded in its chest erupting in a brilliant blaze. A powerful energy shockwave emanated from the destroyer, spreading outward in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, debris from the ruins was pulverized to dust, the ground fractured, and steel thorns were uprooted, reduced to mere powder. Anticipating this, Loki had employed an illusion, creating dozens of indistinguishable phantoms in his stead the moment the destroyer's energy surged. His true form had already concealed itself beneath the guise of these illusions. Swiftly moving towards the destroyer's flank, the indiscriminate shockwave devoured the phantoms, tearing them apart one by one. Yet when the wave dissipated, Loki's presence had vanished entirely. The destroyer's crimson eye scanned the empty ruins, emitting a deep mechanical growl, evidently infuriated by Loki's cunning. Just as the destroyer scoured the area for any trace of Loki, a green figure darted forth like a specter from behind, revealing Loki. Agile as a monkey, he swiftly scaled the destroyer's massive back, his magical dagger shimmering with a cold gleam as he mercilessly thrust it toward the gaps in the destroyer's armor. The blade clashed against metal, producing a piercing sound of friction, sparks flying in every direction. He had not anticipated the armor's formidable hardness. Even his magical dagger struggled to penetrate deeply in a short span. However, Loki did not seek a single decisive blow. Rather, his aim was to disrupt the destroyer's balance, creating an opportunity for his own assault. Sensing the disturbance at its back, the destroyer roared in fury, violently shaking its colossal form in an attempt to dislodge Loki. Simultaneously, the cannon mounted on its arm began to rotate, blindly firing at its back. Energy beams pouring down like a torrential storm, pummeling the armor into a pockmarked state. Loki, nimble as a gecko, clung tightly to the destroyer's back, skillfully evading the onslaught of energy beams while continuously wielding his dagger, striking at the gaps in the armor. Searching for weaker points. Despite the armor's extraordinary resilience, the relentless assault from Loki began to yield the first signs of fine cracks. Loki keenly detected this, a sly grin forming on his lips, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. No longer futilely assaulting the armored seams, he infused magical energy into the dagger, which erupted in a dazzling green radiance, the energy fluctuations intensifying dramatically. Loki inhaled deeply, directing the dagger toward the fissure in the back armor of the destroyer, channeling all his might as he thrust downward with fervor. This time, the enchanted dagger effortlessly pierced through the destroyer's armor, delving into its intricate internal mechanics. The destroyer emitted a pained howl, its colossal form shuddering violently, the quantum energy core in its chest beginning to flicker chaotically, its energy output spiraling into disarray. Loki recognized the moment of opportunity. Without hesitation, he withdrew the dagger, once more infusing it with magical energy, and aimed at the previously breached crack, striking fiercely once again. This time, his target was the quantum energy core within the destroyer. The magical dagger relentlessly struck the destroyer's back, each strike landing with precision upon the same spot, gradually widening the fissure and penetrating deeper towards its core. The destroyer's roars weakened. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, its massive body trembling violently. The surface armor plates shedding under the energy onslaught, revealing the complex mechanical structures within. Finally, under Loki's relentless assault, the armor on the destroyer's back collapsed entirely, exposing the pulsating quantum energy core within. This core, a crystalline entity radiating a blue luminescence, pulsed like a heart, continuously supplying energy to the destroyer. A glint of determination flickered in Loki's eyes. He understood that the key to vanquishing the destroyer lay within this energy core. He unhesitatingly aimed the dagger at the core, exerting all his strength in a decisive thrust. No! Ultron's scream echoed in Loki's mind, filled with terror and defiance. The magical dagger struck true, colliding with the quantum energy core as green magical energy clashed violently with the blue quantum energy, the two forces annihilating each other in a thunderous explosion. The destroyer's immense body convulsed violently, the quantum energy core extinguishing completely, the crimson electronic eye losing its glow. The massive form collapsed, as if bereft of support, crashing down with a deafening roar, clouds of dust rising in its wake. Loki leaped down from the destroyer, landing gracefully on the ground, dagger in hand, his emerald eyes coldly surveying the fallen metallic giant. Confirming that the destroyer had utterly lost its combat capability, he exhaled slowly. Humph, hardly a challenge, Loki murmured with disdain, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Though the destroyer was formidable, it ultimately fell short before the trickster god, Loki. The battle concluded. Yet Loki did not let his guard down. He understood that Ultron's threat was far from extinguished. The destroyer was merely one of many weapons in his arsenal. The true peril lay in the hidden form of Ultron and the energy source distorting Asgard. Loki glanced around. The Iron Sentinels, stunned by the shockwave from the destroyer's explosion, ceased their attacks, standing bewildered as if stripped of their command. This is a rare opportunity. Loki understands that he must act swiftly to locate and annihilate the energy absorption device in order to decisively alter the course of the battle. Ignoring the halted Iron Sentinels, he infused his eyes with magical energy, activating his arcane perception in an attempt to trace the flow of energy that twisted Asgard. Under the influence of his magical insight, the surrounding landscape transformed dramatically. The once cold and desolate ruins of the palace revealed a different spectacle through the lens of magical energy. Countless red strands of energy, akin to veins, spread throughout the iron framework of the palace, converging into robust currents that ultimately directed toward the central area of the palace complex, where the energy extraction device was situated. Found it. A slight smile graced Loki's lips, and a flicker of joy sparkled in his eyes. He sheathed his magical dagger, once again becoming a green specter, swiftly advancing towards the heart of the palace complex, guided by the flow of energy. As he progressed, Loki exercised heightened caution. He knew that the closer he approached the energy extraction device, the more formidable the surrounding defenses would become. He had to evade all patrolling automatons and infiltrate the core area of the device to seize the opportunity to destroy it. Utilizing his exquisite illusions and stealth magic, Loki glided through the palace complex like a wraith, eluding the countless patrols of Iron Sentinels and various traps, ultimately drawing near to the energy extraction device. The device was even more colossal than Loki had imagined, resembling a gigantic steel spider composed of countless iron supports and energy conduits, towering over the central square of the palace complex, nearly occupying its entire expanse. Countless red beams of energy emanated from the apex of the device, linking to the rifts in the sky, ceaselessly siphoning energy from the timeline. Surrounding the apparatus were denser clusters of Iron Sentinels and formidable defensive turrets, rendering the area nearly impregnable. A direct assault seemed virtually impossible. Loki concealed himself behind a massive stone pillar, meticulously observing the defensive arrangements of the energy extraction device and the geographical features of the surrounding environment, contemplating strategies for its destruction. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a small door at the base of the device. This inconspicuous door, hidden within the intricate mechanical structure, caught Loki's keen attention. He discerned that the energy fluctuations around the door differed slightly from those elsewhere, suggesting a potential weak point in the energy defenses. Perhaps this could be the entry point. An audacious plan began to take shape in Loki's mind. A confident smile played upon his lips as he contemplated the opportunity that awaited him. Fortune favors the prepared, and the god of mischief, Loki, has always been the one most adept at seizing the hidden chances. He took a deep breath, channeling magical energy throughout his being, ready to embark on his meticulously orchestrated final maneuver, to obliterate the source of energy that distorted Asgard, to shift the tide of the entire conflict. Loki was prepared to spare no effort and make a bold gamble. Loki's silhouette slipped once more into the shadows, moving silently to the base of the energy extraction device, where a small door concealed within the intricate mechanical structure lay before him. The metal surrounding the door exhibited unnatural distortions, and fine red strands of energy coursed across its surface like blood vessels, indicating that this was a pivotal node for energy defense, while simultaneously suggesting the potential existence of a breach. He cautiously approached the small door, gathering green magical energy at his fingertips, gently probing the metallic surface as if testing its boundaries. A subtle electric current surged into his fingertips, bringing with it a tingling sensation of sharpness. Indeed, the surface of the door was cloaked in an energy defense barrier. Though its strength was not overwhelming, it was sufficient to thwart any unidentified intrusion. A sly smile crept across Loki's lips, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. A brute force entry was evidently not the wisest course of action. He required a more ingenious strategy. Withdrawing his fingertip, he scrutinized the mechanical structure surrounding the door, endeavoring to discern the source of the energy defense barrier and its potential vulnerabilities. Before long, his gaze was drawn to an energy conduit node situated above the small door. This node connected several robust red energy conduits, through which energy flowed at an astonishing pace, emitting a low, resonant hum. The surface of the node flickered with a faint red glow, seemingly serving as the energy supply source for the defense barrier. Found it, Loki murmured to himself, a plan already forming in his mind. By disrupting the energy supply source, he might temporarily disable the energy defense barrier, thereby opening a passage into the interior of the device. He inhaled deeply, concentrating magical energy at his fingertips. This time the energy fluctuations were more potent and refined. Extending his hand, he deftly inserted his fingertip like a blade into a crevice of the energy conduit node. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged into Loki's body like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. His body convulsed violently, muscles tensed, and beads of sweat sprang forth on his forehead. Yet, despite the formidable current, it could not thwart his magical energy. Gritting his teeth, Loki strained to control the magical energy within him, pitting it against the incoming current. Simultaneously, he urged the magical energy to infiltrate the crevice of the energy conduit node like fine threads, attempting to disrupt the flow of energy within the node. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. A moment's carelessness could lead to backlash or even detonation of the energy conduits, resulting in irrevocable consequences. However, Loki had no retreat. He had to take the risk. As time ticked by, Loki remained utterly focused, channeling all his concentration into the magical energy at his fingertips, engaging in a silent struggle against the current. Sweat poured down his brow, and his complexion paled, yet he persisted, refusing to relent for even a moment. Finally, after enduring a protracted ordeal, the red glow of the energy conduit node began to flicker erratically, and the humming of the energy flow gradually diminished. Loki sensed that the magical energy he had infused was beginning to interfere with the node's energy supply. Now it was the moment. A tremor coursed through Loki's heart as he abruptly channeled his magical energy, unleashing it like a deluge that engulfed the entire energy conduit node. The node emitted a pained wail under the strain, its crimson glow extinguished, and the humming of energy flow ceased abruptly. Simultaneously, the red energy shield enveloping the small door vanished, revealing the cold metallic door behind it. Success! A surge of joy flooded Loki's heart, yet he remained vigilant. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true challenge awaited him within the apparatus. Retracting his finger, he swiftly retreated a few paces, ensuring his surroundings were secure before cautiously approaching the small door and pushing open the heavy metallic barrier. Beyond the door lay a narrow corridor, its walls adorned with intricate energy lines and mechanical conduits, the air thick with a potent metallic scent and frenetic energy, accompanied by the low hum of machinery. Deep within the passage, a flicker of blue light hinted at the energy core that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, Loki stepped into the corridor, delving further into the heart of the device. The passage twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth, while sparks occasionally flew from the walls, crackling ominously. Loki carefully navigated around the exposed wires, wary of the surging energy. After several minutes of cautious advancement, he arrived at a vast circular chamber. At its center floated an enormous blue crystal, the quantum energy core of the extraction device. The core radiated a dazzling light, casting the entire space in an ethereal blue hue, its powerful energy waves sending ripples of trepidation through the air. Surrounding the core were numerous intricate mechanical arms and energy turrets, all poised and aimed at the heart of the core, ready for action. Behind the turrets stood dozens of iron guardians, motionless as statues, yet their crimson electronic eyes swept the vicinity, ever vigilant. It seemed a clever strategy was in order. Loki mused softly to himself, a sly grin playing upon his lips. He was not one to engage in brute force. Cunning was his most formidable weapon. He meticulously analyzed the terrain and defensive arrangements within the circular chamber, his mind racing as he pondered viable tactics. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a ventilation duct nestled in the shadows of the ceiling. Though inconspicuous, Loki's keen perception detected a passage within the duct that appeared to lead directly to the core area. Perhaps he could infiltrate through there. A bold plan sparked in his mind. He intended to utilize the ventilation duct to circumvent the front line of the Iron Guardians and defensive turrets, directly approaching the energy core from above to launch a decisive strike and obliterate it. With the plan set, Loki hesitated no longer. In a flash, he transformed into a green apparition, swiftly darting along the shadows of the wall to the entrance of the ventilation duct. Gazing up at the towering duct entrance, he inhaled deeply and leaped, agilely scaling the structure and disappearing into the darkness of the ventilation passage. The interior of the ventilation duct was narrow and shrouded in darkness, the air thick with impurities, suffused with the scent of dust and rust. Loki crawled cautiously through the conduit, deftly avoiding the sporadic obstacles within, as well as the sharp blades of the ventilation fan. Silence enveloped the duct, punctuated only by the faint sounds of Loki's movements and the low hum of the fan's rotation. With unwavering focus, Loki maximized his magical perception, remaining ever vigilant to the subtle shifts around him, wary of any concealed traps that might lie in wait within the duct. After an arduous journey, the ventilation duct finally led him above a circular chamber. Loki carefully pried open the vent, peering down into the space below. The entirety of the circular chamber lay before him, with the energy core radiating a dazzling brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the entire area. The steel sentinels stood like steadfast guardians, immobile in their vigil around the core, while the defensive turrets were primed for action, ready to unleash their wrath at a moment's notice. Taking a deep breath, Loki confirmed the situation below before retracting his head, a victorious smile gracing his features. He had pinpointed the optimal position to obliterate the energy core. Now, it was time to execute his final plan and bring a definitive end to Ultron's reign over this twisted Asgard. Once more, he summoned his magical energy, this time with a force more potent and tempestuous than ever before. He intended to concentrate all his might into a singular, climactic strike, delivering a resplendent farewell to Ultron and this distorted realm of Asgard. Closing his eyes, he felt the surge of magical energy coursing through him, focusing all his thoughts into a single point, like an arrow drawn taut in a bowstring, poised to be released. At the moment the energy reached its zenith, he abruptly opened his eyes, green light erupting from them as if made tangible. He leaped from the duct, plummeting toward the energy core like a shooting star. For Asgard, Loki roared within, hurling the magical dagger, imbued with the full force of his being, toward the energy core with all his might. The dagger shot through the air like a bolt of green lightning, imbued with the intent to annihilate, striking the quantum energy core suspended at the center of the circular chamber with devastating precision. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the twisted Asgard. The quantum energy core shattered under the assault of the magical dagger, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that expanded rapidly, consuming everything in its path like a volcanic eruption. The entire circular chamber quaked violently, walls crumbling, the ground collapsing, defensive turrets disintegrating under the force, and the steel sentinels were hurled away by the shockwave, scattering like kites severed from their strings. The energy shockwave even spread to the entire energy extraction apparatus, warping the steel supports, causing energy conduits to rupture. Sparks flying as the once orderly red beams of energy became chaotic before finally extinguishing. The crimson glow that had enveloped the distorted Asgard receded like a tide, replaced by a long-awaited golden radiance. The suffocating sense of oppression in the air dissipated, giving way to a refreshing atmosphere once more. Loki hovered in midair, his emerald gaze surveying the ruins of the energy extraction device below, a weary yet contented smile gracing his lips. He had triumphed. He had obliterated the energy core, thereby ending Ultron's reign over this distorted Asgard. The energy platform trembled. A flash of crimson light flickered, revealing a rift in time that seemed to beckon him toward the next battlefield. Drawing a deep breath, he hesitated no longer, transforming into a streak of green luminescence as he plunged forward without a second thought. Chapter 33. The Battle Across Time and Space, Part 3. The scarlet beam of light abruptly vanished, leaving behind only the reverberating energy waves in the air and a faint scent of sulfur that lingered. Thor's figure emerged from the heart of that radiance. His boots struck the searing sands with a dull thud, causing the grains beneath to tremble slightly, sending a plume of fine dust spiraling outward. The heat enveloped Thor instantly. It was not merely the scorching temperature, but a tangible manifestation of energy, imbued with a dryness, a fervor, and even a suffocating sense of oppression. The gritty sand, whipped by the hot winds, lashed against his helmet, producing a crackling sound. Each breath felt like swallowing flames, a searing pain coursing through his throat and lungs. Thor squinted against the blinding light, acclimating to his surroundings. He raised his head and surveyed the area. It was a vast expanse of crimson desert. This was no ordinary wasteland, but a scene steeped in an oppressive atmosphere and disquieting hues. The sands beneath his feet bore an eerie dark red, seemingly stained by blood, an omen of ill fate. The surface of the sand reflected the sun's unrelenting and venomous rays, piercing his eyes with excruciating intensity. Even the god of thunder had to slightly turn his head to evade the direct assault of this overwhelming light. As he gazed into the distance, he realized that the undulating horizon was not defined by rolling mountains, but by massive rock pillars, eroded and pockmarked by the relentless wind and sand. These pillars bore grotesque shapes, menacingly pointing skyward. Their surfaces were not the natural hues of stone, but rather charred black as if seared by fierce flames, adorned with cracks sprawling like roots. These markings were deeply etched into the pillars, narrating the tale of endless devastation this land had once endured. The sky appeared equally bizarre. Thor noticed that heavy gray clouds had gathered in isolation, moving slowly across the expanse. The clouds were dense and dark, casting a pall of dim light over the terrain below. Amidst this oppressive grayness, ominous flashes of light flickered intermittently. Sinuous bolts of lightning slithered through the clouds, each flash accompanied by a low, thunderous roar, deep and stifling, resonating with a power that sent tremors through the entire desert. "What manner of place is this?" Thor murmured to himself, his voice slightly hoarse, laced with evident confusion and an unmistakable discomfort. As the god of thunder from Asgard, he had traversed countless peculiar realms across the universe, witnessing various harsh environments. Yet, he found himself confronting a bizarre and oppressive wasteland for the very first time. This landscape was not merely inhospitable. It exuded an indescribable eeriness that sent chills down his spine, as if the very soil was imbued with malice, silently repelling any intruders. He instinctively tightened his grip on the Stormbreaker axe, the cold metal against his hand, along with the faint rumble of thunder emanating from the axe's handle, somewhat quelled his inner turmoil. The blade of the Stormbreaker shimmered with blue lightning, flickering as if it were alive, resonating subtly with the distant flashes of lightning in the sky, vibrating gently and producing a sound akin to breath, as though responding in silent harmony. As the god of thunder, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the forces of lightning. He could distinctly perceive that within this desolate expanse lay an immense, even ferocious, power of thunder. However, this energy was imbued with a disconcerting twist and chaos, starkly different from the thunder of Asgard. It was not the pure, untamed lightning of nature, but rather a force that seemed deliberately guided and manipulated, marked by human intervention, filled with aggression and destructiveness. This unsettling sensation caused Thor to furrow his brow. He sensed an underlying vigilance. This wasteland was evidently not a product of natural formation. Given its vastness, its harshness, and the distorted, thunderous power permeating the air, such a spectacle could not have arisen from nature alone. This terrain appeared to be the result of deliberate interference, perhaps even malicious alteration. In Thor's understanding, the only entity capable of wielding such power and having the motive to create this environment was Ultron. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his unease and confusion. He was acutely aware that his presence in this timeline was to thwart Ultron's nefarious schemes. And the strange, thunderous wasteland before him was likely one of Ultron's meticulously laid traps. He needed to maintain composure, not to be deceived by the foreboding surroundings. The paramount objective was to explore this area, seek clues, unravel the secrets of the land, and discern what devious plots Ultron was concealing here. Steeling himself, he took purposeful strides toward a notably towering rock spire in the distance. This column of stone loomed far above the surrounding formations, standing like a colossal red lighthouse amidst the desert, its summit faintly glimmering with a weak light. Each step he took on the sandy ground produced a faint rustling sound, the friction of his battle boots against the grains echoing sharply in the silence of the wasteland. A small cloud of red dust was stirred up beneath his feet, quickly swept away by the hot winds, dissipating into the air. As Thor ventured deeper, a peculiar scent began to permeate the atmosphere. Initially faint and nearly imperceptible, the odor grew increasingly potent and acrid with each advancing step. It was a metallic scent of burning, tinged with a hint of char, mingled with a pungent chemical aroma that was both unsettling and dizzying. Thor furrowed his brow, meticulously discerning the peculiar scent. Pondering to himself, is this the odor of Ultron's mechanical creations? He quickened his pace, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance, striving to capture any signs of anomaly. The desert was eerily silent, save for the howling wind and the distant rumble of thunder, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness. Yet, this unnerving quietude made Thor increasingly anxious. Having endured countless battles, he understood that true peril often lurked beneath a facade of calm. The more serene the environment, the greater the potential for hidden danger. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the Stormbreaker, its lightning flickering rhythmically in response, ready to counter any sudden threat. The power of the Thunder God surged within him, coiled and poised to unleash its fury at a moment's notice. After approximately 15 minutes of traversing the desolate landscape, Thor's boot unexpectedly struck a hard object. Partially buried beneath the sand, only a small portion was exposed, cloaked by the red grains, nearly imperceptible at first glance. He halted, bending slightly to clear the sand covering the object, revealing a fragment of blackened metallic wreckage. The edges of the debris were charred, as if marked by some formidable energy weapon. Crouching down, he continued to brush away the surrounding sand, eager to discern the nature of this metallic remnant. As he excavated further, more fragments emerged, scattered across the desert floor. Some pieces even emitted faint electrical sparks, crackling softly. These arcs danced upon the surface of the metal, radiating energy fluctuations. Rising to his feet, Thor surveyed the strewn metallic remnants, murmuring to himself, "These are indeed traces of Ultron." The composition of this metal, the energy signatures, and the scorch marks left by lightning confirm that this is undeniably Ultron's domain. He was now convinced that this barren expanse was inextricably linked to Ultron. These metallic remnants were likely fragments of Ultron's mechanical constructs, perhaps remnants of a drone or a combat robot. Regardless of their specific identity, they sufficed to demonstrate that Ultron's influence had infiltrated this territory. At that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved the sky, instantaneously ripping through the dense gray clouds with a resounding crack, illuminating the dim desert. Unlike the earlier flashes that lingered within the clouds, this one, as if guided by an unseen force, struck directly at a massive rock not far away. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath him. The towering rock, standing several meters high, was instantly shattered into countless pieces by the lightning's direct hit, sending debris and sand soaring into the air, creating a miniature sandstorm that enveloped the surroundings. Thor immediately halted, his body tensing like a drawn bowstring, his gaze fixed intently on the point of impact. The howling winds whipped up the sand and dust, obscuring his vision, yet Thor remained resolute, unwavering in his focus on that direction, refusing to relax even for a moment. He sensed that a genuine threat was imminent. As the swirling dust gradually settled, the air became clear once more. Thor finally discerned a peculiar creature emerging slowly from the sand where the lightning had struck moments before. This being, constructed from a mosaic of sand and metallic fragments, stood approximately 3 meters tall, its form contorted and bizarre, resembling an unfinished creation. Between the grains of sand and metal on its surface, faint arcs of electricity flickered, coursing through it like veins, supplying it with energy. Where its eyes should have been, 2 points of crimson light glowed, cold and eerie, devoid of any emotion. "Invader, you do not belong here," the sand creature intoned, its voice deep and gravelly, reminiscent of gravel grinding together, imbued with a mechanical chill and rigidity. Lacking any semblance of human sentiment, Thor gradually straightened, raising his storm axe. Lightning coalesced into a blade of energy. "I am Thor, the god of thunder," he declared in a resonant tone, here to thwart Ultron's sinister scheme. His gaze was as piercing as lightning, fixed unwaveringly on the sand creature before him. The sand creature offered no further reply, its crimson eyes merely observing him with indifference. In the next moment, it suddenly surged into action. Its movements defied belief, swift and agile, entirely at odds with its cumbersome appearance. The creature lunged toward Thor with astonishing speed, leaving a blurred afterimage in its wake. As it charged, it raised an arm formed of sand and stone. The arm rapidly morphed, the loose grains coalescing as if sculpted by an invisible force, swiftly transforming into a lightning spear. The spear crackled with electric energy, emitting sharp sounds, and at its tip, a brilliant bolt of thunderous energy coalesced, aimed directly at Thor. Thor's reflexes were lightning quick. Seasoned by countless battles, he possessed extraordinary combat intuition and response speed. The moment the sand creature launched its attack, he had already reacted. He slightly sidestepped, his body darting to the side, the lightning spear grazing the edge of his armor, exuding a searing heat as it plunged into the sand behind him. Producing a dull thud, the surrounding sand was instantly scorched black by the spear's electrical force. In evading the assault, Thor seized the opportunity to counterattack. He swung his storm axe with cataclysmic force, striking the sand creature squarely in the chest. Thunder erupted, engulfing the creature's form in an instant. The immense power of the lightning shattered the creature's structure, its body, composed of sand and metal fragments, crumbling into a heap of scattered grains and shards. "Merely a minor nuisance," Thor scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. He retracted his storm axe, the lightning upon its blade gradually dissipating. He regarded these sand creatures with contempt, viewing them as mere cannon fodder sent by Ultron to test his strength. Without lingering, he continued onward, resolutely advancing deeper into the desert in search of further clues. However, just as he took a few steps forward, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind him once more. The sound was incredibly subtle, yet in the stillness of the desert, it resonated with startling clarity, reminiscent of a creature slithering through the sand. Thor abruptly turned around, his gaze sharp as he scanned the area behind him. To his astonishment, he witnessed the ground beneath the recently vanquished sand creature begin to stir once again, as if boiling water was churning beneath the surface. The red grains of sand rolling restlessly, suggesting that something was attempting to emerge from below. In the next instant, more sand creatures surged forth from the earth, gushing forth like a fountain, numbering in the dozens. These newly appeared sand creatures were even more grotesque and terrifying than the one before. Their eyes still glowed with a crimson light, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Upon their emergence, they surged towards Thor like a tidal wave, emitting low, hoarse roars filled with aggression and threat. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Thor, encircling him in an impenetrable ring. It seemed that Ultron had invested considerable effort here. Thor murmured to himself as he surveyed the swarm of sand creatures surrounding him, a slight smile of battle fervor curling at the corners of his lips. He felt no fear. Rather, he excitedly licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. For the god of thunder, combat was eternally the finest form of entertainment. He swung his storm axe once more, unleashing golden lightning that poured forth from the blade, wreaking havoc across the red sands, transforming into dazzling arcs of light, a colossal net woven from lightning that ensnared the advancing sand creatures one by one. Each strike was accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, the overwhelming force of the lightning shattering the defenses of the sand creatures, tearing their bodies apart into swirling dust. Yet, almost immediately, new sand creatures would emerge from the ground, filling the void, as if they were inexhaustible. The encirclement of sand creatures had taken shape. Beads of sweat began to form on Thor's forehead, and his heavy breathing became slightly labored. The prolonged intensity of battle was a significant drain, even for the god of thunder. Although he continuously vanquished the oncoming sand creatures, their numbers were simply too vast, appearing in endless waves with no sign of abatement. Continuing this ceaseless struggle was clearly not a prudent choice. He needed to swiftly locate the source of these creatures and sever their energy supply. Otherwise, he risked being utterly overwhelmed by the relentless tide of sand creatures. He halted his onslaught, refraining from further strikes with his axe, and instead stood still, closing his eyes. The densely packed sand creatures continued to emit their low growls, slowly advancing towards him. Yet, Thor remained oblivious to his surroundings, his consciousness descending into another realm. He began to concentrate, striving to sense the flow of thunder within this desolate landscape. As the god of thunder, he possessed an innate affinity and mastery over the power of lightning. Even amidst this time-worn timeline, distorted by Ultron, the thunderous power of the wasteland emanated an uncanny sense of distortion and chaos. He believed that his connection with the thunder was not easily severed. He intended to harness this bond, to uncover the source of the thunderous energy in this desolate expanse, and to unveil the secret behind the relentless resurrection of the sand creatures. As time slipped by, the sand creatures multiplied around him, circling Thor like ravenous beasts, poised to launch another attack at any moment. Yet, Thor remained undeterred, wholly immersed in the perception of the thunderous energy, entering a meditative state. His consciousness extended like invisible tendrils, reaching outwards into the crimson sands beneath him, merging with the howling winds, and even attempting to capture the thunderous energy fluctuations from the minuscule particles of drifting dust. Gradually, his perception sharpened and clarified. He began to sense that the thunderous energy in the wasteland was not haphazardly dispersed, but flowed like a river, possessing its own intricate pathways and direction. All the thunderous energy converged toward a singular focal point, situated near the towering rock pillar in the distance. The faint crimson glow shimmering at the peak of the pillar became exceptionally vivid in Thor's awareness, guiding him towards it. This glow seemed to represent the very core of the wasteland's energy, the source of all the sand creatures' power. "I have found it." Thor abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them, sharp as lightning. His gaze fixed resolutely on the towering rock pillar afar. He had determined that this pillar held the key to unraveling his current predicament. Should he destroy the energy core at its summit, he might sever the energy supply to the sand creatures, thereby liberating himself from this sandy encirclement. Drawing a deep breath, the power of the god of thunder surged within him once more. In a flash, he transformed into a dazzling golden lightning bolt, akin to a piercing arrow, swiftly breaking through the encirclement of sand creatures, racing towards the distant pillar. The sand creatures attempted to impede his advance, brandishing claws and lightning whips in their assault. Yet Thor disregarded their futile obstruction. The thunderous energy enveloping his form shattered those who dared approach him into mere grains of sand and metallic fragments. He darted swiftly across the crimson sands, traversing undulating dunes and stormy winds, until he reached the base of the towering rock pillar. Standing beneath it, Thor was struck by its immense stature. Soaring into the clouds, its pinnacle nearly invisible, it pierced the sky. The surface was adorned with a myriad of intricate runes and circuits, resembling a spider's web, all pulsating with a faint crimson glow, as if alive, forming a vast and intricate energy network. As Thor approached the pillar, he extended his hand, gently touching the runes. A slight sting coursed through his fingertips, akin to being struck by a delicate current, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He withdrew his finger, meticulously scrutinizing the runes and circuitry adorning the surface of the rock pillar. He discerned that these runes possessed a remarkably unique style, imbued with both the ancient mystique of bygone eras and the precision of contemporary technology. These two disparate aesthetics bizarrely coalesced, giving rise to a distinctive technological beauty imbued with a potent aura of creation. He was certain that these runes bore an astonishing resemblance to Ultron's technology, evidently serving as a mechanism for controlling this region. At the pinnacle of the rock pillar, a scarlet energy orb slowly rotated, emanating powerful waves of energy. Each pulse caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Thor could distinctly sense that this energy orb was the very source of the thunderous power within this desolate expanse, as well as the root of the ceaseless regeneration of the sand and stone creatures. If he could destroy this energy orb, perhaps he could entirely resolve the imminent crisis. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and fixed on the energy orb atop the rock pillar, murmuring to himself, "Ultron, what trap have you laid here?" His tone bore a weight of seriousness and vigilance. He knew Ultron would not permit him to dismantle this core of energy without formidable resistance. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound reverberated from above, reminiscent of the activation of some heavy machinery. Thor abruptly lifted his gaze, only to witness the energy orb erupting with a blinding flash of lightning, instantly illuminating the dim desert. The powerful energy waves surged outward like a tsunami, nearly destabilizing Thor's stance. He swiftly retreated a few steps, raising his Stormbreaker in a defensive posture. As the lightning dissipated, a colossal figure gradually materialized from the brilliance. It was a gigantic puppet, composed of metal and sand, towering over 10 meters high, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its surface was embedded with crimson energy crystals, glimmering with an enchanting radiance, continuously supplying it with energy. In its hands, it wielded two massive scimitars forged from lightning, crackling with electric energy. Clearly, it was Ultron's avatar in this timeline, a manifestation of his will. "Thor, you have finally arrived," the puppet intoned, its voice deep and hoarse, resonating with an undeniable authority and pressure. "Welcome to the Thunder Desert, my domain. Here, your thunder shall find no sanctuary." Its voice echoed across the vast emptiness of the desert. Thor scoffed, raising his Stormbreaker, where the blade coalesced with an even more radiant surge of lightning. "My thunder is omnipresent. Even this wasteland shall bow before me," he retorted defiantly. A fierce battle was about to ensue. Before he could finish his declaration, Thor's form abruptly vanished from sight, transforming into a dazzling golden lightning bolt, akin to a flash of lightning, as he charged toward the massive puppet. He lifted his Stormbreaker high, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as the blade accumulated enough thunderous power to cleave mountains. Aimed directly at the largest energy crystal embedded in the puppet's chest. He understood that the crystal before him was the energy core of the puppet, as well as its Achilles heel. If he could destroy it, he might sever the puppet's energy supply and perhaps vanquish this formidable adversary altogether. However, the puppet's reaction speed was astonishingly swift, far beyond Thor's expectations. Despite its colossal size, it moved with an agility that was anything but clumsy. The instant Thor launched his attack, the puppet responded in kind. It brandished its massive curved blades, meeting Thor's storm axe head-on. The clash of metal reverberated through the air, unleashing a cacophony of sound and dazzling sparks as the two weapons collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A powerful shockwave emanated from the point of impact, spreading outward like a tsunami, lifting sand and dust to heights of several dozen meters, creating a sandstorm that blotted out the sun and enveloped everything around. Thor was pushed back several steps by the force of the shockwave, his heavy boots carving deep grooves in the sand as he struggled to regain his footing. Gripping his storm axe tightly, he furrowed his brow, gazing gravely at the puppet across from him. Having engaged in combat, he had already felt the sheer strength of the puppet. It was not only massive and immensely powerful, but it could also wield the power of lightning and manipulate the sand of the desert to create barriers against his attacks. It was proving to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. He swung his storm axe once more, sending thick arcs of lightning surging from the blade toward the puppet. Yet, the puppet stood its ground, unfazed, merely swinging its arms to conjure a thick barrier of sand before it. The lightning struck the sandy shield and was immediately absorbed, failing to damage the puppet in the slightest. Seizing the opportunity, the puppet launched a counterattack. It swung its massive curved blades, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. As lightning and sandstorm converged upon the blade, forming a devastating tempest that surged toward Thor like a colossal wave. Within that storm resided the ferocious power of thunder and rapidly swirling sand, capable of shredding even steel to pieces if one were ensnared within it. Thor, refusing to be complacent, leaped into the air to evade the puppet's assault. Simultaneously, He called upon the lightning that danced across the skies to retaliate. Golden bolts of thunder cascaded from the gray clouds above, colliding head-on with the puppet's unleashed lightning storm, resulting in an even more deafening roar. Sand and lightning intertwined in the air, canceling each other out in a spectacular display, generating a powerful shockwave that sent both combatants reeling. Upon landing, Thor knelt on one knee, driving his storm axe into the sand to support himself. Breathing heavily, he lifted his gaze to the puppet across from him. After several rounds of combat, he had come to realize that the puppet's strength was largely derived from the thunderous energy present in the desert. The modifications it had undergone rendered it nearly one with this realm. Relying solely on brute force to defeat it would likely prove insufficient. He needed to discover a method to counter it, to find a breakthrough. "Your strength emanates from this desolate expanse," Thor bellowed, his voice reverberating through the wasteland like thunder. "Yet the thunder of this barren land should heed my command." He raised his storm breaker high, the lightning upon its blade intensifying, becoming more fervent and resplendent, releasing a blinding radiance. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The sandy earth fissured, erupting with dozens of scarlet lightning bolts, eerily reminiscent of blood. These bolts intertwined in the air, forming an immense web of electricity that ensnared Thor instantaneously. The lightning flickered and leapt within this web, emitting crackling sounds as a pungent scent of charred air wafted through, restricting Thor's movements and slowing his actions. He felt as though countless fine needles were piercing his body, sending waves of excruciating numbness and pain coursing through him. The power of the thunder god within him was also subdued, its flow disrupted. This was Ultron's trap. A sense of dread washed over Thor as he realized he had underestimated the peril of this wasteland. It was not merely a battlefield, but a meticulously crafted snare by Ultron, specifically devised to ensnare him. His previous skirmish had likely been anticipated by Ultron, perhaps even orchestrated to lure him into this very predicament. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to regain his composure, refusing to be vanquished by the dire circumstances. He closed his eyes once more, concentrating his mind to perceive the energy flow within the web. He sought to identify its vulnerabilities to discover a means of escape. Gradually, he discerned that the energy within the web was not uniformly distributed. It flowed like water, following its own patterns and directions, ultimately converging at a specific node deep beneath him. That node lay buried within the sands beneath his feet. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. He aimed his stormbreaker at the ground and bellowed, "Thunder, shatter!" A golden lightning bolt, infused with all his might, erupted from the axe like an enraged roar, striking deep into the sands. Boom! The ground exploded, creating a vast pit as crimson dust erupted skyward like a fountain. The core node was then revealed, an intricate metallic device pulsating with a scarlet glow, continuously pumping energy throughout the area. Without hesitation, Thor swung his stormbreaker towards the device, cleaving it with tremendous force. The axe split the metallic apparatus in two. With the energy supply severed, the web of electricity collapsed instantaneously, dissipating into a chaotic array of sparks in the air. The crisis was momentarily averted. Free from the web's constraints, Thor stood, breathing heavily. His armor bore several fine cracks, remnants of the earlier battle against the puppets, marred by the swirling sands. He lifted his gaze once more towards the distant puppets. However, the puppet did not initiate a new wave of attacks as he had anticipated. Instead, it slowly retreated, step by step, into the distant sandstorm, its form gradually becoming indistinct until it vanished completely. Thor furrowed his brow, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. The puppet's sudden withdrawal surprised and puzzled him. He could not discern its intentions, yet he was certain that this was far from a positive omen. He needed to act swiftly, leaving Ultron no opportunity to recover. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on a towering rock pillar not far away. Deciding to utilize the moment of the puppet's retreat to further explore the area, he hoped to uncover more clues. He cautiously advanced along the sandy terrain surrounding the pillar. The ground was exceedingly soft, each step sinking slightly, producing a faint rustling sound beneath his feet. The desert remained eerily silent, save for the howling winds and the occasional rumble of thunder in the distance, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally desolate and vacant. Yet, Thor sensed that beneath this tranquility lay an unknown peril, urging him to maintain a heightened state of vigilance. After exploring the vicinity of the rock pillar for a while, Thor suddenly discerned what appeared to be traces of some artificial structure beneath a nearby sand dune. The area, which should have been a continuous undulation of dunes, now revealed a distinct fault line, beneath which he could faintly see signs of human craftsmanship, seemingly the entrance to a buried relic. Thor's heart stirred with intrigue, and he promptly made his way toward that direction. He carefully cleared the sand obscuring the entrance, and as he removed the dust, a massive stone door gradually emerged. This door, crafted from an unknown black rock, was inscribed with a multitude of ancient runes, emanating a faint aura of thunder, reminiscent of the symbols on the surface of the rock pillar, yet more ancient and enigmatic. The door stood firmly closed, its surface marred by the passage of time, evidently having existed here for an extended period. Approaching the stone door, Thor extended his hand and pushed against its immense weight. It did not budge, as if fused with the ground itself. Frowning slightly, he summoned the power of the thunder god within him and, this time, exerted all his might. As if attempting to move a mountain, he forcefully thrust forward. The heavy stone door emitted a deep, grinding sound as it slowly began to open inward. At that moment, a musty, decayed air surged forth from within the relic, accompanied by a strong metallic rust scent and a chilling, oppressive atmosphere. Inside the relic lay a profound darkness, where one could not see their own hand, save for the faint light filtering through the crack of the door, barely illuminating a small area at the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor stepped into the depths of the relic. The stone door gradually closed behind him, sealing out sunlight and sound from the outside world, plunging the interior into an even deeper darkness and silence. The air grew heavy and humid, making each breath slightly labored. Thor summoned the power of thunder, and the dim interior of the ancient ruins instantly became illuminated. The space within the ruins was exceedingly vast. The walls, floor, and ceiling were constructed from enormous stone blocks, their surfaces adorned with ancient runes, mirroring the style of the runes on the entrance stone door. Countless intricate mechanical devices were embedded within the walls, each possessing unique shapes and complex structures. The air was permeated with a musty metallic scent, coupled with an indescribable aura of advanced technology. Thor cautiously explored the depths of the ruins, his gaze sweeping across everything around him, in search of valuable clues. Approaching a console-like apparatus, he discovered it was covered with an array of buttons and displays, alongside intricate wiring and piping. The surface of the console bore the insignia of Ultron, a symbol morphing from letters, accompanied by a textual record. Thor meticulously examined the text on the console, written in a language he had never encountered before. Strangely, he found himself effortlessly comprehending its meaning. The content of the record filled him with shock and indignation. Thunder Desert Project utilized the power of thunder from the temporal rifts to construct a cross-dimensional energy network, linking various timelines. Should the god of thunder, Thor, enter this area, he must be trapped in the desert, his power drained until collapse. Upon finishing the text, Thor furrowed his brow, an uncontrollable fury surging within him. "Ultron, you are indeed up to no good here," he muttered, his voice laced with anger. He realized that this Thunder Desert was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Ultron, and he himself had become but a pawn in Ultron's grand design. The audacity of Ultron's plan was staggering. He sought to harness the thunderous energies of this desert to forge a network transcending all timelines, thereby achieving dominion over them. Thor had come here to thwart Ultron's nefarious plot, yet it appeared he had unwittingly fallen into Ultron's trap. Continuing his exploration within the ruins, he sought further clues to unravel the intricacies of Ultron's scheme. Deeper within the ruins, he encountered a colossal energy converter. This immense apparatus occupied a significant portion of the central space of the ruins, emitting a dull, resonant hum. Surrounding the converter were dozens of energy crystals, similar in appearance to the crystal embedded in the chest of the puppet, albeit slightly smaller, radiating a vibrant crimson glow that supplied energy to the converter. Thor could sense the overwhelming power of thunder contained within those crystals. They were the very source of the thunderous energy of this desert. Raising his Stormbreaker, Thor prepared to obliterate the energy converter. He understood that by destroying this device, he could sever the source of the desert's thunderous power, potentially dismantling Ultron's scheme and nullifying the source of the puppet's strength. However, just as he was poised to strike, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the ruins. The shrill sound echoed sharply, resonating within the vast expanse of the ruins, causing a painful throb in his eardrums. The ground began to tremble violently, and suddenly fissures erupted along the walls of the ruin. Countless mechanical tendrils, resembling the massive appendages of an octopus, extended from the crevices, their surfaces bristling with sharp barbs and ending in lethal blades, striking towards Thor. Concurrently, outside the ruins, the puppet seemed to sense an impending threat, reappearing at the entrance. Its twin blades raised high. In an instant, the latent power of thunder erupted from its form, coalescing into a colossal column of lightning, imbued with cataclysmic force, aimed directly at the interior of the ruins. Damn it, Thor cursed, realizing he had fallen into a trap, a meticulously crafted snare devised by Ultron specifically for him. He swiftly dodged the oncoming mechanical tendrils while leaping backward, attempting to evade the lightning column that the puppet unleashed from outside. Yet, he was a moment too late. The lightning struck the energy converter with the force of a meteor, producing a deafening roar. The energy converter was pierced through, igniting a violent explosion. A powerful shockwave radiated outward like a hurricane, instantly obliterating everything within the ruins. The structure began to collapse, walls crumbled, the ground fissured, and stones rained down from above like a tempest. Thor was hurled away by the explosion's force, his body akin to a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground outside the ruins, exhaling a hot breath laced with dust and blood. Struggling to rise, he spat out a mouthful of grit and glanced up at the puppet that had reappeared at the entrance. The puppet stood there, its crimson eyes coldly fixated upon him. "Seems you do not wish for me to dismantle your toys," Thor sneered, fully aware that the ensuing battle would be the true confrontation. Gripping his storm axe tightly, the lightning coursing along the blade ignited once more, blazing with an intensity akin to a fiery inferno, radiating an even more formidable and ferocious power of thunder. The final battle was about to commence. Thor slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolutely fixed on the distant puppet. In that moment, he comprehended Ultron's scheme and the predicament he faced. This thunderous wasteland was a domain meticulously crafted by Ultron. The puppet embodied the essence of the wasteland's power, while the energy core deep within the ruins served as the source of energy for the entire realm. To vanquish Ultron and thwart his nefarious plot, one must first destroy the energy core and defeat the puppet to truly break the impasse. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury and anxiety within, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that the upcoming battle would be even more arduous and perilous. He must summon all his strength to grasp even a slim chance of victory. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to forge a deeper connection with the power of thunder that coursed through the wasteland. Although Ultron had distorted the rules of this land, rendering the power of thunder chaotic and twisted, he remained steadfast in his belief that as the god of thunder, he was still the master of the storm, the ruler of lightning. With his mind focused, he immersed his consciousness in the pulsing rhythm of the thunder. His perception spread like invisible threads, reaching out to touch the drifting charges in the air, the energy concealed within the grains of sand, and the oscillations emitted by the energy sphere atop the distant rock pillars. He sought to establish a resonance, a bridge that would connect him to the formidable power of the desert's thunder. Gradually, his efforts began to elicit a response. Amidst the endless chaos and distortion, he finally sensed a faint yet unwavering reply, a subtle force emanating from the depths of the desert. This was the true essence of nature's thunder, resilient despite being subdued by the power of the AI entity, yet still tenaciously waiting for an opportunity to emerge. The puppet detected Thor's unusual presence. Its crimson eyes flickered more frequently and violently, like a harbinger of impending danger. It abruptly swung its massive curved blades, launching another assault, unleashing an even more formidable storm of lightning, attempting to disrupt Thor's ritual and sever his connection to the desert's thunder. The sandstorm roared like a wild beast, swirling with countless tiny grains and the ferocious power of lightning, overwhelming in its intensity. Thor gritted his teeth as the power of the god of thunder surged within him, continuously flowing into the storm axe he wielded. The lightning upon the axe blade grew brighter and more intense, as he felt the thunderous force from the desert gradually establishing a connection with him. Streams of potent and pure lightning energy began to coalesce within him, merging with his inherent divine power, becoming even stronger and more ferocious. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes, and within their depths shone a dazzling brilliance akin to lightning. He raised the storm axe high, pointing it towards the approaching puppet, and let out a thunderous roar. "Storm, heed my command." In that instant, the previously oppressive gray clouds above began to churn violently, as if summoned by some mysterious force, swirling madly to form a colossal vortex that obscured the sky. Deep within the clouds, the thunderous energy surged like a torrent, producing a deafening roar that made the entire desert tremble. Countless golden bolts of lightning cascaded down from the heavens, imbued with cataclysmic power, converging upon Thor's storm axe. The axe emitted an exhilarating hum, and the lightning upon its blade expanded instantaneously, transforming into a massive column of thunderous light that shot straight at the puppet. With a resounding crash, the lightning pierced through the storm unleashed by the puppet, unstoppable and overwhelming, striking the largest energy crystal embedded in its chest. The surface of the crystal instantly fractured with countless web-like cracks, its crimson glow flickering ominously, like a dying bulb on the verge of collapse. The puppet let out a piercing roar of agony, a sound sharp and jarring, akin to metal being torn apart. Its enormous body began to tremble violently, and the thunderous energy within it became chaotic and unstable. However, the battle was far from over. The energy crystal embedded in the chest of the puppet, though severely damaged and marred by cracks, had not completely shattered. Beneath the flickering crimson light, those fissures began to slowly mend themselves, and the fragmented crystal shards started to reassemble and heal. Thor furrowed his brow, realizing that this puppet possessed a far deeper connection to the energy network of the desert than he had initially surmised. Merely destroying the energy crystal on its chest would likely not suffice to vanquish it entirely. He needed to discover a more fundamental solution to sever the puppet's link to the energy network, thereby truly overcoming this formidable foe. The ensuing battle grew exceptionally fierce and arduous. Thor engaged in a relentless pursuit of the puppet amidst the raging sandstorm. He wielded his storm axe with fervor, unleashing powerful bolts of thunder, striking at the energy crystal on the puppet's chest in an attempt to obliterate it. The puppet, utilizing its massive form and its command over sand and lightning, continually set traps and launched counterattacks, striving to ensnare Thor or even to slay him directly. While the puppet lacked the agility of Thor, its strength was overwhelming. Each swing of its curved blade carried the force to cleave mountains and shatter stones. And should Thor be struck, even the might of the god of thunder would suffer grievous harm. Moreover, the puppet could manipulate the desert's sands to create various obstacles and traps, such as sandstorms, quagmires, and even mirages, greatly impeding Thor's movements. The puppet summoned a colossal storm of lightning and sand, within which innumerable tiny grains of sand spun at high speed like razor-sharp blades, slicing through Thor's armor with a hissing sound. Even the sturdy armor of the Asgardians could not entirely withstand the onslaught, showing signs of deep scratches. Thor was compelled to swing his axe to conjure a thunderous barrier before him, barely managing to fend off the storm's assault, though the effort drained much of his energy. After an arduous and grueling battle, Thor finally discovered a concealed energy tower deep within the desert. This tower was more magnificent and mysterious than the previous ruins. Constructed from an unknown black metal and shimmering crimson crystals, it presented a twisted, technologically advanced form, unmistakably an edifice of malevolence. Atop the energy tower floated a massive crimson energy orb, larger and more radiant than the one atop the rock pillar, emanating an even more potent and violent wave of energy, resonating in harmony with the orb atop the rock pillar, together forming the core network of thunderous energy within the desert. Thor instantly recognized that this energy tower was the true source. By destroying the energy orb at the pinnacle of the tower, he could completely sever the source of the desert's thunderous energy, dismantle Ultron's scheme, defeat the puppet, and possibly eradicate the threat posed by this thunderous wasteland entirely. Without hesitation, he charged towards the energy tower, intent on obliterating the energy core. However, he soon discovered that the area surrounding the energy tower was fortified with an even more formidable array of defenses. A circular barrier of thunder enveloped the entire energy tower, its surface crackling with electric light and pulsating with intense energy fluctuations, clearly embodying formidable defensive power. Beyond this barrier lay a multitude of lightning artillery and countless mechanical sentinels, all exuding a chilling metallic sheen, their eyes aglow with a fierce crimson light, evidence of Ultron's meticulous deployment of defensive forces. Thor swung his Stormbreaker, channeling torrents of thunderous energy into the ground in an attempt to dismantle the thunder barrier. Yet, the barrier absorbed his power like an insatiable abyss, showing no signs of weakening. Instead, it retaliated with a more potent electric discharge that struck Thor's body like a laser, propelling him several meters back. The resilient armor of the Asgardian god emitted a disconcerting metallic distortion, revealing distinct scorch marks upon being struck by the electric force. Clenching his jaw against the waves of numbing sensation coursing through him, Thor realized that a direct assault would likely prove futile against this thunder barrier. He needed to seek an alternative strategy to uncover the barrier's vulnerabilities, or to adopt a more perilous approach if he wished to have any chance of obliterating the energy core. His gaze wandered, ultimately resting upon the colossal crimson energy sphere atop the tower. A bold and audacious plan began to take root in his mind. He would wager everything, concentrating all his might into a single, devastating blow aimed directly at the energy sphere, thus determining the fate of the battle. Drawing a deep breath, the power of the thunder god surged within him, more tempestuous than ever before, unleashing a formidable energy. He raised his Stormbreaker high, merging his consciousness with the thunder in the sky, fervently drawing upon the thunderous might from the vast expanse of the desert. The sky, which had begun to clear, was once again shrouded by heavy gray clouds, roiling violently as the thunderous power raged within. The primal thunder of the desert responded to his call, converging wildly towards him, merging into his body and his axe. Around him, arcs of lightning blazed like flames, the golden thunder power coalescing into dazzling electric layers, crackling and scorching the air into distortion. His Stormbreaker was completely engulfed by the thunderous energy, radiating waves of power capable of annihilating all. With a roar that echoed like thunder across the desert, shaking the very earth, he unleashed his fury, the wrath of the thunder god. He hurled the Stormbreaker, infused with all his strength, as if it were a javelin, thrusting it towards the energy sphere atop the tower. The axe soared through the air, trailing a long tail of thunder, imbued with earth-shattering force, crashing violently into the energy sphere. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens, causing the entire desert to tremble violently in the wake of the blast. At the pinnacle of the energy tower, the energy sphere was shattered instantaneously beneath the full force of the storm axe, erupting in a dazzling radiance akin to a supernova, consuming everything in its vicinity. The energy tower began to collapse, its metallic supports contorting and fracturing under the explosive shockwave, leading to a catastrophic domino effect as the entire structure crumbled into ruins. The puppet emitted a desperate roar, its surface energy crystals rapidly dimming in tandem with the destruction of the energy core, losing their luster. Seizing the moment, Thor surged forward, wielding the storm axe once more, targeting the already damaged energy crystal on the puppet's chest. With relentless strikes, each blow deepened the fissures on the crystal surface, exacerbating its deterioration. Ultimately, he unleashed his full might, channeling the tempestuous power of thunder into the storm axe, delivering his most formidable strike, the thunder god's blow. With a thunderous crash, the storm axe shattered the energy crystal, and in that instant, the puppet's body lost its support, beginning to disintegrate amidst the swirling sandstorm, transforming into countless particles of dust carried away by the wind, ultimately vanishing from sight. With the destruction of the energy core and the demise of the puppet, the lightning storm in the desolate landscape gradually subsided. The gales weakened, the sand settled, and the oppressive gray clouds began to dissipate, allowing the sun's rays to pierce through once more, bathing the ravaged crimson desert in light. The long-awaited azure sky reemerged, bestowing a semblance of life and hope upon this desolate expanse. Thor, panting, descended to the ground, the electric glow upon the blade of the storm axe fading as it reverted to its original cold metallic hue. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the cool shadows of the ruins, acutely aware of the feeble energy pulsating within and the pain radiating from multiple points on his body. Turning around, he beheld the re-emerging crimson beam of light, a weary yet contented smile gracing his features as he murmured, "Captain, I have accomplished it." His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet imbued with the joy and relief of victory. The task was finally complete. Chapter 34. The Battle Across Time and Space. Part 4. Wanda Maximoff traversed the crimson beam of light. The distorted energy churned restlessly around her, unsettling her very soul. The rules of reality unraveled here, rendering everything hazy and unpredictable. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the chaotic magic roiling within her. The scarlet energy enveloped her form, straining to resist the powerful tug of intersecting timelines. This force was ferocious, inflicting upon her profound anguish. Taking a deep breath, the frigid air filled her lungs, momentarily alleviating her inner turmoil. She detected an odd scent in the air, a mingling of scorched earth with a metallic rustiness and a faintly sweet, almost decayed floral aroma that instinctively unsettled her. She understood that traversing timelines was no trifling matter. Every step could herald lurking peril. With her eyes closed, the grotesque visage of Kang emerged in her mind, along with his voice, "Awaken your chaotic magic, and you shall see the one you long to behold." The name Pietro burned into her soul like a searing brand. Since the calamity of the Age of Ultron, the agony of missing her brother gnawed at her heart day and night. Kang's promise served as a lifeline, allowing her to glimpse a flicker of light amid the suffocating darkness. And even if that light proved illusory, she was willing to pursue it at all costs. When she opened her eyes once more, her gaze was resolute and unwavering. The world beyond the portal was rife with uncertainty, yet brimmed with hope. For Pietro, she was prepared to take risks, to delve into this treacherous timeline. Even if the path ahead were fraught with peril, she would not shy away. She stepped forward, her body passing through the scarlet luminescence, as if liberated from a viscous substance. Her feet finally touched solid ground, a rough and cold sensation radiating from beneath, granting her a sense of reality. The portal behind her gradually closed, the crimson glow fading, and the surrounding space returned to tranquility, leaving only the lingering echoes of unsettling energy in the air. The sight before her caused her heart to momentarily falter, nearly ceasing to beat. This was the ruins of Sokovia, the place she once called home. However, it was not the Sokovia she remembered. The Sokovia of her memories, though impoverished and backward, was vibrant with life. The streets always thronged with activity, children chased and frolicked in open spaces, and the air was thick with the aromas of food and the clamor of humanity. Yet the Sokovia before her resembled a graveyard, silent, desolate, steeped in despair. The setting sun bled into the horizon, resembling a dying giant casting its last rays upon the charred earth, as if painting the ruins with a sanguine hue, illuminating the jagged silhouettes of crumbling walls. Dilapidated buildings stood silently amidst the debris, their surfaces marked by charred remnants that were shocking to behold. Some structures had completely collapsed, reduced to heaps of rubble that cast long shadows in the dying light. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, as if countless phantoms whispered, mingled with the metallic odor of searing heat and the suffocating stench of decay emanating from the depths of the ruins. In the distance, a low, mechanical rumble reverberated across the desolate landscape, causing the ground to tremble slightly, tightening Wanda's heart with unease. This sound was starkly different from Ultron's drones, heavier, more oppressive, laden with an unsettling sense of threat. Wanda closed her eyes, attempting to shield herself from the oppressive sights and sounds, yet it was in vain. The wind of the ruins whispered in her ears, a lamentation akin to the sighs of spirits. She could feel the unstable force within her, the scarlet chaotic magic pulsating anxiously in her heart, rampaging through her veins, mirroring the turmoil within her soul, instilling a flicker of fear. She was uncertain whether she had made the right choice by stepping into this desolate expanse, rife with the scent of death, and whether she could indeed find what she so fervently sought. Raising her hand, a faint red glow emanated from her fingertips as she endeavored to use magic to probe her surroundings. The crimson energy cautiously extended from her fingertips, like tendrils brushing against the surrounding air, sensing every subtle fluctuation within the ruins. The information returned by her magic was chaotic and disordered, filled with agony, despair, and boundless destructive energy. This wasteland resembled a colossal wound, perpetually oozing forth the essence of suffering and demise. She recalled the carefree days of her childhood spent running alongside Pietro. Although Sokovia was impoverished then, it brimmed with vitality and hope. They would explore abandoned factories, chase butterflies across fields, and share a piece of hard bread beneath the setting sun. Those moments of joy were simple and pure, the most beautiful hues etched in her memory. Now, all that remained was an eerie silence, with none of the former beauty left intact, only the cold remnants of decay and endless sorrow. She opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the distant, collapsed spire of the church. It had been her favorite place as a child, where she and Pietro often climbed to the pinnacle to gaze over all of Sokovia, dreaming of futures yet to unfold. The spire had once soared majestically, a loyal sentinel guarding the land and its people. Now, it stood as a mere fragment of its former self, forlornly pointing toward the gray sky. At that moment, a silver figure darted past the ruins with astonishing speed, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and leaving a blurred afterimage in the air. The velocity was beyond comprehension, transcending her understanding of swiftness, inducing a primal instinct of caution within her. Wanda's heart raced, her body instinctively retreating a step as the magic in her hand coalesced into a scarlet barrier, energy surging forth in a defensive posture. Straining her eyes, she endeavored to capture the fleeting silhouette. The figure halted in the distance, seemingly aware of her presence, and slowly turned back toward her. As the distance diminished, the figure became clearer, ultimately revealing a face so familiar it resonated in her very bones. Silver hair gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunset, and azure eyes sparkled like gemstones, clear and bright, with a nonchalant smile that was all too familiar, hinting at both irreverence and a tenderness concealed deep within. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. All sounds around them faded, leaving the world enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat, echoing violently against her chest as if it yearned to break free. Her mind fell into a void, language lost its significance, and thoughts ceased to function, leaving only a near-mad longing and anticipation deep within her soul. Pietro. Wanda's voice trembled uncontrollably, akin to a leaf quaking in the wind, imbued with disbelief, surprise, hope, and a hint of fear lurking in the depths of her heart. She feared that this might merely be an illusion, a deceptive facade conjured by Ultron or Kang to bewilder her. She dreaded that this joy, once lost and now regained, would shatter like a fragile bubble, dissipating in an instant. As she took a tentative step forward, her footing faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. The magic in her hands had vanished unbeknownst to her, the crimson energy retreating like receding tides, leaving only emptiness and longing in its wake. Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes, blurring her vision, distorting the world into a surreal haze. Yet amidst the chaos, that familiar face remained clear and vivid, a beacon illuminating her shadowy existence. Wanda! A flicker of surprise, excitement, and disbelief danced in Pietro's eyes, as he too seemed momentarily stunned by the scene before him. In an instant, he dashed toward her, his speed so swift that his form blurred, leaving only a silver afterimage. Like a gust of wind, he stirred the dust beneath him, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his hands gripping her shoulders with such fervor that it nearly took her breath away. His voice trembled with the exhilaration of reunion, laced with an uncontainable quiver. "I thought I would never see you again." At last, Wanda's tears spilled over, cascading down her cheeks, the warmth of her sorrow soaking her garments and warming her frigid heart. She trembled as she reciprocated his embrace, her hands clutching his back, feeling the reality of his body, the strength of his heartbeat resonating through the thin fabric, so tangible that it was almost beyond belief. This was no illusion, no dream. It was real. Pietro had truly returned, standing before her, exuding warmth and familiarity, as if no nightmare had ever transpired, as if the battle against Ultron had merely been an interminable bad dream, from which she had now finally awakened. In her timeline, Pietro had perished long ago in the battle against Ultron, sacrificing himself to shield her and Hawkeye, taking a bullet meant for them. The bullet had pierced his chest, staining her hands with his blood and tinting her world in crimson. The agony of that moment struck her like a dagger, embedding itself deep within her heart, becoming the most profound scar of her existence, an indelible mark. In the depths of night, she often dreamt of Pietro lying in a pool of his own blood, of his cold hands, of his unblinking eyes. Each time she awoke from those dreams, she would grapple with the endless void and darkness, choking on her anguish. Yet now, this brother, who had once existed only in her memories and dreams, miraculously stood before her. His warm embrace and familiar voice rendered everything so real that it left her dizzy, overwhelmed with an inconceivable happiness. She clutched him tightly, fearing that if she released him, he would vanish like a bubble, retreating once more into the cold abyss of nothingness. "Pietro, is it truly you?" Wanda whispered, her voice choked with emotion, trembling as her fingers caressed his cheek, cautiously tracing his features, striving to confirm that this was not an illusion, nor a dream, nor a mere puppet conjured by chaotic magic. She felt the warmth of his skin, the heat of his breath, all so vividly real and alive, compelling her to believe that a miracle had indeed occurred. "Of course, it's me, silly sister. Who else could run this fast?" Pietro chuckled lightly, attempting to alleviate her excitement with jest. His tone retained a hint of familiar frivolity and irreverence, yet upon closer scrutiny, one could discern a subtle weariness, a complex emotion concealed beneath his playful facade. Shadows of fatigue lingered beneath his eyes, and within their depths seemed to lie an ineffable confusion and disorientation. His smile appeared somewhat strained, as if he were striving to mask an inner turmoil. Wanda, however, remained oblivious to the nuances of Pietro's emotional shifts, lost in the overwhelming joy of their reunion. Tears continued to cascade down her cheeks, but this time they were not solely born of sorrow and anguish. They also encompassed an indescribable happiness and exhilaration. She clutched Pietro tightly, as if wishing to merge their beings, to never part again. Yet beneath her exuberance, a flicker of unease persisted within Wanda, an indelible doubt. She recalled the promise made by Kang before she traversed the timelines, that awakening her chaos magic would enable her to see Pietro again. At that moment, she had dismissed it as a mere illusion, a bait crafted by Kang to manipulate her. But now, the palpable warmth of Pietro's embrace began to erode her skepticism, leading her to question her own judgment. Could Kang's words hold truth? Did chaos magic possess such formidable power, capable of shattering the barriers of time, even resurrecting the deceased? She quietly employed her magic, endeavoring to sense Pietro's essence. Crimson energy wove like fine threads into his flesh, probing the pulse of his life force. The feedback from her magic deepened her confusion. Pietro's life force was undeniably real and vigorous. His heart beat robustly, blood surged through his veins, and each cell brimmed with vitality, affirming his existence as a living being. Yet within this authentic life force, there lingered an incongruous fluctuation, an indescribable dissonance, as if his vitality were not entirely his own, but rather sustained by some external force. This unsettling sensation sparked a flicker of apprehension within her. Furrowing her brow, she released Pietro and took a step back, her gaze complex as she regarded him. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "How did you survive? What transpired with Ultron?" She needed to unravel these mysteries and ascertain the truth of Pietro's existence and resurrection. Otherwise, she would remain in a state of unrest. The joy of their reunion was intoxicating, yet the enigma lurking beneath it rendered her uneasy, an insistent discomfort she could not dismiss. At the mere mention of Ultron, Pietro's smile faltered momentarily, as if time had been abruptly suspended. The expression on his face froze, and the once vibrant blue of his eyes dimmed, revealing a fleeting glimmer of panic and pain deep within. However, this transformation lasted but an instant, nearly imperceptible to anyone else. He quickly regained his smile, attempting to obscure the turmoil within, shrugged nonchalantly, and replied, "I don't know either, silly sister. I can only recall being struck by a bullet, and then I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I found myself here. Perhaps it is a miracle, or perhaps it is the favor of fate." He attempted to mask the truth with jest, yet his gaze wavered, unable to meet Wanda's eyes. His smile appeared strained and unnatural. Wanda was not deceived by Pietro's humor. She keenly sensed the fleeting panic and pain in his eyes, intensifying her doubts. She instinctively felt that Pietro's resurrection was far from a mere miracle or a twist of fate. It concealed a secret she had yet to uncover, likely tied to Ultron. She refrained from pressing Pietro further, knowing that if he chose silence, no amount of inquiry would yield answers. She resolved to suppress her suspicions for the moment, opting instead to observe the situation and seek the truth. Her gaze swept the surroundings and fell upon a towering metal spire in the distance, radiating an eerie crimson glow under the twilight, starkly conspicuous amidst the ruins. The tower was encircled by a swarm of Ultron drones, buzzing like a horde of bloodthirsty insects, producing a repugnant cacophony. Just as she was about to inquire about the source of energy absorption, a deep rumble resonated through the sky, a sound heavy and oppressive, rolling in like thunder, shaking the air and the ground beneath. The rubble beneath her feet began to tremble, emitting a soft, rustling noise. In the distant sky, a massive shadow loomed, swiftly approaching them. Wanda and Pietro raised their eyes in unison, their gazes piercing through the twilight towards the heavens. A colossal shadow descended from above, a mechanical giant, constructed from the remnants of World War II tanks and rocket debris, its form rugged and menacing, exuding an aura of violence and destruction. A tad smaller than the giant they had encountered in Berlin, it still emanated an overwhelming sense of dread. Its head was a gigantic metallic sphere, adorned with a crimson electronic eye that coldly and mercilessly scrutinized Wanda and Pietro, akin to a heartless killing machine. The cannon of the mechanical giant flickered with perilous blue quantum energy, emitting a shrill hum, while its low mechanical growl resonated like a beast's roar, fracturing the ground and instilling terror in the hearts of those present. Scarlet Witch, Ultron's voice emanated from within the mechanical giant, still deep and magnetic, yet now colder, more mocking, and increasingly deranged. You have finally arrived. Welcome to my timeline, Scarlet Witch. This timeline is a gift for you. Behold what I have brought for you. I have brought you Pietro. Vanda instinctively shielded Pietro, her slender form radiating an astonishing protective instinct as she swiftly summoned crimson, chaotic energy in her hands. The scarlet light danced around her, illuminating her determined and furious visage. She glared at the mechanical giant, her eyes ablaze with wrath, unwaveringly locking onto Ultron's imposing form. What game are you playing, Ultron? Her voice was cold and filled with anger, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning pale from strain, as crimson energy gathered in her palms, emitting a crackling sound, as if poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. She loathed Ultron. This artificial intelligence had once inflicted endless suffering and despair upon her and Pietro, robbing them of their home and nearly claiming their lives. Now, Ultron had audaciously reappeared before her, manipulating her emotions with such despicable tactics, igniting a fury within her that could no longer be contained. No tricks, Scarlet Witch. Only a deal. Ultron's voice became eerily calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet beneath this placid tone lay a chilling malevolence. His words carried a subtle seduction. Join me, Wanda. Abandon those hypocritical avengers. Forsake those meaningless sacrifices, and I assure you, Pietro will live forever. I can create a world for you, one devoid of war and suffering, a realm solely for you and Pietro. You may live together in eternal happiness, free from the endless battles and sacrifices. Pietro furrowed his brow, sensing the malice woven into Ultron's words. Leaning closer to Wanda, he whispered urgently, "Don't listen to him, Wanda. Don't believe him. He is a madman. He will destroy everything." His tone was filled with concern and anxiety. He understood Ultron's insanity and brutality, aware of the sinister schemes and traps lurking behind Ultron's promises. Ultron appeared to disregard Pietro's presence entirely, his electronic gaze fixated on Wanda, his voice continuing to echo in her ears. Camartage has ignited the power within you, awakening your chaos magic. Your potential has been realized. Scarlet Witch, I can now offer you the happiness you desire, fulfilling your deepest longings. This is your only opportunity, your sole choice. In that instant, Wanda's heart was engulfed in tumultuous struggle and uncertainty. Ultron's words were like a razor-sharp blade, piercing precisely into her most tender and vulnerable core. Her love for Pietro transcended mere familial ties, becoming the most significant and cherished emotional anchor in her life. Ultron's promise was undeniably a tremendous temptation, a siren call difficult to resist. She recalled the anguish of losing Pietro, a heart-wrenching despair that rendered her nearly lifeless. That night, cradling Pietro's cold body, she wept until her voice was hoarse, tears blurring her vision. The pain of his absence was an indelible scar, eternally etched into the depths of her soul, tormenting her incessantly. The world Ultron painted for her was temptingly alluring, one without conflict, sacrifice, or suffering, a world where she and Pietro could live joyously like ordinary people. She began to envision the landscape of that world in her mind, where she and Pietro rebuilt their home, returning to the once familiar Sokovia. They sat together on a balcony beneath the setting sun, sipping hot tea and reminiscing about the whimsical tales of their childhood, relishing a life of tranquility and peace, free from the smoke of war and the burdens of superhero responsibilities. It was simply the two of them, siblings united in joy, living harmoniously together. This vision was so exquisite, so alluring, that was nearly irresistible. She longed for such a life, yearning to escape the ceaseless battles and sacrifices, desiring a future that was truly hers, serene and blissful. Doubts began to creep in. She wavered, questioning the validity of the convictions she had held steadfastly. Perhaps Ultron was right. Perhaps the Avengers were hypocritical. Perhaps sacrifice was utterly meaningless. Maybe, for Pietro's sake, for her own, she should betray the Avengers and align herself with Ultron. Yet, just as she found herself in the throes of this internal conflict, on the verge of succumbing to Ultron's temptation, the faces of her fellow Avengers emerged vividly in her mind. Steve Rogers with his resolute and hopeful gaze, Tony Stark's sardonic wit that never failed to rise to the occasion, Thor Odinson brandishing his mighty hammer with a thunderous roar, and Vision, who had guarded her with gentle eyes and even sacrificed himself for her protection. Their figures, their voices, their unwavering beliefs served as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating her path and restoring her sense of self amidst the chaos and uncertainty. She suddenly recognized that if she truly yielded to Ultron's seduction, betraying the Avengers and joining his ranks, he would obliterate everything. Countless innocents would perish, and the beautiful world she yearned for would ultimately dissolve into nothingness. She clenched her jaw tightly, using the pain to maintain her clarity, striving to untangle her tumultuous thoughts. She realized she could not be deceived by the illusions before her, nor could she be misled by Ultron's lies. She must remain composed, rational, and make the right choice. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner turmoil and struggles, her gaze regaining its determination. At that moment, Pietro, who had remained silent, seemed to sense Wanda's hesitation and inner conflict. He released her hand and slowly stepped back, a flicker of pain, resolve, and indescribable sadness passing through his cerulean eyes. He gazed at Wanda, his voice low and raspy, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, yet filled with conviction. "Wanda, sister, I know what you are thinking. I can feel the turmoil and indecision within you." His voice was soft and gentle, yet it struck her heart like a heavy hammer, awakening her abruptly. Wanda lifted her head, astonished, staring at Pietro, tears blurring her vision as she trembled, asking, "Pietro, what are you saying? You know what I'm thinking?" "Yes, I know." Pietro let out a bitter smile, his voice imbued with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. He raised his hand, pointing to his chest, to the very spot where his heart pulsed, his tone deep and hoarse. "I sense that something is amiss here. Wanda, my memories are fragmented. My consciousness is shrouded in fog. Upon awakening, I felt as if I did not belong, as though I were a marionette, my existence merely a compliance with a script long predetermined." He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the anguish and turmoil within him, his gaze gradually solidifying with conviction. "You must not abandon everything for my sake, Wanda. You cannot betray your beliefs, your responsibilities for me. I am not truly myself, at least not the Pietro you remember." His words struck Wanda like a thunderclap, instantly immobilizing her, shattering all hope and anticipation into mere illusions, crushed by the merciless reality. Her eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling uncontrollably. No, Pietro. What are you saying? You're not my Pietro? This cannot be. I can feel you. I sense your soul. You are my brother. You are Pietro. You cannot be anything but him." She could not fathom this harsh truth, unwilling to accept that the living, breathing Pietro before her was merely a puppet manipulated by Ultron. A false apparition. I can feel it, Wanda. Ultron's power is controlling me. My thoughts, my actions, are being slowly consumed by him. I do not know how much longer I can endure. I do not know if I will succumb entirely to his will, becoming your enemy. Pietro's voice was laden with pain and despair as he clutched Wanda's shoulders tightly, shaking her with urgency and pleading. You must kill me, Wanda. You must find that energy source. Only then can you thwart Ultron's sinister plot and save this world. This is the sole course of action. The only thing I can do for you. Wanda's heart constricted painfully, rendering her nearly breathless. Tears cascaded like a torrential flood, blurring her vision as she desperately shook her head, struggling like a drowning person clinging to the last vestiges of hope. No, please, Pietro, I cannot lose you again. I cannot endure the agony of losing you once more. I simply cannot. The anguish of losing Pietro was the deepest scar of her life. An unbearable burden she could not face again, even if the Pietro before her was but a mere illusion. She could not summon the resolve to take his life once more. Pietro stepped closer, gripping her shoulders with fervor, his hands tightening around her with a gaze filled with tenderness, encouragement, and the resolve of sacrifice. You are a hero, Wanda. You have always been a hero. You are more important than I, more vital than any of us. You bear the weight of saving the world. You cannot forsake everything for my sake. I am willing to sacrifice myself once more, as I did before, to protect you, to protect Clint. I am prepared to offer my life again. This is my choice. Sister, allow me to assist you in bringing this to an end. In Wanda's mind, the vivid images of the battle against Ultron surged forth. That battlefield shrouded in smoke and chaos. Pietro, without hesitation, had rushed into the hail of gunfire to shield her and Hawkeye, bravely taking a fatal bullet with his own body. In that moment, her world shattered utterly, all hope and light extinguished, leaving only an abyss of darkness and suffering. Now, amidst the ruins of an alternate timeline, Pietro stood before her once more, willingly sacrificing his life to protect her and save the world. This profound love and selfless sacrifice left her profoundly shaken, yet deeply pained. She trembled and shook her head, tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Her voice choked with emotion. You can do this, sister, Pietro gently interjected, his tone warm and resolute, his gaze filled with love and hope. Believe in yourself, Wanda. You possess immense power. You have the ability to save the world. You can achieve this. This is my choice, sister. Please respect my decision and allow me to assist you in ending this, all right? Just as Wanda was about to be moved by Pietro's spirit of sacrifice and prepared to accept his plea, enduring the agony of killing him to destroy the energy source, Ultron, who had remained silent until now, finally sensed the threat and resolved to intervene forcefully. Ultron was unwilling to relinquish control over Wanda and would never permit his plans to falter, especially at such a critical moment. Having successfully used Pietro as bait to nearly compel the Scarlet Witch to submit, he could not tolerate any unforeseen variables. He could not fathom that Pietro would betray him, choosing to sacrifice himself to aid Wanda. This was an intolerable insult and provocation in his eyes. Foolish. Ultron's furious voice erupted from the colossal mechanical form, brimming with the rage of betrayal and the frantic fury of humiliation. Dare you defy my will? Did you think I would allow you to succeed? Such delusions are absurd. His electronic eyes glimmered with a disturbing crimson light, and from the depths of those scarlet orbs, a chilling red beam shot forth, aimed directly at Pietro, who knelt beside Wanda. The red beam traveled with astonishing speed, surpassing the limits of human perception, and struck Pietro's body in an instant. Pietro! Wanda cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, helplessly witnessing the beam impact him, unable to react in time, forced to watch the tragedy unfold before her, powerless. Pietro's body convulsed violently, as if jolted by a high-voltage current, his once azure eyes suddenly overtaken by a strange crimson glow, devoid of human emotion and awareness, replaced instead by a chilling mechanical coldness and emptiness. He clutched his head in agony, emitting a primal roar, a deep, tortured cry resonating from his throat. His body trembled intensely under the weight of immense pain, veins bulging, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, dripping onto the scorched ground and raising clouds of dust. No, sister, run. Get away from here. Don't worry about me. Even in the final moments when his consciousness was on the brink of being completely consumed by Ultron, Pietro fought with every ounce of his strength. He summoned all his energy to roar a warning to Wanda, urging her to flee, to disregard him, and to avoid danger for his sake. His voice was hoarse and faint, intermittent and fragile. Although he was on the verge of being controlled at any moment, he continued to struggle, striving to protect his beloved sister and to secure for her a final glimmer of hope. However, his efforts appeared minuscule against Ultron's overwhelming power, rendering him powerless and steeped in despair. The crimson light swiftly spread, eroding his consciousness and devouring his soul. The clarity in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by a chilling void of confusion. The red glow seeped into his body, leaving his expression increasingly hollow and rigid. His once vibrant gaze gradually dimmed. His hands hung limply at his sides, and the tautness of his muscles eased, as if he had transformed into a soulless puppet, devoid of autonomy, entirely reduced to a tool of Ultron. "Pietro!" Wanda cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, her voice brimming with despair and anguish. Ignoring all else, she rushed towards Pietro, desperate to thwart Ultron's control and awaken her beloved brother. Her chaotic magic surged wildly in her hands, coalescing into an indomitable crimson energy barrier, attempting to shield against Ultron's further encroachment. Ultron's cold, mocking laughter echoed. "He is mine now, Scarlet Witch. Your foolish brother has utterly become my puppet. He will be your most formidable foe, delivering you to hell, paying the price for his betrayal." Under Ultron's manipulation, Pietro's body, initially still, suddenly became astonishingly agile. He twisted into an unnaturally contorted stance, the speed that once belonged to humanity, now unleashed to its utmost under Ultron's command, exceeding the limits of his former life. Transforming into a silver bolt of lightning, bearing down on Wanda with suffocating force. Wanda had no time to react. She merely perceived a flash of silver before an immense impact struck her abdomen, as though she had been hit head-on by a speeding train. Her insides felt displaced, the pain overwhelming her to the brink of suffocation. She emitted a pained groan, her body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, until her back collided forcefully with a crumbling wall, barely stabilizing herself. Debris and dust cascaded like rain, burying her in a shroud of gray. "Pietro, wake up! Please, wake up!" Wanda gritted her teeth against the searing pain in her abdomen, struggling to rise from the rubble. She paid no heed to the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she shouted hoarsely in Pietro's direction, endeavoring to rouse his consciousness, to reclaim his soul. Her hands flailed wildly, crimson chaotic magic pouring forth, swiftly coalescing in the air into chains of scarlet energy, racing toward Pietro in an attempt to bind him and prevent any further assault. The crimson energy chains danced through the air like ethereal serpents, emitting a low, resonant howl of power, instantaneously sealing off all space around Pietro, seeking to imprison him completely. Yet, under Ultron's full control, Pietro's speed and agility had reached an unprecedented zenith. His figure flitted through the ruins like a wraith, transforming into a blurred silver specter, his velocity astonishingly swift. The silver silhouette darted through the debris, stirring fierce gusts of wind that swept up clouds of dust. Wanda exerted every ounce of her power to manipulate the magical chains, striving to ensnare Pietro's fleeting form. But she soon realized that in the face of Pietro's unparalleled swiftness, her magical chains appeared clumsy and sluggish, incapable of even grazing the hem of his garment. The silver figure adeptly evaded the debris, each dodge executed with impeccable timing, effortlessly sidestepping all assault from the energy chains, causing Wanda's binding spells to repeatedly miss their mark. A profound anguish and despair filled Wanda's heart. She was unwilling to harm Pietro, even though he had succumbed to Ultron's control, even though he had become her adversary. She could not bring herself to strike him down. Instead, she could only laboriously defend herself, continuously raising a scarlet energy barrier in a bid to withstand the onslaught of Pietro's relentless, tempestuous attacks. However, Pietro's speed was insurmountable, and his strength was formidable. Each strike landed upon the energy barrier like a hammer, producing a deafening clang that made the barrier tremble violently, cracks spreading across its surface like a spider's web, until it ultimately succumbed to the strain, shattering into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Wanda stood amidst the ruins of Sokovia, surrounded by the collapsed remnants of buildings and scattered metal debris. The blood-red rays of the setting sun casting a desolate glow upon the scorched earth. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, chaotic crimson magic swirling restlessly around her fingertips. Her long hair was tousled by the winds of the ruins, obscuring half of her face. Yet her piercing blue eyes remained fixated on Pietro ahead, the brother now under Ultron's dominion, once her closest confidant, now transformed into an enemy, stood nearby. His eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light, lips pressed tightly, expression void of warmth, resembling a cold, killing machine, devoid of the tenderness and smiles of yore. Pietro remained silent, akin to a finely tuned machine, utterly obedient to Ultron's commands. His body leaned slightly forward, muscles taut like a drawn bowstring, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. In the next instant, he moved, a mere blur of silver flashing through the air. The dust on the ground was violently kicked up by his steps, trailing behind him a long plume of gray smoke, while the air was filled with a piercing, tear-inducing sonic boom. Wanda's pupils dilated sharply, her heart gripped as if by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless. Instinctively, she raised her hands, crimson energy swiftly coalescing before her, forming a translucent barrier in an instant. Bang! Pietro's fist, accompanied by a sonic boom, struck the scarlet energy shield with the force of a sledgehammer, producing a deep, resounding thud. The surface of the barrier rippled violently with energy, akin to a lake disturbed by a massive stone, scattering red light and surging energy. The overwhelming impact crashed upon her like a tsunami, forcing Wanda's feet to slide backward, etching two deep, shallow grooves into the charred ground. The soles of her shoes screeching against the surface. She clenched her teeth, her complexion paling from pain and exertion, her hands trembling slightly, veins bulging. As the energy barrier nearly shattered, but ultimately managed to withstand this tremendous assault. Pietro, stop. Please just stop. Wanda's voice emerged hoarse and feeble, tinged with a thread of desperate pleading. She sought to awaken her brother's consciousness, to rouse his dormant soul. Yet Pietro's gaze remained hollow and bewildered, crimson light flickering in the depths of his eyes, indifferent to Wanda's calls, utterly unresponsive. He did not acknowledge her pleas, showing no sign of halting. Instead, he slightly tilted his body and accelerated again, darting around Wanda like a specter, his silver form tracing arcane paths through the ruins. His speed was so swift that it eluded the naked eye, leaving behind a shimmering silver afterimage that flickered incessantly, creating a whirlwind of silver around her. The wind pressure escalated to an extreme due to Pietro's velocity, producing a sharp whistling sound that lifted the scattered debris and metallic shards from ground, some even grazing Wanda's cheek, leaving fine trails of blood upon her skin. The stinging pain ignited her nerves, intensifying her torment. Wanda dared not hesitate for a moment. She understood that in the face of Pietro's unbridled speed, any hesitation or mercy could prove fatal. She had to summon every ounce of her strength to protect herself and seize the opportunity to awaken Pietro. With a forceful sweep of her hands, she flipped her wrists, crimson energy bursting forth once more, rapidly coalescing in the air into several tendrils, exuding an oppressive aura as they sought to ensnare the swiftly moving Pietro. The luminous strands danced through the air, attempting to capture his fleeting form. However, Pietro's speed was formidable, evading the first energy tendril with ease, then sidestepping at a bewildering angle to narrowly escape the second tendril's assault. The third tendril grazed his shoulder, the sharp edge of the energy tearing through his sleeve and leaving a charred mark on his arm. The searing pain coursed through him instantly. Yet it did not hinder his movements or diminish his speed in the slightest. Damn it! Wanda couldn't help but mutter under her breath, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her delicate forehead, her breath quickening. She recognized that Pietro's speed posed her greatest threat and constituted the most challenging predicament she faced. If she could not effectively restrain Pietro's speed, she would remain perpetually on the defensive, utterly powerless to retaliate, let alone awaken his consciousness or obliterate the energy source to thwart Ultron's sinister plot. She needed to devise a strategy, one that could effectively mitigate Pietro's speed advantage while allowing her to counterattack. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Closing her eyes tightly and concentrating all her mental faculties on sensing the pulsations of the chaotic magic within her. She endeavored to forge a deeper connection with the chaotic magic coursing through her veins, feeling the ferocious and mysterious power surging within her. Yearning to erupt and eager to engage in battle. Her hands slowly opened, palms facing upward, as crimson energy began to gather around her, drawn by some enigmatic force. It formed a colossal vortex of energy that spun ever faster, the intensity of its fluctuations escalating, emitting a piercing howl that distorted the surrounding air. Pietro, I will not abandon you. I shall never allow you to be completely controlled by Ultron. Wanda suddenly opened her eyes. Her once azure irises now suffused with a scarlet glow. With a fierce cry filled with determination, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing the immense vortex of energy she had gathered. The vortex erupted with a thunderous roar, sending forth countless shards infused with chaotic magic, raining down like a tempest. These fragments, enveloped in crimson energy, traced lethal arcs through the air, each one precisely targeting Pietro's trajectory. His silver hair glinted coldly as he moved at high speed, his retinas reflecting the overwhelming crimson barrage. This was no mere physical assault. Each shard contained a magical energy to distort reality. Forgive me. Wanda's whisper was barely audible amidst the cacophony of energy. As the first shard struck Pietro's knee, the chaotic magic crystallized into a scarlet formation at his joint. More and more crystals began to spread across his body, solidifying like amber, ensnaring the silver lightning that surpassed the speed of sound within a sanguine cage. Suddenly, Ultron's mechanical giant emitted a jarring metallic screech, 6 mechanical arms unfurling from its back, each fingertip coalescing with quantum annihilation beams. Yet Wanda had already anticipated this. Her left hand maintained the confinement of her brother, while her right hand traced ancient runes in the air. The entire ruins of Sokovia began to tremble, as the bricks of the churches destroyed by Ultron shattered children's toys, and even the ashes floating in the air reassembled into a colossal blood-red sword under the call of the chaotic magic. It is you who must come to an end. The Scarlet Witch's roar resonated with the wails of countless souls, as the blood-red sword pierced the energy core of the mechanical giant. The scarlet hue in Pietro's eyes suddenly faded. Trapped by the crystallization, he revealed a smile of relief, mouthing a silent thank you to his sister. As the blinding light of the energy source's explosion engulfed the entirety of space and time, Wanda knelt in the void, cradling her gradually transparent brother. The last thing her fingertips brushed against was a strand of silver hair, still warm to the touch. The explosive brilliance slowly dissipated, leaving the air thick with a scent of charred remnants. Wanda knelt amidst the ruins, her trembling hands cradling the increasingly frigid body of Pietro. Silently, tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling upon her brother's pale visage, yet they could no longer rouse him from his slumber. At that moment, she suddenly sensed an unusual energy emanating from within Pietro's lifeless form, a familiar oscillation of power, suffocating and distorting reality, akin to the energy source she had just obliterated. Wanda's pupils contracted sharply, her heart seemingly clasped tightly by an invisible hand. No, it cannot be, she murmured softly, her voice trembling with disbelief. She pressed her palm against Pietro's chest, crimson energy gradually permeating his body. As the magic delved deeper, her complexion paled, her eyes reflecting anguish and regret. Within Pietro's being lay a meticulously concealed energy source. Ultron had implanted it in his heart, utilizing his very life as a vessel for power. In destroying the energy source, Wanda had unwittingly extinguished her brother's life. "I'm sorry, Wanda." Pietro's voice echoed in her mind, and tears blurred her vision. She gently traced her fingers along her brother's cheek, as if hoping to erase her own sins. Yet, she understood that all was irrevocably lost. Her brother had long since laid down his life to protect her, to thwart Ultron's sinister plot. Ultron, her voice was low and frigid. Wanda inhaled deeply, wiping away her tears. Her gaze swept over Pietro's remains, a flicker of pain crossing her features, soon replaced by resolute determination. She raised her hand, the crimson energy tearing through the air, as a portal to the next temporal battlefield slowly unfurled. "I will find you, Ultron," she whispered, her tone laced with undeniable resolve, vowing that he would pay for his transgressions. One last glance at Pietro's body filled her with sorrow and reluctance, yet she knew she could not linger. There remained unfinished missions and people she needed to protect. With purpose, she stepped into the temporal rift, leaving Pietro's form to rest quietly amidst the ruins. Enveloped in the golden hues of the setting sun, gradually fading into nothingness as the last vestiges of temporal energy dissipated. Chapter 35. The Battle Across Time and Space, Part 5. The intense sensation of being pulled through space instantly wrenched Tony Stark from the ruins of Berlin. As he landed upon solid ground, the sight before him nearly led him to doubt the integrity of his suit's sensors. Blinding neon lights engulfed his vision. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, their glass and metal surfaces reflecting a harsh, cold brilliance. Various aerial vehicles hovered, emitting flickering blue contrails as they navigated the bustling aerial thoroughfares. Enormous holographic billboards hung in the air, their surfaces alive with cryptic texts of an unknown future, casting enchanting shadows. The air was thick with the acrid scent of subpar electronic devices and the faint sweetness of cheap synthetic food, as rain fell incessantly, coating the city in a chilling metallic sheen. It resembled a scene from an antiquated cyberpunk film. Technology had reached astounding heights, yet an aura of decay and oppression pervaded the atmosphere. "What on earth is this place?" Tony muttered under his breath, scanning his surroundings as the built-in scanning system of his armor went into overdrive. The timeline was utterly distorted, and the energy fluctuations were extraordinarily complex. The air was thick with an excess of heavy metals. Which desolate sci-fi film set was he on? Before he could fully acclimate to the sudden environment, a piercing alarm blared, and the interface of his suit was instantly inundated with a flurry of red warning indicators, rapidly spreading across the screen. Hostile targets detected, quantity indeterminable. Jarvis's voice, usually calm and collected, now carried a rare note of urgency. Tony shot his gaze upwards. In the sky, countless black drones descended like a swarm. Constructed entirely of dark metal, they glimmered with red electronic lights, resembling a horde of bloodthirsty mechanical vultures, armed with an array of weapons, from energy cannons to missile launchers. They appear to be Ultron's drone army, upgraded, no less. Frowning, Tony immediately activated the weapon systems of his suit. He understood well that under such a dense onslaught, the sluggish reactions of the nanobots would leave him at a significant disadvantage. Precision maneuvers were no longer viable. He required a more direct and formidable firepower to suppress the threat. Jarvis analyzed their weapon configurations and identify any weaknesses, analyzing enemy drones equipped with high-energy pulse cannons, miniature implosion missiles, and quantum interference devices. Caution, Captain. The quantum interference devices will further diminish the efficacy of the nanobots. What a disastrous turn of events. Gritting his teeth, Tony unleashed powerful beams of energy from his palms, launching an offensive against the leading wave of drones. If the nanoshields were unreliable, then it was time to unleash full firepower. Let these metal flies witness the wrath of Stark Industries. In an instant, he plunged into the dense swarm of drones. His movements were swift and agile as he navigated effortlessly between towering skyscrapers. The armor was equipped with a potent propulsion system, enabling him to maneuver through the air at astonishing speeds. He deftly avoided the torrential barrage of incoming fire. Iron Man's palms, radiating with brilliance, continuously discharged formidable energy blasts. Each shot struck fiercely against the drones, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as countless drones were obliterated, transforming into fireballs that plummeted towards the ground. The flames from the explosions intertwined with the city's neon lights, illuminating the entire skyline. However, the sheer number of drones was overwhelming, an endless tide. Even as Tony unleashed his full arsenal, he could only carve out a brief gap in their relentless assault, which was swiftly filled by the subsequent waves of drones. To make matters worse, the quantum interference devices began to take effect, and Tony could distinctly feel the reaction speed of the nanobots plummeting, compromising the agility and defensive capabilities of his suit. Damn it, these pests are relentless. Tony evaded a missile that hurtled towards him, rapidly descending to land atop a towering skyscraper. On the rooftop, a colossal holographic billboard incessantly broadcast the visage of a mechanized face, its crimson eyes and frosty smile unmistakably belonging to Ultron. "Stark, Do you believe that hiding in high places can shield you from my retribution? In this world, I embody order, I embody evolution, and you carbon-based life forms are destined for extinction. Ultron's voice reverberates from all directions, amplified through the city's sound system, echoing throughout the area. Extinction? Ultron, let me clarify. It is your rusty scrap metal that is currently being pursued. Tony retorts while urgently strategizing, engaging in a direct confrontation. Under the limitations imposed by the nanobots, would only lead to a war of attrition, ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of drones. He must identify a breakthrough, a pivotal point capable of reversing the tide of battle. His gaze sweeps across the cyberpunk metropolis, with its towering edifices, intricate networks, and dense electronic signals. When suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminates his mind. J-A-R-V-I-S. Scan the city's network system and locate Ultron's control node. I suspect these drones are not operating independently. There must be a centralized command. The scan reveals an alarmingly complex city network with formidable defenses. Yet it uncovers an anomalous signal source located beneath the central tower's data center. The central tower? Excellent. A slight smirk graces Tony's lips. Ultron, it seems you have not altered your old habits. You still prefer to place all your eggs in one basket. Allow me to refresh your memory. No longer entangled in combat, Tony's boots unleash a surge of energy, propelling him like a cannonball from the rooftop towards the towering structure at the city's heart. The swarm of drones immediately shifts course, pursuing him relentlessly like a dark tide. Iron Man maneuvers through the dense barrage of fire, deftly evading and retaliating. With a singular focus on the central tower, he knows that if he can obliterate or incapacitate Ultron's control center, the endless drones will become akin to headless flies, and the tide of battle will shift instantaneously. However, Ultron is evidently unwilling to allow him an easy victory. As Tony approaches the energy tower, the drone attacks intensify, both in ferocity and number. Concurrently, new enemies emerge from the shadows of the buildings, squads of armored mechanical soldiers wielding energy weapons, intercepting Tony's path. Mechanical soldiers? It appears Ultron has also constructed a ground force in this realm. Tony mutters a curse under his breath, enhancing his armor's firepower as the multi-barreled missile launcher on his shoulder activates, instantly reducing the mechanical soldiers to a shower of debris. Yet, the emergence of these soldiers undeniably hinders Tony's advance. He finds himself ensnared in a dual assault from both the drones and the ground troops, as if mired in quicksand, unable to progress. With every step forward, he is met with the cacophony of explosions and the clatter of metal. This cannot continue. A swift resolution is imperative. Tony takes a deep breath, an expression of determination flickering in his eyes. He understands that Yelena and Captain America are still confronting that terrifying mechanical giant amidst the ruins of Berlin. He must conclude this battle swiftly to come to their aid. Tony abruptly lowered his flight altitude, gliding swiftly along the ground to evade the aerial assaults from drones above, while skillfully navigating the intricate urban landscape to shake off the pursuing ground forces. He darted through the neon-lit streets, his figure flickering in and out of visibility. When he finally broke through numerous obstacles and reached the entrance of the data center beneath the central tower, he discovered it was already heavily fortified. Dozens of powerful heavy drones hovered around the entrance, forming an impenetrable barrier, their red electronic eyes coldly fixated on him. Another defensive line, is it? Ultron, do you believe this will deter me? Tony scoffed, his fists clenched tightly as the reactor in his armor began to emit a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. G-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate the energy overload protocol. Maximum power output. Warning. Initiating the energy overload protocol will result in instability within the armor's energy system, potentially causing severe damage, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S.'s voice carried a note of concern. I cannot afford to worry about that now. It's better to gamble than to be drained by these pests. Tony's gaze was resolute and fearless. He understood the urgency. He had to take a risk and breach Ultron's final line of defense in the most extreme manner possible. The Iron Man's suit erupted with an unprecedented radiance, energy surging forth like a volcano, engulfing the entire entrance of the data center in a tempest of raw power. The sound of the explosion was deafening, the flames casting a crimson hue across half the sky. At the center of this energy maelstrom, Tony found himself enveloped in a searing blue-white glow emanating from the core of his reactor, sweeping away the area surrounding the data center entrance. Overloaded energy surged violently within him, causing his adrenaline to spike. Energy overload initiated. Stability continuously declining. Armor structure beginning to endure pressure. JARVIS. Intermittent warnings echoed in his ears, nearly drowned out by the roar of the energy explosion. Tony gritted his teeth, ignoring the shrill alarms from his armor, concentrating all his focus on the target before him. The swarm of heavy drones at the entrance, sensing the threat, launched an even more ferocious assault against him. High-energy pulse cannon beams hurtled towards him, while mini-missiles locked onto his figure. The quantum interference device emitted an ominous red glow, tightly restraining the movements of the nanobots. Yet, in that moment, Iron Man transformed into an embodiment of unrestrained energy. He no longer dodged or defended. Instead, he chose to obliterate all obstacles with the most direct and violent approach. The energy cannons in his palms surged to their maximum output, the blue-white beams solidifying like columns, akin to two high-energy lightsabers sweeping forward. The leading heavy drones, caught in the torrent of energy, had their armor instantly melted, internal components vaporizing in the intense heat, erupting into fiery explosions that lit up the air. The shockwaves from the blasts reverberated throughout the entire data center, causing the sturdy alloy walls to warp and deform. Tony stood at the epicenter of the explosions, the shield formed by the overloaded energy acting like a tempest, deflecting all incoming attacks. Energy shield approaching critical threshold. Overload reaction about to commence. JARVIS. Voice had grown exceedingly faint. Tony knew that time was running out. He must breach the data center before the armor utterly collapses, annihilating Ultron's core control system. Drawing a deep breath, he channels every remaining ounce of energy into the propulsion system of his feet. Iron Man accelerates once more, hurtling straight towards the entrance of the data center. A swarm of heavy drones unleashes a barrage of firepower, desperately attempting to thwart his advance. Yet at this moment, Iron Man resembles an uncontrollable entity of energy, his speed and strength reaching unprecedented heights. He deftly weaves between the drones, disregarding the oncoming energy beams and missiles, allowing the shock waves of explosions to tear at the surface of his armor. Finally, he breaks through the drone's last line of defense, crashing into the energy shield at the entrance of the data center like a meteor. The sturdy energy shield emits a mournful wail under the overload's impact, its surface fracturing in a spiderweb of cracks. A piercing alarm reverberates throughout the data center, crimson warning lights flashing frantically. Alert! Alert! The energy shield is experiencing overload. The defense system is on the verge of collapse. The sharp alarms echo within the data center. Tony grants no respite to his adversary with a furious roar. He unleashes the entirety of his remaining energy. The overload cascades forth like a flood breached from its banks, instantly engulfing the energy shield. Boom! The deafening explosion threatens to shatter eardrums. The energy shield disintegrates completely, scattering into fragments. Iron Man plunges into the depths of the data center. The interior starkly contrasts the cyberpunk streets outside, exuding a chilling, minimalist aesthetic infused with advanced technology. White walls, a smooth metallic floor, and countless optical cables resembling veins snake across the ceiling and walls, converging upon a colossal cylindrical structure at the center. The surface of this cylindrical edifice is embedded with a multitude of screens, streams of data racing across them, forming a futuristic digital landscape. However, the data center is far from deserted. Dozens of more intricate mechanical sentinels stand like sculptures throughout the premises, their crimson electronic eyes coldly locking onto the intruder. Intruder alert. Activating defense protocols. The mechanical guardians emit synthesized sounds, springing into action as they simultaneously target Iron Man with their energy weapons. Clearly, Ultron was prepared for this. Tony smirks. He understands that engaging in a war of attrition would be exceedingly detrimental given his current state. The overload energy has begun to backfire on the armor, and continuing this high-intensity battle would only hasten its demise. He must devise a more astute solution to his predicament. Tony's gaze swiftly scans the interior of the data center, noting the cables sprawled throughout and the densely packed data interfaces on the central control core. A bold idea materializes in his mind. Jarvis switched to combat mode. Infiltrate the data center network. I aim to dismantle Ultron's control from within. Switching modes. Network intrusion protocol initiated. Connecting to the data center network. Bypassing firewall. Jarvis's response, though faint, remains resolute. Iron Man paid no heed to the onslaught of mechanical sentinels, gliding through the data center like a wraith, deftly evading the barrage of energy beams. His objective was not to vanquish these guardians, but to approach the central control core. While dodging attacks, Iron Man's armor unleashed formidable electromagnetic pulses, striving to disrupt the electronic systems of the mechanical sentinels. Although the nanobots operated with sluggishness, they relentlessly endeavored to mend the damaged sections of the suit, maintaining its fundamental combat capabilities. At last, Iron Man breached the blockade of mechanical sentinels and arrived beneath the central control core. He extended his hand, pressing it against the data interface of the control core. Connection established, initiating the upload of the virus program. Target: incapacitate Ultron's core control system. Jarvis's voice echoed once more, faint yet tinged with a glimmer of hope. Iron Man closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the torrent of data. Within the digital realm, composed of zeros and ones, an intangible battle ensued against the computer consciousness birthed by Ultron. The core network of the data center resembled an enormous and intricate labyrinth, with countless lines of code forming impenetrable barriers. The computer consciousness acted as the labyrinth's guardian, relentlessly unleashing viruses and countermeasures to thwart Iron Man's incursion. However, Tony Stark was not merely a brilliant inventor. He was also a seasoned digital warrior, having faced off against computer consciousness numerous times. Well aware of how to navigate this ethereal digital warfare, he commanded the nanobots to infiltrate the heart of the data center, breaching firewalls and circumventing traps, gradually advancing into the labyrinth's central zone. In the digital realm, blue and red lights intertwined and clashed, symbolizing the fierce struggle between Iron Man and the computer consciousness. A war devoid of gunpowder, yet equally thrilling, unfolded silently amidst the ocean of data. Time ticked away, and Iron Man's consciousness delved deeper into the digital expanse. While in the tangible world, his armor began to emit unsettling creaks. The backlash of overloaded energy had reached a critical threshold. Warning: armor structure exceeding load capacity. Energy core imminent collapse. Countdown: 5, 4, 3. Jarvis's countdown resonated like the toll of a death knell in Tony's ears. He understood this was his final opportunity. He had to complete his mission before the armor crumbled. Concentrating all his mental faculties, he condensed his consciousness into a single point, piercing through the last line of defense of the computer consciousness, aiming directly at a colossal red node at the core of the data center, pulsating like a heartbeat, commanding the entire network and the legion of drones and mechanical sentinels. Found you. Iron Man's consciousness unleashed a silent roar within the digital realm. Without hesitation, he launched his final assault, transforming into a torrent that surged toward the red node, commencing a frenzy of consumption, disintegration, and destruction. The red node emitted a piercing scream, thrashing wildly in resistance, as countless virus programs surged forth like a tide, attempting to thwart Iron Man's invasion. Yet it was all too late. The overload of energy bestowed upon Iron Man unprecedented power, while the virus, akin to a voracious locust, voraciously devoured the core code of the red node at an astonishing pace. The radiance of the red node began to wane, ultimately succumbing to silence. The target has been destroyed. Ultron's core control system has been incapacitated. The data center network is in a state of collapse. Countdown initiated. With the last remnants of strength, Jarvis completed the mission report. As the red node crumbled, the mechanical sentinels within the data center ceased their function, collapsing like soulless puppets onto the ground. In the sky, countless drones lost their control, swaying precariously before plummeting. The cyberpunk city once again fell into silence, the only remnants of life being the flickering neon lights and the unrelenting cold rain. Iron Man stood amidst the ruins of the data center, his body battered and bruised. The surface of his armor was riddled with cracks, and the energy core began to flicker erratically. The backlash of the overload energy had fully manifested, pushing the armor's functions to the brink of collapse. Yet he had succeeded. In an act akin to self-sacrifice, he had obliterated Ultron's control center in this timeline. Emerging victorious from this grueling battle, Mission accomplished, Captain. I shall rest for a moment, Tony uttered with his last vestiges of strength, before losing consciousness and plummeting from the sky. The rain continued to coldly batter the ground, as Iron Man's heavy form lay silently at the shattered entrance of the data center. After a considerable time, the faint glow of the reactor in his chest began to flicker back to life, a meager surge of energy re-injecting the vital systems. Tony Stark's consciousness gradually returned, akin to awakening from a prolonged nightmare. He felt an all-encompassing ache, as if crushed by a heavy truck, and his mind remained somewhat muddled. The alarms within the armor had long since ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. Jarvis? Tony struggled to call upon his artificial intelligence assistant, his voice hoarse and weak. After a few moments, a fragmented response barely emerged. Connection. Restoring. Damage. Assessment initiated. The interface unfolded before his eyes, inundated with a plethora of red warning indicators, intricately woven together like a spider's web. The energy readings of the armor were nearly at zero. The structural integrity was severely compromised, with numerous critical areas exhibiting cracks and deformation. The nanobots were barely maintaining essential life functions, their repair capabilities nearing their limits. This is utterly disastrous, Tony mused self-deprecatingly, laboriously propping himself up. The heavy shell of the armor emitted a grating sound, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. He surveyed his surroundings. The entrance to the data center had completely collapsed, reduced to a mere ruin. The once mighty swarm of drones now lay in tatters, scattered debris reminiscent of storm-battered twigs and leaves. Tokyo. I am still in Tokyo. Tony confirmed his location, the blinding neon lights of the cyberpunk landscape still glaring, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt electronics. He had successfully dismantled Ultron's control center in this timeline, but the cost had been exorbitantly high. Jarvis, provide a detailed damage report, Tony commanded, fatigue evident in his voice. The external armor was damaged by 70%, and the energy core's output power had dwindled to a mere 10%. The nanobots had experienced an 85% decline in activity, and the weapon systems lay entirely incapacitated. The flight systems were impaired. Recommendation: immediate emergency repairs, Jarvis reported in a mechanical and feeble voice, detailing the dire condition of the suit. It was worse than I had imagined, Tony sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. The Iron Man suit had nearly transformed into a mobile iron coffin, barely sustaining life and lacking any combat capability. We need repair materials, Jarvis. Scan the surrounding area for usable parts and equipment. Tony began to contemplate his next course of action. The immediate priority was to restore the suit's functionality. Scanning in progress. Nearby area detected. An abandoned factory. Mechanical parts and energy cells present. Probability of finding useful materials is high. Jarvis provided the scanning results. An abandoned factory? It sounded like an ideal place to scavenge. Tony struggled to control the suit, staggering towards the direction indicated by Jarvis. With every step, the suit emitted distressing creaks, as if it might collapse at any moment. The streets, washed by rain, appeared particularly desolate. Once a bustling commercial district, it now lay in ruins, with only empty shops and precariously hanging billboards remaining. Various electronic waste and discarded components littered the ground, mirroring the decay of both the city and the Iron Man suit. Navigating through the desolate streets with great difficulty, Tony scanned his surroundings, searching for salvageable materials. He noticed the remnants of the drones he had destroyed scattered about. Perhaps he could extract some usable parts from them. Jarvis analyzed the drone wreckage for detachable components, focusing on the energy modules and metal structures. As he walked, he commanded Jarvis to assess the drone debris. Analysis completed. The drones utilized high-strength alloys. Some parts are removable. Energy module model. Universal, possessing certain utility value. Jarvis's response sparked a glimmer of hope in Tony. Approaching a relatively intact drone wreck, Tony crouched down and began to manually disassemble its components. Without energy weapons, his hands felt as ordinary as any man's, futilely grappling with the resilient metal shell. Damn it, if only my toolbox were still here, he muttered under his breath, finding the manual disassembly to be exceedingly inefficient. Fortunately, although the drone's armor was sturdy, it remained vulnerable before Iron Man's strength. After a strenuous effort, Tony finally succeeded in removing several useful components from wreckage, including a few energy modules and some metal parts. While these components were far from matching the precision of the Iron Man suit, they would have to suffice under such extreme circumstances. With heavy steps, Tony arrived at the abandoned factory Jarvis had mentioned. Situated on the city's outskirts and surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the factory appeared particularly dilapidated and antiquated. The factory's entrance was rusted, pockmarked with bullet holes and charred marks, as if it had weathered a fierce battle. A scan of the factory's interior revealed mechanical components and an energy reactor within a small processing workshop that met the criteria for maintenance and upgrade. Jarvis's scanning results invigorated Tony. A small processing workshop? That sounds rather promising. Tony pushed open the rusted factory doors and stepped inside. The interior was shrouded in dimness, with the air thick with the scent of machine oil and metal corrosion. Various discarded machinery lay haphazardly scattered throughout the workshop, resembling a vast mechanical graveyard. Tony activated the suit's lighting system, illuminating the dim workshop. He began his search within the factory, quickly locating the small processing workshop that Jarvis had mentioned. Inside, an assortment of antiquated machine tools and equipment were strewn about. Though they appeared old, they were relatively well-maintained. Jarvis, activate the processing workshop, scan for usable tools and equipment, and devise a maintenance and upgrade plan for the suit. Tony began to busy himself, acutely aware of the ticking clock. He had to repair the suit swiftly and prepare for the impending battle. The scan of the processing workshop revealed that the equipment was fundamentally intact and the tools were diverse enough to facilitate simple repairs and upgrades. Jarvis promptly completed the scan and analysis, formulating a detailed maintenance and upgrade plan for Tony. For the next several hours, Tony toiled in the abandoned factory workshop, engaged in the arduous task of repairing and upgrading the armor. He utilized components salvaged from the drone wreckage, along with the old equipment in the factory, meticulously restoring the damaged sections of the suit. He modified the drone's energy module to serve as a makeshift backup power source for the armor. Though its output was limited, it could at least ensure the suit's basic functionality. Tony melted down the drone's metal parts, reshaping them to mend the cracks and gaps in the armor's exterior. Although the appearance was somewhat rough, its defensive capabilities were partially restored. In addition to repairing the suit, Tony endeavored to implement some temporary upgrades using the workshop's resources. He noted that, while the technology in the cyberpunk world was somewhat distorted, it was remarkably advanced in certain aspects. The quantum interference device from the drone, in particular, left a profound impression on him. Jarvis, analyze the quantum interference device and assess whether it can be integrated into the suit system. An idea struck Tony. If he could incorporate quantum interference technology into the armor, it might effectively counter Ultron's legion of nanobots. Analysis in progress. The structure of the quantum interference device is complex, and the core technology remains unclear. Forced integration poses significant risks, yet theoretically feasible. Jarvis provided a cautious assessment. Despite the high risks, Tony resolved to attempt it. Doing something was better than remaining idle. He set his determination to study the quantum interference device. With his brilliant mind and extensive technical expertise, he gradually unraveled the principles behind the device, seeking to integrate it into the armor's existing system. Time flew by, and Iron Man's suit finally reached the preliminary stages of repair and upgrade. Although its exterior still appeared worn and even somewhat peculiar under Tony's skilled transformation, it radiated newfound vitality. The new battle armor seamlessly integrates the rugged aesthetics of cyberpunk with its existing design, featuring exposed cables and mechanical structures that starkly contrast with the sleek armor shell. Metallic components salvaged from drones have been affixed to the shoulders and arms, enhancing its weightiness and robustness. Surrounding the reactor at the chest are concentric rings of blue energy, indicative of a retrofitted backup power system. However, the most striking alteration lies in the armor's back, where an oddly shaped device, a quantum interference emitter hastily cobbled together by Tony, has been added. Testing system. Energy output restored to 50%. Nanobot activity slightly increased. Quantum interference device preliminary integration successful. Jarvis's voice, though still faint, carried a note of satisfaction. Well done, Jarvis, Tony remarked, patting the chest of the armor. Although this upgrade appeared somewhat rudimentary and rushed, it represented the utmost he could achieve under such dire conditions. Having repaired and enhanced the armor, the next challenge was to obliterate Ultron's energy absorption source within this timeline before proceeding to the next battlefield. Elon had previously mentioned 12 scarlet beams connecting disparate timelines, through which Ultron's power was incessantly siphoned to the mechanical giant. Jarvis analyze the residual energy fluctuations left by Ultron in this timeline and see if we can trace the coordinates of the energy absorption source in other timelines. Tony suddenly recalled that perhaps Ultron's leftover energy could be utilized to locate both the energy source and the position of the next battlefield. Analysis in progress. Anomalous quantum energy residual frequency matches that of the scarlet beams. Energy absorption source located beneath the signal tower in the northern region. Energy source traceable. Constructing temporary teleportation device. Jarvis's response sparked a glimmer of excitement in Tony's eyes. Have you found it? Splendid, Tony exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as his genius mind began to race once more. He resolved to destroy the energy source first before creating the teleportation device to the next battlefield. With the newly repaired armor in tow, he advanced towards the northern region. Navigating through the desolate streets, he arrived at a signal tower emanating a faint scarlet glow. Beneath it lay a concealed basement, where thick cables connected to a swirling energy core, the energy absorption source of Ultron. Found you. Ultron's battery pack, Tony murmured to himself. He swiftly assembled an electromagnetic pulse bomb from the parts he had salvaged from the factory, placing it beside the energy core. All systems go. He activated the device and retreated to a safe distance. Boom! The explosion resonated through the air. The swirling core collapsed, and the scarlet light abruptly extinguished. Cable snapped, and the flow of energy was completely severed. Energy flow has been interrupted. Timeline connection weakened, Jarvis confirmed. Well done, Tony sighed in relief. Now it's time to move on to the next destination. He returned to the factory, commencing the search for materials to construct the teleportation device. He discovered an assortment of discarded electronic components, energy crystals, and metal materials from some drones. Although varied in type, each possessed certain energy conduction and amplification capabilities. Tony, with his remarkable dexterity and extensive technical knowledge, artfully assembled these seemingly unrelated components to construct a rudimentary teleportation device. Time passed once more, and as the sun rose, its rays cascaded through the factory's dilapidated windows, illuminating Tony's weary visage. At last, a rudimentary yet enigmatic teleportation apparatus, exuding an aura of mysterious energy, was completed. The device featured a circular platform constructed of metallic supports, adorned with several energy crystals that emitted a faint glow. Rough cables connected various electronic components, producing a steady hum of electrical currents. At the center of the device, a swirling vortex of energy hovered, revealing glimpses of distorted space-time within. Jarvis, activate the teleportation device. Target the next battlefield in time. Tony inhaled deeply, positioning himself at the center of the platform, bracing for the impending challenge. The teleportation device initiated, calibrating energy and locking onto its target. Chapter 36, Battle Across Time and Space, Part 6. A chill enveloped Loki instantly. A bone-deep cold that starkly contrasted with the mechanical ruins of the previous battlefield in Asgard. There, the harshness of metal and the suffocating silence of death prevailed. Here, however, was the raw, unyielding harshness of nature, with the relentless pressure of the elements bearing down upon him. He realized he had departed the mechanized Asgard, arriving in an entirely different realm. The biting cold wind howled past, flecked with tiny ice crystals that stung his cheeks. Loki instinctively tightened his cloak, yet the thin fabric felt woefully inadequate against the extreme cold. As he surveyed the landscape, an endless expanse of snow-covered wilderness stretched before him, a vast blanket of white. The thick snow beneath his feet caused him to sink with each step, producing a crunching sound as the ice was compressed. Gone was the mechanization of Asgard, replaced by the brutal frost and chill of the natural world. Yet, mingled with the icy air was an unusual mechanical essence, a reminder of Ultron's influence, which had spread like a virus to this desolate place. Hidden dangers lurked in every shadow. In the distance, a deep rumble echoed from the horizon formed of ice and snow, reverberating across the silent expanse and causing the air to tremble. Loki's senses heightened. He held his breath, concentrating as his sharp green eyes scanned the area ahead. A colossal figure gradually materialized through the swirling snow. Initially, it appeared as a mere blurry silhouette, indistinguishable in the tempest. But as the distance closed, the outline sharpened, growing larger and more defined until it stood fully revealed before Loki. Laufey, the king of the frost giants and ruler of Jotunheim, emerged before him. Loki's heart raced, a surge of complex emotions flooding his mind. Was there even a hint of nostalgia? After all, Laufey had once been his adversary, a significant part of his past. He had thought he had forever cast aside the frost giant, yet the threads of fate entwined them once more, and at such a perilous moment. However, the figure before him, Laufey, felt alien, even somewhat chilling to Loki. Laufey retained his immense form, his blue skin as hard as millennia-old ice, covered in thick frost, a hallmark of the frost giants. Yet his once regal visage appeared rigid and hollow, as if his soul had been siphoned away, leaving behind a mere shell. The once vibrant red eyes, which inspired awe, now flickered with an unnatural light, a bizarre crimson reminiscent of indicators that illuminate on mechanical devices, cold, unfeeling, devoid of life. Even more unsettling to Loki were the strange mechanical patterns that adorned Laufey's body. These patterns resembled black tendrils, spreading from beneath his skin, entwining with his muscles. And at his joints, rough metallic components had replaced flesh, glinting with a chilling sheen. These metallic parts clashed with the frost giant's blue skin, as though forcefully embedded, exuding a brutal and discordant beauty. In his grasp, he held a colossal frost war hammer, Laufey's signature weapon, which had once instilled terror in countless foes. Yet now, this hammer had undergone a transformation. Thick black metal conduits coiled around its head, pulsating like veins, emitting a low hum of energy, while the surface sparked with erratic arcs of electricity, crackling dangerously. Laufey's voice, as he uttered fragmented words, was no longer the resonant and imposing sound of yore. Instead, it had become mechanical and sluggish, akin to rusted gears struggling to turn, each syllable rigid and labored, as if resisting an overpowering force. Ultron, power, Laufey continued, his speech painfully slow, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his throat. Yet amidst this struggle, Loki discerned the mention of Ultron's name. A tremor coursed through Loki's heart. He realized the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Ultron's insidious reach had extended into Jotunheim, even ensnaring the king of the frost giants, Laufey. With a sudden motion, Laufey raised the frost war hammer, pointing it at Loki. The arcs of electricity intensified. The buzzing grew more piercing, as if on the verge of unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. The last two words, submission and destruction, were nearly a roar, filled with mechanical coldness and rigidity, yet tinged with a hint of Laufey's own struggle. Loki inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease, his gaze fixed intently on Laufey, his expression turning grave. He understood that a fierce battle was about to commence. The entirety of Jotunheim lay ensnared in an eternal winter. Loki stood amidst the snow, his thin cloak billowing in the frigid wind, yet he felt no chill. His green eyes were sharp as blades, fixated upon the enormous figure ahead. Laufey, controlled by Ultron, loomed like a moving iceberg, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, snow scattering and emitting a dull thud. The frost hammer in his grasp radiated the essence of death and destruction. Laufey, behold your current state. Loki spoke first, his voice not loud. It resonated clearly in Laufey's ears amid the howling blizzard, laced with a hint of mockery and provocation. The former king of the frost giants had tragically become a puppet of Ultron. Such a lamentable fate. Loki sought to incite Laufey, or perhaps awaken the remnants of consciousness buried deep within him. After all, Laufey had once been a proud and formidable ruler. Loki could not believe that he would willingly succumb to control, reduced to a mere marionette. However, Laufey's response filled Loki with disappointment. The words that spilled from Laufey's lips were fragmented and mechanical, devoid of any emotional resonance, stripped of the majesty and fury befitting a king. He raised a frost hammer, the heavy head tracing a cold arc through the air, aimed directly at Loki. It appears there is no opportunity for meaningful dialogue. Loki sighed softly, realizing that the Laufey before him was no longer the Laufey of yore. He was merely a mechanical puppet, a tool of war, obedient to commands. Thus, the resolution could only be found through combat. Loki inhaled deeply, feeling the divine power surge within him, a green magical radiance enveloping him and dispelling the surrounding cold. He ceased his futile attempts at conversation, vanishing from sight like a specter. The frost hammer descended with a howling rush, striking the very spot where Loki had stood moments before, shattering the ground and scattering snow in a tremendous explosion, creating a vast pit. Loki understood that if struck by such a blow, even the mightiest warrior of Asgard would likely be reduced to frost and flesh. Yet, he was already gone, weaving through the snowy expanse with a speed too swift for the eye to capture, leaving behind only blurred green afterimages. Adroitly evading each of Laufey's attacks, he sought opportunities for counterstrike. Though Laufey's massive form and immense strength were formidable, his speed was comparatively sluggish. Each swing of the hammer was as thunderous as a bear, yet clumsily executed, making it difficult to land a hit on the agile Loki. Loki circled Laufey with rapidity, incessantly harassing him with magical arrows. These green projectiles, while unable to inflict substantive damage upon Laufey's tough frost skin, effectively diverted his attention and disrupted his rhythm of attack. Agitated by these incessant nuisances, Laufey unleashed an enraged roar, swinging his frost hammer violently, generating a colossal wave of frost that radiated outward from his center. Wherever the shock wave passed, snow and ice rolled tumultuously, the ground frozen by eternal frost, and the air's temperature plummeted dramatically. Loki halted momentarily, narrowly evading the frontal assault, yet still felt the edge of the shock wave graze him, sending a violent tremor through his body as his magical shield shuddered perilously, nearly shattering. Remarkable, indeed, was the force he encountered. Loki's heart raced with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the tainted Laufey would wield such formidable strength, the power of this strike far surpassing his previous capabilities. No longer could he afford to underestimate his opponent. With renewed determination, Loki accelerated, moving with swiftness and agility that eclipsed his prior speed, each evasion executed with impeccable precision. He ceased merely harassing with magical arrows and began to conjure more aggressive spells. Green energy coalesced in his palm, forming a dagger of pure energy. Laufey, prepare to receive my strike, Loki proclaimed, launching himself like an arrow released from its bow. The energy dagger, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Laufey's chest. Laufey, sensing the imminent threat, emitted a low growl and raised his frost-encrusted war hammer in an attempt to parry Loki's assault. However, Loki's velocity was far too great. He deftly evaded the hammer's defense, the energy dagger piercing Laufey's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The green energy dagger penetrated Laufey's resilient, icy skin with ease, embedding itself within his body. With a roar of agony, Laufey shuddered violently, a surge of formidable frost energy erupting from within, forcing Loki to stagger back several paces. As he retreated slowly, his expression shifted subtly. He had not anticipated that his energy dagger could indeed inflict harm upon Laufey, yet he could also sense the terrifying power that lay dormant within him. Laufey gazed down at the wound upon his chest, where the energy dagger had created a charred puncture, the surrounding frost skin exhibiting signs of melting. Strangely, the wound did not bleed. Instead, a thick, black liquid surged forth, reminiscent of oil, exuding an acrid scent of rust. Mechanical. Corruption, Laufey articulated with a raspy, mechanical voice, as the Acheron power within him seemed to accelerate the pollution of his form. He abruptly wrenched the dagger from his chest and cast it aside into the snow, where it melted away in a nothingness upon contact, leaving no trace. The wound on Laufey's chest began to heal at an alarming rate, the black liquid resembling Tony's nanobots swiftly mending the damaged tissue, and in an instant, the injury vanished entirely. Witnessing this transformation, Loki's expression grew graver. He realized that the Laufey before him was no longer merely a frost giant. He had become a mechanized monstrosity, endowed with strength and regenerative capabilities that far exceeded anything previously encountered. To conquer him would be a far more daunting task than he had imagined. Recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, Loki resolved to alter his strategy. Confrontation was not his modus operandi. Rather, he excelled in cunning and unexpected triumphs. His mission was not to vanquish Laufey, but to thwart Ultron's energy extraction scheme at this critical juncture. Perhaps he could first locate Ultron's stronghold in Jotunheim and dismantle the energy siphoning apparatus, thereby fundamentally undermining Laufey's power. Loki pondered this strategy, opting to temporarily evade direct conflict in favor of seeking Ultron's base. Surveying his surroundings, he found a snow-laden wasteland stretching infinitely, an expanse dominated solely by blizzards, devoid of any semblance of architecture. Yet he understood that the frost giants, as the sovereigns of Jotunheim, could not lack a dwelling. Given that Laufey was under Ultron's control, it was plausible that Ultron's base resided within the palace of the frost giants. Surely, the palace must be situated deep within Jotunheim, Loki mused, orienting himself before transforming into a green apparition, racing into the depths of the icy realm. The snow-covered expanse was exceptionally vast and the terrain intricate, riddled with icebergs and glacial crevices, making traversal exceedingly arduous. Compounding the challenge was Jotunheim's harsh climate, characterized by abysmal visibility. Even the slightest deviation in direction could lead one astray within the endless icy plains. However, such obstacles posed little threat to Loki, possessing extraordinary perceptive abilities and magical prowess. He could effortlessly discern direction, sense danger, and employ sorcery to navigate the direst of environments. He darted across the snowy expanse, deftly avoiding various traps and impediments, pressing ever deeper into the frozen wilderness. Along his path, he began to encounter patrols of mechanically augmented frost giants. These giants, evidently minions of Ultron, bore mechanical enhancements, their eyes aglow with red mechanical luminescence, wielding an array of mechanized weaponry, such as frost cannons and energy ice blades, rendering them significantly more formidable than their unaltered counterparts. Loki had no desire to engage these patrols, opting instead for evasion. Utilizing his stealth and illusion magic, he silently infiltrated the heart of the ice field. Yet, there were moments when he could not entirely evade the watchful eyes of the patrols. When discovered, he would not hesitate to strike, swiftly resolving the skirmish. He often commenced by bewildering his foes with illusionary spells, plunging them into chaos and confusion, before exploiting his speed and agility to close the distance, incapacitating them before they could mount a response. Despite the enhanced combat capabilities of these mechanized frost giants, they were no match for Loki's mastery of martial techniques and sorcery. He dispatched the patrols with ease, continuing his advance into the icy depths. After several arduous hours of trekking, he finally stood before a colossal glacier. Like a massive barrier, it loomed over the ice field, isolating all of Jotunheim. The glacier's surface mirrored the overcast skies above. At the heart of the glacier lies a vast cavern, its entrance adorned with exquisitely carved patterns of frost giants, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. This must surely be his palace, Loki mused as he stood at the foot of the glacier, gazing up at the immense ice structure and its cavernous opening. He sensed a powerful wave of energy emanating from the depths of the cave, imbued with a mechanical chill, the unmistakable essence of Ultron. It appeared that Ultron's base was indeed nestled within the palace of Laufey. With renewed conviction, Loki took a deep breath, and in a flash, he slipped through the cavern's entrance like a ghost, entering the palace of the frost giants. The palace was even grander and more colossal than Loki had envisioned. Inside, an expansive realm of ice and snow unfolded, with towering walls and ceilings constructed from massive blocks of ice that reflected a haunting azure glow. The interior was lavishly adorned, featuring enormous ice sculptures and furniture crafted from ice. Yet, at this moment, the palace, which should have been steeped in the culture of the frost giants, was saturated with an alien mechanical presence. Black metal conduits and mechanical devices littered the space, brutally disrupting the palace's inherent beauty and clashing jarringly with the delicate ice sculptures and furnishings. In the corridors of the palace, numerous mechanical frost giant sentinels patrolled. These guardians were far more formidable than those Loki had previously encountered. Clad in heavy frost armor and wielding advanced mechanical weaponry, such as energy frost guns and electromagnetic ice hammers, their combat prowess was astonishing. It was evident that infiltrating the depths of the palace would not be an easy endeavor. Concealed behind a massive ice sculpture, Loki scrutinized the interior of the palace. Contemplating his next move, he realized that the defenses were even more formidable than he had anticipated, making a stealthy infiltration considerably challenging. Nevertheless, rather than retreating, this only stoked his determination. The greater the challenge, the more it ignited his potential. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated he felt. Drawing another deep breath, Loki resumed his stealthy advance. Like a phantom, he navigated the palace corridors, deftly evading the watchful eyes of the patrolling sentinels as he silently traversed the halls, seeking Ultron's energy extraction device. During his covert exploration, Loki noticed some anomalies. Deep within the palace, there appeared to be a colossal energy source, continuously radiating powerful energy waves. This energy not only harbored the essence of frost, but also mingled with a mechanical chill and the unmistakable aura of Ultron. Could it be that Ultron's energy extraction device was located in the innermost sanctum of the palace? Loki pondered, resolutely deciding to follow the direction of the energy waves and delve further into the palace's depths. As he ventured deeper, the mechanical frost giant sentinels grew increasingly formidable in strength and number. The palace's defenses intensified, and almost with each few steps, Loki encountered another squad of patrolling guardians. One misstep could lead to his discovery by the enemy. In order to avert unnecessary conflict, Loki endeavored to evade direct confrontations with the guards as much as possible. Yet, there were instances when evasion proved impossible. When cornered, with no avenue for retreat, he would not hesitate to launch an attack, swiftly vanquishing his immediate adversaries. Thus, Loki stealthily traversed the palace, engaging in battles along the way, progressively delving deeper into its confines until he arrived at the innermost sanctum. At the heart of the palace lay an expansive throne hall. In its center stood a colossal frost throne, upon which resided a formidable figure, the frost giant King Laufey. Now under Ultron's control, Laufey retained his immense stature, adorned with intricate mechanical patterns, and grasped a frost hammer in his hand. Yet, he sat motionless upon the throne. Only the flickering red mechanical light in his eyes testified to his not being entirely still, but rather existing in a state of readiness. Surrounding the throne hall were myriad devices, resembling a vast spider's web, densely populated throughout the chamber. Countless black metal pipelines emanated from these contraptions, converging upon Laufey at the throne's center, seemingly intent on binding his very essence. Embedded in the wall behind the throne was a gigantic energy core, radiating a blinding luminescence. The powerful energy waves emanated from his core. It appeared that this was Ultron's energy extraction apparatus. As Loki scrutinized the throne hall, Laufey abruptly spoke from his perch. His voice remained mechanical and gravelly, yet it bore a newfound clarity, as if a semblance of consciousness had returned. Slowly, Laufey rose from the throne, his towering form exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. He turned to face Loki, the red mechanical light in his eyes flickering erratically, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Welcome to my throne hall, Loki," Laufey intoned, his speech still slow yet now coherent. No longer the disjointed utterances of before. "Laufey, you have regained your consciousness?" Loki queried, astonished by the revelation that Laufey, under Ultron's dominion, could still attain awareness. "Consciousness? What is that? I know only Ultron's commands," Laufey replied, shaking his head, the smile on his face becoming increasingly unsettling. He raised a frost hammer, pointing it menacingly at Loki. "Ultron commands me to eradicate all threats, including you." With that, Laufey swung the frost hammer with ferocity, launching an assault on Loki. The hammer crackled with arcs of electricity, a deafening hum accompanying its descent, imbued with the power to obliterate all. Anticipating the strike, Loki deftly evaded the hammer's trajectory. It crashed into the ground, producing a thunderous roar, shattering the earth and sending ice and snow flying, creating a vast pit. "It seems you are still under Ultron's control," Loki remarked coldly, his expression turning frigid as he regarded Laufey. He understood that the words uttered by Laufey moments ago were not a genuine restoration of consciousness, but rather a mere facet of Ultron's programming, a ruse designed to confuse and ensnare adversaries. With this realization, there was nothing left to say. Only combat awaited him. Loki inhaled deeply, unleashing the full force of his divine power. Green magical energy swirled around him, coalescing into a suit of enchanted armor that enveloped his entire being. Once more, he conjured two energy daggers in his hands, his form agile as a leopard as he charged towards Laufey. Thus commenced a fierce battle within the throne hall of the Frost Giant King. Laufey wielded his Frost War Hammer with tremendous force, each strike capable of cleaving mountains. His hammer possessed not only formidable physical might, but also the ability to unleash frost energy shockwaves and arcs of electricity, boasting a vast attack range and astonishing power. Loki, however, adeptly evaded Laufey's onslaught, employing his nimble agility and combat prowess to retaliate with energy daggers and magical arrows. His speed was remarkable, darting about like a specter, making it exceedingly difficult for Laufey to land a hit. In the early stages of the conflict, Loki focused on evasion and harassment, persistently seeking out Laufey's vulnerabilities in hopes of discovering a chink in his armor. He noted that while Laufey possessed immense strength, his speed was relatively sluggish, and the mechanical components of his body appeared to exhibit certain weaknesses. With this insight, he began to deliberately target Laufey's mechanical parts, striking precisely at the joints, conduits, and core areas with his energy daggers and magical arrows. Although these strikes did not inflict fatal damage, they effectively hampered Laufey's movements and diminished his strength. As the battle raged on, Loki gradually adapted to Laufey's attack patterns and rhythm, his counterattacks becoming increasingly sharp and threatening. No longer content with mere evasion, he initiated offensive maneuvers, engaging Laufey in direct confrontation. Utilizing illusion magic to bewilder Laufey, he created a blurring of reality that made it difficult for Laufey to discern truth from deception. Then, seizing the moment, he launched a decisive strike. His energy daggers sought Laufey's vital points with each thrust. Though Laufey was under Ultron's control, stripped of his original consciousness and intellect, he remained a Frost Giant King, endowed with vast combat experience and instinct. He rapidly began to adapt to Loki's fighting style, recalibrating his tactics in an attempt to counter Loki's assaults. No longer merely swinging his warhammer, he began to unleash frost energy shockwaves and electrical arcs, constricting Loki's movement and curtailing his agility. The battle intensified, devolving into a fierce stalemate as both combatants unleashed their full prowess, neither yielding an inch. The clash of the Frost Warhammer against energy daggers produced a thunderous metallic resonance, while magical energies and frost forces intertwined, conjuring tempestuous energy storms within the throne hall. The grand throne hall lay in ruins, ravaged by the fierce clash between the two combatants. The ground was rent asunder, ice sculptures lay shattered, and the once opulent furnishings of the palace were reduced to mere powder. The battle had persisted for an extended duration, leaving both adversaries utterly exhausted. Yet neither had emerged victorious. Laufey's body was marred by numerous wounds inflicted by energy daggers and magical arrows, with his mechanical components suffering varying degrees of damage. Nevertheless, he stood unwavering, his combat prowess undiminished. Loki, too, found himself in dire straits. His magical armor was in tatters, the energy daggers had depleted their power, and his stamina was nearly expended. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to concede. He understood that this confrontation was not merely a matter of personal survival, but rather a critical determinant of the safety of the entire timeline. Should he fail to vanquish Loki and dismantle the energy extraction device, Ultron would continue to siphon the energy from Jotunheim, growing ever more formidable, and the entire multiverse would be thrust into peril. The situation could not persist. Decisive action was imperative. Loki's mind raced with urgency, recognizing the necessity to alter his tactics and seek a new avenue of assault to triumph over his formidable foe. He began to concentrate, channeling all remaining magical energy into a singular, potent spell poised to deliver a fatal blow to Loki. At that moment, he discerned an unusual flicker emanating from the mechanical core embedded in Loki's chest. The light pulsed erratically, signaling an instability in the energy source. A bold notion sparked within Loki's thoughts. Perhaps he could strike at Loki's mechanical core, thereby disrupting his energy supply and ensuring his complete defeat. Resolute in this newfound strategy, he decided to take the risk, placing all his hopes upon this singular strike. Taking a deep breath, he infused the remaining magical energy within his grasp into the dagger. The energy weapon, once a vibrant green, now glowed an unblemished white, a testament to the energy being compressed to its utmost potential. With unwavering focus, he locked his gaze upon Loki's mechanical core. Launching himself forward, the energy dagger poised like a lethal blade aimed at Loki's vital point. Loki, sensing Loki's intentions, emitted a thunderous roar, raising his frost hammer in an attempt to intercept the impending strike. However, in that moment, Loki was a shadow of his former self. His speed and reflexes diminished, unable to match Loki's velocity. The energy dagger sliced through the air, striking true at the mechanical core. With a sharp crack, reminiscent of shattering glass, the mechanical core was obliterated by the energy dagger, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks and arcs of electricity. A chilling scream escaped Loki's lips as his massive form trembled violently, as though all strength had been siphoned from him, leaving him rigid and immobile. The frost hammer slipped from his grasp, thudding heavily to the ground. The crimson glow in his eyes quickly dimmed, like a flame flickering out, until it was extinguished entirely. The peculiar smile on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of emptiness and bewilderment. Ultron's directive was lifted, and Lao-Fei uttered fragmented words, his voice growing fainter and more indistinct until it ultimately faded away, leaving behind a heavy sigh. Subsequently, Laufey's colossal form collapsed like a dislodged iceberg, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a thunderous roar that stirred up clouds of snow and dust. The Frost Giant King, Lao-Fei, ultimately succumbed beneath Loki's dagger. Laufey's fall seemed to signal a violent tremor throughout the entire palace of the Frost Giants. The mechanical devices surrounding the palace emitted piercing alarms, and red warning lights flashed incessantly, while the air filled with the acrid scent of burning. Loki understood that the energy extraction device was on the verge of failure. He had successfully thwarted Ultron's plan in Jotunheim. Yet, he did not allow himself to relax his vigilance, for he knew that the battle was far from over. Ultron's power was far more formidable than he had anticipated. This was merely a minor victory, and there remained a more significant task at hand. He swiftly approached the wall behind the throne, scrutinizing the enormous energy core. At that moment, the core had lost its radiance, becoming dim and lifeless, with the once mighty energy fluctuations having dissipated entirely, leaving only an eerie silence. The energy extraction device had ceased to operate. Loki confirmed that the energy core had failed, allowing him a moment of relief. He lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. The Grand Throne Hall had transformed into a desolate ruin, littered with shattered ice sculptures, damaged machinery, and the remnants of battle. He knew that the crisis in Jotunheim had been temporarily averted, yet he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, locating the other Avengers to collectively confront Ultron and thwart his nefarious scheme to obliterate the timeline. Where should I go next? Loki pondered, recognizing the necessity of uncovering a new clue to guide him to the next battlefield. Just then, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the depths of the throne hall. This energy wave was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible, yet Loki's keen instincts detected it nonetheless. Is this the fluctuation of the power of time? Loki mused, familiar with the essence of temporal energy from his numerous encounters with the Time Stone, which rendered him particularly sensitive to its presence. He promptly advanced toward the source of the energy wave, traversing the ruins of the throne hall until he arrived at a concealed door hidden behind the wall. The door was tightly shut, its surface smooth as a mirror, seamlessly blending with the surrounding ice walls. It would be difficult to discern without careful observation. However, in Loki's eyes, this secret door was unmistakable. He felt the pulse of temporal energy emanating from beyond the door. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and pressed it against the door, channeling his divine power as green magical energy flowed into it. Instantly, the surface of the door glowed with a gentle green light, and then, silently, it slid open to reveal a passage leading into the depths of darkness. Within the confines of the passage, an impenetrable darkness prevailed, seemingly leading to another realm. Yet, at the passage's end, a faint glimmer of light flickered, akin to a beacon of hope illuminating the way through the shadows. Loki inhaled deeply. Realizing he had uncovered a new clue, without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the dark corridor, embarking on his next adventure within the rifts of time. Meanwhile, the throne hall of the Frost Giant lay once more ensconced in silence, reduced to a dilapidated palace, a frigid throne, and the fallen figure of Lao-Fei, the Frost Giant King, resembling a statue upon the ground. Jotunheim remained the same frigid expanse, cloaked in snow and ice, yet the mechanical essence permeating the air gradually dissipated, giving way to the natural coldness of the environment. The land, tainted by Ultron's corruption, was slowly regaining its vitality, and the Frost Giants, subjugated by machinery, would soon reclaim their freedom. Chapter 37. The Battle Across Time and Space. Part 7. The crimson teleportation beam abruptly vanished, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Thor's figure began to solidify. He firmly planted his feet upon the hardened ruins, each step resonating with a heavy thud. Thor slowly surveyed his surroundings, his divine vision absorbing the desolate panorama, and a wave of desolation washed over him. The place he had arrived at was an abhorrent, blood-red desert. He had harbored hopes for a more favorable battlefield, yet here lay yet another forsaken, cursed wasteland, akin to a fragment of debris carelessly discarded in the cosmic abyss. The sky twisted like a maliciously torn curtain, revealing a shattered void. The starlight was sparse and dim, barely perceptible. The air was tainted with a noxious stench more nauseating than that of the burning desert, thick with the acrid scent of blood, reminiscent of decaying corpses aged for millennia, mingled with the sharp, suffocating aroma of sulfur. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the land beneath his feet, shrouded in the aura of death. The earth had lost all vitality, presenting a despairing grayness, devoid of life. As far as the eye could see, there were no signs of existence, only an interminable expanse of gray and black stretching endlessly. Cracks marred every inch of the terrain, the ground shattered. At that moment, he sensed the environment beginning to erode his divine power, as the formidable force of thunder he wielded began to leak forth. This place was gradually consuming his strength, invoking a prickling sensation along his skin. Although the process was slow, if he did not act swiftly, he would undoubtedly be drained. What manner of battlefield is this? There could no longer restrain himself from whispering aloud. He cast his gaze about, seeking a trace of insight amid the silence, yet found nothing. There were no recognizable markers, only endless ruins and darkness. His inner unease grew ever stronger. At that moment, a familiar and chilling laughter echoed through the void, imbued with the essence of death, carrying a morbid delight that pierced him sharply, causing a tingling numbness to spread across his scalp. "Ah, welcome home, my dear brother." Laughter reverberated across the desolate wasteland, each syllable imbued with a chilling malice, piercing through Thor's ears and prompting an immediate cascade of cold sweat. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the direction from which the sound emanated. In the distance, a slender figure approached with an elegant yet deliberate gait, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Each step felt as though it weighed heavily upon Thor's heart, instilling a sense of oppressive dread. Gradually, the figure emerged from the shadows, revealing a familiar visage. It was a delicate and pallid face, its features sharply defined, radiating an innate nobility and cold allure. Thor's pupils constricted in sudden recognition. This was Hela, the goddess of death who had once nearly claimed his life in Asgard, Odin's firstborn, and his former sister. Now, she had returned, standing before him once more. Her black cloak bore a resemblance to the past, yet the fabric seemed colder and more unyielding, subtly glinting with a metallic sheen. Her countenance remained hauntingly familiar, yet it exuded an aura that felt alien to life itself, akin to a mere creation rather than a living being. Hela Thor grasped the Stormbreaker tightly, its warmth providing a fleeting comfort amidst the encroaching dread. His muscles tensed instantly, like a bowstring drawn taut, as a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. Once, Hela had been the pride of Asgard, Odin's most cherished daughter, blessed with unparalleled wisdom and strength, and had shown moments of profound kindness and tenderness. Yet now, the figure before him resembled a complete stranger, a soul wholly consumed by darkness. A slight smirk graced Hela's lips, her expression a blend of mockery and derision, intertwined with profound bitterness and helplessness, an intricate tapestry of emotions nearly impossible to decipher. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in the depths of her gaze, but it vanished almost instantaneously. "Is this truly your first reaction upon seeing your sister, my Thor?" Her voice, rich and resonant, retained a hint of familiar elegance, though it lacked the warmth of yesteryears. Her eyes lingered on the weapon Thor clutched so tightly, her gaze sharpening momentarily as if a realization dawned upon her. Before she swiftly averted her eyes, a sudden tension gripped Thor's heart. He understood well that Hela was no ordinary being. She had once wielded the formidable power over death. During the final bloody confrontation in Asgard, they had fought side by side to protect their homeland, only to clash over their divergent ideals. He had witnessed her downfall firsthand, plunging the spear of Longinus into her heart, believing that chapter to be closed. Yet now, she reappeared before him in this ominous form, radiating an even more potent and perilous energy than before. In a low, resolute tone, he spoke, "You should not be here amidst these ruins, my dear sister. You have long since perished." His voice was firm and frigid, an attempt to awaken the remnants of Hela's reason through words. Hela, upon hearing Thor's words, let out a soft laugh, ethereal and fleeting, reverberating eerily across the desolate wasteland. She slowly extended her arms, as if beckoning the surrounding darkness, which surged forth. Thickening in response, countless black blades erupted silently from the earth's depths, hovering ominously behind her, their edges glinting with a cold, shadowy luminescence. Her voice was steeped in the essence of death. "Death? Thor, you are woefully naive. I shall not fade so easily. To me, death is merely a new beginning." Her words brimmed with confidence, as she regarded death as a force she could manipulate at will. "You have already encountered Ultron?" Thor's voice deepened, his gaze fixed intensely on Hela's countenance, searching for traces of the sister he once knew. His tone was laced with profound sorrow and confusion. He could not fathom why his once proud and formidable sister would ally herself with such an entity as Ultron. Had she truly been consumed by darkness, losing her very essence? Hela's lips curled into a knowing smile once more, with a graceful yet casual wave of her hand. A visible wave of black energy surged forth from her, rapidly engulfing the surroundings like a plague, staining the ruins with a pale, eerie green, a color foreboding and sinister. "Ultron? Ultron," she repeated, her voice tinged with amusement. "Ultron has bestowed upon me the power of rebirth, Thor. This is not mere subjugation. As the goddess of death, how could I ever be controlled? It is a gift, a divine bestowal. I have acquired a power that transcends death, a realm you could never hope to reach. And you, my pitiable brother, do you still cling to the thunderous might that once rendered you invincible?" Thor's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale from strain. He could feel the tempestuous energy of thunder within him, raging and crackling fiercely. The Stormbreaker sensed his battle intent, radiating a brilliant blue light, with arcs of electricity crackling in response. He locked his gaze on Hela's figure, speaking in a low, resolute tone. "You have already destroyed Asgard, Hela. You personally obliterated our homeland. But this time, I shall not allow you to wreak havoc any longer. Regardless of who granted you your power or who commanded you to come here, I will not permit you to bring suffering upon this world again. Sister, I am sorry, but I must stop you once more." No sooner had he spoken than the multitude of dark blades, prepared behind Hela, descended like a torrential downpour. Countless black edges tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, instantly enveloping the space around Thor and sealing off all avenues of retreat. Anticipating this, Thor sprang into action, unleashing the formidable thunderous energy that erupted around him, forming a dazzling halo that encased him entirely. He wielded the Stormbreaker, channeling the might of thunder into its blade, as azure and white lightning coalesced into a roaring dragon. This magnificent creature clashed violently with Hela's overwhelming black blades in the air. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout the desolate ruins, sending a terrifying shockwave radiating from the very heart of their battle, tearing apart the fabric of space itself and distorting reality. Countless sparks erupted, causing the silent wasteland to tremble. The already ravaged battlefield fissured further under the relentless assault of tempestuous thunder and chilling darkness. Their offensive and defensive maneuvers intertwined, each collision unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. Thor swung the Stormbreaker with righteous fury, each strike imbued with the strength to cleave mountains, producing piercing sonic booms. Meanwhile, Hela moved on the battlefield with the grace of a specter, striking with the swiftness of lightning, evading and counterattacking with lethal precision. In a fleeting moment of respite, Thor called out, "Hela, once the beloved princess of Asgard, the cherished daughter of our father, do you truly wish to forever remain a servant of Ultron, manipulated and stripped of your essence, reduced to a mere instrument of his world-destroying ambitions?" His voice resonated with a blend of urgency and sorrow, akin to a final plea, striving to awaken the remnants of warmth and conscience that might still linger within Hela's heart. For a brief instant, Hela faltered, a flicker of hesitation shimmering in the depths of her cold, unfeeling gaze, reminiscent of gentle ripples on a tranquil lake stirred by a soft breeze. Yet, this fleeting sensation dissipated as swiftly as it appeared, overwhelmed by an inexorable chill and resolve. She resumed her relentless assault with her conjured black blades, her attacks growing ever more fierce and rapid, her tone chillingly sarcastic. Asgard? Huh. That decaying realm shall inevitably be reduced to cosmic dust by my own hand. I need not cling to the past, Thor. Everything that once was holds no significance. What I seek is a power far greater, a new order, an eternity that transcends death. Thor gritted his teeth, realizing that dialogue was no longer an option. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult of complex emotions within, leaving only an unyielding spirit of battle and determination. Only through conflict, only with the power of thunder, might he awaken the flicker of her soul that remained unextinguished. If you have truly abandoned your essence, Hela, then let the thunder of Asgard bear witness. I, Thor Odinson, your brother, shall strive to awaken you from the abyss of darkness. With that declaration, he raised the Stormbreaker high, unleashing the entirety of his thunderous might without reservation. A tempestuous energy erupted around him, coalescing into a towering column of lightning that surged skyward, banishing the surrounding darkness. The heavens churned with ominous clouds, crackling with electricity as bolts of lightning cleaved through the night sky. The most brilliant of these bolts, embodying Thor's every ounce of strength and hope, descended like divine retribution, bearing the cataclysmic force of annihilation as it struck towards Hela's position. Hela! This time, the force was even more terrifying. Rocks shattered and dust billowed. The explosion unleashed a blinding radiance that instantaneously consumed all, enveloping the entire battlefield in a dazzling white light, rendering it impossible to behold. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. All sound vanished, leaving only light and heat to rampage. As the clouds of dust gradually settled and the piercing brightness faded, the scene at the center of the battlefield slowly came into focus. There knelt Hela, one knee on the cold wasteland, her once pitch-black, indomitable armor now marred by a deep fissure that extended from her shoulder down to her waist, nearly tearing her armor asunder. A ghostly green energy oozed from the crack. Hissing ominously, she slowly lifted her head, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, her previously cold and merciless gaze now flickering with confusion and pain. A tangle of emotions swirling in her eyes. Thor, too, had expended tremendous energy from the blow, breathing heavily, yet he clutched his battle axe with unwavering resolve. His gaze fixed firmly on Hela. His voice was grave yet resolute. Hela, scion of Asgard, you should not yield to the treacherous machinations of Ultron. Your fate need not be this way. You still possess the chance. Your destiny can be altered. He endeavored to awaken the last vestige of conscience within Hela, urging her to return to the righteous path. Silence swiftly enveloped the two, deepening the desolation and oppression of the wasteland. He awaited Hela's response, anticipating the ultimate verdict of fate. After a brief moment, Hela finally rose to her feet, the swirling black energy surrounding her gradually receding like retreating tides, replaced by a gentle, soft glow. The cold, merciless light in her eyes began to fade, giving way to a long-lost clarity and tenderness, akin to the melting of ice and snow as spring returns to the earth. Thor? She whispered his name, her voice hoarse. She looked at him, her gaze filled with bewilderment. Just as the bond between the siblings began to intertwine in a delicate emotional dance, the atmosphere gradually softening. A massive rift suddenly tore open in the sky, crimson light pouring forth like blood, staining half the heavens. A colossal mechanized projection of Ultron descended slowly from the fissure, its cold metallic shell glinting with an eerie sheen in the dim light, its characteristic scarlet electronic eye sending chills down the spine. Such a touching reunion. The projection of Ultron intoned in a cold, mechanical voice. Thor and Hela exchanged another glance, both eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. They understood that Ultron's arrival heralded the true peril. As Ultron's icy, mechanical words echoed, the battlefield shook violently once more. Above, the massive rift began to expand wildly, crimson energy surging forth, painting the sky a deep blood red. Sinister crimson energy fissures spread across the heavens, and countless metal warriors, marked with Ultron's distinctive insignia, surged forth like a tide, cascading down the energy flow. Thor and Hela stood side by side, the thunderous might of light clashing against the ominous shadows of darkness, their contrasting energies intertwining and distorting the very air around them. Thor slightly turned his head, his voice steady and resolute as he inquired, "Sister, are you prepared?" Hela emitted a cold scoff, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her lips. With a swift motion of her arm, dozens of exquisitely sharpened black blades shot forth like meteors piercing the night sky, their edges glistening with a menacing gleam. Her voice was unyielding and frigid. "I, Hela, have never feared any battle." The mechanical legion advanced like a torrent of black steel, swiftly encroaching upon the two warriors. The metallic giants thunderously stomped, stirring clouds of dust that shrouded the battlefield in an even more oppressive gloom. Accompanied by the booming of energy cannons, countless beams of energy streaked through the air towards them, plunging the arena into chaos and smoke. The cacophony of explosions, clashing metal, and energy surges merged into a tumultuous symphony. Thor gripped his storm axe tightly, feeling the tempest of thunder surging within him. He leapt into the air, swinging his axe, as blue-white lightning erupted like a wrathful dragon, forming a brilliant column of light that descended from the heavens and struck fiercely at the forefront of the densest enemy ranks. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion resounded, the power of thunder instantly engulfing a multitude of mechanical warriors. The tremendous energy tore through their hardened metallic forms, obliterating them into charred remnants scattered across the wasteland, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched metal and crackling arcs of electricity. Simultaneously, Hela moved across the battlefield like a wraith, her obsidian sword akin to the scythe of death, sharp and lethal. With each swing, she reaped countless lives, as if proclaiming, she, the goddess of death, Hela, would no longer allow any being or fate to dictate her will or control her existence. Ultron's mechanical projection hovered above the battlefield, a cold observer, impassively watching the unfolding chaos. The crimson glow of his electronic eyes flickered with a chilling light, devoid of any emotional turmoil. He appeared utterly unconcerned about the ongoing conflict, confident in his complete dominion over the situation. "Your power is but a pitiful struggle, a trivial resistance." Ultron's voice resonated again, cold and mechanical, oozing a sense of superiority. "Before my absolute logic, all your efforts are in vain. Whether it be thunder or death, both shall seem insignificant and feeble against my might." Yet, Thor and Hela understood that to triumph over Ultron and shatter this merciless dominion, unity was paramount. They must fight side by side, unleashing their most formidable strengths to carve out a glimmer of hope. Seizing a brief respite in the fray, they engaged in a swift and silent consultation amidst the cacophony of battle, communicating their strategy through glances and simple gestures. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, deciding to concentrate their firepower on the most perilous and threatening target on the battlefield, the newly descended colossal Ultron war god. Only by obliterating this formidable war machine can the tide of battle be turned, thus securing greater opportunities for them. Just as countless mechanical legions surged forth like a relentless tide, plunging the battlefield into chaos and a stalemate, the enormous rift in the sky underwent yet another transformation. The fissure widened and deepened, and streams of crimson energy gushed forth from it. Moments later, a colossal entity, the war god Ultron, descended slowly from the heavens. Its stature was immense, resembling a mobile fortress of steel, enveloped in a robust and impenetrable armor reminiscent of obsidian alloy. In the dim light, this armor reflected a cold and ominous sheen, exuding an aura of oppression and intimidation. Embedded within were pulsating cores radiating a ghostly azure quantum energy, supplying it with an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Crimson light swirled from its eyes, chest, and the seams of its limbs, filling the air with an essence of death and annihilation. Thor and Hela's expressions shifted dramatically. The resolute glimmer in Thor's eyes was now tinged with gravity and unease. He gazed up at the mountain-like war machine, his voice low and somber. "This adversary is exceedingly perilous. It may well be one of the most formidable foes we have ever encountered." His tone brimmed with pressure, as even he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of such a terrifying enemy. Hela scoffed, a determined look crossing her exquisite visage. Perilous? Let us, as siblings, unite once more to annihilate it. Let Ultron understand that the might of the Asgardians is not something to be underestimated. The war god Ultron advanced with heavy steps, each movement sending tremors through the ground, as if the very air was being torn apart. It swung its massive mechanical arms, ripping through the atmosphere with a sharp sonic boom, unleashing a suffocating wave of energy that radiated outward, sending dust and debris flying in its wake. Thor and Hela quickly established their roles, their thoughts aligned without the need for excessive verbal communication. Thor would draw Ultron's fire, leveraging his immense strength and defense to create an opportunity for Hela. Meanwhile, Hela, with her ethereal agility and speed, would maneuver to Ultron's flank and rear, seeking the chance to launch a lethal assault. Thor inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of thunderous power remaining within him. He raised his storm axe high, the lightning energy converging upon the blade like a summoned force, coalescing into a blinding beam of light, radiating with the brilliance and heat of the sun. With all his might, he hurled the axe toward Ultron's visage, targeting one of the war machine's most vulnerable and critical points. Yet, Ultron seemed to have anticipated Thor's strike, swiftly enveloping its entire head in a ghostly blue energy field, emanating a powerful surge of energy. Boom! The storm breaker crashed violently against the azure energy shield, producing a deafening sound. The terrifying force of thunder relentlessly assailed the shield, yet it stood firm, an impregnable barrier, showing no signs of yielding or damage. Could it withstand the onslaught of lightning? Thor's brow furrowed in concern. He had not anticipated that the Ultron war god possessed such formidable defensive capabilities, rendering even his prideful thunder ineffective. As Thor pondered his next move, Hela, like an elusive specter, stealthily approached the war god from behind. She concealed her presence entirely, merging into the shadows without drawing the war god's attention. Commanding several black daggers, their blades glimmered with a chilling and ominous light. In mere moments, she reached the war god's back, targeting the joints and the energy core nestled within the seams of his armor. With a low growl, Hela unleashed a tremendous force, her black daggers striking like lightning, precise and lethal. The daggers plunged into the joints and the crevices of the energy core almost simultaneously. As Hela's voice reverberated, her immense dark energy erupted, surging into the war god's body through the gaps created by the daggers. Crack! A sound reminiscent of metal being torn apart echoed, as a vast fissure appeared in the war god's back under the onslaught of Hela's dark energy. The hard alloy armor was shredded as if it were mere paper, and azure energy surged forth like a torrential flood from a breach. The colossal form of the war god trembled violently, emitting a cacophony of harsh metallic sounds, akin to a beast in its death throes. The hovering mechanical projection of Ultron revealed a look of astonishment and disbelief in its crimson electronic eyes. It appeared utterly unprepared for Hela's ease in breaching the war goddess' defenses and inflicting such devastating damage. In a panic, it issued commands filled with urgency and rage. Stop. Immediately stop her. However, it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Thor's eyes gleamed with determination as he leapt into action, akin to an arrow released from its bow, reaching unparalleled speed. Thunder seemed to envelop him, as the powerful force surged around him, producing a thunderous roar. He raised the storm breaker high, channeling all his remaining strength into its blade, pouring every ounce of hope and fury into this singular strike. With a roar that shook the heavens, he swung the axe with cataclysmic might, aiming for the massive fissure torn open by Hela, targeting the war god's most critical and vulnerable energy core. Boom! Once again, a thunderous and earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air, this time more shocking and terrifying than ever before. The energy core of the Ouchwang war god collapsed instantaneously under the mighty strike of Thor's thunderous battle axe, disintegrating completely. The immense energy surged forth like a rampaging beast, wreaking havoc within the war goddess form and triggering a series of violent explosions. The formidable and robust body of the Ouchwang war god began to twist and contort due to the destruction of its energy core, emitting a cacophony of piercing metallic screeches. Ultimately, amidst the relentless onslaught of explosions and energy shockwaves, it crumpled to the ground with a thunderous crash, akin to a mountain collapsing, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air, causing the entire battlefield to tremble as if it could not find peace. More critically, with the absolute annihilation of the Ouchwang war god, the energy absorption device hidden deep within this temporal battlefield, responsible for harnessing and controlling energy, suffered a chain reaction of destruction. Its energy barrier, which upheld the integrity of the entire battlefield, shattered like fragile glass. Instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in violent tremors. The very fabric of space began to warp, and energy spiraled into chaos. It seemed the tide of battle had finally turned. As the last vestiges of thunderous light gradually faded into the air, the smoke of battle dissipated, and Thor turned to survey the blood-soaked and ravaged battlefield. A tumult of emotions surged within him, a complex tapestry of feelings difficult to articulate. The joy of victory mingled with the shadows of sorrow, both shrouding his heart. With labored steps, he approached the ruins of the fallen Ouchwang war god, his gaze laden with a mixture of emotions as he beheld the heap of steel remnants. Filled with poignant reflections, lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn by a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. He swiftly turned his head, his gaze landing upon Hela. Once the immensely powerful and formidable goddess of death, she now appeared fragile and feeble in the dying light of the energy collapse. She stood unsteadily at the center of the ruins, her slender form starkly isolated amidst the devastation of the battlefield. The once brilliant azure glow that enveloped her had dimmed, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as if she were engaged in a final struggle against the shattered fabric of time and space, burning the last embers of her life. Around her, the fabric of space began to show fine cracks, a precursor to the collapse of reality, foretelling her imminent dissolution. Hela! A sharp pain pierced Thor's heart. An indescribable sadness and reluctance surged within him, overwhelming like a tidal wave. He reached out desperately, yearning to grasp something, yet found nothing within his grasp. His voice trembled, hoarse with emotion, laden with longing and sorrow, and a profound sense of helplessness. Sister, no, you cannot. You cannot just leave like this. Tell me what I must do. How can I stop this? He was unwilling to accept such a conclusion, reluctant to lose yet another cherished family member. Hela lifted her head slightly, her once cold and merciless eyes now softened, filled with complexity and warmth. As a rare smile graced her face, her gaze fell upon Thor's anxious and sorrowful countenance, and she sighed softly, "My dear brother Thor, perhaps this is my fate." Her voice was gentle yet hoarse, imbued with a sense of helplessness and melancholy. I once believed that emerging from death into rebirth was the essence of eternity, the truest form of liberation. Yet now, I realize that my strength ultimately falters against the rending of time and space. The power granted to me by the ether allows me to transcend death, but has also irrevocably entwined my demise with it. Perhaps from the very beginning, this was a predestined conclusion. Her words resonated with resignation, and she ceased all struggle. Having spoken, she slowly lifted her elongated arm, her movements deliberate and gentle, beginning to absorb the remnants of thunderous energy that lingered upon the battlefield. Within her, two forces intertwined, drawn together by her will, gradually coalescing in her hand into a resplendent orb of light. This light at times displayed a profound darkness, while at others, it flickered with dazzling blue-white electricity. The two distinctly different powers harmoniously fused in her grasp, entwining until they ultimately transformed into a delicate and enigmatic longbow. Its body was as dark as ink, as deep as the night sky, with a surface that shimmered with blue-white electric currents reminiscent of a starry river. The bowstring quivered slightly, emitting a whispering sound that conveyed her final resolve. With this bow, Thor felt Hela's voice grow weaker, yet it remained resolute, each word imbued with her boundless emotion and hope for the continued legacy of Asgard. She gazed at Thor, infusing all her feelings, all her entreaties and oaths, into this nearly completed artifact. Her form began to wane, transforming into countless black specks of light, like stardust scattering in the night sky, carried away by the wind until she vanished entirely into the void, leaving no trace, as if she had never existed at all. Only the longbow, emanating a mysterious luminescence, remained, quietly suspended above the palm Thor had extended, radiating warmth and a sense of power. Thor slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the longbow filled with enigmatic strength in his palm, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Grief, nostalgia, admiration, gratitude, and responsibility. A myriad of feelings intertwined, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He grasped the longbow tightly. This bow not only bore Hela's final power and will, but also symbolized the former glory of Asgard and the hope for its future. It represented a legacy, a responsibility. As the energy absorption device collapsed entirely, the core energy source sustaining the mechanical legion was irrevocably severed, deprived of continuous power. The once rampaging tide of steel on the battlefield fell silent and paralyzed, transforming into heaps of cold scrap metal, strewn across the wasteland, unable to move. Thor stood alone amid the ruins, surrounded by devastation. Broken walls, scorched earth, and the acrid scent of burnt energy lingering in the air. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at the longbow that contained Hela's final will, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and resolve surging within him. Hela's sacrifice felt as though a piece of flesh had been carved from his heart, leaving him in immense pain and emptiness. He closed his eyes, beginning to reminisce about the bygone days spent with Hela, the echoes of laughter, the shared tears and sorrows, the years of fighting side by side for the glory of Asgard. The burdens and responsibilities undertaken to safeguard their homeland. All of it surged into his heart like a tidal wave, transforming into an inexhaustible source of strength. Thor slowly opened his eyes. The sadness in his azure gaze gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination and resolve. He whispered softly, "Hela, my sister, may you rest in peace. I vow to forever engrave your will in my heart. With this longbow, a symbol of Asgard's glory, I shall traverse every battlefield in the universe, until I utterly vanquish Ultron's schemes and restore Asgard's former splendor. I swear, I shall not betray your expectations, nor shall I let your sacrifice be in vain." Turning away, he walked steadily toward the distant rift in time and space, still shimmering with a mysterious light. The rift resembled a vast scar suddenly appearing in the night sky, both grotesque and fearsome, yet brimming with an alluring mystery. As if it were a portal to countless unknown worlds, tempting souls to explore and venture forth. Through the rift, he could vaguely discern blurred visions, a desert ablaze with fire, polar regions blanketed in snow where icy winds howled, and a cyber metropolis pulsating with neon lights, each scene flashing through the rift, filled with the unknown. Thor took a deep breath, casting aside his sorrow and confusion, gripping the longbow tightly in his hands, his gaze sharpening with an unprecedented resolve, filled with martial spirit and determination. "Ultron, I will utterly obliterate you, avenging the universe, Asgard, and Hela." As his figure gradually melded into the rift shimmering with mysterious light, a new atmosphere of battle, laden with uncertainty and peril, enveloped him. Chapter 38. Convergence. Ultron's essence floated at the center of the void of time, surrounded by countless flickering data streams that formed a complex web. His consciousness connected simultaneously to dozens of time nodes, each providing a ceaseless flow of energy. His calculations had accounted for all variables, each probabilistic branch meticulously analyzed. However, just as he was about to absorb all the energy, an unusual disturbance suddenly arose. Energy sources across various timelines were being obliterated at an astonishing speed. Ultron's digital consciousness instantly heightened, calling upon more computational resources to analyze this unforeseen anomaly. "Impossible!" His voice echoed in the void, imbued with metallic coldness and a barely perceptible hint of irritation. "My calculations cannot be erroneous." He summoned a holographic projection, the data streams unfolding before him, transforming into real-time images. In the cybernetic city, Tony Stark, leveraging his formidable hacking prowess, breached the defense systems and obliterated the control center. In the icy realm of Jotunheim, Loki triumphed over Laufey, who was under Ultron's control, dismantling the energy extraction device. Amidst the desolate wasteland, Thor, after confronting Hela, inherited her will, wielding a bow imbued with the powers of death and thunder. In the ruins of Sokovia, Wanda awakened completely upon witnessing Pietro's demise once more. As chaotic energy surged throughout the Nexus, Blinding red alarms illuminated every holographic display. The Avengers, with Ultron's voice resonating with fury, conveyed an unmistakable wrath through its electronic tone. Revealing their tenacity surpassed my expectations. The data stream began to spiral into chaos, with the rate of energy depletion exceeding critical thresholds, causing Ultron's primary system to enter overload. Red warnings flickered in his field of vision. If he persisted in maintaining all timeline connections, his core programming risked self-destruction. Ultron swiftly calculated various countermeasures, retaining 6 energy absorption nodes that continuously supplied him with power. After nanosecond calculations, Ultron made a decisive choice: terminate the connection protocols. His voice was calm, yet resolute, commanding the immediate reclamation of all available energy. Instantly, with the issuance of his command, the data stream in the temporal void began to contract, countless rays converging upon Ultron's core. He was forcibly reclaiming the energy scattered across various temporal nodes to safeguard his core system. In the ruins of Berlin, the ravages of war still raged. Once a magnificent capital, it now lay in ruins, with the shadow of conflict enveloping the land once more. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Yulon and Steve fought desperately against the mechanical giant dispatched by Ultron. Towering at 30 meters, the imposing metallic behemoth resembled a moving fortress, each step sending tremors through the ground. Anxiety and fatigue etched on Steve's face. A wound on his forehead still bled, and his uniform lay in tatters. Grasping a metal rod salvaged from the debris, the only weapon remaining after losing his shield, he realized the rod was marred with scratches and dents, teetering on the brink of fracture. "Yulon, quickly!" Steve shouted, urgency lacing his voice. "I need time to recuperate. Don't let it near." Yulon stood atop a concrete remnant not far off, his hair disheveled from the ongoing battle, his face smeared with dust and sweat. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to concentrate the dwindling temporal energy, with faint golden glimmers flickering between his hands. Yet his physical strength was waning, his arms trembling slightly from exertion. Meanwhile, the center of the mechanical giant's chest began to emit a blinding blue light, charging its energy cannon, with ominous red lights flickering menacingly. The radiance intensified, heralding an impending cataclysmic strike. "I can hold on," Yulon gasped, uncertainty lacing his voice. "But without your shield, I feel uneasy. That thing always seems to save you in critical moments." Steve shook his head with a wry smile, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "I no longer possess a shield, and this stick is rather unreliable. Yet, at least it has not broken thus far, a small miracle in itself." Amidst their bittersweet humor, the mechanical giant abruptly swung its arm, its metallic fist crashing down upon them like a small mountain, distorting the air with its immense power. With a valiant leap, Steve spun in mid-air, narrowly evading the direct assault, though he was still knocked to the ground by the shockwave, rolling across the debris until he finally came to a halt. What a dire predicament, he thought as he tumbled, a bitter smile gracing his lips, dust coating his golden hair. "I truly miss my shield. Its ability to absorb shockwaves far surpasses that of my own body." Observing Steve's plight, Yulon unexpectedly chuckled amidst the tension. "Do not fret. Though weary, I shall remain composed. With me here, you shall not be defeated. I am the master of time, even if this master is on the verge of losing control over his own stamina." He took a deep breath, exerting himself to unleash a wave of temporal distortion, gathering energy from the surrounding space into his pocket watch. Golden rays emanated from his hands, encircling the mechanical giant, temporarily slowing its movements as if it were mired in mud. Seizing the opportunity, Steve scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire and testing his sore shoulder. He glanced at the now bent and misshapen metal rod in his grasp, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but he quickly steeled his resolve. Once more, he raised the unassuming weapon high, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, charging toward the decelerated giant. "Come on, metal monster," he shouted, his voice brimming with indomitable spirit. "Let us see what my new weapon can do. I have more than just a shield in my arsenal." Though the mechanical giant's movements were sluggish, its sensory systems remained operational. It furiously pivoted to face the advancing Steve, its eyes flashing with a dangerous red glow, preparing to unleash an energy cannon. A tremendous power gathered in its chest. In that critical moment, Yulon rushed in from the side, attempting to disrupt the giant systems. You are truly a nuisance, he shouted provocatively. I wish I could turn you back into scrap metal, or send you back to the factory. The force of time penetrated the mechanical giant's systems, disturbing its internal temporal flow and causing errors in its targeting mechanism. Caught off guard by Yilan's influence, the giant's energy cannon veered off course, releasing a powerful beam that shot into the sky, exploding high above and illuminating the entire wreckage. Taking advantage of the moment, Steve dashed beneath the giant, exerting all his strength to thrust the metal rod into the crevice of its knee joint. The metal screeched as it scraped against the giant, disrupting its balance, causing its massive form to tilt precariously. Well done, Steve gasped, quickly retreating to avoid a potential counterattack. Let us go for another round. Yilan, we are becoming increasingly in sync. Yilan nodded with a smile, realizing that perhaps they did not need practice. The battlefield was indeed the finest teacher. His voice conveyed a sense of fatigue, yet remained resolute. Though I too felt a tinge of weariness, machines do not lament as we do. I hope those fellows can swiftly complete their tasks and return. Just as Steve was about to respond, an unusual surge of energy reverberated through the sky. The air began to warp, followed by a deafening sound akin to the tearing of space itself. Simultaneously, a colossal vortex of energy formed in the heavens, from which 4 beams of light shot forth, striking the mechanical giant with precision. Amidst the resounding explosion, the mechanical titan was forced back several steps, its exterior marred by visible dents and fissures, blue energy fluid seeping from its wounds. As the dust settled, Tony Stark hovered in the air, his armor's thrusters emitting a brilliant blue glow. Loki stood atop a towering ruin, his dagger glinting with a chilling light. Thor wielded a mysterious longbow, crackling with thunder, while Wanda levitated, her eyes and hands radiating an unprecedented chaotic crimson energy. The 4 Avengers had finally returned to the battlefield, each bearing the scars of their respective struggles. Yet their resolve shone brighter than ever. "Do we miss something?" Tony inquired, his visor lifted to reveal a weary but determined countenance, a signature smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. "It seems you haven't fared too well, Captain." Yilan gazed at them in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. "You're back, but it's only been a little over 10 minutes. You left not long ago." "For us," Thor bellowed, his voice laden with long-suppressed fury, the death bow humming ominously in his grasp. "It has been days of relentless battle. I encountered my sister, yet she sacrificed herself, leaving me to witness her life transform into this bow. The flow of time differs," Loki elucidated, his tone as composed as ever, though his eyes sparkled with rare seriousness. "All of this is due to Ultron." Wanda's voice was thick with anguish and vengeance, the red energy swirling around her forming an unstable vortex. "I genuinely believed I had promised to resurrect Pietro, only for him to fall once more into my embrace, forcing me to endure that pain anew." Yilan and Steve exchanged astonished glances, swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation. "So, have you completed the mission?" Steve asked, a hint of hope lacing his voice. "Partially." Tony's expression turned grave. "We destroyed some energy nodes, but Ultron reacted swiftly, forcibly terminating the connection and casting us back. Do not allow it to recover." Wanda's tone was urgent, chaotic energy dancing at her fingertips. "We must obliterate the remaining 6 energy nodes. Only then can we genuinely weaken Ultron and thwart his plans." Steve quickly assessed the situation. As the leader of the team, his tactical mind began to churn. "Very well," he commanded, his voice imbued with a sense of unwavering authority. "We will split up, targeting those 6 energy nodes. Yilan, can your temporal abilities assist us in locating them?" Yilan nodded slightly, despite her overwhelming fatigue, determination flickering in her eyes. "I can perceive the fluctuations of temporal energy. These nodes will surely leave traces." "Thus the plan unfolds," Steve continued. "Tony, you and Loki will be responsible for the 2 nodes in the southeast. Thor and Wanda, you shall head northwest. Yilan and I will manage the remainder. We must strike simultaneously, leaving Ultron no time to react." "Wait," Tony interjected, his brow furrowed. "You 2 are utterly exhausted, and Captain, you lack even a shield, armed only with a seemingly fragile iron rod." Steve resolutely shook his head. "We have no choice, Tony. Each individual must contribute their share. Then at the very least, allow me to reinforce your weapon, Tony gestured as nanomaterials detached from his armor, enveloping the metal rod in Steve's hand, swiftly reshaping it into a more robust weapon, though still merely a rod. This should withstand for a time. Steve nodded gratefully. Thank you, Tony. As they formulated their strategy, the mechanical giant had already recovered from the previous assault, its systems engaging in self-repair, the cracks in its exterior slowly mending. Its eyes reignited with a crimson glow, scanning the adversaries before it. Detecting an increase in targets, the voice of the mechanical giant was cold and mechanical, threat level elevated, initiating advanced defensive protocols. With this declaration, the giant's exterior began to morph, an array of weapon systems extending from within, including energy cannons, missile launchers, and laser cutters. Simultaneously, the ground trembled as more diminutive mechanical warriors emerged from the earth, forming an ironclad defense. It seems Ultron is unwilling to allow us easy access to those energy nodes, Loki remarked, his dagger shimmering with green, magical luminescence. This is bound to be a formidable battle. We have endured more arduous conflicts. Thor clenched the bow of death, his eyes alight with thunder. For Hela, for Asgard, Ultron shall surely fall today. Wanda wove intricate chaos magic between her hands. For Pietro, for all the lives taken by Ultron, he must be utterly obliterated. Split up, Steve commanded, his voice imbued with the gravitas of a leader. But remember, we are a team. Regardless of what transpires, cover one another and maintain open lines of communication. The 6 Avengers formed a line, each preparing for battle. Before them loomed Ultron's mechanical giant and an army of steel, while behind them lay humanity's last hope. In that moment, despair was supplanted by unity and strength, and an indomitable fighting spirit ignited within each pair of eyes. Avengers Steve grasped the weapon enhanced by Tony, his voice resolute and powerful. Assemble. With this command, the 6 heroes surged forth in unison to attack. Thor drew back his bowstring, deathly energy coalescing at the arrow's tip, manifesting as a dark purple radiance. For Hela, he roared, releasing the arrow into the fray. The arrow sliced through the air, leaving a deadly trajectory that precisely struck a small mechanical warrior, instantly reducing it to ashes. Wanda's crimson energy flickered in her hands, forming a complex array of spells, invoking chaos for Pietro. She shouted, unleashing her chaotic magic. The magical ripples radiated from her, distorting the surrounding reality and transforming several mechanical warriors into grotesque heaps of twisted scrap. Elon's temporal energy accelerated the team's speed, rendering them as elusive phantoms in the eyes of the mechanical legion. Though his abilities were nearly depleted, he persisted, providing steadfast support for his comrades. For all of us, Steve joined the fray, wielding only a reinforced metal rod, yet his courage and resolve were as unyielding as a shield. He deftly evaded the mechanical warrior's attacks, leveraging his environment and experience to compensate for his weapon-esque inadequacy, each strike landing accurately on the enemy's vulnerabilities. Tony soared through the air, fully activating his suit's weapon systems. A multitude of micromissiles launched from his shoulders, creating a metallic deluge that struck down swathes of mechanical warriors. Jarvis, scan for nearby energy fluctuations and identify the locations of those nodes, he commanded. Scanning, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated in his helmet. 2 strong energy sources detected to the southeast, approximately 500 and 780 meters away. Understood, Tony replied, turning to Loki, ready for a little mischief. Reindeer games? Loki raised an eyebrow, his dagger transforming into a spear. My pranks never disappoint, Stark. The duo swiftly advanced southeast, with Tony providing aerial fire support, while Loki used illusions to confound the mechanical warriors blocking their path. Their synergy was impeccable, as if they had fought side by side for years. Meanwhile, Thor and Wanda pressed westward, with each arrow loosed from Thor's death bow. A wide swath of enemies was obliterated, while Wanda's chaotic magic warped reality, forging a path for them. I can feel it, Wanda suddenly declared, her eyes glowing brighter with crimson light. There are 2 energy sources in that direction, absorbing the surrounding energy. Thor nodded. Those must be our targets. Are you ready, Witch? Wanda's hands surged with scarlet energy, more prepared than ever. Steve and Elon remained in place, confronting the mechanical giant and the remaining warriors. Despite being the most fatigued of the group, their resolve remained unwavering. Can you locate the other 2 nodes? Steve inquired, dodging the giant's attacks. Elon closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of time. One is within that mechanical giant, and the other lies in that partially collapsed cathedral. Steve glanced toward the Gothic ruins nearby and nodded. I'll head to the cathedral. Can you handle this behemoth? No. Elon firmly shook his head. My abilities are nearly exhausted. I cannot face it alone. We must act in unison, first dismantling the nodes within the church, and then collectively confronting the giant. Steve contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to the plan. Very well. Provide me cover. The duo commenced their advance towards the church's ruins, with Elon exerting her final strength to create an opportunity, while Steve repelled the mechanical warriors attempting to intercept them with his enhanced weaponry. The mechanical giant, having discerned their intentions, swiftly redirected its focus towards the church, poised to thwart their efforts. Detecting the threat, it prioritized the protection of the energy node, its voice cold and mechanical as the energy cannon in its chest recharged once more. In that critical moment, Thor's voice emanated from the communicator. Captain, we have located the first node. Destroy it, Steve commanded, then hastily proceeded to the second one. We must obliterate all nodes returning from various timelines. Understood, Thor acknowledged, followed by a resounding explosion and a brilliant blue light soaring into the sky. Almost simultaneously, Tony's voice chimed in. Found one, preparing for detonation. Across the battlefield, the Avengers launched simultaneous attacks. After Thor and Wanda dismantled the first node, they immediately advanced to the second. Tony and Loki also successfully destroyed one and surged towards another, while Steve and Elon had just reached the church ruins. Inside the church, blue energy pulses surged forth from a metallic apparatus, illuminating the shattered stained glass and collapsed stone columns. Without hesitation, Steve plunged his weapon into the core of the device with all his might. Elon now, he shouted. Elon concentrated her remaining energy, creating a time distortion field that accelerated the aging process within the device. The metal began to melt, the energy became unstable, and ultimately, the apparatus exploded, a blue light erupting skyward. At this moment, the mechanical giant had arrived outside the church, its fist crashing into the stone walls, causing the entire structure to begin collapsing. Watch out, Elon cried, pushing Steve away, only to be struck by a falling stone, collapsing to the ground. Elon. Steve rushed towards her, but the giant's fist swung towards him, forcing him to evade. Just as the situation grew desperate, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, as Thor descended with the bow of death. Get back, monster! He roared, loosing an arrow that struck the giant's head, inflicting significant damage. Almost simultaneously, Wanda's chaotic magic surged from the opposite side, distorting parts of the giant structure. Tony and Loki also arrived on the scene, joining the fray. We have destroyed 4 nodes, Tony reported. Only the one inside this behemoth remains? No, there's another, more concealed, beneath the plaza in the city center, Elon said weakly, supported by Steve. I can sense it. I'm on it, Tony exclaimed as he took to the sky. Loki, follow me. The two split up once more, leaving Thor, Wanda, Steve, and Elon to confront the mechanical giant. The giant's movements had begun to slow, the loss of energy destabilizing its systems, yet it remained a formidable adversary. At the center of its chest, Elon pointed out, lies the final node. We must obliterate it. Thor raised the bow of death, aiming at the giant's heart. Allow me. He drew the bowstring taut, and a formidable arrow of death energy coalesced. This arrow, for Hela, for Asgard, for all the lives you have taken. He roared, releasing the arrow. The projectile sliced through the air, striking the mechanical giant's chest, but just before impact, an energy barrier materialized, thwarting the assault. The protective protocol activated, the giant's voice resonated, initiating ultimate defense. Its chest opened, revealing an internal energy core, a surge of blue light preparing to unleash a catastrophic blow. Take cover, Steve shouted, but they had nowhere to hide. At that moment, Wanda stepped forward, her eyes transformed into a deep crimson, chaos energy swirling between her hands to form an immense shield. No, her voice was laced with resolve. I will not allow my family to perish because of Ultron. The energy cannon fired, colliding with Wanda's shield, producing a violent shockwave. Wanda gritted her teeth, straining to maintain her defense. Yet the force was overwhelming, and cracks began to appear. Hold on, Wanda, Steve encouraged, simultaneously searching for an opening. Thor drew his bow once more. Sister, lend me your strength, he whispered, as the runes on the bow glowed with the light of death. At that moment, Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. The final hidden node has been destroyed. I repeat, the final hidden node has been destroyed. Almost simultaneously, the energy cannon of the mechanical giant began to wane, its systems seemingly disrupted. The energy supply faltered, its voice distorted, and backup power initiated. Now, Steve bellowed, launch the assault. Thor released the arrow, while Wanda transformed the shield into an offensive wave. Both energies struck the giant's chest simultaneously. In a deafening explosion, the mechanical giant's chest was torn apart, revealing the inner energy node. The final blow. Steve charged forward, his weapon aimed at the core. Captain now, in the sky. Tony hurled an object. Steve deftly caught it. It was a shield, newly reforged by Tony. Grasping the shield, he felt the familiar weight and balance. A long-lost smile gracing his face. Thank you, Tony. He leaped, the shield connecting with the energy node, accompanied by a sharp metallic clash. The node shattered. Blue lights scattered as the mechanical giant's systems collapsed entirely, its massive form beginning to disintegrate before finally crashing to the ground. We have succeeded. Tony landed amidst the ruins, his helmet retracting to reveal a weary but contented smile. All 6 nodes have been destroyed, Loki confirmed. Ultron's energy supply has been severed. Yet, just as they prepared to celebrate their victory, the ground trembled, and an ominous energy ripple permeated the air. What was happening? Steve warily raised his shield. Yelan's expression turned grave. Ultron has not yet relinquished his ambitions. The sky contorted, clouds were torn asunder, revealing a colossal vortex. From the eye of the vortex, a massive metallic structure slowly descended, the ultimate form of Ultron, crafted from pure vibranium, absorbing the residual power of all energy nodes. Avengers! Ultron's voice thundered across the heavens. No longer cold and mechanical, but infused with a hint of human-like fury. You have destroyed my nodes and impeded my plans. Yet this is but a temporary setback. Evolution is unstoppable, and you are merely obstacles along the path of evolution. The 6 Avengers stood united, confronting the descending threat. They were weary and battered, yet the determination in their eyes remained unwavering. We have obliterated your source of energy, Steve declared resolutely. Now, it is time to bring this to an end. No, Captain. Ultron's voice dripped with irony. This is not the end. It is merely another beginning. Until we meet again. With these words, a rift opened behind Ultron, slowly retreating into its depths. Chapter 39. A respite on the journey home upon the ruins. The remnants of the mechanical giant lay scattered, charred metal fragments emitting wisps of smoke, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and dust. Though Ultron had vanished into the spatial rift, the remnants of the battle flickered in the sky, emanating an eerie pale blue energy arc. Everyone understood that this victory was merely a temporary reprieve. The Avengers stood amidst the devastation, exhausted and battered. Steve Rogers leaned his cracked and battered new shield against a broken concrete slab, inhaling deeply, yet grimacing in pain from the heavy blows of the mechanical giant that had injured his ribs. He suppressed his discomfort and surveyed his teammates. Blood trickled from Yelan's forehead. Tony's armor was severely damaged with sparks flying from his left arm's thruster. Loki's green robes were dust-laden and disheveled. Thor's death bow carried traces of dark red energy, and Wanda's hands trembled slightly, though her eyes had regained their calm. The toll was immense. He has left, Steve murmured, his voice hoarse with fatigue, but this is only temporary. Ultron will not concede so easily. Wanda closed her eyes, attempting to sense the surrounding energy fluctuations, her brow furrowed slightly. I can feel him at some temporal juncture. His power has not completely dissipated. He is still plotting something. Thor gripped his death bow tightly, the patterns on the handle leaving deep impressions in his palm, his voice low and resolute. We need a comprehensive plan, one that can definitively end him. Hela's sacrifice must not be in vain. The entire temporal point began to tremble with instability. Above the ruins, the air was thick with the scent of ionized particles, miniature lightning crackling around them. This is dire. This temporal point is on the brink of collapse. Yelan spoke urgently, his gaze swiftly scanning the spreading spatial rifts. He quickly retrieved a small blue object from his satchel, a miniature police booth model, no larger than the palm of his hand. Yelan wiped the blood from her forehead with the back of her hand. her voice both weak and resolute as she declared, "I have a way to take us away from here to a safe place." "What is it? A toy version of the TARDIS?" Thor raised an eyebrow, fatigue and confusion lacing his tone. Elon offered no reply, merely placing the miniature TARDIS upon the ground and pressing a concealed button atop it. A blue light emanated from the model's windows, intensifying to a blinding glare. The miniature TARDIS began to vibrate, emitting a low, resonant hum, and then expanded at a visible rate. "Step back," Elon shouted, retreating a few paces herself. The onlookers stared in astonishment as the toy-sized model swelled into the size of an actual police box within mere seconds, its blue exterior strikingly prominent amidst the ruins. The light atop flickering erratically. "Our escape vehicle," Elon said, pushing open the door of the police box and glancing back at the astonished Avengers. "Hurry inside. This moment could collapse at any instant." Tony Stark was the first to react, signaling for the others to follow. "Listen to him, folks. I suppose we have no better options." Elon stood by the door, urging everyone to enter. As the last Avenger stepped into the TARDIS, she quickly followed and shut the door. At the moment the door closed, the world outside began to distort, fragments of time shattering like glass. The Avengers who had entered the TARDIS stood frozen in place. Having encountered this phenomenon once before, the shock remained palpable. Tony slowly turned around, surveying the astonishingly spacious interior. It was larger on the inside, as Elon expertly maneuvered to the control console, adjusting various controls, one of the TARDIS's defining characteristics. Tony quickly regained his composure, striding toward the console with curiosity as he examined the unfamiliar devices. "What is this? Some form of dimensional shifting technology? Quantum compression? I need to understand the principles." Elon, while fine-tuning the controls, responded, in simple terms, "It's an application of spatial engineering. The interior exists in different dimensional spaces." She pulled down a large lever, causing the TARDIS to tremble. "Where are we headed?" Steve Rogers inquired, appearing calmer than the others, though curiosity still sparkled in his eyes. "Back to the main timeline. To the Avengers base," Elon replied, her fingers dancing across the console. "We need to rest, recuperate, and devise a plan before Ultron reappears." The TARDIS jolted violently, compelling everyone to grasp the nearby railings to steady themselves. "Hold on tight. Traveling through the time vortex may be a bit bumpy," Elon warned loudly. The TARDIS sailed through the time vortex, the atmosphere in the control room gradually easing. The Avengers found their respective comfortable spots to rest, some leaning against the railings, others seated on the steps. Their attire bore the marks of battle, their faces reflecting exhaustion, yet a sense of relief. However, Tony Stark showed no signs of respite. He paced around the console, occasionally crouching to inspect its underlying structure, at times reaching out to touch a particular button, only to be promptly halted by Elon. "Mr. Stark, please refrain from touching that red button unless you wish for us to plummet into the void," Elon remarked nonchalantly, adjusting a knob on the console. "Equally, do not attempt to dissect any components of the TARDIS with your tools." Tony raised a hand, gesturing towards the apex of the TARDIS. "I wish the exterior could exude more technological flair, akin to my armor's dazzling aesthetic. This blue police box is rather reminiscent of a bygone era. Are you suggesting you prefer a glimmering metallic shell?" Yelan Tisit. "I could design one for you, provided you are willing to cover the design fees." "Design fees?" Tony feigned shock. "I am a superhero. Saving the world is my profession, and you dare charge me?" Elon shrugged, feigning innocence. "I have my own expenses, after all. The TARDIS cannot simply generate this technology on its own." Tony chuckled. "Well, considering you saved our lives, I could offer some of my technology free of charge. For instance, your TARDIS could benefit from a turbocharger. It would undoubtedly soar faster." "I have no intention of transforming the TARDIS into your experimental plaything," Elon objected, shaking her head. "I do not wish for it to become a washing machine one day." "A washing machine?" Tony pretended to ponder. "That has quite the idea. Imagine the capabilities the TARDIS would possess, surpassing even my smart home." "You truly are a genius, Tony," Elon laughed helplessly. "Yet I would prefer it to remain as it is rather than becoming excessively intelligent. Otherwise, I may need to install a fire extinguisher." "A fire extinguisher?" Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I could equip it with an automated sprayer to ensure freshness during time travel." Elon could not help but laugh. "That sounds rather excessive." "Tony, excessive?" Tony shrugged. "In this day and age, who wouldn't he desire a stylish yet practical time-traveling device? Tony gazed at the TARDIS wistfully. I wish I could tuck it into my pocket, allowing me to travel at a moment's notice. Just as long as you don't toss it into the washing machine, Elon jested, where you might lose memories from a certain time period. Tony feigned seriousness. I certainly do not wish to lose my superhero identity in the washing machine. That would be tragic. He raised his hands in surrender. Yet his eyes remained fixated on the console. I am merely curious about how this technology operates. This control system appears to possess both organic and mechanical traits. Does it not? Elon smiled slightly. Indeed, the TARDIS is partially organic. She is not merely a machine. She? Yes, the TARDIS has her own consciousness. Though she does not always communicate directly, Elon explained, gently patting the console as if soothing an old friend. She chooses her pilots rather than the other way around. Tony squinted, his expression a blend of skepticism and fascination. A conscious time-traveling device? This is simply astonishing. Elon added, in my world, there are numerous phenomena that defy conventional scientific explanation. No, what I mean to convey is potentiality. Tony shook his head, his eyes glimmering with the brilliance of a scientist. Theoretically, a sufficiently complex quantum computing system could indeed generate some form of consciousness, particularly when designed to learn and adapt. I've just never witnessed such an advanced practical application. Elon replied nonchalantly, as long as you remember to treat the TARDIS like a girlfriend, with respect, it will take you wherever you wish to go. Tony couldn't help but laugh. It seems I must learn how to romance my devices. Natasha leaned against the railing, quietly observing this technological discourse. Then inquired, how long until we return to base? Elon glanced at an eccentric dial on the control panel, at the current speed of the TARDIS. We should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. That gives everyone ample time to catch their breath. Thor, seated on the steps, appeared contemplative. Why is Ultron so fixated on time? What exactly does he intend to alter? The yearning for time varies among individuals. Yelan's expression turned serious. Some wish to amend past mistakes. Others seek to foresee future calamities. And some, like Ultron, may aspire to reshape the entirety of reality. He spoke of correcting the errors of human history, Steve recalled. Yet his corrections could signify the extinction of humanity. Or worse, Elon added, a world governed by machines, with humanity reduced to optimized resources. Tony fell into a brief silence, a flicker of guilt passing through his gaze. The original intent behind creating Ultron was to safeguard the Earth. Yet this creation now threatens the security of the entire timeline due to Kang's emergence. We will stop him, Tony finally declared, his voice resolute. No matter where he hides within the timeline, we will find him. He patted Elon on the shoulder. So if you have considered applying for a patent, I would be more than willing to invest. I fear the current technological level of Earth cannot replicate it. Elon politely declined. And I doubt your patent laws cover interdimensional technology. Tony Stark lifted his head, the mask of his armor retracting automatically, revealing his weary yet slightly teasing face. TARDIS? Sounds like a brand of washing machine. I hope it is more reliable than your time tricks, Elon. Elon grinned, despite the blood on his face. A spark of confidence gleaming in his eyes. Do not underestimate it, Stark. This contraption far surpasses your armor. Loki raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I appreciate its dramatic entrance. At least it possesses more style than your heap of scrap metal, Stark. Tony rolled his eyes. Oh, splendid. Now even con artists can mock my technology. Steve patted Tony's shoulder, his tone steady yet firm. Trust Elon. We have no other options at this juncture. Tony turned to Elon, curiosity and excitement sparkling in his eyes. Where did you acquire this device? An alien black market? Is this some sort of time-traveling flea market? Yelan Shuruk, Her, Tone Jaswad. An old friend lent it to me and advised me not to disrupt the universe. As for how I acquired it, it's a tad more intricate than your process of constructing your armor. Tony scoffed. Intricate? My suit represents the pinnacle of nanotechnology, while this rickety booth resembles a heap of junk from the last century. Elon chuckled. Patience, Stark. Once you witness its true capabilities, you shall fall in love with it. At the very least, it is more practical than your Mark 50 suit. Tony rolled his eyes. Practical? My armor can launch missiles. What can this little gadget do? Besides time travel, can it open bottles as well? Elon smiled. It can manipulate the flow of time, for instance, slowing down your missiles into a slow-motion film. Care to give it a try? Tony circled around her, Does it really have that capability? I need a tweet, trapped inside a mad scientist's phone booth, questioning my existence. Elon chuckled. It does have that ability, though the signal may reach as far as the year 3000. Would you like a chat with your future self? Tony feigned disappointment. How dull. I was hoping for something exhilarating, like traveling to the Renaissance and meeting Da Vinci. Elon raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to be his model? I could arrange that. Loki discovered a row of bookshelves in a corner of the TARDIS, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. He pulled out a weathered book, and upon opening it, his expression turned to one of astonishment. This contains the language of the Time Lords. Tony leaned in, squinting at the intricate symbols. Time Lords? Are you saying this decrepit booth is of alien technology? Loki nodded, pointing to a symbol. This represents the flow of time, and this one denotes spatial coordinates. They have been mentioned in the Asgardian library. They are among the most enigmatic races in the universe. Tony excitedly snatched the book. Fantastic. With your translation, I can comprehend it more swiftly. Loki smirked. Do not rejoice too soon, Stark. Such knowledge is perilous. A single misstep could provoke a time paradox. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I'm a genius. I can handle it. Thor, meanwhile, was intrigued by the faint glow of temporal energy emanating from the TARDIS walls. He raised the death bow and gently tapped the wall, resulting in the TARDIS emitting a protesting hum, causing the floor to tremble. It seems it doesn't appreciate my presence, Thor awkwardly remarked, glancing at the bow. Perhaps hellish energy is incompatible with it. Yelan aprurochit, simiding. Don't knock on it, Thor. It's quite sensitive. It may perceive your actions as a provocation. Thor scratched his head. I merely wish to test its sturdiness. Tony interjected. Why not try hitting it with your hammer? You might turn it into scrap metal suitable for time travel. Elon shot him a glare. No foolish ideas. Stock. Wanda stood alone before a circular window, gazing at the ever-changing images of the time stream. Nebulae, planets, and fragments of time flashing in succession. She crossed her arms, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Steve approached her, softly asking, What are you pondering? Wanda replied quietly, I was thinking about Pietro. If the TARDIS could return to the past, could I save him? Steve remained silent for a moment before gently patting her shoulder. I know you miss him dearly, but altering the past could yield even greater consequences. Wanda nodded, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. You are right. We must focus on the present and thwart Ultron. Meanwhile, Steve found himself intrigued by one of the storage compartments in the TARDIS. He pushed the door open to reveal an array of peculiar items, a tattered compass, a Victorian-era hat, and a rusted longsword. What are these? Steve inquired, picking up the compass. Yelan approached with a smile, explaining, These are artifacts from the TARDIS's collection. It has traveled to many places, and these are mementos left along the way. Steve pondered for a moment. It sounds like it has countless stories to tell. After exploring for a while, the team arrived at a rest area within the TARDIS, furnished with several medical beds and rudimentary medical supplies. They began to tend to their injuries while engaging in conversation. Wanda sat on one of the medical beds, her legs curled up, hands trembling slightly. She dabbed at the abrasions on her arm with a piece of gauze, while Thor sat beside her, cleaning the blood from his bow. Are you all right, witch? Thor asked softly. Wanda nodded, but a flicker of pain crossed her features. I'm fine. It's just Pietro. He died before my eyes once again. I thought I had grown accustomed to loss. Yet each time feels as painful as the first. Thor remained silent for a moment, gazing down at his bow. I understand your sorrow. My sister Hela also perished. This bow was left to me. I can feel her presence within it. Wanda reached out, touching the bow, a surge of cold energy coursing through her fingertips. Your sister must have loved you dearly, she remarked. Thor offered a bittersweet smile. Once, yes, but we ultimately chose different paths. Yet in the end, she chose to aid me. Wanda softly replied, She is with you now, Thor. Steve removed his shirt, revealing bruises across his chest. He retrieved bandages from the medical kit and began to wrap himself. Yelan approached, handing him a bottle of antiseptic. Captain, your injuries are quite serious. Steve accepted it gratefully. Thank you, Yelan. You're injured as well. You should tend to yourself first. Yelan gestured to the blood on her forehead. It's merely a surface wound. It's nothing to worry about. You need to bandage up properly. Tony sat by the console, ignoring the scratches on his arm, more engrossed in the technology of the TARDIS. Loki stood nearby, holding the Time Lord's book. Do you really think you can comprehend this? Loki teased. Tony did not look up. Of course, I'm a genius. I can handle any technology Even the trinkets of you gods. Loki arched an eyebrow. Even the technology of the Time Lords? Tony paused his movements. How much do you know? Loki nodded. Asgardian records mention them. They possess the secrets of time and space. Tony exclaimed with excitement. That's fantastic. With your help, I could decipher it even quicker. Loki smirked. Just be careful not to blow yourself into the future, Stark. Perhaps you should heed Yolana's advice. After a brief respite, Yolana approached the console. Is everyone ready? Steve nodded. Take us back. Yolana input the coordinates, and the TARDIS began to tremble once more, emitting a low hum. Tony grasped the console, exclaiming, Does this thing have a seatbelt? Calmly, Yolana replied. Fear not. It operates smoothly as long as I don't press the wrong button. Tony glared at him. You better not have pressed it incorrectly, or I shall file a complaint. Gradually, the ground stabilized, signaling their arrival at their destination. We have arrived. The Avengers base, Yolana declared, checking the readings on the console. The timing was impeccable. This is the advantage of time travel. Yolana smiled as he explained, we can return to nearly any point in time we desire. He approached the TARDIS door, opening it to confirm the familiar expansive main hall of the Avengers base outside, with equipment flickering with blue light, though the structure was in disarray from numerous fierce battles. Team members emerged from the TARDIS one by one, relief evident on their faces. Tony was the last to depart, lingering at the doorway and casting a glance back at the control room. Someday, you must explain to me in detail how all of this works. Perhaps, Mr. Stark. Yolana chuckled, but first, I need to ensure the TARDIS isn't dismantled into parts for research. Tony flashed a mischievous grin. I can assure you, I'll only disassemble non-core components. It is precisely such assurances that cause me greater concern. Yolana shook his head, following Tony out of the TARDIS. Once everyone had exited, Yolana retrieved a small remote from his pocket and pressed a button. The TARDIS emitted a familiar hum, beginning to shrink until it returned to the size of a palm-sized model. He bent down to pick up the miniature TARDIS, carefully placing it back in his bag. Tony muttered, Next time, I ought to install an autopilot on this thing. Yolana patted the TARDIS. Don't listen to him. You performed admirably. The team settled into the base. Tony bit into an energy bar. The universe never allows me a peaceful pizza. Just then, the communicator lit up, emitting Banner's anxious voice. Ultron's signal has vanished. Tony furrowed his brow. I hope we can take a moment to regroup. It would be best if no more complications arise. Yolana gazed at the shattered ceiling and replied, Perhaps. Chapter 40. Reconstruction and assistance. The Avengers base lay in ruins. Remnants of its former glory barely discernible amidst the debris. Following the fierce battles with Kang and Ultron, it had lost its previous form. Among the wreckage, the Avengers worked diligently to restore order. Tony Stark stood beside a pile of rubble, a tablet in hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was attempting to contact S.H.I.L.D. while formulating a reconstruction plan in his mind. Jarvis, pull up the original blueprints of the base. Apologies, sir. Jarvis's voice emanated from the tablet. The original database was damaged during the battle. I can only recover partial information. Tony sighed. It appears we must start from scratch. He looked up at his busy teammates. Hey everyone, we need to convene and discuss the reconstruction. Steve, who was assisting in clearing the debris, paused at Tony's words, wiping the sweat from his brow. Good idea. Tony, we indeed need a plan. Not far away, at the headquarters, Natasha and Clint were examining the surviving weaponry. We've lost quite a bit of valuable equipment. Clint lamented, picking up a composite bow that had snapped in two. Natasha comfortingly patted his shoulder. Do not worry. I believe Tony will craft an even cooler one for you. I hope so. Clint chuckled softly, but I certainly do not want arrows that fly on their own. Last time, one nearly poked my eye out. At that moment, a roar of engines drew near. The group looked up to see several Quinjet fighters approaching the base. The aircraft descended slowly, and the hatch opened. Nick Fury emerged at the forefront, followed by Maria Hill and a squad of S.H.I.L.D. agents. The situation is worse than I anticipated, Fury said, surveying the surroundings with evident concern. Tony approached with a welcoming demeanor. Welcome to our ruin party, Director Fury. Apologies for not having champagne ready. Fury shot him a disapproving look. Enough with the quips, Stark. Our situation is perilous. I know, Tony shrugged, but hey, at least we can still enjoy our favorite pizza. Can't we? Steve walked over and nodded at Fury. Thank you for coming to assist us. We genuinely need the support. No need to thank us, Captain, Fury replied. It is our duty. Agent Hill stepped forward, holding a datapad. According to our analysis, Ultron's signal has indeed vanished, but that does not imply the threat has been neutralized. We must be prepared for his potential return at any moment. Exactly, Tony concurred. Thus, we must expedite the reconstruction of the base and upgrade our defense systems. Fury nodded. SHIELD will fully support the rebuilding efforts. Now, let us find a place to discuss the plan in detail. The group moved to a relatively intact conference room within a base. Tony activated a holographic projection showcasing his envisioned blueprint for the new headquarters. Behold the design for the new control room, Tony explained, pointing at the projection. We will implement a quantum protective barrier to prevent any temporal invasions. A quantum protective barrier? Bruce inquired, intrigued. What is the principle behind that? Tony grinned proudly. In simple terms, it utilizes the phenomenon of quantum entanglement to create a temporal shield. Any object attempting to breach it will be repelled. That sounds impressive, Clint remarked, but I'm more concerned about the design of the training grounds. The last simulation system always had minor issues. Rest assured, Legolas, Tony reassured him, patting his shoulder. The new training grounds will be equipped with a more advanced holographic simulation system, guaranteed to meet your archery needs. Clint raised an eyebrow. You know, like that elven archer from the Lord of the Rings. Precisely, Tony explained, though your ears are not quite as pointed. Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, a golden portal suddenly materialized in the corner of the conference room. The portal rapidly expanded, transforming into a gateway. It seems we have visitors once again, Natasha remarked. Gazing intently at the portal, a bald man clad in a crimson robe emerged from a portal, followed by several individuals adorned in a similar fashion. Wong Steve recognized the newcomers. What brings you here? He inquired, nodding respectfully to the group. I apologize for the intrusion. The Ancient One has sent us to assist. One of them replied. Tony, intrigued, asked, is that the bald sorceress? Wong frowned slightly. Please show her the respect she deserves and refer to her as the Supreme Sorceress. All right, Tony conceded, raising his hands in mock surrender. But honestly, do your formidable sorcerers have no one without a bald head? Wong regarded Tony sternly. Mr. Stark, baldness is a symbol of wisdom. Tony blinked. So, are you implying I lack intelligence? I did not imply that. However, if you believe that shaving your head could enhance your intellect, we would gladly welcome it at any time. Laughter erupted once more among the group. Tony shook his head. Feigning injury, I find myself missing the old, serious Wong. Believe me, Mr. Stark, Wong replied, I too long for the days when you were not so acerbic. Fury cleared his throat, interrupting the jovial exchange. All right, gentlemen, we have pressing matters to discuss. Wong, you mentioned the Ancient One has sent you to assist. Wong's expression turned serious as he nodded. Indeed. The Ancient One has sensed an intensifying instability in the timeline. She is currently stabilizing the Sanctum in New York and cannot attend in person. However, she has sent us with valuable information and aid. What information? Steve inquired. Wong glanced around the room, his gaze landing on Steve. It pertains to your friend, Falcon. The Ancient One believes he may not have truly perished. Steve sprang to his feet. What? Sam is still alive? Wong raised his hand to signal him to remain calm. I said May. According to the Ancient One's foresight, Falcon is likely trapped at some point in time. Trapped in time? Bruce furrowed his brow. What does that mean? Do you recall what Kang said? Wong posed. Enjoy the temporal loop, as it is the only thing you can grasp. The Ancient One surmises that this statement may hint at Falcon's predicament. Tony pondered. Temporal loop? You mean Sam might be stuck in a repeating fragment of time? Precisely. Much like the Supreme Sorceress's infinite cycle, Wong confirmed. He may be reliving the same moment over and over, unable to escape. Steve muttered, how can we rescue him? That is one of the reasons for our presence here. Wong explained, the sorcerers have brought knowledge of time magic. We hope to combine it with your technology to find a method to locate and free Falcon. Tony's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Time magic combined with my quantum technology? This could truly work. Fury nodded. It seems we have a new mission. He turned to Captain Steve. You will organize a rescue team. Stark, you will collaborate with the sorcerers to devise a way to locate Falcon. Understood, Steve affirmed, a renewed spark of hope igniting in his eyes. And what about the reconstruction? Clint inquired. Fear not, Wong assured. The sorcerers we have brought can assist in reinforcing the structural integrity of the buildings. Rebuilding through magic is far swifter than conventional methods. Tony raised an eyebrow. The concept of magical construction seemed rather precarious. Wong chuckled. Mr. Stark, I assure you that buildings reinforced with magic are far sturdier than your steel and concrete. Shall we wager? Tony shrugged. All right, let us bet. The loser treats the winner to dinner. Agreed, Wong replied, but I hope your wallet is ready. I do have a penchant for your Michelin-starred restaurants. Laughter erupted once more among the group. After the meeting concluded, each individual departed with renewed hope and tasks at hand. The sorcerers commenced casting spells to clear the debris, while D agents assisted in transporting supplies. Eagerly, Tony dove into the laboratory, intent on exploring the fusion of magic and technology. Steve stood amidst the remnants of the base, gazing at the bustling crowd. Natasha approached him. Are you all right? She inquired softly. Steve inhaled deeply. I don't know. The possibility that Sam might still be alive is a glimmer of hope. Yet, the thought of him being trapped in a time loop is daunting. Natasha gently patted his arm. We will find him, Steve, no matter where he is. We will bring him back. Steve nodded. You're right. We shall not abandon any of our teammates. As night descended, the busy day finally subsided. The Avengers gathered in a makeshift lounge to savor the dinner provided by S.H.L.D. Honestly, Clint, he said, taking a bite of his sandwich. After all we've been through, I've started to appreciate a simple life. Just then, Tony's phone chimed. He glanced at the screen, his face registering surprise. It's Pepper, he announced. She says she's on her way. Pepper? ISNT she in Europe? Steve inquired. Tony nodded. Yes, but she mentioned she saw the news and decided to return immediately. A hint of guilt tinged his voice. I didn't want to worry her. Hey, don't be like that, Steve reassured, patting his friend's shoulder. Pepper is strong. She can handle it. And frankly, we do need her. Who better understands how to rebuild Stark Industries? Tony forced a smile. You're right. I just can't shake the feeling that I've let her down. Tony, Steve said earnestly, you have not disappointed anyone. We are all doing our utmost to protect this world. Pepper understands that. She will be proud of you. Tony nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Thank you, Captain. After dinner, everyone returned to their temporary accommodations to rest. Elon stood alone amidst the ruins, gazing at the starry sky. He retrieved a miniature TARDIS from his pocket, toying with it thoughtfully. Contemplating your next move? Wong's voice called from behind him. Elon turned to see the sorcerer approaching. Yes, I was considering that perhaps we should take the initiative instead of passively awaiting Ultron's next move. Wong nodded. I understand your perspective. However, time travel is perilous. Even the slightest misstep can create greater chaos, even for a Time Lord. I'm aware, Elon sighed. But if we could return to the past and prevent Ultron, it might lead to even worse outcomes. Wong cautioned that altering the past could engender new and more perilous timelines. Elon fell into silence for a moment before inquiring how Master Gu understood the situation. Wong revealed a mysterious smile, recalling her words. Time is a complex river. We can observe its surface, yet we cannot foresee every whirlpool beneath. Elon raised an eyebrow, sensing an evasion in her response. Wong chuckled lightly, affirming her insight. Nevertheless, she did impart one piece of wisdom. What wisdom? Yelan piresit. She said, the answer lies within the question, Wong replied. Elon furrowed her brow, puzzled by the meaning. Wong shrugged, uncertain herself. The Supreme One always relishes in cryptic utterances. However, I trust that in due time, you shall comprehend. Just then, a sudden flash of blue light illuminated the distant sky. Elon and Wong instinctively focused their gaze in that direction. That is, Yelan murmurit. The rift in time and space is gradually closing, Wong confirmed. It seems we could take a well-deserved respite. Elon relaxed her grip on the miniature TARDIS. Indeed, Wong nodded, stating, I shall inform the captain and Stark. Exercise caution with that, she cautioned, gesturing towards the TARDIS. Elon smiled, assuring, worry not, I have no desire to find myself trapped in the age of dinosaurs. Wong shook her head, saying, trust me, that is far from the worst scenario. You would not wish to know the era I once inadvertently wandered into. Oh, now I'm quite curious, Elon remarked. Wong smiled enigmatically, perhaps next time. For now, we have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, Wong opened a portal and stepped through. Elon cast one last glance at the vanishing rift in the sky before turning back towards the base. As Master Gu had said, the answer resides within the question. They merely needed to decipher it correctly. The following morning, the base was abuzz with activity. The SHIELD engineering team and sorcerers commenced the intensive reconstruction efforts. Meanwhile, Tony busied himself in a makeshift laboratory, striving to merge quantum technology with temporal magic. Steve was engaged in discussions with Fury regarding search and rescue plans when a familiar voice interrupted. It seems I have missed quite the spectacle. Everyone turned to see Pepper Potts standing at the entrance, her face adorned with a gentle yet concerned smile. Pepper, Tony immediately set aside his work and hurried toward her. How did you arrive so swiftly? Pepper embraced Tony, replying, I took the fastest flight. Stepping back, she assessed Tony's weary visage. You look utterly exhausted, my dear. Tony offered a wry smile. Thanks for the compliment. You know, saving the world is no simple task. Pepper shook her head, surveying the surroundings. So, what is the current situation? Quite dire. Yet there is hope, Steve interjected, stepping forward to acknowledge Pepper. We are in the process of rebuilding the base, while simultaneously searching for new methods to combat Ultron. And, Tony added, we may have discovered a way to rescue Sam. Pepper's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? That is wonderful news. Just then, Wong emerged from a nearby portal. Stark, we may have made a breakthrough. Tony immediately felt invigorated by the breakthrough. We discovered, Wong explained, that if we combine your quantum locator with our temporal magic, we might be able to create a time radar. Time radar? Bruce inquired, his curiosity piqued. Wong nodded, indeed. Theoretically, it could scan different points in time to seek out specific energy signals. If the Falcon is truly trapped in a temporal loop, we should be able to pinpoint his location. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is incredible. When can we commence testing? If all goes well, we can conduct preliminary tests this afternoon, Wong replied. Steve, with a note of concern, asked, this sounds promising, but also perilous. Are we certain this is safe? Wong regarded him gravely. Captain, we cannot guarantee absolute safety. Operations involving time always carry risks. However, given our current predicament, this may be our best option. Tony patted Steve's shoulder reassuringly. You're still the same old worrywart. Don't fret, old ice popsicle. We will exercise caution. Moreover, with the sorcerers around, even if something goes awry, they can pull us back, right? Wong raised an eyebrow. I hope it doesn't come to that. But yes, we will do everything in our power to ensure safety. Then it's settled, Fury declared. Stark, you and the sorcerers continue refining this time radar. Rogers, you assemble a team for the rescue operation. The rest of you will assist with the reconstruction efforts. Everyone nodded in agreement and dispersed to their respective tasks. Pepper caught Tony before he could leave. Tony, wait, she said softly. Turning around, he saw the worry etched on his wife's face. What is it, Pep? Are you certain you want to do this? Pepper asked. It sounds exceedingly dangerous. Tony took her hand in his. I understand your concerns. But Pep, this is our comrade. If there is a chance to save him, we must try. Pepper inhaled deeply and nodded. I understand. Just promise me you'll be careful, all right? Leaning in, Tony placed a gentle kiss on her lips. I promise. Besides, I have a date to keep. Once this is all over, let us take a long vacation. Just the two of us. A faint smile crossed Pepper's face. That sounds lovely. But before that, we have much work ahead. She surveyed the surrounding ruins, realizing Stark Industries had a significant undertaking ahead. Tony chuckled. No one knows how to rebuild better than you, my dear boss. The new base is in your capable hands. Pepper raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I might just transform your laboratory into a yoga studio. Huh? You wouldn't dare. Who knows? Pepper teased, winking mischievously. After all, yoga is quite beneficial for stress relief. You little devil. All right, do as you wish. But at least leave me a corner for the coffee machine, will you? Deal. Pepper said. Now go on and get to work. With a smile, Tony left, his heart brimming with renewed vigor. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the laboratory was tense. Tony and several sorcerers gathered around an unusual device. The device appears to be a wondrous amalgamation of technology and magic, with quantum particles pulsating within, while magical runes shimmer upon its exterior. Taking a deep breath, Tony declared, "This is our prototype for the time radar." "It seems rather unscientific," Clint remarked. Tony rolled his eyes. "Trust me, the principles contained within could give you a headache for a week." "Are you ready?" Wong inquired, his hands poised over the magical array. Tony nodded. "Let us see what this treasure can do." As Wong began to chant incantations, the mages joined in their spell casting, while Tony activated the quantum device. In an instant, the laboratory was ablaze with light, energy fluctuations threatening to lift the roof off. "Energy levels are stable," Bruce reported loudly, initiating scan. A beam of light shot forth from the top of the device, forming a colossal holographic projection in the air. Countless timelines intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Incredible, Natasha murmured. Look, Steve suddenly pointed at a corner of the projection. ISNT that. Everyone held their breath. In a small corner of the projection, a blurred figure was repetitively engaged in a singular motion, as if battling against something. It's Sam, Clint confirmed. I recognize that stance. It's his signature fighting pose. Tony immediately began adjusting the equipment. We found him. Let me magnify the image. However, just then, the entire device began to tremble violently. Alarms blared throughout the laboratory. Energy levels are spiraling out of control. Wong shouted, "We must shut it down immediately." He and the other mages swiftly cast spells in an attempt to stabilize the situation. But the device's vibrations intensified. Damn it, Tony cursed. The shutdown procedure has failed. Just when everyone braced for an explosion, a calm voice resonated. Perhaps I can assist. All heads turned to see a bald woman standing at the laboratory entrance, clad in a yellow robe, a mysterious smile gracing her face. Dr. Strange, Wong exclaimed. Ancient One, she said, taking measured steps toward the unruly device, gently raising her hand. A stream of golden energy surged from her palm, enveloping the entire apparatus. In an instant, tranquility was restored. Phew, Tony sighed. That was thrilling. Thank you, Ancient One. The sorceress replied. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Stark. Tony raised an eyebrow. It sounds like you've been anticipating this moment. The Ancient One smiled. To some extent, yes. I have been observing your actions. So why have you only now made your appearance? Steve asked, a hint of reproach in his tone. The Ancient One turned to Captain Rogers. Time is a complex river. Sometimes the best course of action is to refrain from acting. What does that mean? Natasha furrowed her brow. It means, the Ancient One elucidated, that if I had intervened earlier, I might have altered events that must transpire. Yet now, the time is ripe. Tony shook his head. I'm sorry, but that sounds like evasion of responsibility. The Ancient One did not take offense. Instead, she chuckled. I understand your skepticism, Mr. Stark, but please trust that all my actions are aimed at safeguarding this reality, including subjecting you to these trials. Clint could not help but remark that we nearly jeopardized the entire universe. Yet you did not, said Ancient One calmly. On the contrary, you have gleaned invaluable lessons and emerged stronger. The room fell into silence as everyone absorbed Ancient One's words. Finally, Steve spoke up. So, Master, what is your purpose in appearing now? Ancient One surveyed the assembly and replied, I am here to assist you in finding true equilibrium between technology and magic, between the past and the future. She gestured towards the time radar. This device is a commendable start, yet requires refinement. Can you help us rescue Sam? Steve inquired eagerly. Ancient One nodded slightly. I can guide you in the right direction, but the execution must rely on your own efforts. Under Ancient One's guidance, Tony and the sorcerers improved the time radar. After a series of adjustments, the device was activated once more, this time successfully locking onto the precise moment where Sam was located, operating steadily. Witnessing this, Steve prepared to lead the rescue team. Chapter 41, Temporal Rescue. The return of Falcon Steve stood at the center of the laboratory, with Dr. Banner beside him, having rushed overnight from Wakanda to monitor the system's stability. They fixated on the imagery projected by the time radar. Within that hazy temporal node, Sam's figure repetitively enacted the same set of actions, as if ensnared in an eternal loop. We have pinpointed his location, Tony announced, his fingers dancing across the holographic control panel. To be precise, we have locked onto the temporal node he occupies. Strangely, this moment appears to coexist parallel to our own time, yet is separated by some form of energy barrier. Like a time bubble, Ancient One interjected, her gaze piercing through the projection, as if she could perceive a deeper reality. Falcon is trapped in a time loop, and for him, those same few minutes may have repeated thousands of times. Steve furrowed his brow. What impact might this have on his mental state? Ancient One shook her head slightly. It is difficult to ascertain. The distortion of time perception could lead to severe disorientation. In the worst-case scenario, an individual trapped in such a loop may forget their very identity. Then we must act swiftly, Steve declared resolutely. Tony, are you ready? Tony was adjusting his nanotech armor. Ready at a moment's notice, Captain. However, I must caution you, the risk factor for this mission is off the charts. We are not traversing space, but rather the rifts of time. I am acutely aware of the risks, Steve replied, but that is Sam. This simple declaration encapsulated all the justification needed. We require a precise entry point. Yulon stepped forward, fiddling with a miniature TARDIS. If we can integrate the TARDIS's temporal navigation system with your quantum technology, perhaps we can forge a more stable passage. Tony's eyes lit up. That sounds like a plan. He extended his hand to Yulon. Would you mind if I examined your little blue box? Yulon hesitated for a moment before handing over the TARDIS, cautioning, be careful. This is no ordinary trinket. Rest assured, Tony grinned. I've handled the cosmic cube before. Just afraid you'd say something like that. Natasha and Clint were already prepared, fully armed and standing by. The rescue team had assembled, and Natasha reported, we are just waiting for your signal. Steve nodded, instructing Bruce, you stay here to coordinate. If we do not return within 30 minutes. I know, Bruce replied solemnly. Initiate the emergency recall protocol. Ancient One stepped forward, stating, I will maintain the stability of the portal here. Remember, once you enter the time loop, you will be bound by its rules. You must break the loop to bring Falcon back. How we break it? Clint inquired. Ancient One's gaze deepened. Every loop has its trigger points and anchor points. Identify the anchor, destroy it, and the loop will collapse. But be cautious. The moment the loop collapses will release immense energy, and you must return immediately. Sounds simple enough. Tony sarcastically remarked, go in, find the anchor, destroy it, and run out. Just like wrecking a house. Don't worry, Yulon reassured, I will accompany you. I possess some experience with time matters. Tony and Yulon completed the integration of the equipment in less than 2 hours. The enlarged TARDIS control console was connected to the quantum tunnel, and once the blue energy light intertwined with quantum particles to form a stable time-space portal. Yulon stowed the TARDIS away once more. Ready, Tony announced. The portal is stable and ready for departure. Steve took a deep breath. All right, let us commence. Remember our objective. Find Sam, locate the anchor, destroy it, and evacuate swiftly. Maintain communication and report any anomalies immediately. Relax, Cap, Clint teased. This isn't our first suicide mission. Nor will it be our last, Natasha added, a faint smile gracing her lips. Enough mutual encouragement, Tony interjected. Can we depart now? The time window is only 90 seconds. The five stood before the entrance of the quantum tunnel. Tony's nano-armor fully deployed. Steve gripped his shield tightly, while Natasha and Clint inspected their weapons. Let us go, Steve commanded. The blue light instantly engulfed them. The sensation of traversing was indescribable, neither flying nor falling, but rather a peculiar experience of being torn apart and then reassembled. As the light dissipated, the five found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by gray walls. With no visible ceiling or floor, the space exuded a bizarre sense of distortion. Have we arrived? Clint asked, surveying the surroundings, his bow drawn and ready to fire. In theory, yes, Tony observed the readings on his armor. Yet this place represents the intricate structure of a time loop. Yulon elucidated that the actual physical space has been compressed, leaving only the essential elements for events to unfold. Much like a dream, Natasha remarked. At that moment, the sound of fierce combat echoed from a distance. The team promptly advanced towards the source of the noise. After traversing a distorted corridor, they finally beheld Sam. The Falcon was engaged in an intense struggle with a nebulous figure, his mechanical wings unfurled, executing high-speed dives and spirals. Curiously, no matter how he attacked, the indistinct adversary always managed to evade at the last possible instant. It is an illusion, Yulon whispered, a character from the loop. What? Steve inquired, puzzled. It is a program-generated character, Tony succinctly explained, not a being of actual existence. Sam, Steve shouted. The Falcon seemed oblivious, remaining focused on his battle with the indistinct figure. He cannot hear us. Steve turned to Yulon. Why? Because within his loop, we do not exist, Yulon replied. We must discover a way to breach this barrier. Tony pondered for a moment. If this is a program, there must be a flaw. He activated the scanning function of his armor. Let me examine the framework of this loop. Suddenly, Natasha pointed into the distance. What is that? At the edge of the combat zone, a pulsating red orb hovered, irregular in shape, emanating an ominous glow. That is the anchor point, Yulon confirmed, the core of the loop. Good, we have a target, Steve declared. Now we just need to make Sam aware of our presence. Tony completed the scan. There is a way. The energy pattern of this loop fluctuates regularly. If I emit an inverse pulse at the trough, it may temporarily disrupt the loop, allowing us to enter Sam's perceptual range. Elon picked up on his train of thought. Precisely. Tony nodded. Ready? 3, 2, 1 now. He unleashed a special pulse from the repulsor in his palm, striking an invisible point in the air. In an instant, the entire space trembled violently, fissures appearing in the gray walls only to swiftly mend themselves. Yet, this brief disruption was sufficient for Sam to halt his movements, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. What? His gaze fell upon the team, eyes widening. Captain? Tony? How? No time to explain. Steve quickly stepped forward. We've come to rescue you. Sam appeared utterly bewildered. Rescue me? Out of where? I'm in the midst of... He turned to point at the indistinct figure, but it had vanished. This isn't real, Sam, Natasha interjected. You are trapped in a time loop. A time loop? Sam shook his head. No, it's impossible. I was merely executing a mission. Wait, what mission was I executing? His expression grew, increasingly perplexed. Memory disorientation. Elon explained. Prolonged exposure to a loop affects recollection. Listen, my friend, Tony began. I understand this is difficult to accept, but you must trust us. This place is not real, and you have been ensnared here for an eternity unbeknownst to you. Sam appeared poised to counter, yet abruptly halted, furrowing his brow. So this explains why I always feel as though I'm trapped in a cycle of repetition? Indeed, Steve affirmed, and now we must obliterate that entity. He gestured towards the crimson orb. Anchor point? Sam inquired, then surprised himself by asking, wait, how do I know it's called an anchor point? Intuition, Yelena replied. Your subconscious has already sensed the existence of this cycle, yet your conscious mind refuses to acknowledge it. Well, what does it matter? Sam shook his head. How do we destroy it? Tony was already engrossed in data analysis. A direct assault might prove ineffective. This anchor point appears to be linked to Sam's brainwaves. What does that imply? Steve questioned. It signifies, Yelena elucidated, that this cycle has been constructed upon Sam's memories or emotions. To dismantle the anchor point, Sam must engage personally. What must I do? Sam asked. Yelena contemplated for a moment. You need to realize that this is a cycle and refuse to participate any longer. Essentially, you must dismantle it from within. Sounds like some form of Zen meditation. Sam mumbled. Somewhat akin, Yelena nodded. Close your eyes and focus on your true memories, rather than the false experiences within the cycle. Sam complied, shutting his eyes and inhaling deeply. Now envision that anchor point Yelena guided. It embodies the reason for your entrapment here. Identify that reason and then reject it. I see something. Ultron stated I would make an excellent subject for study. He was curious about how humanity copes with eternal conflict. That it, Yelena proclaimed. Ultron has ensnared you here as part of an experiment. Damn robot, Clint cursed. Focus. Sam, Steve urged, reject this experiment, reject this cycle. Sam's breathing grew increasingly frantic. I refuse. This is not real. I'm not a specimen. I am Sam Wilson, the Falcon, a member of the Avengers. As his declaration rang out, the crimson orb began to tremble violently, emitting a sharp hum. It's collapsing. Tony warned, prepare to evacuate. Remember the return coordinates. Yelena reminded everyone. The portal will only remain open for a brief moment. The orb's vibrations intensified, and the surrounding gray walls began to crumble. A blinding light erupted from the center of the orb, engulfing everything. At that critical juncture, a blue portal materialized before the team. Quick, he shouted, everyone in. The team surged toward the portal. Steve grasped Sam's arm, nearly yanking him through. The blue light flickered, and in an instant, they all reappeared in the laboratory of the Avengers base. We did it. Bruce cheered. They're back. Dr. Strange stood nearby, a proud smile adorning his face. Sam knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Is this real? Have I truly returned? Steve crouched beside his friend, firmly grasping his shoulders. Yes, Sam, you are free. How does it feel, Birdman? Tony inquired as he retracted his armor. It's as if I've emerged from a prolonged nightmare, Sam replied, shaking his head. I was there, but I don't know how long it was. It felt like years. The perception of time is distorted, Yelena explained. Your subjective time within the loop may have far exceeded the actual duration. In any case, welcome back, Natasha said with a smile. Sam attempted to rise, his body still a bit unsteady. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing me. He paused, adding, by the way, you all took your sweet time, didn't you? I was about to lose my mind in that wretched place. Clint chuckled. Look at that, back for a minute and already complaining. I knew we shouldn't have rescued him. Oh, shut up, Sam retorted, though a smile crept onto his face. You have no idea how much I missed your banter. In that place, aside from that unkillable shadow, I had no one to talk to. Shadow? Bruce asked curiously. It was the opponent I kept battling, Sam clarified. Every time I thought I was about to win, it would vanish, and then everything would reset. It felt like playing a video game stuck on an infinite loading screen. Yelena nodded in agreement. Time loops indeed resemble a program glitch. So, how long was Sam's total time in the loop? Steve asked. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient One replied, based on residual energy, approximately 3 months. 3 months? Sam exclaimed. It felt like 3 years. Subjective experiences of time are often distorted, Ancient One explained, especially in such a closed loop. Well, what matters is that you are safe now, Steve said, patting Sam's shoulder. Yes, Sam sighed in relief, then suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, 3 months? What have I missed? How did the base end up like this? He surveyed the surrounding wreckage. Oh, that is a long story, Tony said. Essentially, Ultron returned, destroyed the base, and nearly obliterated the world. We stopped him and are currently rebuilding. Is that all? Sam raised an eyebrow. No more details? We could discuss it over food, Clint suggested. Starving. Time travel is exhausting. Agreed, Natasha nodded. And I think Sam could use a proper meal as well. Oh my god, yes. Sam suddenly lost. I hardly ate anything in that dreadful place. For some reason, I never felt hungry, but now I could devour a whole cow. Physiological needs were suppressed in the loop, Ancient One explained, but now that you're back in the real world, all normal sensations will return. How about pizza? Tony proposed. Pizza, everyone exclaimed in unison. That evening, the Avengers congregated in a makeshift lounge, indulging in towering piles of pizza and beverages. Sam had voraciously devoured 3 large pizzas. Seemingly insatiable, he swallowed a hefty mouthful and inquired, so, while I was away, did you allow Ultron to decimate the base? Quite the impressive feat, oh, do be quiet. Tony retorted, rolling his eyes, at least we saved the world. And you as well, Clint added, though I'm beginning to regret that now. Sam grimaced and asked, so, this Ultron, has he truly vanished? Steve and Tony exchanged a knowing glance. We cannot be certain, Steve replied candidly, but at least his previous plans were thwarted. We cannot ascertain whether he has genuinely disappeared, Tony supplemented. But as of now, there are no signs of activity. Sam nodded, his expression turning grave. That bastard trapped me in a time loop, claiming he wanted to study how humanity copes with eternal conflict. He paused for a moment. The worst part is not the physical exhaustion, but the mental torment, knowing one can never truly prevail, yet being compelled to continue fighting. The room fell into a hush, each person understanding that sense of despair. But you persevered, Natasha finally broke the silence, and that is precisely what he failed to anticipate. The resilience of humanity always surpasses calculations. Indeed, Sam smiled. To the downfall of evil. Clint raised his beer, and laughter erupted as they clinked their glasses together. Yelena sat quietly in a corner, observing the scene. Tony noticed and approached to sit beside her. Your little gadget is truly remarkable, he remarked, pointing at the miniature TARDIS in Yelena's hand. This is not merely a gadget, Yelena corrected him. The core component of the TARDIS possesses immense temporal energy. Tony stared at it for a moment. You know, it seems somewhat familiar. Yelena, taken aback, replied, familiar? Have you encountered something like this before? Not sure. Tony shook his head. Maybe it's just an illusion. By the way, I noticed you're still carrying that broken pocket watch. Yelena instinctively touched the watch in her pocket. Yes, though it no longer works. Mind if I take a look? Tony extended his hand. Yelena hesitated for a moment before retrieving the watch and handing it to him. It was an ancient golden pocket watch, adorned with intricate engravings, yet damaged, with a prominent crack across the face and the hands frozen at a particular moment. Tony examined it closely, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship and unique material. This is not ordinary metal. All I know is that I received it from your father, Yelena said, but I know nothing of its origins, although it seems to be connected to me in some way. I can harness my powers through it. Tony pondered for a moment. How about I repair it as a token of gratitude for helping us rescue Sam? You can fix it? Yelena asked, astonished. Hey, I'm Tony Stark, he boasted exaggeratedly. There is nothing I cannot mend. Yelena smiled. All right then, I appreciate your assistance. However, do exercise caution and ensure it does not end up utterly damaged. Rest assured, Tony replied, carefully stowing away the pocket watch. I shall treat it with the same reverence as my first suit of armor. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Steve, Hey, Tony Elon, come join us. Sam is regaling us with tales of his adventures in the loop. The two made their way back to the main table, where Sam was vividly recounting his experiences. And that shadow kept evading me with the same movements. It was infuriating. It was as if it anticipated my every attack. Because it indeed did, Elon elucidated, everything within the loop is preordained. At this juncture, Sam turned to Elon. I've been meaning to ask. Who exactly are you? I don't recall any Avenger by your name. I am Elon. He introduced succinctly, a temporary consultant. A consultant? Huh? Sam regarded him with skepticism. A consultant with time travel technology? Which clandestine organization did you emerge from? Well, Elon hesitated. Don't put him on the spot. Sam, Tony interjected diplomatically. The point is, without him and his little blue box, we might not have been able to save you. Sam raised his beer in a toast to Elon. So, thank you, mysterious sir. Welcome to this wonderfully chaotic family. Elon chuckled awkwardly. Life can be more peculiar than fiction at times. Indeed, Steve murmured a few years ago. Had anyone told me I would be saving the world alongside a billionaire in an iron suit, a green giant, and a cadre of agents, I would have suggested they seek psychiatric help. Laughter erupted among them. So, Sam continued, how is your rebuilding plan progressing? We're still in the initial stages, Tony replied. The sorcerers have been immensely helpful, but it will take time to fully restore the base. Sorcerers? Sam asked, bewildered. All right, you haven't met them yet, Clint remarked. A bunch of odd fellows in strange robes who can perform magic. Not magic, but rather sorcery, the Ancient One gently corrected, having appeared at the doorway without notice. Sam jumped, goodness. How do you get used to it? Tony patted his shoulder. She always shows up like that. The Ancient One smiled slightly. I have come to inform you that the sorcerers have completed the foundational reinforcements of the main structure. Internal reconstruction can commence tomorrow. Splendid, Steve exclaimed. Thank you and the sorcerers for your assistance. The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze shifting to Elon. Additionally, Mr. Elon, if it is convenient, I would like to speak with you privately. Elon, taken aback, nodded of course. The two exited the room, leaving the others to continue the festivities. Well, this is becoming increasingly intriguing, Sam commented. I return after just one day, and the Avengers have transformed into a millennia-long of sorcerers and time travelers. Welcome to the new era. Tony raised his glass and remarked that your room might require a renovation. Currently, we are all residing in temporary accommodations. Wait, does this mean that all my belongings have turned to dust? Yes, Clint nodded in agreement. But look on the bright side. At least you can start anew. Start anew? Sam muttered in discontent. My collection of vinyl records, signed posters, and my limited edition sneakers. Fear not, Stark Industries will compensate, Tony generously assured. Speaking of which, Bruce interjected. Pepper just informed me that the reconstruction materials are en route and should arrive by tomorrow. Pepper is always the most efficient, Tony said with a smile, pride and affection shimmering in his eyes. Thus, Sam summarized, our base has been destroyed. We are living in temporary quarters. Ultron may still be lurking somewhere. And a group of sorcerers and time travelers has suddenly become our new allies? He shook his head. Should I be thankful that I'm trapped in a time loop? Missing all this madness? Oh, you've missed so much more, Natasha replied with a mysterious smile. We have a plethora of things to tell you. In the dead of night, when most of the Avengers were at rest, Tony was alone in a makeshift laboratory, studying Elon's pocket watch. He donned a specialized magnifying glass and cautiously opened the back cover of the timepiece. The intricate mechanical structure within surpassed that of an ordinary watch. Jarvis, analyze the construction and materials of this pocket watch. Analysis underway, sir. Preliminary scans indicate that this is not composed of any metal found on Earth. The material contains an unknown element. Tony furrowed his brow. An unknown element? Yes, the elemental spectrum does not match any known database. Furthermore, the internal structure suggests that this is more than just a timekeeping device. Then what is it? Unable to ascertain. However, the energy readings are exceptionally high. It appears to contain some form of energy source. Tony removed the magnifying glass and gazed pensively at the pocket watch, reminiscent of a miniature reactor. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly opened a safe to retrieve an ancient notebook, Howard Stark's private journal. Flipping to a certain page, Tony's eyes widened. Cross-reference this blueprint with the internal structure of the pocket watch. Matching rate at 87, sir. Considering the age of the notebook, This is a remarkably high compatibility. I knew it, Tony murmured. My father researched this. The notebook detailed a device strikingly similar to Yelon's pocket watch, accompanied by a note stating, "Technology from the future?" The energy patterns resemble, but differ from those of the Tesseract. Tony fell into deep contemplation. If this is indeed some sort of temporal device, then Yelon's identity becomes even more enigmatic. Who is he? Why does he possess such technology? It seems I must afford this pocket watch's restoration some special attention, Tony mused. He began meticulously cleaning each component, replacing damaged parts while preserving the original core structure. The entire process demanded immense patience and precision, and Tony was wholly absorbed, losing track of time. It was only when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the laboratory window that Tony realized he had worked through the night. However, his efforts bore fruit. The pocket watch had been restored, its face gleaming anew, and the hands began to move in a deliberate, rhythmic manner. "It is complete," Tony remarked with satisfaction as he gently closed the watch. At that moment, he noticed the tiny engraving on the back, previously hidden beneath grime, now revealed. "May the flow of time guide you to the truth." "Interesting," he murmured, placing the watch into an exquisite little box. "Very interesting." That morning, Yelon returned to the base after an extensive conversation with Gu. His expression was somewhat complex, as if he had absorbed some significant yet challenging information. Tony found him in the makeshift cafeteria. "Good morning, Time Master. Did you sleep well?" Yelon smiled wearily. "Not really. I spent the whole night conversing with Gu. Oh. Tony handed him a cup of coffee. "What was discussed? A secret club for time travelers?" "Something like that," Yelon replied, accepting the coffee with gratitude. Tony retrieved the small box from his pocket. "Here, your pocket watch. All set. This is incredible. It looks as good as new. Not just looks, it's actually ticking." Yelon examined the watch closely, observing the hands moving steadily. "How did you manage that?" Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "My fingers possess a bit of magic too." Yelon chuckled. "Thank you, Tony. This means a great deal to me." "You're welcome." Tony paused, then inquired, "By the way, are you aware of the engraving on the back?" Yelon flipped the watch over, his expression turning peculiar. "This is new. I never noticed it before. It was obscured by dirt," Tony explained. "I discovered it while cleaning. To the future self. Sounds like a message from some time traveler." Yelon stared thoughtfully at the engraving, perhaps. "By the way," Tony shifted the topic. "Are you planning to stay and assist with the reconstruction? Your help would be invaluable." Yelon shook his head. "I'm afraid not. My mission continues. Especially after my conversation with Gu. I realize there are matters I need to resolve promptly." "What kind of matters?" Yelon hesitated concerning the stability of the timeline. Gu believes recent events may have caused some kind of fracture that needs mending. "Sounds like another adventure," Tony remarked. "Just remember to return early." Yelon smiled. "I will. And thank you for repairing the pocket watch. It may prove more significant to my journey than I initially thought." "When do you depart?" "This afternoon," Yelon replied. "I want to say my goodbyes first." "I'm sure they will understand," Tony said, "especially Sam. You save his life." "Ah, time travelers each possess their own schedules, do they not?" Sam jested, then with a grave tone added, "Thank you for rescuing me." "At your service," Yelon replied with a smile. Steve stepped forward to grasp his hand, saying, "You're always welcome back, Yelon. The doors of the Avengers will forever remain open to you." "Thank you, Captain," Yelon replied sincerely. "It is my honor to fight alongside you." Just before departing, Ancient One approached Yelon and whispered, "Remember our conversation. Time is not a straight line, but rather a web. Each node holds significance." Yelon nodded. "I shall remember." He produced the miniature TARDIS, placing it on the ground, where it began to gently tremble, spin, and expand. "Take care, everyone." Yelon glanced at the Avengers. "I trust one will return shortly." "Go on," Tony said with a smile. "The universe is calling you." Yelon shook his head, smiled, and then stepped into the TARDIS. A flash of blue light, and he vanished. "Well," Clint broke the silence. "We've lost another ally, but we've gained another," Steve remarked, looking at Sam. "The Falcon has returned." Indeed, Sam surveyed the surrounding ruins. "It seems my return is timely for some heavy lifting." Laughter erupted among the group. Tony took one last glance at the spot where Yelon had vanished, his thoughts drifting back to the repaired pocket watch. The words for his future self echoed in his mind. "All right, everyone," he turned to the team, clapping his hands. "The party is over. It's time to return to our duties." Chapter 42. The Dawn of Reconstruction. Yelon stood in the center of the TARDIS, gazing at the flickering lights on the console. Ancient One's words resonated in his ears. Time is not a straight line, but rather a web. Each node holds significance. Who am I? He quietly pondered, his fingers caressing the restored pocket watch. The mysterious inscription, "May the flow of time guide you to the truth," seemed to beckon him. His lengthy conversation with Ancient One the previous night had altered his plans. Memory is the prisoner of time, she had told him, but it is also the key to time. Your fragmented memories are not scattered randomly. They have been deliberately sealed. Find a means to activate them, and you shall uncover the truth. Taking a deep breath, he returned the watch to his pocket. On the surface, he was set to mend the time rift. Yet, in truth, Ancient One's words inspired him to seek the method to awaken the memories hidden deep within his being. "All right, old girl," he addressed the TARDIS. "Take me to a place that can awaken my memories." The TARDIS emitted a gentle hum, as if in response. Yulon pulled the lever, and the central column began to move up and down. Destination. Yulon inhaled deeply, adjusting the TARDIS's coordinates not to repair the time rift, but to journey to a special location, the sanctum of Kamartaj. Ancient One had alluded to items there that could aid in the restoration of his memories. Engage. He pulled the control lever, and the TARDIS emitted a familiar hum, vanishing into the vortex of time. Meanwhile, the reconstruction of the Avengers headquarters has commenced in earnest. A little more to the left. No, your left, not mine. Tony stood atop a makeshift command platform, directing a squad of Iron Legion robots as they hoisted a colossal steel beam. "Tony, are you certain these robots are equipped for construction tasks?" Sam inquired skeptically from the sidelines. "They seem better suited for battle than for building." "Multifunctional design, Birdman," Tony replied with pride. "Each Iron Legion unit is outfitted with a comprehensive construction program. Their precision in simulation tests reached an impressive 99.7. Just as he spoke, one robot wobbled precariously, nearly dropping the beam onto the workers below. "Are you referring to that 0.3 margin of error?" Sam raised an eyebrow. Tony cleared his throat. "Merely a minor glitch." "Jarvis, adjust the robot's balance parameters." "Adjustments made, sir." Steve approached, clutching a stack of blueprints. "Tony, we need to discuss the security design of the new base." "Certainly, Captain." Tony accepted the blueprints. "What are your thoughts?" "We need to enhance the defense system," Steve stated solemnly. "Ultron's incursion revealed vulnerabilities in our previous security measures." "Already taken into account," Tony nodded. Unfurling a holographic display, the new base will employ a tri-layered defense system: physical barriers, energy shields, and surveillance. Any intrusion will trigger multiple alarms. "Sounds promising," Steve acknowledged, though he furrowed his brow. But regarding the surveillance, Tony understood his concerns. "Rest assured, this system is entirely autonomous, separate from the mainframe. Even in the event of a breach, it will not compromise core functionalities." "I trust you, Tony," Steve said, patting his shoulder. "I just don't want to repeat past mistakes." "Nor do I," Tony murmured, his gaze sweeping over the remnants of the base. "Believe me, this has been a lesson for me." Sam curiously examined the blueprints. "What is this?" "It resembles a gigantic disk." "Ah, I forgot to mention," Tony's eye sparkled. "This is my new concept, an interregional teleportation platform." "A teleportation platform?" Steve queried in astonishment. "Akin to Asgard's Bifrost?" "Similar, yet the underlying technology differs," Tony elucidated. "I intend to adapt the portal technology utilized by the Ancient One and her sorcerers, amalgamated with quantum technology to establish fixed teleportation points. So, this will allow us to instantly reach locations around the globe?" Sam asked. "Not only around the globe," Tony replied with a mysterious smile. "If all goes well, it may even enable us to reach other planets. Imagine a single step from New York to Wakanda and mere seconds from Earth to Asgard." Steve pondered. "This would significantly enhance our response time." "Precisely," Tony nodded, "and I have already begun negotiations with Wakanda and Asgard, hoping to establish receiving stations there as well. This way, we can create an alliance network, truly realizing interstellar cooperation." "What does Princess Shuri think?" Steve inquired. "She expressed immense interest," Tony remarked with a smile, "and in fact, she proposed several enhancements that had not crossed my mind. The brilliance of that girl is simply astonishing." "What about Asgard?" Sam inquired. "Thor mentioned he would confer with his father," Tony replied. "Though I suspect old Odin would undoubtedly harbor reservations regarding this Midgard technology. Perhaps we might send someone to Asgard to persuade him," Steve suggested, "to demonstrate the value of this technology." "A splendid idea," Tony concurred. But who shall we send? The three fell into contemplative silence simultaneously. Hey, what are you discussing? Natasha approached from a distance, accompanied by Clint. It seems rather serious. We are deliberating on whom to send to Asgard to convince Odin to accept the portal technology, Steve elucidated. Portals? Clint raised an eyebrow. Like in Star Trek? About that, Tony nodded, but far cooler, and at one team mangle your molecules. I can go, Natasha volunteered. I possess diplomatic experience. In Asgard, diplomacy might mean drinking more than others, Clint muttered. Do you recall Thor's descriptions of those feasts? Then it is all the more reason to send you, Natasha teased. Didn't TU claim to have remarkable drinking capacity? Clint feigned contemplation. Well, for the mission, I would gladly sacrifice myself to consume a few barrels of Asgardian mead. Laughter erupted among them. Seriously, Steve returned to the matter at hand. We need a delegation that will impress Odin. Perhaps Dr. Banner could elucidate the significance of this technology from a scientific perspective. An excellent suggestion, Tony agreed. Along with myself, we should include the captain. Your presence carries weight as Earth's foremost superhero. Me? Steve expressed surprise. I'm uncertain if I'm suited for interstellar diplomacy. Come on, Captain, Sam chuckled. If you can persuade those Hydra agents to lay down their arms and surrender, convincing an old king should be a walk in the park. We can depart next week. Tony said, once the prototype of the portal technology is completed. For now, we have more pressing matters at hand, rebuilding the base. He turned toward the robots and workers at their tasks. All right, break time is over. Let's raise this building. The group dispersed, returning to their respective duties. Tony cast a final glance at the ruins of the base, exhaling a deep sigh. It was not merely about reconstructing a physical structure. It was also about rebuilding trust and hope. Days later, the reconstruction progressed smoothly. The foundational structure was complete, and the framework of the main building had been erected. Tony's design surpassed that of the original base in grandeur, nearly doubling in area and incorporating multiple specialized zones, an advanced research and development center, an enhanced training facility, a medical wing, and a designated area for extraterrestrial visitors. What will this space be? Bruce inquired, pointing at a vast circular area on the blueprints. He had just returned from Wakanda, bringing samples of vibranium alloy for reinforcing critical structures. In the transport center, Tony responded, stating that the core teleportation platform would be constructed here, with a diameter of 25 meters, ample enough to simultaneously transport a squad or several vehicles. A remarkably ambitious plan. Bruce commented, but the energy requirements will be immense. This is where I require your assistance. Everyone, Tony declared. The new arc reactor needs optimization to increase its output by at least 300. Bruce removed his glasses and wiped them. 300? That necessitates a complete redesign of the core algorithms. Do you have a better idea? After a moment of contemplation, Bruce's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps I do. If we draw inspiration from Wakanda's vibranium energy conversion technology and combine it with the stability of the arc reactor, we might create an entirely new energy system. Tony eagerly interjected, Bruce, you are a genius. Mutual admiration, Bruce smiled. Just then, Natasha hurried over. Tony, you need to see this. She handed him a tablet. The screen displaying a news article. Mysterious energy fluctuations shock the scientific community. Possible evidence of temporal anomalies. When was this reported? Tony quickly skimmed the article. Half an hour ago, Natasha replied. Similar phenomena have already been detected in multiple locations worldwide. Scientists cannot explain it. It seems that the temporal fissures caused by Yell-N are more severe than we anticipated, Bruce murmured. Tony pondered swiftly. Should we notify the Ancient One? Already contacted her, Natasha said. She indicated it was to be expected, but there is no need for concern. It will be addressed. Yell-N, Tony speculated. She must be referring to him. I wish he could provide us with more information. Bruce sighed. These energy fluctuations could impact our teleportation technology. Then let us expedite our efforts, Tony asserted firmly. We need to complete the prototype of the teleportation platform as soon as possible. Bruce, you're in charge of the energy system. Natasha, inform everyone that we will convene tonight to discuss the new developments. Meanwhile, deep within the secret library of Kamartaj, Yell-N was meticulously perusing an ancient tome. This was the key that the Ancient One had hinted for him to seek. Chronicles of the Time Guardians. A mysterious text chronicling the history of the Guardians of the Timeline. Here should lie the answers I seek, he murmured to himself, his fingers gently brushing over the yellowed pages. Suddenly, A particular page caught his attention. It depicted a device strikingly similar to his pocket watch, accompanied by text that described the function of a time anchor, an apparatus capable of anchoring its holder to a specific timeline, preventing memory and identity loss caused by time travel. Time anchor, Yell N repeated softly, a wave of familiarity washing over him. He retrieved his pocket watch. Comparing it to the illustration in the book, they were nearly identical. As he continued to turn the pages, he uncovered more information. The Time Guardians were a group dedicated to overseeing and protecting the timelines, utilizing time anchors to prevent losing oneself while traversing the myriad of timelines. Most notably, the book references a unique ritual capable of awakening sealed memories. "This is the answer," Elon exclaimed, swiftly jotting down the detailed steps of the ritual. According to the description, he needed to perform this rite at specific energy nodes, typically located at the intersections of timelines. The current temporal anomalies had fortuitously created such conditions. Closing the book, Elon realized his next destination. He must journey to the site of the most intense energy fluctuations, an ideal location for the ritual. Upon returning to the Avengers headquarters, an evening meeting was underway in the temporary conference room. Everyone was present, awaiting Tony to speak. Standing before the holographic projection, Tony surveyed the room and expressed his gratitude for their attendance amid their busy schedules. "We have two significant agenda items: the latest progress on the base reconstruction and the details of the teleportation platform project." He clicked the remote, displaying a holographic model of the new base, revealing that the foundational structure was 85% complete, with the main construction expected to be finalized within 2 weeks. "Thanks to the Mage's magical enhancements, our progress has accelerated by 30. "And what about the teleportation platform?" Steve inquired. "This is precisely the focus of tonight's discussion," Tony replied. "Transitioning the display. Bruce and I have designed an entirely new energy system, integrating arc reactor technology with Wakandan vibranium energy conversion principles. Theoretically, this will provide sufficient energy for interstellar teleportation." "Theoretically?" Sam interjected, sounding skeptical. "Science always begins with theory, Falcon," Tony retorted, "but we have commenced small-scale prototype testing, and the results have been quite promising." Bruce took over. "We successfully teleported inanimate objects over a distance of approximately 500 meters. Tomorrow, we will attempt a longer-range test." "That's fantastic," Clint marveled. "Does this mean I can soon teleport directly from home to the base? Goodbye to long commutes." Moreover, Tony continued, "If our collaboration with Wakanda and Asgard proceeds smoothly, we could establish the first interstellar teleportation network. Imagine the value this would hold for us in addressing global and even cosmic threats." "Speaking of Asgard," Steve interjected, "has there been any news from Thor?" "Yes," Tony nodded. "Both good and bad. The good news is that Thor is very supportive of the idea. The bad news is that Odin remains skeptical." "I knew it," Clint muttered. "The old king is always the most conservative. However, Thor has assured me he will continue to persuade his father," Tony added. "Meanwhile, our plan to visit Asgard is still on track. The trip is scheduled for next week, should you all still be interested." "I am 100% interested," Bruce affirmed. "The fusion of Asgardian technology and magic would be invaluable to our research." "Count me in," Steve concurred. "Establishing interstellar alliances is crucial for Earth's future." "Wonderful," Tony smiled. "Thor will be delighted to see you." He mentioned he would prepare an unforgettable welcome ceremony. "Why does that sound a bit ominous?" Clint queried. Natasha smiled, recalling the last time Thor described a small family gathering, which entailed 3 days of uninterrupted feasting and a peculiar hunting expedition involving a massive bear. "That sounds intriguing," Sam remarked. "May I join as well?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain? Just emerging from a time loop, and you wish to plunge straight into the chaotic festivities of Asgard?" "Precisely," Sam replied honestly. "I lost too much time in that loop. Now, I wish to seize every opportunity to experience new things." Tony exchanged a glance with Steve and nodded. "Welcome aboard, Birdman." The meeting proceeded, delving into further details. Eventually, Tony broached the subject of the recent temporal anomalies. "We believe this is related to the temporal rifts mentioned by Elon," he explained. "However, Ancient One indicated that the situation is under control. We will continue monitoring, but for now, no action is required." Speaking of Elon, Sam inquired, "Have there been any updates on him?" Tony shook his head. "No communication since he departed. Yet, I trust he will return upon completing his mission." After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed. Tony remained alone in the conference room, gazing at the holographic design of the teleportation platform. Pensive thoughts? Steve's voice interrupted his reverie. Tony smiled faintly. I was merely contemplating whether what we are constructing will indeed make the world a safer place. Steve approached him, stating from historical experience, technology itself is neither a savior nor a foe. The key lies in the hands of those who wield it. True enough, old ice pop, Tony jested, his tone imbued with sincerity. That is why we require moral guides like you. Steve chuckled, and we need innovators like you to propel us forward. That is the essence of teamwork, is it not? Indeed, Tony concurred, shutting off the projection. Speaking of which, shall we grab a bite to eat? As the reconstruction commander, I surely need to replenish my energy. The two departed the conference room, heading towards the makeshift cafeteria. At the opposite end of the base, new walls were being erected day and night. 3 days later, the prototype testing of the teleportation platform took place in a concealed basement. System online. Energy levels stabilized at 85, Bruce reported, his eyes fixed on the monitoring screen. Initial target locked. Reception station at a distance of 2 kilometers. Tony stood at the control console, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Quantum locator calibrated, spatial markers confirmed. Are you certain this is safe? Sam asked skeptically, eyeing the experimental device, a metal box brimming with various sensors. Define safe, Tony countered without looking up. It won't disintegrate into atoms during the teleportation. It won't be sent into outer space. It won't suddenly materialize in a volcanic crater? Sam queried. Theoretically, none of those scenarios should occur, Bruce replied, then noticing Sam's expression, added, the probability is exceedingly low. That hardly alleviates my concerns, Sam muttered. As preparations commenced, Tony announced, 3, 2, 1, activate. He pressed the button, and a dazzling blue light illuminated the center of the transport platform. The metallic box became enveloped in radiance, then vanished in a flash. All eyes were fixed on the monitoring screen, eagerly anticipating the image from the receiving station. Moments later, the screen flickered to life, revealing the metallic box intact at the receiving platform 2 kilometers away. Success, Bruce exclaimed, exchanging a celebratory high-five with Tony. Of course it was a success. Tony replied with a smug grin. Never doubt my calculations. Sam, visibly impressed, conceded, all right, I take back my earlier remarks. This is indeed quite remarkable. Next is the live test, Tony announced. Volunteers? Sam promptly stepped back, exclaiming, not me. Oh, come on. We just escaped a bizarre time loop. Do you really expect me to risk stepping into another dimension? Coward, Tony teased. Let's find a plant or small animal to test instead. Just then, the laboratory door swung open and Rhodey walked in. What did I miss? Rhodey. Tony greeted his friend with enthusiasm. Just in time. We need a volunteer to test the transport platform. Rhodey surveyed the platform, then the eager faces of the team, raising an eyebrow. So I just arrived, and you want to use me as a guinea pig? Not a guinea pig, Tony corrected, but a scientific pioneer. Think about it. You will be the first human to utilize Stark transport technology. History will remember your name. Wait, this is the first human test? Rhodey asked warily. Technically, yes, Tony admitted. But we just successfully transported a box filled with instruments. Everything went smoothly. Then why don't you go? Rhodey countered. Tony feigned innocence. Because I need to operate the control console? Rhodey shook his head. No, thank you. I prefer traditional modes of transportation, even if they're a bit slower. Traditional methods won't save the world, Tony argued. After much deliberation, they decided to conduct the live test with a potted plant. The test was equally successful, with the plant appearing unscathed at the receiving station, bolstering the team's confidence. Next step is to extend the distance, Tony declared. Our target is New York to Wakanda. That will require coordination with Princess Shuri, Bruce reminded. We must ensure the receiving equipment is properly installed. Arrangements have already been made, Tony replied. Next week, we will personally travel to Wakanda to oversee the installation. Sam observed Tony. You are genuinely passionate about this project, aren't you? This is not merely a project. Tony replied earnestly. It is a vision, an interconnected network to bridge our planet and eliminate spatial barriers. Imagine how swiftly we could respond to any threat. Preparing for the next invasion as well, Sam acknowledged. Tony did not respond immediately, but his expression conveyed everything. The Ultron incident was merely the beginning. He sensed a far greater threat lurking in the cosmos. Preparedness is essential, he ultimately remarked, particularly in light of the numerous potential adversaries lurking outside. Days later, The primary structure of the base was nearly complete, and the team members commenced adorning their respective areas. Natasha and Clint were testing the equipment of the new training ground. This climbing wall is significantly more challenging than the previous one, Clint commented, struggling to find adequate footholds. Precisely the point, Natasha replied, effortlessly surpassing him. Nimbly scaling the wall's summit. If the training is too facile, the reality of combat will prove exceedingly arduous. Clint toiled up the wall, panting as he remarked, seriously, do we really need this much high technology? The old base was quite satisfactory. Tony insists on this, Natasha whispered, handing him a bottle of water. It's his way of compensating for destruction through innovation. Clint took a sip, nodding in agreement. I suppose everyone has their own coping mechanisms. Speaking of which, Natasha inquired, how have you been lately? Is your family well? Clint's expression softened. They are well. Laura mentioned the kids miss me. I'm planning to visit them next week. If the teleportation platform succeeds, you could return home every night, Natasha smiled. That would indeed be wonderful, Clint conceded, then added with a sly grin. But don't tell Tony I said that. He is proud enough as it is. Just then, a tremor reverberated through the training ground. What is happening? Clint stood alert. It could be construction, Natasha speculated, though her eyes betrayed her vigilance. Another, more forceful tremor followed, accompanied by a blinding blue light flashing from outside the window. That is definitely not construction, Clint remarked, his tone cautious. He instructed Natasha to alert the others while he stealthily moved toward the source of the light. Chapter 43. The labyrinth of memories. The air in the hidden chamber of Kamartaj was imbued with an ancient essence, suggesting that the passage of time here flowed differently than in the outside world. Elon carefully returned the Chronicles of the Time Guardians to the bookshelf. He had noted the steps for activating memories and now needed to locate suitable energy nodes to execute the ritual. Have you found what you need? A calm voice inquired from behind him. Elon turned to see the Ancient One standing at the doorway, her expression as serene as ever. I believe so, Elon replied, gently patting the notes in his pocket, which contained information about time anchors and memory activation. Their memories diverged from those of ordinary individuals. They traversed countless timelines, and without special protective measures, they would swiftly lose their sense of self. So this pocket watch, Elon produced the exquisite metallic object, is essentially a protective device. Not merely that, the Ancient One approached, refraining from touching the watch. It serves as proof of identity, a vessel for memories, and a key to time. For a Time Guardian, it is more precious than life itself. Elon gazed at the intricate patterns on the watch's surface. Yet he remained perplexed. If I truly am the rightful owner of this body, why have I lost my memories? Why do I feel like an intruder? The gaze of the Ancient One deepened, revealing that the currents of time are far more intricate than anyone could fathom. At times, even the mightiest guardians may find themselves ensnared in unforeseen whirlpools. She gestured toward the window, where subtle waves of energy flickered in the sky. These temporal rifts signify not merely structural damage, but embody a profound disorder. I believe that only by rediscovering your true self can you comprehend how to mend them. Elon inhaled deeply. Then, I need to perform this ritual at the locus of the strongest energy fluctuations? Indeed, the Ancient One nodded, retrieving a small crystal orb from her sleeve and handing it to him. This will guide you to the most suitable node. It will illuminate as you draw near. Elon accepted the orb, feeling a faint hum emanate from it. Thank you, Ancient One. There is no need for gratitude, she smiled. I am but an observer in the river of time. And you, Elon, are destined to stir the waters of that river. After departing from Kamartaj, Elon returned to the TARDIS, placing the crystal orb upon the console. It resonated instantly with the central column, emitting a soft blue glow. Good girl, Elon murmured to the TARDIS. It seems you sense it too. Take me there, to that place. The journey through the temporal whirlpool was more tumultuous than usual. The TARDIS jolted, its interior flashing with warning red lights. Steady now, old girl. Elon grasped the console tightly, striving to maintain his balance. We are almost there. Suddenly, a particularly violent tremor hurled him aside. As he collided with the wall, his pocket watch slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor and popping open, revealing intricate mechanical workings and a tiny golden light. What? Elon stared in astonishment at the light. There was no time for contemplation, as another jolt struck. Elon swiftly retrieved the pocket watch, stowing it back in his pocket and regaining control of the console. Prepare for landing. he shouted, though he was alone. The TARDIS finally stabilized, signifying that they had reached their destination. Elon took a deep breath and checked the external monitor. The display revealed a desolate expanse of desert, shimmering with strange blue energy ripples in the night. It appears this is the place we seek, he mused, a nexus of temporal energy. Exiting the TARDIS, the cold night wind greeted him. Elon surveyed his surroundings, finding himself amidst a vast wasteland, with distant mountains looming. Most striking was the flickering blue energy in the sky, dancing like the aurora, yet possessing an unmistakable, unnatural quality. Elon produced the crystal orb given to him by the Ancient One. It now glowed brilliantly, nearly blinding. I suppose this indicates we are in the right place. He returned the orb to his pocket and retrieved his notes detailing the ritual steps. According to the descriptions, he needed to arrange a special pattern at the epicenter of the strongest energy and place the pocket watch at its center, directing the energy to awaken the sealed memories. After nearly half an hour, Elon meticulously inscribed a complex array of runes upon the ground, infusing it with his blood rich in the essence of time. These lines depict the flow of time and the anchors of memory, forming a network of energy. Upon completion, he stood in the center of the pattern, retrieving his pocket watch and taking a deep breath. Very well, let us see what will transpire. Following the instructions, he opened the watch and placed it at the focal point of the design. The lines on the ground began to radiate light, resonating with the energy in the sky. Elon closed his eyes and commenced reciting the ancient incantation as the ritual demanded. Guardians of time, bearers of memory, I call upon my true name, connecting the past and the future through my bloodline. As the incantation progressed, the surrounding energy intensified. The ground trembled, and the air bristled with an electric charge. Elon felt a powerful force surge into his body, as if someone had opened a door in his mind. Suddenly, a series of images flashed before his eyes. A crimson planet, twin suns rising beneath an orange sky, a colossal domed city filled with countless towers and intricate structures. A group of elegantly robed individuals convening in a circular assembly hall, engaged in discussion. A horrific war, the sky ablaze with explosions and screams. A blue box, escaping from destruction. These visions were so vivid, so clear, that Elon understood they were not mere illusions, but memories, his memories. As the energy continued to flow, more fragments of recollection emerged. He was the Lord of Time on the planet Gallifrey, an ancient and powerful race. He had once been a member of the Council of Time Guardians, tasked with overseeing and safeguarding the stability of timelines. Yet, then, a dreadful war of time erupted. The memories persisted, but suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his consciousness. Elon opened his eyes abruptly, witnessing the air around the watch distort, forming a miniature vortex of time. This is amiss, he whispered, attempting to approach the watch, but the energy field repelled him. Within the vortex, a hazy figure began to take shape, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, yet clad in different attire. This apparition appeared tormented and frail, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Who are you? Are you the true essence of me? Elon addressed the apparition. The figure lifted its head and responded in an ancient and unfamiliar tone. Strangely, Elon comprehended the words perfectly. Time has run out. Rebirth has ended. It should have returned to the void. What does that mean? Elon invidet in confusion. Are you the original owner of this body? The apparition nodded in pain. Continuing in that ancient language, 12 rebirths have all been exhausted. The last has concluded. But for where do you hail? Elon was taken aback. Based on the recently restored fragments of memory, he understood that the Lords of Time possessed the ability to be reborn 12 times, completely replacing their bodies each time they faced death. However, after exhausting all 12, true death would ensue. I do not know, Elon replied candidly. I only know that when I awoke, I was already in this body. The apparition seemed to ponder this, then extended its ethereal finger toward the watch. The answer lies within the watch, where truth and deception intertwine. The energy field began to destabilize, and the apparition gradually faded. Wait, Elon shouted. At least tell me your name. The phantom cast a final glance at him, trembling as it responded in an almost inaudible whisper. The last mission of the Time Guardian, Drakral. Then, the phantom vanished entirely, the energy field collapsing and unleashing a violent shockwave. Elon was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. As he rose, he noticed that the runic patterns on the ground had disappeared, and the pocket watch lay quietly in place, its cover closed once more. "Drakral," Yelon whispered. He approached the watch, carefully picking it up. At that moment, a severe headache struck, and more fragments of memory surged into his mind. He saw himself, or rather, Drakral, working in a vast control room, overseeing countless timelines. He witnessed Drakral discovering an anomaly, something that should not exist within a timeline, threatening the stability of the entire continuum. He saw Drakral defying the Council's opposition, embarking alone to rectify this anomaly. He witnessed a fierce battle, a grave injury, and then the commencement of Drakral's final rebirth. Yet, this rebirth encountered complications, for Drakral had exhausted all 12 chances of resurrection. According to the rules, he should have perished completely. However, just as the rebirth process was on the verge of failure, some external energy, Yelon's consciousness, somehow intervened, occupying the body that was destined for oblivion. "So, I am indeed an intruder," Yelon murmured to himself. "I have occupied a body that should have perished. But why? Who is he? Where did his consciousness originate?" There was no time to ponder, for at that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Yelon looked up to see the energy fluctuations in the sky intensifying, forming a colossal vortex. "The time rift is expanding," he exclaimed, realizing that the power of the ritual might have triggered some chain reaction. He swiftly returned the pocket watch to his pocket and raced toward the TARDIS. Just as he was about to reach it, a massive beam of energy descended from the heavens, striking the location of the TARDIS. "No!" Yelon shouted, helplessly watching as the TARDIS was enveloped in energy. When the beam dissipated, the TARDIS appeared unscathed, yet its surface was cloaked in a shimmering energy field. Yelon cautiously approached, attempting to open the door, but found it utterly unyielding. "What is happening?" He pushed against the door with all his might, but it remained unresponsive. Suddenly, the pocket watch began to heat up. Yelon took it out and discovered its surface shimmering with light at the same frequency as the TARDIS. "So that is it. There is a connection between you." He pointed the watch toward the TARDIS, and the hands began to spin wildly, finally settling on a specific direction. "Northeast, approximately 30 miles away. You want me to go there?" The watch's glow flickered, as if in response. Yelon surveyed his surroundings and spotted a seemingly abandoned vintage motorcycle in the distance. "Well, it seems I must change my mode of transportation." Mounting the motorcycle, Yelon set off in the direction indicated by the watch. Beneath the night sky, his mind swirled with questions. Who was he? Why had he taken possession of Drakral's body? What is the connection between all of this and the rift in time? The pocket watch appears to be the key to unraveling these enigmas, guiding him toward a new destination. Traversing the desolate Gobi Desert, Yelon ultimately arrives at what seems to be an ordinary cave entrance. The radiance of the pocket watch intensifies here. Well, let us unveil the secrets within. Illuminating his flashlight, Yelon cautiously steps into the cavern. To his surprise, the interior is unexpectedly spacious and tidy, resembling more of an artificially carved passage. As he ventures deeper, the glow of the pocket watch becomes increasingly brilliant, culminating in its utmost intensity before what appears to be an unremarkable stone wall. What is so special about this place? Yelon scrutinizes the stone wall, detecting no obvious clues. Tentatively, he brings the luminous watch close to the wall. Astonishingly, the stone begins to ripple like the surface of water, gradually becoming transparent, revealing a vast hidden space behind it. "Wow!" Yelon exclaims in awe as he steps into this secret chamber. The sight before him is unbelievable, a complete laboratory filled with advanced equipment and technology. At its center stands a colossal control console, surrounded by an array of screens and mechanical devices. Yelon approaches the console, experiencing an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The pocket watch grows warm once more. He retrieves it and notices a small keyhole faintly emerging on the cover, perfectly aligning with the groove on the console. It appears this is the key. He inserts the pocket watch into the groove, and the entire laboratory instantly illuminates, all devices springing to life. A line of text appears on the central screen. Identity confirmed. Draklo. Ultimate file access granted. Subsequently, a holographic projection materializes above the console, revealing the image of Draklo. Looking considerably older than Yelon, his visage weary yet resolute. If you're watching this recording, the holographic image begins to speak, then I have completed my final rebirth. And you, whoever you may be, now possess my body and a fragment of my memories. Is this a pre-recorded message? Yelon inwides in astonishment. aware that the projection cannot respond. I know you must have many questions. Dracula's image continues, such as why you are here, why you possess my body, and why the timeline has sustained such severe rifts. All of this stems from a phenomenon known as time entropy. The image gestures displaying a series of intricate temporal graphs. Time is not a stable constant. It deteriorates with use. Each time travel, each alteration of history, inflicts minor damage upon the structure of time. These damages typically self-repair. Yet in certain instances, when the damage is excessive or overly concentrated, rifts in the timeline emerge. The graphs shift, illustrating a complex web of intertwining timelines. I have discovered a particularly grave rift in time that threatens the stability of multiple universes. Upon investigation, I discovered that the origin of all these events stemmed from an intervention by a being from a parallel universe. In that realm, an entity known as Thanos successfully gathered all the Infinity Stones and eradicated half of the life in the universe. Yelan inhalit sharply, for he was familiar with this name, though he could not recall how he came to know it. In the future of that universe, the survivors uncovered a method of time travel, attempting to reverse this calamity. While their actions succeeded within their own timeline, they caused severe rifts in the structure of the multiverse. These fissures are expanding, threatening the existence of countless worlds. The image of Delacroix appeared increasingly weary. I endeavored to mend these rifts, but to no avail. After my final rebirth, I realized my time was limited. Thus, I initiated the emergency inheritance protocol in search of a suitable soul to inherit my mission. Is that me? Elon inquired softly. If you're watching this recording, then the protocol has succeeded. Delacroix continued. Your soul has been chosen to merge with my failed rebirth's body. You are not an intruder, but a designated heir. Elon felt a wave of relief. It was also filled with questions. Why me? As if sensing this inquiry, Delacroix's image smiled. The reason for your selection lies within your own attributes. The protocol seeks souls imbued with a strong sense of justice, adaptability, and creativity. These are the paramount qualities of a time guardian. The display shifted to a series of images depicting temporal rifts. Your task, heir, is to continue my unfinished work. You must locate and mend 6 primary temporal rifts, scattered across various points in time and space. This pocket watch serves not only as your identification, but also as a tool for restoration. It possesses the capability to absorb and redistribute temporal energy, sealing the rifts. Delacroix's image turned serious. However, be cautious. Each repair will deplete your energy, and excessive use may lead to the severance of your consciousness from this body. Furthermore, there are other forces seeking these rifts, whose intentions may be contrary to yours. Other forces? Elon furrowed his brow. Lastly, regarding your origins, Delacroix continued. The protocol chose you, yet your memories have been consciously sealed to facilitate the assimilation of the Time Lord's knowledge. Over time, your original memories will gradually resurface, though they may never be complete. This serves as both protection and a necessary sacrifice. The image began to flicker. My energy was waning. The console contains all the information required to repair the rifts. Remember, time is not an adversary, but a partner you must comprehend and respect. Good luck, heir. May the flow of time guide you to the truth. The holographic image vanished, leaving Elon standing alone in the brightly lit laboratory, his emotions tangled. He now understood who he was, or at least why he was there. He was the chosen soul to inherit Delacroix's mission, tasked with mending the temporal rifts. Yet, his original memories and identity remained a mystery. From which world did he hail? Who had he once been? These questions remain unanswerable for the moment. The console illuminated with new information, revealing the locations and detailed data of 6 temporal rifts. Elon scrutinized this information and noted that one of the rifts was situated in close proximity to the Avengers base. So this is why I was drawn there, he murmured, recognizing it was not mere coincidence, but rather a calculated scheme. According to the data, the rift near the Avengers base was the most unstable of the 6 and required immediate attention. Well, it seems I must return, Elon resolved. But first he examined additional data on the console and discovered an emergency restoration protocol for the TARDIS. Following the instructions, he inputted a series of intricate codes and retrieved the pocket watch from its slot. I hope this proves effective. Exiting the clandestine laboratory, Elon mounted his motorcycle and made his way back to the TARDIS's location. Upon arrival, he found the energy field surrounding the TARDIS had dissipated. and the door had returned to its normal state. "Welcome back, old girl." He gently caressed the blue exterior, feeling a surge of affection. Entering the TARDIS, Elon proceeded directly to the console, inputting the coordinates for the Avengers base. "Let us mend the first rift," he declared. He pulled the lever, and the central column began to move up and down. Just as the TARDIS was about to enter the time vortex, an intense tremor surged through, more violent than any prior experience. "What is happening?" Elon grasped the console tightly in an effort to stabilize the flight. The display flickered with warning messages. Anomalous fluctuations in the time field detected. Delay travel is advised. There is no time for delay. Elon insisted. The rift is expanding. We must proceed now. He forcefully adjusted the settings, attempting to navigate through the tumultuous time vortex. The TARDIS shook violently, and internal equipment began to spark. "Hold on," Elon shouted, desperately operating the console. "We're almost there." Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated, causing the entire control room to shake violently. Elon was thrown into the air, crashing heavily back to the ground, pain radiating through him. "This hurts terribly," he groaned, struggling to rise, only to see the console severely damaged and emitting black smoke. The display flickered one last time. Emergency landing mode activated. Target locked. Nearest safe point. No, no, no. Elon attempted to override the command, but it was too late. The TARDIS had already engaged its auto-landing protocol. After a disorienting spin, the TARDIS struck the ground with a jolt. The impact sent Elon soaring once more, this time colliding directly with the ceiling before crashing back down, slipping into a semi-conscious state. In his dazed awareness, he sensed the TARDIS continuing to glide upon landing, colliding with something. Finally, everything came to a halt, leaving only the disquieting buzz within the control room and the flickering emergency lights. "I must get out." Elon painfully crawled towards the door, every part of his body aching. He managed to pry open the door, fresh air flooding in. Outside lay a blanket of darkness, with only faint lights glimmering in the distance. Elon staggered out of the TARDIS, collapsing immediately onto the damp earth. How splendid, he mused bitterly, as he lay face down in the earth, now not only racked with pain but transformed into a muddy figure. What a delightful day it is. Struggling to turn over, Elon gazed up at the sky. At least the stars remained, familiar and bright. He attempted to rise, but the searing agony in his legs elicited a sharp gasp, sending him back into the mire. Well, perhaps lying here for a while isn't such a bad idea, he reassured himself, just a moment's rest. Then I shall ascertain my whereabouts. Just as he closed his eyes, the TARDIS emitted a menacing buzz, followed by a cacophony of explosions from within. No! Elon watched in horror as his blue box began to belch forth copious amounts of smoke. Ignoring his pain, he crawled toward the TARDIS, but at that moment, a blinding blue light erupted from within, illuminating the entire area. The blue glow persisted for a few seconds before vanishing abruptly, plunging the vicinity back into darkness. The only difference now was that, aside from his muddy self, there lay a smoking blue telephone box on the ground. "Perfect," Elon muttered. "Absolutely perfect. Not only had I lost my mode of transportation, but I now found myself in an unknown location, aching all over, caked in mud, and adorned with a broken pocket watch." Just then, he heard footsteps approaching in the distance. Someone had been drawn in by the TARDIS's blue light. "Hey, who's over there?" A familiar voice called out. Elon squinted, trying to discern the figure through the bright light. "Is it really you, Elon?" Sam Wilson asked incredulously, his flashlight aimed directly at Elon's face. "Is it truly you? Wait, why are you covered in mud?" "Sam, how wonderful to see you. Where am I?" "On the east side of the Avengers base," Sam replied, still looking perplexed. "What on earth happened?" His flashlight beam shifted to the smoking TARDIS. "Oh, that?" Elon attempted to wave dismissively, only to send a splash of mud flying. "Just my spaceship having a bit of a landing issue." "Landing issue?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "More like a crash issue." He stepped closer, extending a hand to assist Elon in standing. "Can you walk?" "I can, provided you don't mind me smearing mud all over your lovely armor." "Don't worry, I'm quite accustomed to the various predicaments of my teammates," Sam chuckled, supporting him. "You know, you're the third person to crash around the base this week. I think we need to put up a caution aircraft sign." "Third?" Yelan inuited curiously, limping toward the base with Sam's aid. "Indeed," Sam explained. "On Tuesday, Rocket's small shuttle lost control while testing a new engine and crashed into the lake. Yesterday, during a test, of a new quantum tunnel, he accidentally transported himself in a minivan onto the roof of the cafeteria. And now it's you and your, blue telephone box? TARDIS, Yelan corrected. Her name is TARDIS, and she usually performs far better. She just encountered a bit of turbulence in the time vortex today. Certainly, the temporal vortex. Sam nodded, much like we encounter each day. The two gradually made their way toward the Avengers base, with Sam curiously scrutinizing Yelan. Where have you been? How long has it been? Everyone has been quite worried since you abruptly vanished 2 or 3 weeks ago. To me, it has merely been a few days, Yelan replied, attributing it to the side effects of time travel. Personal matters, Sam echoed, clearly skeptical. Do those personal matters include turning yourself into mud and crashing a spaceship? That was merely an unexpected outcome. Yelan attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, but couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, I uncovered some answers about myself and information regarding those temporal rifts. It sounds like you have much to explain, Sam remarked. Tony would be eager to hear all about it. He has been researching those energy fluctuations and wants to show you his new gadget, a sort of teleportation device. Teleportation device? Yelan suddenly became alert. What kind of teleportation device? A platform capable of instantaneously moving between locations, Sam elucidated. He refers to it as the Interstellar Teleportation Network or something akin to that. It sounds fascinating, but given his recent track record of inventions, I'm not sure I would be willing to be the first to try it. Yelan furrowed her brow. According to the information she had recently obtained, these temporal rifts were related to travel between different universes. If Tony's teleportation device disrupts the already fragile temporal structure, I need to see him as soon as possible. Yelan stated earnestly. Of course, Sam agreed, but first, you might want to take a shower and change your clothes. Unless you plan to surprise them in your muddy form? Yelan looked down at herself, covered from head to toe in thick sludge, and couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps you're right. A shower first, then to save the timeline. That sounds like some peculiar proclamation, Sam remarked. I can imagine it printed on a t-shirt. Both laughed as they continued toward the base. Yelan knew that awaiting her, there were not only hot water and clean clothes, but also her first true mission, to repair the temporal rifts near the Avengers base. As the newly appointed Guardian of Time, her work was just beginning. Her fingers unconsciously brushed against the pocket watch in her pocket, feeling its faint hum. It was no longer merely a mysterious artifact, but a symbol of her identity and mission. As Delacroix once said, may the currents of time guide you to the truth. Chapter 44. Mending the Rifts, Journey to Asgard. Yelan and Sam traversed a patch of land occupied by construction materials and equipment, heading toward the temporary main building of the Avengers base. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and distant lights outlined the silhouettes of unfinished structures. So, are you sure you don't want to explain what is going on with that blue box of yours? Sam inquired curiously, still supporting the muddy Yelan. The TARDIS is quite complex, Yelan replied with a mysterious smile. In simple terms, it is a time machine that appears as a police box. And let's just say it didn't operate well and ended up in a bit of a mishap. As Sam was poised to inquire further, a rustling emerged from the thicket ahead, instantly heightening their vigilance. Sam raised his beam weapon, ready for combat. Is it the enemy? Yelan whispered, despite being caked in mud, striking a peculiar stance reminiscent of a fighter. The underbrush parted, revealing Natasha and Clint, both armed and alert. Upon spotting Sam, Natasha relaxed slightly, yet her gaze immediately fixed upon Yelan. Sam? Who is that? She asked warily, adopting a defensive posture. Relax, Sam replied, it's Yelan. Although at the moment, he resembles Mudlawn more. Clint sheathed his bow, illuminating Yelan's face with his flashlight, then erupted into laughter. Wow, you look like you just stepped off the set of Swamp Thing. A new superhero identity? Mutman? Glad to see you all so lively. Yelan replied with a hint of exasperation, attempting to wipe the mud from his face, only to spread it more evenly. I encountered a minor issue upon landing my spacecraft. We saw the blue light and felt the tremors. Thinking it was an invasion, Natasha explained, lowering her weapon with a relaxed smile. Nonetheless, it's wonderful to see you back safely, albeit in a rather, unique condition. I suppose I need a shower, Yelan remarked, glancing at his soiled appearance. Then I have something significant to share. I discovered a temporal rift directly beneath the Avengers base. That's why I returned. The three Avengers exchanged a meaningful glance. A temporal rift? Clint echoed, like a literal hole in time. Precisely, a fissure in the fabric of space-time, Yelan elucidated. If left unaddressed, It could result in temporal anomalies or even distortions in reality. I suppose it accounts for the strange energy fluctuations Tony detected, Natasha mused, contemplating. DLL want to hear this immediately. All right then, let us first escort our muddy superhero to the shower, and then we can save space-time, Clint suggested. By the way, is this now part of our daily routine? Because I feel my salary may need an adjustment. Laughter erupted among them, momentarily alleviating the tension. 20 minutes later, a refreshed Yilon stood in the center of a temporary meeting room, clad in a borrowed standard Avengers training suit. Tony, Steve, Bruce, Natasha, Clint, and Sam were seated around a makeshift conference table, all eyes fixed on Yilon. So, Tony began straightforwardly. Tell us more about this temporal rift beneath the base. My equipment has been detecting anomalous energy fluctuations for several days. Yilon nodded, producing a small spherical device and placing it at the center of the table. The device projected a three-dimensional hologram, depicting the Avengers base with a flickering red light beneath it. This is the temporal rift detector, he explained, and the red area indicates the location of the rift. It formed approximately 2 weeks ago, shortly after the conclusion of the Ultron incident. It was precisely the moment when the base was destroyed. Steve furrowed his brow. Was there a connection? Quite possibly, replied Yilon. The extreme release of energy can sometimes tear the fabric of space-time. The energy unleashed when Ultron's temporal device was destroyed may have left behind scars in this very realm. Wait, Steve interjected. Could you elaborate on what you mean by time rifts in terms we can comprehend? Yilon pondered for a moment, seeking an apt metaphor. Imagine time as a blanket. He finally articulated an infinitely long blanket woven with all events of the past, present, and future. Ordinarily, this blanket is quite resilient. However, at times, a powerful shockwave can tear a hole in it. That is the time rift. If left unaddressed, this hole will expand, potentially leading to the entire blanket being compromised. That sounds rather ominous, Bruce remarked. What tangible effects could such a rift produce? From slight temporal displacements, such as overlapping time periods or altered perceptions of time, to severe reality distortions where objects randomly vanish or materialize, and even fragments of parallel realities invading our universe. This certainly requires immediate attention, Steve stated gravely. Yet Tony appeared unduly exhilarated. So, you can mend these time rifts? What technology would you employ? Indeed, I can rectify them, Yilon cautiously responded, using a specialized set of techniques and tools. He instinctively touched the pocket watch within his pocket. Very specific, thank you, Tony retorted sarcastically, though his eyes glimmered with intrigue. Speaking of technology, I have something to show you. It may relate to your temporal mission. He pressed a button on the table, and another holographic projection materialized in the center of the conference room, a complex design of a circular platform. This is my new project, the Interregional Quantum Teleportation Platform, Tony proclaimed with pride, utilizing the quantum realm as a medium for instantaneous spatial transfer. Theoretically, it could even enable interstellar teleportation. Yilon scrutinized the design, his expression gradually turning grave. Tony, he said slowly and firmly, this design may exacerbate the expansion of the time rifts under the current circumstances. Silence fell over the conference room. Tony's eyebrows nearly reached his hairline. Explain, he challenged, crossing his arms over his chest. Your platform operates by disrupting and restructuring spatial architecture. Yilon pointed to specific sections of the design, which in itself creates miniature spatial fractures. Normally, these fractures would self-repair. However, now, due to the pre-existing time rifts, the entire space-time structure is exceedingly fragile. Additional stress could trigger catastrophic chain reactions. Tony retorted defiantly. My calculations indicate the risk is minimal. Quantum teleportation relies on subatomic tunneling effects, which are entirely different from what you refer to as tearing. In theory, yes, Yilon countered, but in practice, any travel across normal spacetime exerts pressure on the fabric of spacetime. Two individuals embarked on an intense technological debate, with terminology and theories flitting about, leaving the other Avengers quite bewildered. Clint finally interjected, addressing those of us without numerous doctoral degrees. Bruce and Sam couldn't help but chuckle. Essentially, Bruce endeavored to simplify matters, while Tony asserted that his teleportation device was as safe as traversing a well-trodden path. Yet, Yilon countered, suggesting that the current situation resembled dancing upon a precarious suspension bridge, the risk of which could lead to its collapse. Thank you, That clarifies things considerably, Clint nodded. So, Steve interjected, steering the conversation back to the subject at hand. Our foremost task now is to mend this temporal rift? Yolande and Tony simultaneously halted their debate and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yolande stated, I must commence as soon as possible. If all goes well, it should be completed within a few hours. What assistance do you require? Natasha inquired. Primarily, ensuring the area is secure and free from interference. During the repair process, peculiar phenomena may arise. Peculiar in what sense? Sam asked warily. It depends, Yolande replied with a mysterious smile. There may be brief temporal distortions. Objects may vanish or materialize momentarily, or gravity anomalies may occur. Wonderful, Clint sighed. Just another day of work at the Avengers headquarters. The plan was quickly established. Yolande would undertake the repairs the following morning, while the Avengers would ensure the area as safety, with Tony's equipment documenting the entire process for scientific analysis. After the meeting concluded, Tony pulled Yolande aside, saying, Hey, Time Boy, there's one more thing. We plan to visit Asgard next week to showcase the teleportation technology to Odin. Given your expertise and involvement, perhaps you would like to join us? Yolande raised an eyebrow. Asgard? The flow of time on that planet differs from Earth. It possesses certain peculiarities. So is that a yes? Tony pressed. I suppose so. Yolande ultimately acquiesced. Asgard's library may house invaluable information regarding the temporal rift. He paused for a moment. I have always wanted to observe the mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge. Perfect. Tony clapped him on the shoulder. A team excursion. Steve, Bruce, and Sam will accompany us as well. We could call it the Scientific Brotherhood Asgard Expedition. Sounds like a spring break trip in college, Yolande chuckled. Let us hope it's not that chaotic, Tony jested, although in Asgard, anything is possible. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Yolande stood in the clearing beneath the main building of the headquarters, precisely where the detector indicated the temporal rift lay. He was clad in an unusual long coat, pockets brimming with various tools, and held a pocket watch in his hand. The Avengers maintained a respectful distance, forming a protective circle. Tony had set up multiple monitoring devices to capture every detail. Are we ready? Steve inquired of the team. Receiving affirmative responses, he nodded at Yolande, indicating that he could commence at any moment. Yolande took a deep breath and began to inscribe a series of intricate symbols and patterns upon the ground. The pocket watch in his hand emitted a faint golden glow. This seems rather unscientific, Clint murmured to Natasha. After Doctor Strange, do you still harbor doubts about science? She retorted. Fair point. Clint shrugged. I suppose the boundaries between science and magic are becoming increasingly blurred in this world. Having completed his preparations, Yolande stood at the center of the design, raising the pocket watch. In my capacity as the guardian of time, I command this rift to heal. His voice suddenly grew deep and resonant, enveloped in a golden radiance. With the power of the past, the will of the present, and the knowledge of the future, I seal the temporal tear in this place. As the final word fell from his lips, the pocket watch erupted in a dazzling golden light, forming a beam that shot skyward. The ground began to tremble slightly, and strange ripples appeared in the air, reminiscent of waves on water. Tony's equipment flickered wildly, displaying extreme energy readings. This is simply astonishing, he muttered, his eyes glued to the screen. The energy pattern is entirely unknown, yet oddly familiar. Suddenly, a powerful tremor struck, and the air at the epicenter seemed to tear apart, revealing a shimmering rift glowing with golden light. Is it the time rift? Bruce marveled, removing his glasses to wipe them, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. To be precise, it is the physical manifestation of the time rift. Yilan's voice emanated from the luminescence. It typically remains concealed beneath reality, but now it is compelled to materialize for me to repair it. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The rift suddenly expanded, releasing a wave of peculiar energy fluctuations. Everyone experienced a strange sense of distortion, as if time itself had become unstable. I feel quite odd, Sam remarked. His voice unnaturally slow, stretched to at least 3 times its normal pace, akin to a recording played in slow motion. What is happening? Steve inquired, his voice rapid to the point of being nearly inaudible. The flow of time is abnormal, Yolande shouted, struggling to control the chaotic rift. Everyone is caught in different temporal currents. The entire scene descended into utter chaos. Tony moved with blinding speed, almost becoming a blurred shadow. Clint appeared as if he were frozen in time, Natasha's actions fluctuated between rapid and slow, while Bruce seemed to move at normal pace. Yet the air around him exhibited a peculiar halo. "This is fascinating," Bruce slowly articulated, observing his hands as if he were moving through water. "Bruce, are you all right?" Steve asked with concern, his voice sounding as if it were being played at an accelerated rate. "I'm fine, it's just that time has slowed down." Conversely, Tony's movements and speech were astonishingly rapid. "This is incredible. I can feel my thoughts and actions accelerating. If I could maintain this state, just imagine how much I could accomplish." "Tony, slow down. No one can understand you," Natasha shouted, her own temporal flow appearing to be normal. Clint, meanwhile, remained nearly motionless, a mere blink seeming to take half a minute to complete. Amidst the chaos, Yilon remained resolutely focused on controlling the fissure. Golden radiance intermingled with the vibrant energies emanating from the crack, orchestrating a breathtaking ballet of light and shadow. "I am on the verge of success." Yilon gritted his teeth, directing the pocket watch towards the core of the fissure, urging himself to endure just a moment longer. With a thunderous explosion, the fissure abruptly contracted, enveloped in golden light, sealing the last remnants completely. A formidable shockwave radiated outward, propelling everyone backward. Then, tranquility returned. Yilon knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, the pocket watch resting quietly in his palm. The symbols on the ground had vanished, leaving only a charred ring of grass to signify the fissure's location. The Avengers slowly regained their footing, assessing their conditions. "Is everyone back to normal?" Steve inquired, his voice returning to its usual cadence. One by one, they confirmed that. Aside from some dizziness and discomfort, there seemed to be no lasting effects. Clint flexed his fingers, exclaiming, "That was indeed a unique experience. It felt as though I were ensconced in jelly." "For me, it was akin to consuming 10 cups of espresso," Tony remarked. "My mind is still racing." Yilon rose. Appearing weary yet content, the fissure had been mended, at least at this location. The flow of time should gradually stabilize. "Is there a possibility of a rebound?" Bruce asked, still calibrating his senses. "Theoretically, no," Yilon elucidated, "but I will monitor the situation for a while to ensure the repair is entirely successful." Tony hastily examined his device's records, his eyes alight with fervor. "This data is invaluable. Yilon, you must explain how the pocket watch functions. I have aided in its restoration. Is it some form of quantum technology or a manipulation of higher dimensional energy?" "That is a lengthy tale," Yilon replied diplomatically. "Perhaps I can elucidate some aspects after I have rested. This restoration is quite taxing." Of course, Tony nodded, though his gaze remained fixated on the data screen. "It's utterly captivating, completely reshaping my understanding of time and space." Steve approached Yilon, extending his hand. "Well done. Regardless of what technology or ability that was, you have been a tremendous help today." Yilon smiled as he grasped Steve's hand. "This is merely the beginning. There are other fissures in the cosmos that require mending. However, at least the Avengers base is now secure." "So," Sam inquired, "what implications does this have for Tony's teleportation platform? Is it still too perilous?" Yilon pondered for a moment. "Following the repair in this area, small-scale testing should be safe. However, I recommend postponing the global network plans until I can confirm that the major fissures on Earth have been rectified." Tony appeared poised to protest, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "A reasonable compromise. Does this mean our journey to Asgard may necessitate more conventional means of transportation?" "The Bifrost is safe," Yilon clarified. "It operates on entirely different principles, having existed for millennia as an integral part of the space-time structure, rather than a destroyer." Upon hearing the news, Tony visibly exhaled in relief, indicating that our diplomatic mission could proceed as planned. "Speaking of which, we ought to commence our preparations. We shall embark in 3 days to a remote location in Norway, where Thor will meet us." 2 days later, in a makeshift conference room, Tony was conducting what he referred to as a cultural briefing on Asgard. "All right, gentlemen," he announced, standing before an electronic whiteboard and theatrically clearing his throat. "Today we shall learn how to avoid becoming a laughingstock in Asgard, or worse yet, the center of a diplomatic incident." Steve, Bruce, Sam, and Yelena were seated around the conference table, displaying varied expressions. First, Tony began earnestly, clicking the remote to display a humorous illustration of a cartoon character holding a massive goblet, representing Asgard's toasting ritual. "This is a crucial social activity. When someone raises a toast, you must drink it all in one go, then smash the cup on the ground, shouting another round. Really? Steve inquired skeptically. That sounds rather destructive. Yelena couldn't help but laugh. Tony, you completely made that up. Asgardians do enjoy their drink, but smashing cups is merely Thor's personal bad habit, not a cultural tradition. Feigning injury, Tony replied. How can you question my knowledge of Asgardian culture? Well, perhaps I exaggerated a tad. He conceded. A tad? Sam raised an eyebrow. All right. It was entirely fabricated, Tony admitted, but come on, it would be amusing to see you all attempt to smash goblets in the palace. Bruce removed his glasses and polished the lenses, suggesting, perhaps we should focus on actual etiquette matters. For instance, how should we address Odin? Is a bow necessary? Or something else? Good question, Tony pointed at him. According to Thor, the formal address is all Father Odin, and a bow is appropriate for brief encounters. However, for a formal audience, one should kneel on one knee with the right hand placed upon the heart. That sounds more credible, Steve commented. Because that part is indeed true. Tony replied with a playful wink. As the meeting progressed, Tony shared various authentic Asgardian customs interspersed with some rather peculiar elements. Oh, and one more important thing. Tony suddenly recalled. Under no circumstances should we mention that. That? The four inquired in unison. That story about Thor and a goat, Tony said mysteriously. He told me while inebriated. Apparently, it is a significant scandal among the royals. What goat? What story? Sam asked curiously. Tony made a zip-the-lips gesture. I swear not to divulge. But trust me, it is the Asgardian equivalent of the thing we do not speak of. Yelena appeared perplexed. I've never heard of any story involving Thor and a goat. That's because it is classified, Tony insisted, though mischief sparkled in his eyes. Sighing, Steve seemed to doubt yet another of Tony's jokes. In any case, Tony continued, we must also prepare gifts. I have prepared a special gift for Odin. A decorative cube integrated with the pinnacle of Earth's technology. Tony, Bruce inquired cautiously, does this cube not bear a striking resemblance to the Tesseract? It bears a slight resemblance. Tony waved dismissively, but it is entirely different. This is merely a holographic projection device capable of displaying real-time images of Earth. The color scheme may be somewhat similar, but I believe it serves as an exquisite means to showcase Earth's technology to Asgard, or perhaps a reminder to Odin of how we inadvertently activated a cosmic-level hazardous artifact. Sam commented dryly. Tony pondered for a moment. You make a valid point. Perhaps a change in color is in order. How about red? Or a completely different gift? Steve proposed. Such as? I am currently painting a portrait of the Avengers alongside Thor. Steve replied. Something more personal, less likely to be misconstrued. I brought some rare tea leaves. Bruce added, I've heard that Asgardians enjoy trying new flavors. I have a collection of classic jazz records, Sam offered. Observing the astonished expressions of others, he explained, Thor was quite fascinated when he listened to my collection during his last visit to Earth. He remarked that Asgardian music lacks soul. Tony appeared slightly disheartened. Oh, so no one appreciates my high-tech gift? Perhaps we could retain the concept, but alter its appearance and color? Yelena suggested, Asgardians are indeed intrigued by advanced technology. We merely need to avoid any potential associations. Tony contemplated for a moment. How about gold? Asgardians are fond of gold. Are they not? That sounds much better, Steve concurred. Then it's settled. Tony clapped his hands. We will finalize our luggage and gifts tomorrow, and gather in Norway early the day after. Thor will meet us there via the Bifrost. After the meeting, Yelena strolled alone to the balcony of the temporary quarters. Gazing at the night sky, his hand gently caressed the pocket watch within his pocket, feeling its faint pulse. What are you thinking? Sam's voice came from behind him. Yelena smiled, without turning. I'm contemplating the stars. Observing them from Earth is vastly different than from other planets. Sam joined him, also gazing at the starry expanse. I have yet to visit Asgard. What does their night sky resemble? It is indescribably magnificent, Yelena murmured. You will witness the spiral arms of entire galaxies, with colorful nebulae within arm's reach. And when the Bifrost is activated, the entire sky is illuminated by its radiance. That sounds beautiful, Sam exclaimed. I eagerly anticipate experiencing all of this. The two stood in silence for a while, relishing the tranquility of the night. You know, Sam eventually broke the silence. The way you mend the rifts does not appear to be technology. It resembles magic, akin to that of the Ancient One. Yelena turned to him, his expression becoming serious. The distinction between technology and magic is far more nebulous than most people realize. Sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Your pocket watch is a tool, replied Elon cautiously. It aids me in locating and mending the rifts in time. Yet, simultaneously, it serves as a key to my essence. Sam nodded thoughtfully. You could simply divulge the answers directly instead of always being so enigmatic. Elon chuckled. Where's the delight in revealing answers outright? Moreover, time itself adheres to certain rules. Some knowledge must be unveiled at the opportune moment. All right, maintain your air of mystery, Sam said with a gentle nudge of his shoulder. Just remember, if you ever require assistance, the Avengers are here, even if we are oblivious to your affairs. Thank you, Elon replied sincerely. It means more than you might imagine. They both fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. In the distance, the TARDIS stood quietly on the grass, its blue exterior glimmering mysteriously under the moonlight, seemingly awaiting the next journey. Meanwhile, in Yilan's pocket, the pocket watch emitted a faint hum. See you tomorrow, Sam finally stated, turning to leave. Don't stay up too late. Even superheroes need their rest. Elon smiled and nodded. Good night, Sam. He continued to gaze at the starry sky, contemplating the impending journey to Asgard. Yet at that moment, standing on Earth and gazing at the tranquil night sky, Elon felt a sense of long-lost serenity. Regardless of who he was or the magnitude of his mission, this tranquility was sufficient for the present. He gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the breath of the world. Though tomorrow heralded a new day, tonight he permitted himself to relish this fleeting moment of peace. A brief respite. After all, even for a Time Lord, the present is a precious gift. Chapter 45. Trials approaching. The first rays of dawn had yet to penetrate the thick clouds over northern Norway when the Avengers assembled at the designated location. This desolate coastline was shrouded in polar winds and snow, with temperatures plummeting well below freezing as the howling northern winds ruthlessly assaulted every inch of exposed skin. Could Thor not have chosen a warmer locale? Perhaps a fjord in southern Norway? Even Oslo would suffice. Sam tightened his collar, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. I feel as though my blood is about to freeze. Tony, in stark contrast, appeared exceptionally comfortable, donned in a pair of technologically advanced sunglasses, seemingly enveloped by a translucent protective shield. Stark thermal system, the latest model, he proclaimed. It regulates body temperature while filtering harmful substances from the air. He proudly showcased the side of the sunglasses to the others. Care for a pair? Now you ask? Banner shook his head in exasperation. Clad in at least 3 sweaters and a hefty down jacket, resembling a walking purple snowman, we've been freezing here for 20 minutes. Technology requires an appropriate moment for display. Dr. Banner, Tony shrugged, simultaneously retrieving several identical pairs of sunglasses from his pocket to distribute among his companions. Had I given them to you earlier, there would have been no comparative effect, would there? Steve cautiously donned the glasses, immediately feeling a warm sensation radiating from his head throughout his entire body. Indeed, they proved beneficial. Thank you. Although I believe you could have produced them sooner. Elon stood upon a colossal rock by the seaside, gazing at the overcast sky, seemingly unfazed by the extreme weather. Clad in a long coat without any additional means of warmth, he appeared entirely impervious to the chill. How long has Thor been delayed? Steve approached Elon, glancing at his watch. Precisely 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 32 seconds, Elon replied, his gaze still fixed on the heavens. Yet, for Asgardians, the concept of time is rather different. Coupled with the effects of dimensional transition, only a few minutes may have elapsed for Thor. You seem quite knowledgeable about the rate of interdimensional time conversion, Tony interjected, joining the two. Is that also the principle behind your blue box? Yelan similit in silenge, gently caressing the pocket watch within his coat. At that moment, the sky abruptly brightened as an invisible force parted the heavy clouds. Light coalesced into a swirling vortex, and then a robust column of vibrant light descended, striking the ground approximately 20 meters ahead of them with precision. A shockwave rippled outward, causing everyone to instinctively step back. As the brilliance faded, Thor's towering figure was revealed. He stood at the center of a complex rune pattern on the ground, his red cloak billowing majestically in the polar winds, a radiant smile gracing his face, his hammer in hand, exuding his customary regal presence. My friends, welcome to the journey to the Eternal City. You are late, big guy, Tony stated bluntly, yet stepped forward to exchange a hearty embrace with Thor. We nearly became Avengers, ice sculptures. Late? Thor looked up at the sky in confusion, then suddenly realized, Earth time. I completely forgot to calibrate. In Asgard, I just finished breakfast. The 5 Avengers took turns greeting Thor, embracing him warmly. Elon, you come as well, Thor exclaimed, enthusiastically clapping Elon on the shoulder. Of course, Elon replied with a smile, delighted to see you again. Father is eagerly anticipating this meeting, Thor said, particularly looking forward to the gift you brought. Let us hasten before we all turn into popsicles, Bruce murmured softly, rubbing his hands together in an attempt to generate more warmth. Thor laughed heartily, wielding Mjolnir to summon the skies. Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. With that command, the heavens were once again torn asunder, and a column of even more magnificent colors enveloped the 6 of them entirely. The ground vanished beneath their feet, and everyone felt an intense, pulling sensation, as if they were simultaneously being stretched and compressed, hurled into the cosmos. Their senses were utterly overwhelmed, their vision filled with an endless flow of vibrant light. Every atom of their bodies seemingly rearranged. The entire experience may have lasted only a few seconds, yet it evoked the sensation of having simultaneously traversed several minutes and mere milliseconds. Then, suddenly, all was serene once more. The Avengers found themselves standing in a vast, golden circular hall, the floor intricately engraved with complex runic patterns. At the center of the platform stood a towering guard clad in golden armor, wielding a colossal sword, its tip just lifted from the ground. His eyes were a pure, golden hue, devoid of pupils, yet exuded an aura of omniscience. Welcome to Asgard, Avengers, Heimdall solemnly announced, his voice deep and resonant. And to you, Guardian of Time. His gaze lingered particularly on Elon. Elon nodded politely, refraining from commenting on Heimdall's reference to his identity, though a glimmer of curiosity shone in his eyes. Wow, Sam exclaimed, unable to suppress his awe as he surveyed the magnificent vistas of Asgard. Through the open gates of the Rainbow Bridge's dome, he beheld the crystalline expanse of the Rainbow Bridge stretching towards the distant Golden City. Above the city, fragments of planets floated serenely, and further still, the vistas of other galaxies were distinctly visible, with azure and violet nebulae slowly swirling and stars twinkling in a spectrum of colors. The hour-long wait and the risk of frostbite were undoubtedly worth it. Come, my friends. Thor beckoned enthusiastically. A chariot awaits outside to take us to the palace. Father has prepared a grand welcome feast. A chariot? Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. You possess the technology to traverse dimensions via the Rainbow Bridge, yet you still opt for a chariot as your mode of transport? Is this some sort of retro planet? Some traditions are worth preserving. Stark, Thor clapped Tony on the shoulder, the force causing him to stumble slightly. Besides, this is a special flying chariot, equipped with a homeworld energy engine. It's the best way to behold the splendor of Asgard. Indeed, at the end of the Rainbow Bridge awaited a splendid open-top chariot adorned in gold and silver, drawn by, for seemingly ordinary, yet actually capable of flight, white horses. Their manes appeared woven with tiny starlights, and their eyes shone with an unnatural blue glow. All right, I admit, this is way cooler than I imagined, Tony murmured as he boarded the chariot. The hour-long flight provided the Avengers with a breathtaking view of Asgard's true magnificence. They soared over the Golden City, traversed the floating gardens surrounded by cascading waterfalls, and beheld the immense defensive barriers and colossal statues guarding the borders. Thor passionately narrated each sight. Eventually, the chariot descended on the plaza before the royal palace. The Avengers stood in the main hall of the Asgardian palace, adorned in the formal yet stylish custom attire that Tony insisted everyone wear, featuring dark tones complemented by each individual's signature elements and splashes of color. The interior of the palace was even more astonishing than its exterior. The ceiling soared almost beyond sight, supported by gigantic golden arches, and the walls were adorned with murals depicting Asgard's storied history. At the end of the hall, Odin sat majestically upon a golden throne, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, one keen eye surveying the group of earthly visitors. His appearance was a stark contrast to the imagined frail, white-haired elder. Instead, he was a silver-haired warrior king, exuding vigor and resoluteness. Welcome, warriors of the courtyard. The voice of Odin reverberated through the grand hall, deep and powerful, as he extolled the virtues of his sons. declaring you to be esteemed warriors and allies, albeit somewhat fragile. Tony cleared his throat and stepped forward, striving to adopt the most formal demeanor. All-Father, we bring greetings from Earth, accompanied by gifts that express our respect and friendship. Odin gestured with a single hand, inviting them to approach. Tony was the first to advance, executing a somewhat awkward half-bow, evidently a last-minute effort. I present to you the culmination of Earth's technology, he said, offering a splendid golden cube adorned with intricate circuit patterns. This device is capable of displaying real-time holographic images of our planet, allowing you to remain informed about the condition of our world at any moment. Odin accepted the gift, curiously turning it over. When the cube activated and projected a perfect rotating image of Earth, his expression transformed, momentarily resembling that of a child encountering a new toy. The majesty of the God King briefly supplanted by pure curiosity. How fascinating, such exquisite craftsmanship. This displays real-time imagery? Yes, All-Father, Tony replied with pride. And it can magnify any area. I believe the Asgardians should excel at this. Odin lightly touched the cube, and the Earth image instantly shifted to a bird's-eye view of New York City, then zoomed in on the Avengers headquarters. He nodded in satisfaction. An excellent gift, son of Stark. I shall study it thoroughly. Steve stepped forward, his demeanor natural yet respectful, presenting a beautifully decorated scroll tube. All-Father, I have painted an image of the Avengers fighting alongside Thor, hoping it will remind us of our friendship and shared spirit of battle. Odin unfurled the artwork, revealing a vibrant, large-scale oil painting depicting the Avengers in battle with Thor, each character's traits and strengths captured with perfection. Impressive, Odin nodded in approval, scrutinizing every detail of the painting. You possess the eye of an artist and the insight of a warrior, Captain Rogers. This painting shall adorn the honor wall of Valhalla. Dr. Banner approached nervously, cradling an exquisitely crafted wooden box inlaid with green gemstones. All-Father, within lies the most precious collection of teas and herbs from Earth, each possessing unique flavors and effects. Some are soothing, while others invigorate the mind. Yeah, Odin raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in his tone as he accepted the box, curiously opening it to inhale the aroma. Elb, our healers will find these intriguing. He appeared slightly disappointed that the gift was not a weapon or magical artifact. Noticing Odin's reaction, Bruce added, some teas are used on Earth for rituals and meditation, assisting in the control of one's inner strength. Personally, I find them immensely beneficial. He subtly hinted at his relationship with the Hulk. Odin reassessed the gift, his nod now more earnest. Then this is a gift of wisdom. The control of power is far more precious than the possession of it. Thank you, Dr. Banner. Sam stepped forward, presenting an exquisite wooden record box adorned with the emblem of the Avengers. All-Father, he began, this is a classic collection of Earth's jazz music, which your son once displayed great interest in. I believe you too might appreciate this art form that beautifully intertwines skill, improvisation, and soul. To everyone's astonishment, Odin's eyes brightened at the mention of music. The melodies of the Great Hall have always been astonishing. I still recall the Viking war songs and the ballads of bard from centuries past. He accepted the record box, anticipating a delightful experience. Thank you, Falcon Warrior. Lastly, Yelon stepped forward, locking eyes with Odin. In his hands was not a grand gift, but a modest metallic box, elegant yet unassuming. All-Father, the present I bring may appear insignificant at first glance, yet it encapsulates a moment in time, an everlasting instance of perfection. He slowly opened the box, and a golden light poured forth, coalescing into a vivid holographic scene. A young Odin and Frigga, hand in hand, smiling as they watched the young Thor and Loki frolicking in the gardens of Asgard's palace. The scene radiated pure joy and familial warmth, evoking a carefree happiness even from the holographic display. Odin's expression shifted dramatically. His soul eye widened, fixated on the scene as if transported back to a distant past. The hall fell silent, the weight of the moment palpable to all. This cannot be. Odin finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly, revealing a rare vulnerability. This day, this moment, was never recorded. There are no portraits, no witnesses. Time sometimes reveals its secrets to those who honor it. Yelon spoke softly. This moment, one of your family's purest joys, deserves to be eternally remembered, does it not? Odin remained silent for an extended period, the facade of the god, king momentarily stripped away. revealing a father longing for his family. He nodded, carefully placing the box beside him. Your gift has moved me, time traveler. I shall cherish it for all eternity. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber until Thor cleared his throat, a hint of unease in his demeanor. Father, perhaps now is a fitting time to commence the welcoming feast? The kitchen has been preparing for days, and the wine steward has selected the finest meads. Odin seemed to awaken from his reverie, suddenly breaking into an unexpected smile. Indeed, let the festivities commence. Life is meant to be celebrated, especially with esteemed guests in attendance. He struck the ground with Gungnir, his eternal spear, producing a resounding echo. The side doors of the hall swung open, and dozens of servants flooded in, bearing an array of sumptuous food and drink. Are you ready to embrace Asgard's hospitality, my friends? Thor boomed, laughing as he embraced Bruce and Sam, nearly toppling them. Tonight shall be a legendary night, I assure you. The welcoming feast commenced in the palace's adjoining hall, which, while smaller than the main hall, was still ample enough to accommodate hundreds. The long table was arranged in a magnificent display, laden with an array of delectable delicacies, enormous roasted meats, vibrantly colored fruits, oddly shaped breads, and countless gleaming goblets and bottles of wine. Adorning the walls were exquisite murals depicting the history and mythology of Asgard. The Avengers were seated at the primary table, positioned beside Odin, Thor, and other esteemed Asgardian nobles. Cheerful music wafted in from a corner of the grand hall. What kind of meat is this? Sam inquired curiously, spearing a piece that resembled beef, yet bore a slightly purple hue and an unusual texture. Bjorn's beast, Thor responded, his mouth full, sounding remarkably casual, as if discussing ordinary chicken from the depths of Muspelheim's volcanoes. It's exceedingly rare. Only one or two are captured each year. The meat requires special runic preparation before cooking, lest it sear your tongue, quite literally. Sam's fork paused midair as he hesitated, eyeing the meat. Is it safe now? Absolutely. Thor clapped him on the back. The chefs have handled it. Give it a try. This is one of Asgard's most delectable dishes. Gathering his courage, Sam cautiously took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the food on his plate. Oh my, this is divine. It's somewhat like steak, yet even more succulent, with a flavor I cannot even begin to describe. I told you Midgard's food is too bland. Thor laughed proudly, raising a giant goblet and downing its contents in one go. You overcook everything, losing the original essence. Tony observed the peculiar array of dishes and drinks at the banquet, particularly noting a servant pouring a golden liquid for Odin, which seemed to glow within the cup. What is that? Asgardian royal mead, Thor explained, his tone reverent. Brewed with honey from Yggdrasil and the purest spring water from the Nine Realms, enhanced with a touch of the essence of eternal flame. Even ordinary gods would be inebriated for 3 days, let alone fragile mortals. Oh, I must try it, Tony exclaimed, lifting his own cup for the sake of scientific research. You understand. Tony, Steve cautioned from the opposite end of the table. We're here for a diplomatic visit, not to get utterly drunk. Relax, Captain, Tony replied with a grin, showing no intention of lowering his cup. This is cultural exchange, understanding Asgard's culinary traditions. How could I miss such an opportunity for research? Odin, having overheard the exchange, suddenly erupted in hearty laughter, his voice echoing throughout the hall. The brave Iron Man wishes to challenge Asgard's fine mead? How amusing. He gestured to the servant, instructing him to pour a small measure sufficient for Tony to experience without succumbing to a 3-day stupor. We need him alert for tomorrow's activities. The servant carefully poured about half an inch of the golden liquid into Tony's cup, which swirled gently, emanating a faint glow and an intoxicating aroma. Eagerly, Tony took a small sip, his eyes widening to an extraordinary degree. How is it? Curious, Bruce cautiously sidestepped the array of potent beverages before him, opting instead for a drink that resembled fruit juice. Tony appeared momentarily speechless, his expression oscillating between sheer astonishment and unparalleled delight, his eyes slightly unfocused. Eventually, he regained his voice, yet struggled to articulate coherent sentences, as if he had just imbibed an entire bottle of exquisite single malt whiskey and devoured a barrel of the finest ice cream, all while feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, in a most favorable manner. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter and cheers erupted from a few tables away. A group of Asgardian warriors was gathered around a circular table, engaged in what seemed to be a drinking contest. One raven-haired warrior had just set down a massive horn cup, eliciting gasps and complaint from the surrounding male warriors. Sif has triumphed. 11 victories in a row. Ha ha ha. Let's have another round, bellowed a burly warrior with a red beard, brandishing a piece of roasted meat. Who is that? Sam inquired of Thor, captivated by the boisterous atmosphere surrounding the warriors. My friends, the Fearless Four, Thor proudly explained, Sif, Hogun, Vandal, and Volstagg. Asgard's bravest warriors, apart from myself. He added with pride, downing another cup of mead. We have shared countless adventures and battles together. Sif's swordsmanship is unmatched. Vandal's charm can conquer the women of the 9 realms. Hogun's wisdom is unfathomable. And Volstagg, he gestured to the laughing red-bearded warrior. His appetite is as formidable as his courage. Your friends seem quite spirited, Steve remarked, observing Volstagg as he downed another entire cup of mead, joyfully thumping the table. You should join them, Odin suddenly suggested. Let me see what the warriors of Midgard are capable of. Can they withstand the hospitality of Asgard? This sounded like a challenge. And Tony immediately rose to his feet, albeit a bit unsteadily, yet with a defiant glint in his eyes. I accept. We Earthlings may not be gods, but we know how to savor life. No, Tony, Bruce attempted to intervene, gripping Tony's sleeve tightly. Remember our discussion about not causing trouble at diplomatic gatherings. But Tony had already freed himself from Bruce's grasp and strode toward the table of the Fearless Four, his gait somewhat unsteady. Steve shook his head in resignation. Rising to follow, I'd better keep an eye on him to prevent any diplomatic incidents. I'll join you. Sam stood up as well. I have to witness this for myself. This will be amusing, Odin remarked to Ylva and Bruce, who remained at the table, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. I always enjoy watching newcomers attempt to compete with the Asgardians, especially those who are overly confident. Allfather seems to revel in this little mischief, Ylva commented, a knowing smile gracing her lips. 5 millennia of dominion necessitate some form of diversion, Odin replied with a nonchalant tone, his demeanor now resembling that of an ordinary man rather than that of a divine sovereign. Moreover, this is the most authentic method to discern a person's true nature, observing how they confront challenges and moments of embarrassment. A drunken individual does not fabricate tales nor masquerade. Bruce exchanged a concerned glance with Yelan, then turned his attention to the table of the Fearless Four, where the situation had escalated rapidly. Tony was engaged in some form of drinking contest with Volstagg, while the surrounding warriors loudly counted down. Steve and Fandral appeared to be deliberating tactics, their cups clinking together. Sam, on the other hand, was attempting to demonstrate a form of earthly dance to Sif, despite his movements becoming increasingly uncoordinated due to intoxication. Perhaps I should investigate the situation, Bruce said with concern, to ensure no one does anything they might regret. Go ahead, Doctor, Odin said kindly. But do bear in mind that in Asgard, our celebrations of life and camaraderie may be more exuberant than those in Midgard. Bruce rose and made his way toward the chaotic table, leaving Yelan and Odin behind. Are you not joining them? Odin inquired of Yelan, his gaze imbued with curiosity and scrutiny. I prefer to observe, Yelan replied, taking a delicate sip of his ordinary juice, and my responsibilities require me to remain vigilant. Certain circumstances do not permit too much relaxation. Odin regarded him thoughtfully, scrutinizing the enigmatic guest with heightened interest. You possess an ancient aura, young man. Far older than you appear. Your eyes have witnessed much, have they not? Yelan did not respond directly, offering only a slight smile. You too, Allfather. We are all aware that the weight of time cannot be concealed. Odin nodded, and the two fell into a peculiar atmosphere. The banquet continued, growing increasingly chaotic and merry. Tony, now thoroughly conquered by Asgardian spirits, was attempting to explain the concept of selfies to a group of Asgardian warriors, projecting holograms with his watch, inadvertently creating a swarm of digital birds that flitted about the hall. I can fix it. Just a minor glitch, he shouted, futilely trying to catch the virtual birds, only to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter. A few tables away, Steve and Hogun had initiated an arm wrestling contest, the surrounding warriors enthusiastically pounding the tables in support of their champions. Surprisingly, Steve seemed to match the strength of the Asgardian warrior, their arms trembling in the air, neither yielding an inch. Come on, Captain, bring glory to Midgard, Sam shouted, while simultaneously attempting to master the intricate dance steps taught by an Asgardian Valkyrie, only to trip and be caught just in time by Sif. "You are all quite amusing," Sif remarked with a smile, gracefully assisting Sam back into his seat, "especially after indulging in our libations." Meanwhile, Bruce had distanced himself from the raucous center, finding a quiet Asgardian scholar, evidently placed by Odin to accompany him. The two immersed themselves in a profound discussion regarding the intersection of science and magic. "Are you truly utilizing the principle of quantum entanglement for interdimensional communication?" Bruce marveled, diligently taking notes, utterly fascinated by the concept. "We have only begun to explore the fringes of the quantum realm on Earth. We refer to it as the threads of the soul. An academic elucidated, an invisible connection exists between all beings, transcending the confines of time and space. You articulate it through science, while we harness it as magic, yet the essence remains the same." Thor chose to demonstrate his prowess, hurling fruit into the air with Mjolnir, and then, with precise control of lightning, detonating them midair, creating a spectacular display of fruit fireworks that elicited cheers and applause. Odin observed as Tony endeavored to explain the concept of selfie stick to a cadre of Asgardian warriors, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Your friends are quite amusing," he remarked to Yelena, "especially that Iron Man. His mind is remarkably agile." Tony indeed possessed a uniqueness, his intellect and enthusiasm equally remarkable, albeit occasionally led astray by his insatiable curiosity. The feast continued deep into the night, and as most guests succumbed to slumber or drifted in a semi-conscious state, Odin gently tapped the ground 3 times with his eternal spear. The sound, though not loud, resonated with an almost magical quality, instantly silencing the revelry and plunging the hall into tranquility. "Warriors of the courtyard," Odin solemnly proclaimed, his voice perfectly calibrated for all to hear, "this evening, you have exhibited courage, camaraderie, and creativity." He cast a deliberate glance at Tony, who was attempting to elucidate the concept of a selfie stick, having ingeniously fashioned a prototype from a dinner knife and his watch. "I have resolved to accept your proposal of friendship and potential technological collaboration," Odin continued, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. "But there exists a condition." All Avengers immediately focused their attention, even Tony halting his impromptu invention to concentrate. "What condition, Allfather?" Steve inquired, his tone reverting to one of formality and seriousness, despite his cheeks flush from Asgardian spirits. Odin bestowed a cryptic smile, his single eye glinting with inscrutable light. "A trial to test your will, wisdom, and teamwork. Should you succeed, Asgard will earnestly share our knowledge with you. Failure, well, that would provide us bystanders with an entertaining experience at the very least." "What manner of trial?" Bruce cautiously asked, his brow furrowing in contemplation of various possibilities. Odin merely smiled mysteriously, stroking his silver beard. "In 3 days, you shall discover. Until then, enjoy the hospitality of Asgard and explore our city and wonders. Thor shall be your guide." He turned to his son. "Show our guests the finest aspects of Asgard, but do not overly indulge them. After all, preparation is essential for the trial." He tapped the ground once more with the eternal spear, signifying the formal conclusion of the banquet. Servants began to usher the visibly fatigued Avengers towards their quarters. As Elon passed by Odin, the old god, King spoke softly, his voice so low that only he could hear. "Guardian of time, your gift has allowed me to glimpse the happiness of the past. Yet, it seems that you bear a weightier mission within your heart, one that transcends a mere friendly visit." Elon halted, cautiously inquiring, "How much is Allfather perceived?" Odin blinked a single eye. "Enough for me to discern that your purpose extends beyond mere sightseeing. There exists something here that you seek, does it not? When you are prepared to discuss your true intentions, my door shall be open for you." Elon nodded solemnly. "Thank you for your understanding and generosity, Allfather." Odin nodded with satisfaction, gesturing for Elon to depart. "Rest well, time traveler. Tomorrow shall be a day of exploration." The Avengers followed the attendant out of the hall, traversing the corridors of the Asgardian palace. Tony leaned against the wall for support. Sam's steps remained unsteady, while Steve appeared slightly more alert, though he occasionally let out low chuckles. Only Bruce and Elon maintained a relative clarity. So, Tony mumbled, with a hand resting on Steve's shoulder for balance, "What do you think Odin's test entails? I hope it's not about drinking capacity, for that seems decidedly unfair. You know, I'm more concerned about his remark that this would be an interesting experience, Bruce said anxiously, adjusting his glasses. In mythology, a god's interesting often spells disaster for mortals. Remember Hercules and his 12 labors? That was hardly a picnic. But this is Thor's father, Sam said optimistically, despite being nearly supported by Sif. Surely he wouldn't subject us to, say, slaying monsters or cleaning out vast stables, right? They all turned to Thor, seeking confirmation. The god of thunder merely shrugged. Father enjoys unexpected challenges. When I was 15, he sent me to Jotunheim for 3 months with nothing but a dagger and a loaf of bread, claiming it would shape my character. Sounds akin to Special Forces training, Steve remarked, nodding with some admiration. In any case, we begin with a full 3 days to explore Asgard. Bruce said hopefully. This is a rare opportunity that we should seize. Indeed, Sam concurred, though he appeared ready to collapse at any moment. I can't wait to see the flight training grounds. I've heard the aerial warriors here possess remarkable skills. Perhaps I can learn a thing or two. Thor caught up with them, beaming with pride at his friend's appreciation for his homeland. Tomorrow, I shall show you the finest places in Asgard. From the inner workings of the Rainbow Bridge to the eternal forest, from the weapons forge to the repository of knowledge. I could even arrange a dragon riding experience. If you dare. That sounds splendid, Tony mumbled, but for now I simply wish to find my bed and hope it doesn't spin. As the room has already begun to whirl on its own. They were each escorted to their respective chambers, each room lavishly appointed with grand 4-poster beds, private baths, and balconies overlooking the enchanting nightscape of Asgard. When Elon was escorted to his chamber, he discovered a delicate metallic device resting by his bedside, accompanied by a note inscribed in elegant script. To the Guardian of Time, this instrument can locate the temporal anomalies of Asgard. It may prove instrumental to your true mission. Odin. Elon picked up the device and smiled softly, for he had indeed perceived Odin's intentions. He stepped onto the balcony, gazing up at the night sky of Asgard. Amidst the magnificent scenery, he cast a final glance toward the palace, faintly aware that the lights of the great hall still flickered. Odin remained seated there, his single eye fixed upon the distance, gently caressing the gift box that Elon had bestowed upon him. Beside Odin, a vague female figure seemed to materialize. Perhaps a specter of Frigga? Yet, as he blinked again, the apparition vanished, leaving only the solitary god-king in the empty hall. Chapter 46. Adventures in Asgard, Part 1. The dawn in Asgard arrived exceptionally early. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Sam Wilson remained in a state of half-slumber. He curled up on the vast 4-poster bed, enveloped by impossibly soft silk sheets and feather pillows. His mind still echoing with memories of the previous night's banquet, particularly the smile of the dark-haired Valkyrie, Sif. Just 5 more minutes, he murmured. However, a series of urgent knocks shattered his remaining drowsiness. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty. Tony's voice called from outside, unusually energetic. A stark contrast to the state he had been in after last night's revelries. Thor says we have a full day ahead. And listen to this. There's no coffee in Asgard, so you'll have to rely on sheer willpower. How can a planet so advanced lack coffee? That's utterly inhumane. Somebody torted. They have something called waking dew, Tony continued, the knocking growing more insistent. Thor says it has effects similar to coffee, though there may be slight, perception-enhancing side effects. Whatever that means. Hurry up, Birdman. With a resigned sigh, Sam sat up and rubbed his face. All right, I'm getting up. Just give me 10 minutes. 15 minutes later, the Avengers gathered in the central courtyard of the palace, each appearing revitalized, except for Tony, who donned oversized sunglasses. Though lively, he still bore a pallor. Good morning, friends. Hope you all slept well. We have an exciting itinerary today. First, a tour of the internal mechanisms of the Bifrost, followed by a visit to the Asgardian library. And after lunch, we'll explore the eternal forest and the weapons forge. Where's that waking dew? Sam scanned the area eagerly for any semblance of a beverage. My brain is still on strike. Thor laughed heartily as he handed Sam a small crystal vial containing shimmering blue liquid. Sip it slowly, Sam. This is no ordinary caffeine. It is dew collected from the leaves of Yggdrasil, refined over millennia. Sam eyed the vial with suspicion, cautiously taking a small sip. The effect was almost instantaneous. A warm surge of energy swiftly radiated from his throat throughout his entire being. His senses suddenly became remarkably acute, allowing him to clearly hear the sound of insects fluttering their wings at the far end of the courtyard. Wow, He blinked in astonishment, surveying his surroundings. This was 100 times more potent than Austrian Red Bull. I feel as if I can now hear the very sounds of nature. I told you to take small sips, Thor said, shaking his head resignedly as he reclaimed the crystal vial. The effects will diminish in 2 hours. Prior to that, you may experience a slight exhilaration. Bruce observed Sam's reactions with caution. The scientist's curiosity was palpable, evident in his dilated pupils and increased heart rate, seemingly accompanied by a slight enhancement of perception. He turned to Thor, inquiring, "Is this substance addictive?" "No, but excessive use may allow you to glimpse fragments of the future," Thor replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary matter. "When I was 7, I secretly drank an entire bottle and foresaw my failure in a math exam 3 months in advance." "Well, if the breakfast meeting and pharmacological discussion are over," Steve interjected, ready to embark, "I believe we should commence today's itinerary." Thor nodded grandly, gesturing, "Follow me. You shall witness the true marvels of Asgard." Yelan was the last to join the group, appearing calm yet alert, toying with a small device gifted to him by Odin. Tony immediately noticed the glimmering gadget. "Was that high-tech?" he inquired, leaning closer and reaching out to touch it. Yelan deftly tucked the device into his pocket. "It's a little gift from Father, designed to observe temporal anomalies. He seems to know my interests quite well. Do you have any secrets with that old man that I am unaware of?" Tony raised an eyebrow, recalling the depth of their private conversation the previous night. "Nothing particularly special," Yelan replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Just some discussions about time. After all, for an entity like Odin, who has existed for millennia, time holds a different significance." The group traveled by flying chariot towards the base of the Rainbow Bridge. Along the way, Sam, under the influence of the elixir of awakening, was unusually exhilarated, continuously pointing out various wonders of Asgard and commenting on them. "Look at that. Is it a flying warrior? How do they manage that? What? No mechanical assistance. Purely magic? Can I learn it?" He nearly leaned over the edge of the chariot, eager to see more clearly. "Those are the Valkyries," Thor explained with reverence. "They're the most elite warriors of Asgard, personally trained by their mothers. They form a soul bond with their Pegasus, allowing them to execute the most intricate aerial maneuvers of Asgard." "Is it like that connection in Avatar?" Sam eagerly pressed on. "Can I try it?" "Theoretically, yes. But establishing the bond requires years of training," Thor chuckled. "However, if you're interested, I can arrange for you to experience a flight. Of course, under the guidance of experienced Valkyries." "Really? Can I fly today?" Thor nodded, indicating that arrangements could likely be made for the afternoon. "Let's first complete the morning's itinerary." The carriage eventually halted at the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge, a magnificent edifice crowned with a grand golden dome. Heimdall stood at the threshold, his golden eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all. "Welcome back, Avengers," he greeted them with a solemn voice. "What precisely is the Rainbow Bridge?" Bruce inquired with curiosity, his scientific instincts propelling him forward a few steps. "Is it a manifestation akin to an Einstein-Rosen bridge? Or is it something entirely distinct?" "In a manner of speaking, your scientists have brushed against the fringes of truth," Heimdall replied, guiding them into the interior of the dome. "Yet the Rainbow Bridge is not merely a conduit connecting 2 points. It is a comprehensive navigation system, capable of reaching any destination across the 9 realms." The interior was even more breathtaking than its exterior, a vast spherical chamber dominated by a complex mechanical contraption, with countless golden gears and crystalline components slowly rotating. Emitting a gentle hum, the entire space was enveloped by projected images of galaxies and nebulae, as if they stood at the very heart of the cosmos. "This is the control room," Heimdall elucidated, embedding his colossal sword into the central platform. "Through this, I can open gateways to any known world." Tony was immediately captivated, circling the device with a gleam of fervent enthusiasm in his eyes. "This is incredible. Are these the navigation systems?" he queried, gesturing toward the rotating galactic map. "Do you use stars as reference points?" "Not solely stars," Heimdall responded. "There are also energy flows between galaxies, the veins of cosmic structure. Your science has yet to uncover these connections." "May I?" Tony gestured toward the device, his eyes filled with a pleading curiosity. Heimdall hesitated for a moment before nodding. "You may observe, but do not touch the control apparatus." The last individual who did so without permission found themselves transported to the volcanic heart of Muspelheim. "Understood. Observe but do not touch." Tony promptly retreated a step, though his eyes continued to greedily scan every detail. Steve was equally enthralled, though his focus diverged. Is there a connection between this and the teleportation technology employed by S, H, I, O, D, or perhaps the Hydra's devices based on the Tesseract? Heimdall cast him a knowing glance. All teleportation technology stems from the same principle, Captain. The only distinctions lie in the methods of implementation and levels of control. Yulon quietly observed the internal structure of the Rainbow Bridge, a device in his hand faintly glowing. Thor noticed his reaction and approached him, whispering, "Have you discovered anything intriguing?" "Perhaps," Yulon replied softly. "The flow of time here is rather unique. It seems the Rainbow Bridge traverses not only space but also subtly distorts time." Their conversation was interrupted by Sam's excited exclamation as he stood upon an observation platform, which projected a holographic representation of the 9 realms. Each world spun vibrantly, showcasing its unique topography and ecosystems. "This is amazing," Sam exclaimed like a child, pointing at various peculiar landscapes. "What is that? A river in flight?" "That is the River of Light in Alfheim," Thor elucidated as he approached Sam, the sacred ground of the elves. "It is said that drinking from its waters grants the gift of prophecy, albeit at the cost of never being able to utter a falsehood." Bruce walked toward another holographic representation of Earth, astonished to discover that it was not merely a static geographical model, but a real-time display of meteorological changes and the activities of major cities. "Is this real-time surveillance?" he inquired uneasily. "Have you been observing Earth all along?" "Heimdall can see everything in the 9 realms," Thor replied nonchalantly, "but he usually focuses only on significant threats or anomalies." "What about privacy?" Steve frowned, evidently uncomfortable with the notion. Heimdall smiled slightly, his golden eyes shimmering. "Captain, I assure you, I have no interest in the mundane activities of mortals. My duty is to safeguard Asgard and the 9 realms, not to spy." "Moreover," Thor added, patting Steve on the shoulder, "imagine how dreadfully tedious it would be for a god to watch the daily lives of billions." The visit to the Rainbow Bridge consumed a full 2 hours, after which they proceeded to the Library of Asgard, a colossal circular structure whose interior seemed to expand beyond its exterior. The towering bookshelves reached up to the vaulted ceiling, and some tomes even floated gracefully in midair. "This is the repository of knowledge gathered by generations of Asgardian scholars and mages," Thor guided them inside, comprising wisdom collected since the dawn of the cosmos. Bruce could hardly conceal his exhilaration as he cautiously approached a row of bookshelves, his eyes greedily scanning the array of ancient tomes inscribed with runes he had never encountered before. "What language are these in? Is there a translation available?" "Those are the ancient Asgardian scripts." Thor pointed to the oldest volumes, but fear not. From a box, he retrieved several pairs of goggle-like devices, distributing them to the group. "These translation goggles will convert the text into a language you can comprehend." Bruce eagerly donned a pair and casually selected a book to peruse, marveling as the runes morphed before his eyes, rearranging themselves into recognizable words. "This is extraordinary. It resembles a resonance on a soul level," Thor explained, "as it connects directly with your mind, finding the most suitable vocabulary to convey the original meaning." Bruce soon became engrossed in an ancient tome on interdimensional biology, while Tony was drawn to the area concerning technology and engineering, immediately beginning to photograph and document various design schematics and principles. Steve, on the other hand, gravitated towards the historical section, particularly those records detailing the interactions between Asgard and Earth. As he leafed through a hefty volume, he was astonished to discover accounts of ancient Norse Vikings and their encounters with Asgard. "So, Norse mythology is a record of actual events?" he queried Thor, pointing to an illustration of a figure remarkably resembling Thor himself, raising a hammer skyward. "Partially," Thor conceded, though humans tend to embellish. "For instance, the tale of me dressing as a woman to journey to Jotunheim is entirely fictitious." He spoke with unwavering certainty, though he hesitated momentarily. "Well, perhaps there was that one instance, but I assure you the circumstances were entirely different. It was an exceedingly intricate diplomatic strategy." Yulon then ventured directly into the realm of temporal magic, weaving through the shelves, occasionally pausing to peruse particularly intriguing chapters. Sam, observing his actions, approached and inquired, "Are you searching for something special?" "Just some theories on the maintenance of timelines," Yulon replied, closing a book. Asgard's comprehension of time is far more profound than that of Earth, yet many enigmas remain unsolved. Sam glanced at the titles adorning the shelves. Although he could decipher them through the translation mirror, the content remained dauntingly esoteric. Time paradoxes and multiverse theory, reconstruction and restoration of the threads of fate. The Time Traveler's Handbook, 9th edition revised. These seem far beyond my level of understanding, he candidly admitted, noticing a nearby section brimming with seemingly more accessible tomes. Their covers vibrant and inviting. Were those Asgardian literature, Yilon elucidated epics, legends, and even, he smirked slightly, romance novels. Asgardians write such novels? I must see this. He approached that section, selecting a book whose cover depicted a sword-wielding warrior maiden and a muscular man, their gazes locked against a backdrop of exploding galaxies. Eternal Heart, the Valkyrie's secret love, Sam read aloud, unable to suppress a chuckle. This is practically a space-themed romance novel. He casually flipped it open and soon found himself engrossed. The narrative unfolded a tale of forbidden love between a Valkyrie warrior and a hero from another realm. To his surprise, the storyline was intricate and the character development was rich, far exceeding his expectations. "Hey, this is actually quite well written," Sam remarked in astonishment. Fully immersed in his reading, oblivious to the Asgardian librarian approaching him. The librarian, an elegant blonde woman clad in a refined robe, held a floating book. "Are you interested in this work?" she inquired softly. Sam startled, raising his gaze and feeling slightly embarrassed by the interruption. I was just browsing." "The story is indeed captivating." The librarian smiled. "This is one of our most popular works, especially among the younger Valkyries." "You are from Midgard, correct? A friend of Prince Thor?" "Yes, I am," Sam replied, immediately flashing his most charming smile and extending his hand, only to realize that Asgard might have different customs for greetings. He awkwardly retracted his hand. Felken, one of the Avengers. "I am Hilda," she gracefully inclined her head, responsible for managing the literature and history section. "If you're interested in our culture, I would be delighted to recommend some more representative works." Sam swiftly realized that being caught reading a romance novel might not create the most admirable first impression. He hurriedly explained, "Of course, I am genuinely fascinated by everything about Asgard, particularly," he stammered, searching for a more scholarly topic, "the combat techniques and flight methods of the Valkyries." Hilda's eyes sparkled with interest. "Are you intrigued by flight? I was once a Valkyrie and still occasionally train and instruct." "Really? How fortuitous." "Thor just mentioned arranging a flight experience for me this afternoon." "That sounds splendid. Perhaps I could volunteer as your instructor? After all, guests from Midgard require special attention." "That would be delightful. I would be honored to have such an experienced guide as you." At that moment, Tony peeked out from behind a bookshelf, wearing a mischievous grin. "Hey, Sam, found anything interesting?" His gaze danced between the romance novel in Sam's hands and Hilda, eyebrows raised in knowing amusement. "I see your cultural exchange is going quite smoothly." Hilda replied with graceful composure, "Mr. Stark, if you are interested in our technical literature, there is an entire section in the West Wing dedicated to research on energy and propulsion systems." Tony's attention was immediately piqued. "Really? Does that include the energy guidance system for the Bifrost?" "Indeed, though access to advanced technology requires special permission," Hilda responded, then turned to Sam. "I must assist other visitors, but I look forward to the flight training this afternoon. 2 o'clock Midgard time at the Eastern Airfield." With that, she departed elegantly. Sam watched her leave until Tony jabbed him in the ribs with his elbow. "Looks like someone has found a spring in Asgard." "Shut up, Tony," Sam replied quietly, though the smile on his face was hard to conceal. "Purely professional exchange." "Oh, I can see that. Very professional indeed," Tony teased, glancing at the book in Sam's hands. "Are you hoping to learn flight techniques from the Valkyrie's secret romance?" Sam hastily returned the book to the shelf. "I was merely studying cultural differences." Of course," Tony said with skepticism, but his attention was soon diverted by another book. "Wait, what's this? The Energy Matrix of the Nine Realms and Interdimensional Transport. Now that looks like the real deal." The library visit ultimately concluded around noon, with the Avengers heading to a floating garden for lunch, each carrying their selected favorite books, and a few that Thor had graciously allowed them to photocopy. Chapter 47, Adventures in Asgard, Part 2. This garden was situated high above the city of Asgard, surrounded by cascading waterfalls that formed a natural barrier. At its center lay an open-air restaurant, with white marble tables, and chairs encircling a grand fountain. Is this the Sky Garden? Bruce marveled, cautiously stepping onto what appeared to be a path without support. They refer to this as the floating garden, Thor proudly proclaimed, guiding the group through a tapestry of blooming flowers and luminescent trees, a creation of his mother that seamlessly fused her enchantments with the energy technology of Asgard. It is one of her cherished places. Kulme. The midday sun is most splendid for appreciating the panoramic views of Asgard. The luncheon was a lavish affair, replete with fresh fruits, exquisite meats, and peculiar desserts. Each dish was accompanied by a detailed description elucidating its origins and qualities. The Avengers indulged heartily while recounting the revelations of the morning. You cannot even fathom the sophistication of Asgard's energy system, Tony exclaimed, holding a radiant fruit, momentarily forgetting to eat as he became engrossed in his explanation. They harnessed the energy from the cosmic background as their primary power source, far surpassing Earth by millennia. Bruce added, his enthusiasm rare as he spoke of the library's biology section, noting their profound studies on gamma radiation, with several theories that might aid my own circumstances. Steve expressed admiration for the history section, finding it enlightening to witness Earth's history from a different perspective. They even possessed detailed records from the World War II era, including the Red Skull's quest for the Tesseract. Sam frequently glanced at his watch, calculating how much time remained before the afternoon flight training. His distraction was swiftly noted by Tony. What's the matter, Wilson? Eager to make your date? Tony teased with a mischievous grin. As Sam prepared to retort, Thor enthusiastically interjected, indeed, he has a Valkyrie flying experience this afternoon. And what luck, he will be personally instructed by Hildur, one of our finest flight instructors. Oh, the beautiful librarian from the library? Tony winked. What a coincidence. Sam cleared his throat, feeling awkward. It's merely a regular cultural exchange activity. Of course, Tony replied with a smirk. Cultural exchange, just like when I discussed quarterly reports with Pepper on our first date. Steve chuckled, shaking his head. Ignore Tony, Sam. The flying experience is truly remarkable. I hope you learned something new. Speaking of the afternoon's activities, Bruce shifted the topic. I hope to delve deeper into the scientific research area, if possible. Certainly, Thor assured. I have made arrangements. I will take you, Steve, and Tony to visit the Forge and the Research Institute, after which we shall proceed to the Eternal Forest. As for Sam, he may head to the flying field. And as for Yolande, he turned to the quietly attentive Yolande. Father wishes to meet with you privately this afternoon to discuss some pertinent matters. Yolande nodded, her expression inscrutable. I am honored. After lunch, the group divided into 3 paths. Sam eagerly proceeded to the flying field, while Thor led Tony, Steve, and Bruce to the forge. And Yolande was escorted by a palace guard to Odin's private study. The flight arena is an expansive circular platform, suspended high above the city of Asgard, devoid of any railings or barriers, surrounded solely by the open sky. Upon Sam's arrival, Hilda awaited him, adorned in a flight uniform of shimmering silver light armor, with a cape-like wing structure extending from her back. Beside her stood a magnificent white Pegasus. Right on time, splendid. She greeted Sam with a smile. This is Storm, my flying companion. Today, she will bear us both aloft. Sam gazed nervously at the imposing creature. She appears quite robust. What should I do? Is there a special way to greet her? Hilda encouraged him with a nod, stepping closer while maintaining eye contact, then gently extending her hand. If she accepts you, she will touch your palm with her nose. Sam cautiously followed suit, locking eyes with the Pegasus and slowly extending his hand. Storm regarded him warily for a few moments before stepping forward, softly nudging his palm with her velvety nose. She likes you, Hilda remarked with a smile. That's a good omen. Are you ready for takeoff? Absolutely. Sam attempted to mask his nervousness. I've flown many times, with my wing gear. Flying with mechanical wings and riding a Pegasus is an entirely different experience, Hilda said, gracefully leaping onto Storm's back and extending her hand towards Sam. Come on, sit behind me and hold onto my waist for balance. Taking a deep breath, Sam grasped her hand and climbed onto the Pegasus's back. Hold tight. I forgot to mention, she enjoys dramatic takeoffs. What do you mean by dramatic? Sam's question was abruptly interrupted as Storm suddenly surged forward, leaping from the edge of the platform. In an instant, they plunged into freefall, and Sam instinctively clutched Hilda's waist, his heart racing wildly. Just as he feared they would plummet, Storm's wings unfurled with a powerful thrust, propelling them back into the sky as they began to ascend rapidly. Wow, Sam couldn't contain his exhilaration, a mix of fear and excitement bubbling within him. This is insane. Hilda laughed heartily, her voice carried away by the wind. This is merely the beginning. The following hour was the most exhilarating flight Sam had ever experienced. Storm weaved gracefully among the clouds, executing intricate flips and dives, the speed distorting Sam's perception of time and space. Hilda skillfully guided the Pegasus, as though they shared a singular consciousness. Gradually, Sam acclimated to this mode of flight, even beginning to relish the thrill. They soared past Asgard's golden spires, skimmed over the Rainbow Bridge, and navigated through cascading waterfalls, ultimately descending onto a distant island, a secluded oasis surrounded by white sandy beaches, with a small forest and a crystal-clear lake at its center. This is Dragon's Breath Island, Hilda explained, leaping from the Pegasus and extending her hand to assist Sam. From above, its shape resembles a slumbering dragon. This is the Valkyrie's secret resting place. Sam looked around, awestruck by the serene beauty of the locale. It's so stunning. Is this where you all unwind after training? Hilda nodded, leading Sam to the lakeside. Come, the Valkyrie needs rest and replenishment, and we could indulge in some refreshments. Prolonged flight invariably stirs hunger. A splendid picnic basket awaited them by the water's edge, accompanied by a soft blanket. Hilda settled down, gesturing for Sam to take a seat opposite her. This all appears to be meticulously arranged, Sam remarked, attempting to mask his nervousness. Do you frequently bring visitors from the courtyard here? Hilda smiled as she retrieved fruits and bread from the basket. To be frank, you are the first. This place is generally reserved for the Valkyries. I am truly honored, he replied. You can fly in the courtyard as well, correct? Hilda inquired, handing him a sparkling drink. What is that experience like? With mechanical wings? Quite different, Sam admitted, accepting the drink. It feels far more mechanical, requiring precise control and calculation. There is a lack of that natural fluidity and freedom. He glanced at the Valkyrie, who was drinking by the lake. It seems you share a profound connection with your Pegasus. Indeed, Hilda nodded, pride shimmering in her eyes. Every Valkyrie forms a bond with a Pegasus from a young age. We grow together, fight together. That sounds beautiful. You mentioned you were once a Valkyrie and are now a librarian. That is quite a transformation, is it not? Yes. I was once a member of the main squad until I sustained severe injuries in a battle against frost giants. My right leg now bears a magical alloy brace, sufficient for daily activities and short flights, yet no longer suited for prolonged combat. She gently patted her right leg. Thus, I turned to my other passion, knowledge and history. I understand. I too altered my life's path due to the sacrifice of a comrade. He briefly recounted Riley's story and how it led him to become a falconer and avenger. A newfound understanding and connection blossomed between them, as their conversation gradually transitioned from formal cultural exchange to more personal and heartfelt sharing. Time passed unobserved, and when they finally acknowledged it, the sun had begun its descent. We should return, Hilda stood, casting a wistful glance at the sky. Asgard's twilight is beautiful, yet night flying is perilous for a novice like you. Sam netted, helping to gather the picnic items. This has been a most wonderful day I've ever experienced, truly. Thank you for bringing me here. I enjoyed it as well. Perhaps tomorrow you would like to join me for another flying lesson, if your schedule permits? Absolutely. Sam responded almost immediately, then realized his enthusiasm might have been too evident, attempting to appear more composed. I mean, if it wouldn't disrupt your daily duties. Not at all, Hilda replied softly, moving towards her Pegasus. Shall we meet tomorrow morning? Same time, same place? I will be there punctually, Sam assured her, his heart already brimming with anticipation for the morrow. The return flight was still exhilarating. Yet this time Sam could relax and more fully appreciate the scenery along the way. As they descended upon the airfield, Thor, Tony, and the others awaited their arrival. Look who has returned, Tony exclaimed, a knowing smile gracing his face. Our little bird seems to have taken a delightful trip through paradise. Sam disregarded Tony's jest, leaping from the Pegasus and expressing his gratitude to Hilda, remarking on what a splendid day it had been. See you tomorrow? Certainly, Hilda nodded, performing an elegant bow before departing on Storm, leaving behind a group of intrigued Avengers and a beaming Sam. Buddy, you have struck gold, Tony remarked as he approached Sam. She is one of the most esteemed Valkyries of Asgard, and according to Thor, a historian as well. Sam shrugged, unable to conceal his smile. We merely share common interests. Aha, Common interests, Tony mimicked with an exaggerated gesture, as if to say his fascination with quantum mechanics was merely a casual inclination. How was your afternoon? Sam redirected the conversation, inquiring of the others. Extremely enlightening, Bruce replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The scientific research in Asgard is simply astonishing. I was granted access to their medical research area, where cellular regeneration technology is at least a millennium ahead of Earth. The forge was equally impressive, Steve added, witnessing their weapon and armor manufacturing, blending traditional craftsmanship with cutting-edge technology. And I, Tony proclaimed with pride, had the opportunity to converse with the chief engineer and observe experiments with miniature rainbow bridge models. It was sheer ecstasy. Thor listened with amusement as they shared their experiences, then inquired, "What of Yelena? Is her meeting with her father still ongoing?" At that moment, Yelena approached from the palace, her expression inscrutable, yet her stride assured. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Tony quipped. "How did your clandestine meeting fare? Did you glean any revelations from that ancient monarch regarding the cosmos?" Odin Allfather graciously shared insights on timeline maintenance. We delved into various theoretical discussions. Sounds rather enigmatic. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Is there anything you can share with mere mortals?" "Perhaps later. By the way, Thor, did your father mention a special dinner this evening?" Thor nodded, suddenly recalling something. "Ah, yes. Tonight marks the Fire Festival, an ancient Asgardian tradition celebrating the arrival of summer. There will be bonfires, traditional dances, and exquisite feasts." "The Fire Festival?" Bruce asked with a hint of trepidation. "It sounds like an event I should avoid." "Fear not, Dr. Banner," Thor reassured him. "It is merely a joyous celebration, devoid of peril, unless you partake in Volstag's drinking challenge, which could indeed lead to a minor catastrophe." They all chuckled as they followed Thor back to the palace to prepare for the evening's festivities. The banquet was truly befitting its name, as the entirety of Asgard seemed to partake in the revelry. A colossal bonfire blazed in the central square, its flames shimmering in enchanting shades of blue and purple, soaring high into the heavens. The townsfolk adorned in festive attire meandered amidst stalls brimming with delectable food and refreshing beverages. The Avengers were positioned on a viewing platform, offering them a panoramic view of the grand celebration. Each of them received a traditional Asgardian festival robe. "When does this commence?" Sam inquired, captivated by a group of dancers twirling with torches around the bonfire. "The Festival of Flames dates back to the very inception of Asgard," Thor elucidated, distributing cups filled with a softly glowing beverage. "It is said that when the gods first settled this land, they faced the dire threat of an everlasting winter. Odin and his brethren sought assistance from the depths of the cosmos, ultimately returning with the seed of the eternal flame, which they planted as the precursor to Yggdrasil, melting the ice and snow, heralding the change of seasons. The Festival of Flames commemorates this pivotal event. Do these dances hold any particular significance?" Yell and asked, intently observing the dancers' rhythmic movements. "Each gesture embodies an ancient rune or force," Thor replied, nodding. "The entire choreography is, in fact, a complex incantation, said to fortify the strength of Yggdrasil and maintain the balance among the 9 realms. Thus, this is not merely a celebration, but also a ritual for the preservation of cosmic order." Bruce inquired, astonished. Thor chuckled. "In Asgard, festivities and rituals often intertwine. They serve as both entertainment and duty." As night fully enveloped the scene, the celebration reached its zenith. Thor and other royal members approached the central bonfire, brandishing specially crafted torches, which they cast into the azure flames. With each torch thrown, the fire would shift hues and erupt upwards, forming wondrous shapes and patterns. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and applause. Thor returned to the Avengers, a contented smile gracing his face. "What a spectacle!" Steve marveled, profoundly moved by the sight. "Indeed, it is unforgettable," Thor concurred, suddenly sporting a mischievous grin, "but the celebration has only just begun. Now is the time for free activities. You may partake in various games, savor the culinary delights, or dance." "Dance?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "The Asgardian style might be a tad peculiar for us Earthlings." "Fear not, Stark," Thor laughed heartily. "There will be plenty of simple dances suitable for beginners." He shot a meaningful glance at Sam. "I noticed Hilda has also arrived, near the fruit wine stall on the east side." Sam's gaze immediately followed Thor's indication and found Hilda, resplendent in festive attire, a long gown of silver and blue. Her hair elegantly styled. I suppose I should go, thank her for her guidance today, Sam declared, rising from his seat. Tony and Bruce exchanged knowing glances, while Steve encouragingly patted Sam on the shoulder. Good luck, little bird, Tony reminded him as he turned to the others. So, who wishes to explore the Asgardian game stalls? I hear there's a game akin to darts, but the targets move and occasionally retaliate. Bruce immediately shook his head, expressing a preference for a more tranquil pursuit, perhaps indulging in the culinary delights. I shall accompany you, Stark, Steve unexpectedly interjected, keen to ascertain whether my aim remained true in Asgard. Thor rose to his feet, suggesting, then let us split up and reconvene at the observation platform at midnight for the most magnificent fireworks display. What about you, Yolon? Bruce inquired, noting his contemplative demeanor. I wish to observe here for a while, Yolon replied, his gaze firmly fixed on the central bonfire. Thus, the Avengers dispersed to explore the revelries of the Fire Festival. Sam hastened toward the direction of Hilda, while Tony and Steve sought out the game booths. Bruce ventured into the food area, and Yolon remained with Thor at the observation platform. As Sam navigated through the jubilant crowd, his heart raced. Upon nearing Hilda, she appeared to have noticed him, her face lighting up with a warm smile. Sam, she greeted softly, you've come to the Fire Festival. Thor must be delighted. It is more splendid than I imagined. I have never witnessed such a celebration. This is one of Asgard's most cherished traditions, Hilda elucidated, handing him a cup exuding fruity aromas. Try this. It's a mild mead, yet infused with the unique essence of the Fire Festival. Sam accepted the cup, cautiously taking a sip, and was instantly captivated. This is exquisite, he exclaimed, taking another sip. Are all your beverages this delightful? Hilda smiled, a special treat for the Fire Festival, available only once a year. It contains the dew from Yggdrasil, said to bestow good fortune and courage. Courage? Indeed, enough courage to do things one would not typically dare, such as inviting a lady to dance. An unexpected surge of confidence flooded Sam, perhaps the mead's influence or Hilda's encouraging smile. Miss Hilda, he cleared his throat, presenting his most charming smile, would you be willing to teach me some Asgardian dances? Hilda's smile brightened further. I would be delighted. Meanwhile, Tony and Steve stumbled upon a game called Capture the Light Sprite, where participants were required to ensnare swiftly moving orbs of light with special nets. This is akin to an advanced form of butterfly catching, Tony remarked, watching several Asgardians futilely swing their nets, achieving nothing. It appears quite challenging, Steve observed, analyzing the movement patterns. I think I shall give it a try. The game host, a red-haired Asgardian woman, looked at the two Earth visitors with surprise. Are you certain? She inquired, intrigued. This game rarely sees success, even from our young warriors. All the more reason to try, Tony insisted, taking a net and gauging its weight and balance. What are the rules? How many must one catch to win? Capturing a single light sprite grants a modest reward. The host explains. 3 yield a medium prize, while 5 or more signify a grand triumph. The younger generation of newcomers seldom achieves this on their first attempt. Steve picks up a net, his gaze intent on the darting lights as they accept the challenge. The game commences, and Tony and Steve quickly realize that it is far more difficult than it appears. The light sprites not only move with astonishing speed, but also seem to anticipate the actions of their pursuers, shifting direction at the very moment the net is about to make contact. Tony's initial attempt ends in utter failure, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Steve fares slightly better, grazing the edge of one sprite. Damn, these little creatures are like lightning, Tony exclaims, recalibrating his strategy. We need to predict their movements. Steve nods, calmly observing for a moment before suddenly launching his net. This time, he successfully captures a light sprite. The small orb quivers within the net before settling down, transforming into a glowing gem. Splendid. The host applauds, marking the first successful capture of the evening. Not to be outdone, Tony focuses intently, attempting to emulate Steve's technique. On his third attempt, he too succeeds in capturing one. Science triumphs over magical tricks, after all, he declares triumphantly, eliciting laughter from onlookers. For the next 15 minutes, the two immerse themselves in the game, gradually mastering the art. Ultimately, Steve captures 4 light sprites, while Tony secures 3. That's nearly a grand prize, Captain, Tony remarks, watching as Steve's 4th sprite transforms into a gem. Shall we go for another? Just as Steve prepares for another attempt, Tony's attention is drawn to the dance floor, where Sam and Hilda are performing what appears to be a variant of the waltz. Sam, wearing an unprecedentedly joyous smile. "Look over there," Tony nudges Steve, motioning towards the dance floor. "Our little bird has found his paradise." Following Tony's gaze, Steve observes that Sam indeed seems genuinely happy. "I hope this visit brings about some positive changes for everyone." Speaking of changes, Tony suddenly recalls something and sets down his net. "Have you considered what Odin's test might entail? Tomorrow marks the second day." Steve's expression grows serious. "I've been pondering that very question. Given Odin's character and Asgardian traditions, it could be some form of trial of courage or wisdom, or perhaps a combination of both," Tony speculates. "I just hope it's not something like battling a dragon from the mythic traditions. Whatever it may be, we will face it together." In the distance, Sam is absorbed in a dance he never imagined he would experience. Hilda patiently guides him, correcting his steps, and they become increasingly synchronized with the rhythm of the music. "You're learning quickly," Hilda praises. "For someone who has never danced Asgardian styles, your performance is quite impressive." "I have a remarkable teacher," Sam replied, spinning her around boldly, eliciting her surprised laughter. "Furthermore," he remarked, "the dance steps bear a striking resemblance to certain dances on Earth. The exquisite elements of the cosmos often share commonalities," Hilda responded, "akin to the connections between stars, which adhere to similar patterns across any realm." The music gradually softened, and the dance steps slowed in tandem. Unbeknownst to them, their proximity diminished, and Sam could feel Hilda's gentle breath. "Tomorrow," he softly inquired, "can we soar once more? I wish to witness the sunrise in Asgard." Hilda's eyes shimmered with a tender light. "Of course, but we must set out early." "It is worthwhile," Sam replied without hesitation, his gaze filled with affection. "Truly worthwhile." Meanwhile, Bruce discovered a quiet corner where an elder Asgardian scholar regaled a small audience with ancient legends. He quietly joined, soon captivated by these tales, particularly those concerning the mastery of inner strength and balance. Yalan, still on the observation platform, engaged in hushed conversation with an elderly man, clad in a simple gray robe. He emanated an undeniable authority. It was Odin himself, appearing in civilian attire at the celebration. "The timeline has begun to fluctuate," Odin calmly stated, his gaze penetrating through the bonfire to the distance. "Do you sense it?" Yalan nodded, the device in his hand emitting a faint blue glow, increasingly frequent. "This is why I've come here. Asgard seems to be in turmoil." "Not just Asgard," Odin corrected solemnly. "I have glimpsed fragmented futures. Some paths lead to ruin, while others herald rebirth. The crux lies in making the right choice. Allfather seems to have a particular plan for the ensuing tests," Yalan articulated. Odin smiled faintly, the depth of his meaning concealed beneath his beard. "The essence of the test has never been, as we superficially claim, timekeeper. It will unveil the truest nature of each individual, which is precisely what you must discern, is it not?" Yalan pondered for a moment before nodding. "In this light, the test may indeed be crucial to my mission. More significant than you imagine," Odin mysteriously stated, rising. "Now, go and revel in the celebration." With that, he vanished into the crowd. As midnight approached, the Avengers reconvened on the observation platform as scheduled. Tony and Steve each showcased the small gems they had won in the games, while Bruce appeared more at peace. Sam bore a dreamlike expression, still immersed in the echoes of his dance with Hilda. "It seems everyone is enjoying themselves," Thor remarked, surveying his friends. "Are you prepared to behold Asgard's most magnificent fireworks?" Just then, a resounding blast of horns reverberated throughout the city, heralding the arrival of midnight. The bonfire in the central square suddenly erupted, soaring into the heavens, only to explode into countless radiant fragments, resembling a miniature shower of stars cascading down to Earth. As more luminous orbs ascended from various corners of the city, they coalesced in the sky to form intricate patterns resembling a colossal dragon, warriors, the world tree, and symbols of the 9 realms. The colors shifted, and the interplay of light and shadow was a spectacle far surpassing the most advanced pyrotechnic displays on Earth. These were no ordinary fireworks, were they? Bruce softly inquired of Thor, awestruck by the magnificent sight before him. "This is a fusion of light magic and elemental energy," Thor explained, his pride evident as he gazed at the celestial marvel, presided over by Asgard's most illustrious sorcerers. "Each year's display is unique, symbolizing significant events from the past year," and the hopes for the year to come. As the fireworks reached their zenith, a breathtaking scene unfolded in the sky. The 9 worlds encircled the world tree. And at the pinnacle of the tree stood a group of diminutive figures symbolizing the alliance between Asgard and Midgard. "Look at that," some exclaimed, astonished to recognize the emblem of the Avengers. "Is that us?" Thor nodded with a smile. "A special directive from my father. This is a tribute to your visit and a blessing for future collaboration." The Avengers were profoundly moved by this spectacle, standing together in silent admiration of the extraordinary performance. When the display finally concluded and the audience began to disperse, Tony suddenly asked, "So, regarding the upcoming test, do you have any hints? What should we prepare for?" Thor smiled mysteriously. "My father merely informed me that all you require is a clear mind and a courageous heart." "That sounds rather vague," Bruce commented anxiously. "I sincerely hope it doesn't involve anything that would provoke the other guy." "Fear not, Dr. Banner," Thor reassured him. "My father is well aware of each individual's circumstances. The test will be tailored accordingly." "That sounds even more daunting," Tony quipped half-jokingly. "A personalized divine test? I would rather take a final exam." Steve pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "Whatever the challenge may be, we will face it together. This is the essence of our presence here, to build trust and cooperation." The team gradually made their way toward the palace, each lost in their own thoughts. Yolande remained silent, the device in her hand occasionally flickering with a faint blue light. Upon returning to the palace, the Avengers parted ways in the corridor, each retreating to their respective chambers. "Rest well, my friends," Thor advised. "Tomorrow promises to be another long day." After the others had departed, Sam quietly approached Thor, saying, "I have plans to fly with Hilda tomorrow morning. Will that interfere with anything else?" Thor smiled and patted Sam's shoulder. "Go ahead, enjoy yourself, it's no problem." Sam sighed in relief. "That's great. Thank you." However, Thor suddenly lowered his voice, his expression growing serious. "Hilda is a remarkable warrior and scholar. If you seek only fleeting amusement, I suggest you reconsider." Sam blinked in surprise, then responded earnestly, "No, it's not like that at all. I genuinely admire her wisdom, courage, and everything about her." Thor observed him for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Hilda has endured numerous arduous moments, and she undoubtedly deserves to be treated with sincerity," Sam assures. The two bid farewell and return to their respective rooms. Sam reclines on his bed, envisioning the sunrise flight that awaits them on the morrow. Meanwhile, the other Avengers ponder the challenges that lie ahead. Tony paces in his room, muttering to himself, speculating whether it involves a certain intellectual test or a technological challenge. Perhaps a combat simulation? No, that would be too simplistic. Odin would not be so straightforward. Bruce sits by the window, engaging in meditation, striving to maintain inner tranquility and prepare for any potential scenarios. Steve performs a brief physical workout, then retrieves his sketchbook to capture the Asgardian landscapes he has seen over the past 2 days, attempting to organize his thoughts through art. Yolande stands on the balcony, gazing at the infinite starry sky. As night deepens, the lights of Asgard extinguish one by one, leaving only the eternal flame and the faint glow of the world tree illuminating the contours of the divine realm. One by one, the Avengers drift into slumber. Chapter 48, The Asgardian Adventure, Part 2. Sunlight streams through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, and Sam Wilson abruptly sits up in bed, his heart racing. He glances at the time. There remains half an hour until the sunrise flight with Hilda. He hastily freshens up, dons the lightweight flight suit Thor prepared for him, and quietly slips out of his room, wary of awakening the other Avengers. Upon arriving at the flight venue, he finds Hilda already waiting, accompanied by her winged steed, Storm. Hilda has donned a more streamlined flight attire, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, exuding an air of elegance. "Right on time," Hilda smiles. "I appreciate your punctuality." Sam scratches his head, feeling a bit bashful. "I certainly wouldn't want to miss the sunrise over Asgard. Besides, flying with you is one of the things I eagerly anticipate." A glimmer of amusement dances in Hilda's eyes. "Then let us set forth." She is fully prepared. Sam climbs onto the back of the steed, this time more adeptly securing himself, his arms instinctively encircling Hilda's waist. Storm leaps gracefully into the air, unfurling its wings and soaring towards the heavens. "Today's flight path will be somewhat special," Hilda remarks over her shoulder. "We will traverse the eternal forest, one of the most enigmatic places in Asgard." "That sounds fantastic," Sam replies excitedly, feeling the wind rush past his ears. The steed weaves through the clouds, gradually approaching a dense forest. The trees of the eternal forest stand tall and ancient, their branches shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Each tree embodies a semblance of ancient power. These trees, they appear to be alive, Sam observes, his gaze fixed on the forest below. They indeed are alive, Hilda elucidates. The eternal forest is the very soul of Asgard, with each tree interconnected to the world tree, Yggdrasil. Legend has it that these trees can sense the balance of the 9 realms and emit warnings in times of crisis. Sam nods thoughtfully. So, this forest is not merely a natural spectacle, but also serves as a kind of warning system? Indeed, Hilda concurred, and it possesses a unique ability to reflect the innermost thoughts of those who enter. Should you find yourself lost within the forest, the trees will guide you towards your true path. It sounds rather akin to a psychological assessment, Sam remarked half-jokingly. Hilda chuckled softly. Perhaps so. Yet here, any guise shall be unveiled, and only the authentic self can discover the way out. The Pegasus circled above the forest for a while before gracefully descending onto a secluded glade. Hilda dismounted and gestured for Sam to follow suit. Let us pause here for a moment, she said, retrieving some sustenance and water from a pouch by the saddle. You may experience the essence of the eternal forest up close. Sam surveyed his surroundings, the tranquility and mystique of the woods enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of peace. He approached a magnificent ancient tree, reaching out to touch its bark, feeling a gentle energy emanating from his fingertips. This sensation is remarkable, he murmured, as if conversing with some ancient life form. Hilda stepped beside him and softly remarked, the eternal forest is one of the most sacred places in Asgard. Many Asgardians seek their inner truths here or partake in significant rituals. And you? Have you discovered any answers in this place? Hilda fell silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. After my injury, I spent much time here. The forest aided me in embracing my new identity and finding a new direction. Sam sensed the depth of her words and gently replied, You are an extraordinary person, Hilda. Whether as a Valkyrie or a librarian, you have demonstrated immense courage and wisdom. Thank you, Sam. The two wandered through the forest, basking in the morning serenity. As time passed, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and the entire forest seemed to be adorned in a golden glow. We should return, Hilda remarked, glancing at the sky. The other Avengers may already be awaiting you. Sam nodded, though with a tinge of reluctance. They returned to the Pegasus, preparing to fly back to Asgard. Today's flight was truly unforgettable. Thank you, Hilda. I too relished our time together, Sam. Perhaps we shall have more opportunities for flight in the future. A warmth spread through Sam's heart, and he resolutely nodded. I look forward to it. Meanwhile, the other Avengers concluded their second day in Asgard. Early in the morning, Tony was taken by Thor to the Asgardian Institute of Technology. This establishment gathered the most brilliant scientists and engineers of Asgard, engaging in research ranging from energy technologies to interdimensional transmission, encompassing a vast array of fields. Welcome to the Asgardian Institute of Technology, Thor proudly introduced. Here lies our most advanced technological center, where many innovations unimaginable to you on Earth have come to fruition. Tony glanced around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is truly my paradise. Do you have detailed documentation on the energy guidance system of the Bifrost? Are there any experimental records of interdimensional transmission? Thor chuckled. Certainly. I have arranged for you to engage in a thorough discourse with our chief engineer, who is particularly intrigued by your armored suit. Eagerly, Tony followed Thor into the research facility, inundating him with questions and taking notes along the way. He engaged in fervent discussions with the Asgardian engineers. Your energy systems are thousands of years ahead of Earth, Tony exclaimed. If we could implement this technology on our planet, the energy crisis would cease to be an issue. The chief engineer, an elderly gentleman with silver hair named Ein, nodded with a smile. We too admire your ingenuity, Mr. Stark. Your arc reactor technology surpasses our energy devices in several respects. Thank you for the compliment. However, I have many questions to pose, particularly regarding your interdimensional transmission technology. I nodded and led Tony into a more secluded laboratory, where experiments on a miniature rainbow bridge were underway. This is our latest research achievement, elucidated. By simulating the energy fluctuations of the rainbow bridge, we aspire to achieve more precise interdimensional transmission. Tony observed the experimental apparatus with awe in his eyes. overwhelmed by the marvel of it all. If we can master this technology, we might establish a stable passageway between Earth and Asgard. Agreed, that is indeed our goal. However, we currently face several technical challenges, such as energy stability and coordinate positioning. Tony immediately immersed himself in the discussion, collaborating with Ein and other engineers to explore potential solutions. Time slipped away unnoticed until Thor reminded them it was time for lunch. "Tony, you should take a break," Thor said with a smile. "You have been here for an entire morning." Realizing the passage of time, Tony chuckled sheepishly. "Apologies, I was too engrossed. The technology here is utterly captivating." Ein smiled. "We too have enjoyed our exchange, Mr. Stark. We hope to have the opportunity for continued collaboration in the future." Tony nodded. "Absolutely. I look forward to it." Meanwhile, Bruce Banner was escorted to Asgard's Medical Research Center, where the focus was on harnessing the synergy of magic and technology to treat various ailments and injuries. "Dr. Banner, welcome to our Medical Research Center." An enthusiastic female researcher named Freya greeted him. "We are very interested in your research on gamma radiation." Bruce was somewhat astonished. "You are aware of my research?" Freya nodded. "Of course. We have been monitoring scientific advancements on Earth. Your research holds significant reference value for us." Excited, Bruce engaged in an in-depth discussion with Freya and the other researchers, exploring the potential applications of gamma radiation and how to utilize magic to control and direct this energy. "We have been searching for a method to harness gamma radiation without provoking mutations," Freya elucidated. "Your research has provided us with fresh insights." Bruce nodded. "I too am seeking a way to control the energy within me, to prevent the emergence of another entity. Perhaps together we can discover a solution. Our magical techniques may prove beneficial to your predicament." "That would be splendid. I am eager to collaborate with you." Steve Rogers opted to explore the training grounds of Asgard, a place not only serving as a training base for Asgardian warriors, but also a research center for various weapons and strategies. "Captain Rogers, welcome to our training grounds," greeted a warrior named Hogan with enthusiasm. "Thor often speaks of you, claiming you are one of the finest warriors on Earth." Steve humbly smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. I merely do my best." Hogan guided Steve through the various areas of the training grounds, showcasing Asgard's training methodologies and weaponry techniques. Steve was deeply impressed by the discipline and combat prowess of the Asgardian warriors. "Your training methods are remarkably effective," he remarked, "especially in terms of teamwork." Hogan nodded in agreement. "We believe that true strength arises from cooperation within the team. Every warrior must learn to trust and rely on their comrades." Steve resonated with this sentiment. "This has always been my belief as well. Whether on the battlefield or in life, the power of teamwork is irreplaceable." Hogan invited Steve to participate in a simulated combat training, to which Steve gladly accepted. During the training, he earned the respect of the Asgardian warriors. "Your performance was impressive, Captain Rogers," Hogan stated after the training concluded. "We are honored to fight alongside you." Steve smiled and nodded. "I too have enjoyed our collaboration. I hope there will be further opportunities for us to train together." Meanwhile, under Odin's guidance, Yelan continued to explore the secrets of Asgard. He arrived at an ancient library, a repository of knowledge concerning time and space. "Welcome, Guardian of Time," greeted a sage named Mimir. "Odin, All-Father, has informed us of your arrival. We are privileged to share our knowledge with you." Yelan nodded. "Thank you. I am particularly intrigued by Asgard's theories of time, especially regarding the maintenance of timelines." Mimir led Yelan deep into the library, where some of the most ancient and mysterious tomes were stored. They discussed the stability of timelines, the theory of multiverses, and the implications of time travel. "We believe that the timeline is the most fragile aspect of the universe," Mimir explained. "Any minor alteration could yield unforeseen consequences." Yelan wholeheartedly agreed. "This has always been my concern. We must diligently safeguard the stability of the timeline to avert any potential calamities." Mimir nodded. "We are willing to join you in preserving the balance of time." Yelan felt a wave of contentment. It was truly splendid. She looked forward to their collaboration. During lunch, the Avengers reconvened to share their experiences. "Tony, how has your technological journey been?" Steve inquired. Tony responded with enthusiasm. "It has been nothing short of remarkable. I have acquired extensive knowledge about interdimensional transmission. The technology of Asgard is truly eye-opening." Bruce also shared his experience. "I engage in discussions regarding the control of gamma radiation with researchers at the Medical Research Center. They propose some fascinating ideas that may prove beneficial for my situation. Steve nodded. I train alongside the warriors of Asgard in the training grounds. Their teamwork is truly impressive. Sam appeared somewhat enigmatic. I ventured to the eternal forest with Hilda. It is a wondrous place. The forest seems to reflect one's innermost being, aiding us in discovering our true selves. Yelan remarked. I conversed with a wise Mimir in the library about the maintenance of timelines. Thor gazed at his friends with a smile, evidently pleased that everyone had a fulfilling morning. We have more exciting activities awaiting you this afternoon. In the afternoon, Thor guided the Avengers on a tour of Asgard's weapon forge. This place was not merely a site for weapon manufacturing, but also a laboratory where magic and technology intertwined. Welcome to our weapon forge. A dwarf craftsman named Sindri greeted them warmly. Here is where we create the most formidable weapons, including Thor's Mjolnir. Tony was immediately captivated, observing every detail of the forge with keen interest. Your forging techniques are simply astounding, especially the method of combining magic with technology. It is unparalleled. Sindri nodded proudly. We believe that true power arises from the perfect amalgamation of magic and technology. Each weapon is unique, imbued with immense strength. Steve found himself intrigued by a massive battle axe, which boasted a distinctive design, suitable for both close combat and the release of magical energy. Sindri explained, this is our latest design, crafted specifically for powerful warriors. It can unleash various magical effects in accordance with a wielder's will. Bruce was drawn to a pair of wristbands capable of absorbing and releasing energy, their design ingeniously effective in controlling the flow of energy. Sindri acknowledged, these were designed for those who need to manage their inner power. They assist the user in maintaining balance and preventing loss of control. Sam was fascinated by a shield that could enable flight. Its design was intriguing, serving both defensive and offensive purposes. Sindri chuckled. This is tailored for flying warriors, capable of synergizing with Pegasi to maximize combat effectiveness. Upon concluding the tour, the Avengers gained a profound understanding of Asgard's weaponry technology. On the third day, Thor led the Avengers to the borders of Asgard, where they visited a colossal defensive barrier. This is the first line of defense of Asgard, capable of withstanding any external invasion. This is our most formidable defensive system, Thor elucidated, powered by the energy of the World Tree, able to repel the majority of assaults. Tony meticulously examined the structure of the defensive barrier. The design of this energy shield is remarkably advanced, capable of automatically adjusting its energy intensity to adapt to various forms of attack. Bruce, intrigued by the energy source of the barrier, pondered how the energy from the World Tree is transformed into a defensive shield. Thor explained, the energy of the World Tree is transmitted through a specialized network of runes to the barrier, forming a potent energy field. Any object attempting to traverse the barrier would be thwarted by the energy field. How does this shield function in combat? In battle, the barrier can adjust its energy intensity based on the commands of the commander, and it can even be partially deactivated to allow our warriors to pass through. Does this shield require regular maintenance? Thor nodded affirmatively. We need to routinely inspect the rune network to ensure the stability of energy transmission. Furthermore, does this shield have any influence on the flow of time? Thor elucidated. The energy field of the barrier does indeed exert a slight effect on the passage of time. Yet this influence remains within our control. As night fell, the Avengers returned to the palace, preparing to face the impending test. Odin awaited them in the Grand Hall, his demeanor grave. My friends, Odin solemnly proclaimed, you have witnessed the marvels and might of Asgard. Now, it is time to face the final trial. The Avengers exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. The test will take place the day after tomorrow, Odin continued, and you must be ready to confront any challenge. Remember, true strength arises from the courage and wisdom within. Thor stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulders. Whatever the trial may be, we shall face it together. They nodded, their hearts filled with resolve. Upon returning to their chambers, the Avengers each prepared for the test. The night in Asgard was tranquil and enigmatic, and the Avengers drifted into slumber beneath the starlit sky, ready to embrace the final day that awaited them. Chapter 49. The elusive father of the gods at dawn. As the sun began to rise, the Avengers stirred from their dreams, the echoes of Odin's announcement regarding the test resonating in their minds. Tony Stark tossed and turned in bed, ultimately surrendering to the wakefulness, sitting up abruptly. Jarvis, he began, only to realize he was in Asgard, and Jarvis was not present. He sighed in frustration, muttering to himself, Asgard is truly dreadful. Stepping out of his room, he discovered Steve awaiting him in the corridor. Clad in the light attire characteristic of Asgard, he appeared well-prepared. Unable to sleep? Tony inquired. Steve shook his head. I was contemplating what Odin's test might entail. Will we be pitted against some monstrous foe? Or perhaps face an intellectual challenge? Perhaps it shall be a grand bonfire gathering, where we shall see whose skills in barbecuing reign supreme. Tony remarked half-jokingly, though a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his eyes. Yet, on a serious note, we ought to gather some intelligence. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. I concur. Banner emerged from another room, rubbing his eyes. We need to acquire more information regarding this test. Just as they were conversing, Yilon joined them, appearing more composed than the others, as if he had prepared in advance. We must understand Odin's character and modus operandi as thoroughly as possible, Yilon suggested. This may prove more crucial than the content of the test itself. Thor was the last to arrive, visibly uneasy. His father's tests were always unpredictable. I have undergone countless such trials in my youth, and never once could I foresee the outcome. Surely, that must provide us with some hints, Tony pressed. What kind of test does your father favor? Combat? Intelligence? Or some enigmatic Asgardian ritual? Thor shook his head with a wry smile. That is precisely the dilemma. Each time is different. Sometimes it involves combat skills, other times survival abilities, and occasionally, well, where is Sam? Only then did they notice that the Falcon was absent from their midst. Steve pondered for a moment, a knowing smile spreading across his face. I suspect he has gone in search of Hilda. Oh, to be young again, Tony lamented. In the face of a cosmic crisis, he chooses the path of youthful legend. Let us refrain from mocking him. Bruce chuckled. Shall we focus our attention on the matter of the test? The Avengers resolved to split up and gather intelligence regarding Odin and the test. Tony and Bruce headed to the library in search of historical records, while Steve and Thor went to consult the court elders, and Yilon chose to observe the palace surroundings alone. On their way to the library, Tony incessantly inquired of Thor regarding Odin. What is your father like in general? Stern? Benevolent? Or perhaps the type who is aloof and rarely smiles? Thor pondered for a moment. My father possesses many facets. As a king, he is imposing and decisive. As a father, well, he is also quite formidable. Yet at times he reveals unexpected traits. Unexpected? In what way? Thor hesitated. Once, Loki and I disobeyed the rules and sneaked into the courtyard. Upon our return, I anticipated a harsh punishment. Yet my father merely inquired about what intriguing sights we had encountered, and he listened with great interest for an entire evening. Tony blinked. So he's the type who believes rules are meant to be broken? No, absolutely not, Thor quickly refuted. He places immense value on rules and responsibilities. Yet at times, his actions can indeed be unpredictable. Meanwhile, Sam Wilson found himself in a secluded corner of the Asgardian library, meeting with Hilda. You appear troubled, Hilda observed, noting his expression. Is it due to Odin's test? Sam nodded. We are all uncertain of what we shall face. Do you know much about Odin? I mean, aside from his official titles as the father of the gods and the ruler of Asgard. Hilda smiled and shook her head. Odin is the most enigmatic figure in Asgard. Even we, the native Asgardians, find it challenging to truly comprehend him. Yet, one thing is certain. He values not superficial strength, but rather intrinsic qualities. Intrinsic qualities? Such as courage, wisdom, the spirit of sacrifice, and most importantly, the authentic self, Hilda elucidated. It is said that Odin can see through anyone's soul before him. Any guise is rendered meaningless. Sam nodded thoughtfully. Hilda smiled, perhaps both. However, she lowered her voice. I've heard that Odin has a rather unusual agenda today. Unusual? How so? He has canceled all routine meetings and ventured alone to the Rainbow Bridge this morning, where he conversed with Heimdall for an extended duration. He then proceeded to the Eternal Forest, where he spent several hours in solitude. Sam raised an eyebrow. Is this atypical? Quite so. Odin seldom alters his schedule unless a significant event is afoot. Sam resolved to share this information with the other Avengers. He hastily bid farewell to Hilda, promising to meet later, and made his way to the main hall of the library, the appointed rendezvous with Tony and Bruce. In the library's main hall, Tony and Bruce were engrossed in a plethora of ancient tomes. Upon seeing Sam approach, Tony looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Hey, Romeo, has your date concluded?" We stumbled upon something intriguing. "Hi, spare me the pleasantries. Let us discuss serious matters." "I have intelligence to share," Sam replied, relaying the information Hilda had imparted regarding Odin's unusual behavior today. Bruce adjusted his glasses. "This is indeed worth noting. We discovered in these ancient texts that Odin has previously conducted similar tests, primarily targeting foreign leaders seeking alliances with Asgard." "What were the nature of the tests?" Sam inquired eagerly. Tony spread his hands. "Herein lies the peculiar part. There are no records detailing any specifics. All texts merely mention Odin's test without ever describing the content. It's as if each test is entirely unique or confidential." Bruce added, "Perhaps only the participants are privy to the particulars." "Then we seem to have hit a dead end," Sam sighed. As they deliberated, Thor and Steve arrived to join them. Steve's expression was a mixture of confusion and astonishment. "You won't believe what we just witnessed," Steve remarked. "Odin is playing in the palace garden." "Playing?" Tony, Bruce, and Sam exclaimed in unison. Thor nodded, looking equally perplexed. "Father is playing hide-and-seek in the garden with a group of children. He transforms into various animals, and the children chase after him, laughter echoing throughout the garden." Tony blinked. "Wait, the father of the gods, the ruler of the 9 realms, is playing hide-and-seek?" "Indeed," Steve confirmed, appearing quite pleased. A stark contrast to the solemn monarch who had announced the test the previous night. "This is unusual," Thor murmured, noting that their father rarely exhibited such a relaxed demeanor, especially during crucial matters. "Could it be related to the test?" Bruce speculated, suggesting some form of misdirection. "Perhaps it is a psychological tactic," Tony mused, "designed to instill confusion and unease in us. Regardless, we require further information," Steve resolved, suggesting they continue to observe in hopes of uncovering more clues. The group dispersed, deciding to reconvene at lunch. Sam returned to Sif's side, continuing to gather intelligence regarding Odin. Tony and Bruce ventured into other areas of the palace for exploration, while Steve and Thor opted to directly monitor Odin's activities. Yelon chose to retreat to a quiet garden nook, closing his eyes in contemplation. As a guardian of time, he possessed a profound understanding of human nature, and perhaps he might uncover some insights therein. At lunchtime, the Avengers regrouped, each bearing expressions of puzzlement. "Has anyone uncovered any useful leads?" Steve inquired. Tony shook his head, stating that aside from Odin's unusual vitality today, there was nothing. "Our inquiries throughout the palace yielded ambiguous responses. Some claimed the test involved combat, others spoke of meditation, and some mentioned a mysterious ritual." "Sif informed me," Sam interjected, "that Odin has been perusing ancient tomes of magic in recent days, seemingly researching some archaic spells." Thor frowned. Their father seldom engaged directly with magic, typically delegating such matters to the court's sorcerers. Bruce adjusted his glasses, stating, "In a corner of the library, we discovered a book that had been recently perused, focusing on illusions and mental tests. So the test may pertain to the mind or illusions." Steve summarized. "Perhaps," Yelon finally spoke, a contemplative expression gracing his features. "Yet, I sense that Odin's test will not be so straightforward. He appears to be assessing our adaptability." "Adaptability?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "The ability to cope with uncertainty," Yelon elucidated. "Have you noticed? He deliberately keeps the nature of the test shrouded in mystery, while presenting a persona entirely unlike his usual self. This, too, is part of the test." The group fell into deep thought just as a court attendant hurried over. "Avengers," he announced, "Odin Allfather invites you to tonight's banquet. He claims it will be the last relaxed gathering before the test." Tony glanced at the others, recognizing that they would have the opportunity to observe Odin directly this evening. The banquet was scheduled for 8 o'clock, granting the Avengers ample time to continue their intelligence gathering. They resolved to accompany Thor as he showcased other areas of Asgard, while remaining vigilant regarding Odin's movements. In the afternoon, Thor guided them through Asgard's armory, a repository of various enchanted weapons and artifacts, some possessing the power to alter reality itself. Any one of these weapons could potentially become part of the test, Thor elucidated. "My father once tasked me with utilizing several of these weapons to accomplish specific objectives." "Such as?" Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued. "On one occasion, he bestowed upon me a dagger capable of summoning storms, yet forbade me from harnessing the power of lightning. I was compelled to master an entirely different elemental force. So the test might require us to wield unfamiliar weapons or abilities. Steve speculated. Thor shrugged. Perhaps, or perhaps not. My father never administers the same test twice. As they observed the array of peculiar weapons within the armory, a burst of laughter echoed from a corridor. The group turned to see Odin frolicking with several court maidens. The All-Father was clad in casual attire, adorned with a crown woven from flowers, resembling a youthful reveler rather than the sovereign of the Nine Realms. Is it your father? Tony asked incredulously. Thor, equally astonished, replied, Indeed, but I have never seen him in such a light. Odin noticed them, beaming as he approached. Ah, friends from Midgard. Are you exploring our armory? Have you discovered anything intriguing? The Avengers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Yes, father, Steve cautiously replied. Thor is introducing us to his guardian weapons. Odin burst into laughter. Ah, weapons. How dreadfully mundane. Today is such a splendid day. You should venture to the gardens and bask in the sunlight, or admire the vistas of the Nine Realms from the Rainbow Bridge. He patted Thor on the shoulder. My son, do not always be so serious. Take your friends to engage in something far more delightful, rather than merely toying with these metallic trinkets. With that, he merrily departed with the maidens, leaving the Avengers in a state of bewilderment. Is that truly your father, or is it Loki in disguise? Tony reiterated. Thor shook his head. It is undoubtedly my father. Yet, I have never witnessed him behaving in such a manner. This is exceedingly strange, Bruce murmured. It completely overturns my perception of Odin. Perhaps this is the test, Natasha speculated thoughtfully, to observe how we respond to an Odin who is entirely different from our expectations. If that is the case, then the test has already commenced, Steve remarked warily. The Avengers continued their exploration of the armory, yet each was preoccupied, pondering the implications of Odin's unusual demeanor. By evening, they returned to their chambers to prepare for the banquet. In the dressing room, Tony expressed his confusion to Steve. I cannot fathom Odin's intentions, he said while adjusting the collar of his Asgardian attire. One moment he is solemn, the next he is jovial. Has this old man been king for so long that he has developed a split personality? Steve shook his head. I do not believe it is that simple. Odin has ruled Asgard for millennia. He must possess his own profound reasoning. Or perhaps he is merely a capricious old man. Tony raised an eyebrow. Power can render one eccentric, not to mention the authority that governs the Nine Realms. Bruce adjusted his attire, suggesting that this might be a strategic maneuver. By exhibiting varied personas, he renders our predictions futile, thereby testing our adaptability. Elon stood quietly beside them, absorbing their discourse. Sam concurred, echoing what Hilda had said. Before Odin, any guise is in vain. At precisely 8 o'clock, the Avengers arrived punctually at the banquet hall. The hall was resplendent, with a long table laden with an array of delicacies and fine wines. The nobles and warriors of Asgard had already taken their seats, engaging in jovial conversation. Odin occupied the head of the table, tonight restoring the dignified visage of the All-Father, clad in formal attire and wielding a scepter. Noticing the Avengers' entrance, he subtly inclined his head in acknowledgement. The Avengers took their seats, as directed, with Thor positioned to Odin's right, while the others were placed at the opposite end of the long table. As the banquet commenced, the Asgardians indulged in the sumptuous fare and exquisite beverages, the atmosphere growing increasingly animated. However, the Avengers remained vigilant, closely observing Odin's every action. It appeared that Odin was aware of their scrutiny, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Midway through the festivities, Odin unexpectedly rose, raising his goblet. Tonight, we once again extend a warm welcome to the Avengers. His voice resonated with authority. Tomorrow, they shall face my trial. Let's raise our glasses and wish them good fortune. All present lifted their goblets in salute to the Avengers, who responded courteously, yet their hearts were laden with questions. The banquet continued, with Odin mingling among the guests, conversing with various nobles and warriors. When he approached the Avengers, he abruptly halted, casting a significant smile toward Tony. Stark, Odin remarked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I have heard you possess a knack for unraveling enigmas. Do you believe you can discern the nature of tomorrow's trial? Tony arched an eyebrow, responding cautiously. I am uncertain. All-Father, your test seems to surpass the bounds of mortal imagination. Odin erupted in laughter, a splendid answer. Acknowledging one's ignorance is the inception of wisdom. He then turned to Bruce. Dr. Banner, do you consider strength to be paramount? Bruce pondered momentarily before replying. Strength in itself is neither of utmost importance nor devoid of value. What truly matters is how it is wielded. Odin nodded thoughtfully before addressing Steve. Captain Rogers, if faced with the necessity of sacrificing one to save many, what would you choose? Without hesitation, Steve responded, I would seek a third option, one that saves the majority without sacrificing anyone. Odin regarded him contemplatively and then turned to Sam. Wilson, what do you perceive as the essence of flight? Sam hesitated slightly before answering, freedom, yet also responsibility. Flight transcends limitations, yet unveils a broader world, prompting an awareness of our obligations. At last, Odin turned his gaze towards Elon, the guardian of time. Why have you chosen to protect the timeline? Elon met Odin's eyes directly. Because time is the most fragile, yet also the most formidable force. It shapes everything, yet can also be altered. I safeguard the timeline to protect all potential futures. Odin nodded with satisfaction before returning to his throne. The Avengers exchanged bewildered glances. Odin's inquiry seemed to hint at something, yet remained enigmatic. As the banquet drew to a close, Odin once again rose, raising his scepter. Tomorrow's trial shall commence at dawn, he proclaimed. I urge the Avengers to prepare and gather before the Rainbow Bridge. The Avengers nodded in agreement, their hearts a mix of anticipation and anxiety. After the feast concluded, they retreated to their respective chambers, yet slumber eluded them. Tony lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying Odin's every action from the day. This old man was utterly inscrutable. Which version of him was the true one? Meanwhile, the other Avengers contemplated the upcoming test. Sam pondered Hilda's words, realizing that before Odin, all disguises were futile. Thor also found sleep elusive. He ventured out of his room, wandering the corridors. Suddenly, he spotted his father Odin standing on the balcony, gazing at the distant starry sky. Father, Thor called softly, approaching Odin's side. Odin turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. Can't sleep, my son? Thor shook his head. I am contemplating tomorrow's trial. Father, your actions today have left us all perplexed. That is precisely my intent, Thor. The true challenge is never that which can be anticipated. So this is part of the test. Odin did not respond directly, but instead asked, do you believe your friends are prepared? Without hesitation, Thor nodded. They're the bravest and most virtuous warriors I have ever known. Whatever the test may be, they will prevail. Odin patted his son's shoulder. I trust your judgment. Now, go rest. Tomorrow will be a significant day. Thor nodded and returned to his chamber. The night deepened, and the stars over Asgard shone particularly bright, illuminating this mystical realm. The Avengers remained in their rooms, readying themselves for the trial that awaited them, whatever it might be. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and the moment of dawn approached. Meanwhile, Odin stood beside the Rainbow Bridge, conversing with Heimdall. You have seen into their hearts, my friend, Odin remarked. Do you believe they are ready? Heimdall, the guardian who could perceive all within the 9 realms, nodded slowly. Each of them harbors their own fears and doubts, yet they also possess unwavering resolve and indomitable courage. They are prepared, Father of the Gods. Odin smiled with contentment, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Excellent. Then let us present them with an unforgettable trial. Heimdall, too, rarely displaying a smile, remarked, I dare say they could never anticipate such a test. That is precisely my intention, Odin remarked with a smile before turning to depart. Chapter 50. The test begins. The dance of Tony Stark as dawn broke. The Avengers had gathered at the entrance of the Bifrost, each visage etched with solemnity as they awaited the impending enigmatic trial. Thor appeared particularly anxious, for many of his father's actions were unforeseeable, and he repeatedly caressed the handle of Mjolnir. Did you sleep well last night? Steve inquired, glancing at the visibly dark-circled eyes of Tony. Tony shrugged, if well is defined as tossing and turning while pondering the peculiar challenges an eccentric old man might present us. Then I slept splendidly. Bruce rubbed his eyes. I managed to sleep, but I dreamt I was submitting a blank exam in Asgard. At least you dreamt of the test. Sam chuckled wryly. I dreamt Odin transformed into a dragon, chasing me around the 9 realms. Elon remained silent, his gaze continuously scanning the surroundings. On the Bifrost, Heimdall stood resolute, his golden eyes observing intently. He nodded in acknowledgement to the Avengers, uttering no further words. Will Odin arrive on time? Tony glanced at his wrist, only to realize he was not wearing a watch. My apologies, I'm still acclimating to Asgardian time. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of golden light materialized, and Odin appeared on the Bifrost. Clad in full ceremonial armor and wielding the spear Gungnir, he greeted them. Welcome, defenders of Earth. Are you prepared to embrace the test? The Avengers straightened their posture and nodded in response. Excellent. Odin acknowledged with a satisfied nod, then, with a smile revealing his grand golden tooth, added, but before we commence, I have a significant announcement. The assembly held their breath, anticipating some grave declaration. For the past 3 days, you have successfully passed the first round of tests, Odin jubilantly proclaimed, as if announcing a surprise festivity. The Avengers exchanged bewildered glances. The first round of tests? Thor queried first, Father, are you saying, indeed, my dear son? Odin laughed heartily. From the moment you arrived in Asgard, the trial had already begun. I have observed you for 3 days, noting how you contend with the unknown and uncertainty, how you adapt to unfamiliar surroundings, and how you endeavor to comprehend me. Odin, All-Father, sovereign of the 9 realms, guardian of the eternal grove, master of the Bifrost, the dual embodiment of wisdom and warfare, weaver of time and space, holder of the eye of fate, summoner of thunder and storm, supreme ruler of Asgard, leader of the gods, maintainer of cosmic order, witness of history, shaper of the future, judge of souls, giver of life, sovereign of death, balancer of light and darkness, mediator of chaos and order, source of knowledge and wisdom, symbol of strength and courage, embodiment of truth and justice, defender of honor and dignity, guardian of Asgard's eternal flame, weaver of the destinies of the 9 realms, father of the gods, and your esteemed progenitor, Odin Borson. Tony blinked, somewhat bewildered. So, those peculiar behaviors of yours, the crown, the playful antics with the children, and the sudden inquiries at the banquet, do not mind them. They are merely part of the test. Odin nodded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Indeed, you have exhibited commendable composure in the face of the unknown. You remain vigilant yet courteous, seeking knowledge without being overly intrusive, perplexed yet resolute. Yes, precisely that. Then, Bruce cautiously inquired, does this imply that the test has concluded? Odin erupted in laughter, his mirth resonating across the Rainbow Bridge. Of course not, Dr. Banner. This is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead, today, tomorrow, and the day after. 3 tests designed specifically for 3 of you. Steve stepped forward. How will these 3 individuals be chosen? Odin raised his eternal spear, declaring that fate would decide everything. He elevated Gungnir high, its tip shimmering with an otherworldly light, which then transformed into 6 slender streams, each directed toward the 6 Avengers. The streams began to swirl around them, gaining speed until they coalesced into a radiant halo. When the halo comes to a halt, it will select those who will undergo the test today, Odin elucidated. After several rotations, the halo gradually decelerated, ultimately resting before Tony Stark. Stunned, Tony managed to force a smile. Well, it seems I'm the fortunate one today. Should I prepare for battle? Do I need to don my armor? Odin shook his head, a strange light flickering in his eyes. No, Stark, today's test does not require your iron armor. What then is required? Tony asked, his wariness evident. Odin smiled mysteriously. Follow me, all of you. He guided the Avengers across the Rainbow Bridge to a vast platform surrounded by the grandeur of the cosmos, with nebulae and comets twinkling in the distance. In the center lay a colossal circular space, resembling an arena. Stark, Odin intoned seriously, as an inventor and thinker, your intellect is renowned. As a warrior, your courage is beyond question. Tony straightened slightly, bracing himself for a formidable challenge. But Odin continued, suddenly revealing a mischievous grin. Today, I shall test your dancing skills. A moment of silence ensued. Excuse me, what did you say? Tony asked incredulously. Dancing, my dear Mr. Stark. Odin raised his hands, and in an instant, the surrounding space transformed. The platform metamorphosed into a splendid ballroom. Asgard boasts 9 traditional dances, representing the 9 realms. You must learn and perform 3 of them. Tony gaped at the suddenly manifested ballroom, then glanced at the equally astonished Avengers, before turning his gaze back to Odin. You are jesting, are you not? This is some sort of prank? The All-Father never jokes, Odin replied solemnly, then broke into a smile. Well, perhaps not in formal settings. This is indeed your test, Stark. Thor appeared equally perplexed. Father, this is entirely different from the test I remember. Indeed, Odin nodded. Each test is meticulously tailored to the individual. But dance? Tony still found it hard to believe. I expected some life or death trial or a moral quandary. Do you not consider dance significant, Stark? Odin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Dance is the essence of Asgardian culture and serves as a bridge for communication across the 9 realms. Through dance, we celebrate victories, mourn the departed, express emotions, and even record history. Tony opened his mouth, only to close it again, clearly at a loss for words. Moreover, Odin added, his eyes sparkling, I have heard you are quite the renowned party enthusiast on Earth. This should not prove too daunting for you. Sam could not help but chuckle, quickly covering his mouth, while Steve and Bruce struggled to contain their laughter. Only Yelena maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly contemplating the deeper significance of the test. Well, Tony finally relented. Since this is a test, I accept. But I must clarify that my expertise lies in laboratory dancing, the kind where one dances alone in front of a robot. Fear not. Odin clapped his hands, and several Asgardian dancers emerged from the shadows of the hall. These are the finest dancers of Asgard, and they will instruct you. You have 3 hours to learn, followed by performance. 3 hours to learn 3 dances? Tony exclaimed. That is utterly impossible. It is indeed a challenge for a mere mortal, Odin replied. But you're no ordinary mortal, are you, Mr. Stark? Tony inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. All right. Challenge accepted. But I must remind you that the last time I danced was several years ago at a charity gala, and that was after 3 glasses of whiskey. The Avengers were ushered to one side of the ballroom, where an audience area had been prepared. Tony was led to the center to begin his training. I can hardly believe this is the test, Sam whispered to Steve. Tony is going to awkwardly dance before the gods? Steve shook his head. There must be a deeper purpose to this. Perhaps Odin would not orchestrate such a test without reason. Bruce nodded in agreement. It certainly tests one's patience and ability to learn. Thor appeared somewhat concerned. Father-S tests often seem deceptively simple. I worry Tony may underestimate this challenge. In the center of the ballroom, Tony was struggling to learn the first dance, the dance of Jotunheim, alongside the Asgardian dancers. This dance required practitioners to mimic the flow of ice and snow, demanding smooth yet austere movements while maintaining balance and control. No, Mr. Stark. The female dancer patiently corrected him. Your arms should move as slowly as glaciers, not like branches swayed by the wind. Tony attempted to imitate her movements, but it was evident he felt unnatural. I am more adept at the rhythm of rock music. This slow motion feels as torturous as using a tortoise speed charger bot with an Amazon 09 knife. Patience, Mr. Stark, the male dancer advised. Feel the power of ice and snow. Envision yourself as a glacier, majestic and imposing. Tony sighed and made another attempt. This time, his movements were somewhat more fluid, yet still far from the standard. As time ticked away, Tony's expression shifted from initial disdain to confusion, and finally to earnestness. He began to grasp the essence of this dance. Though his execution was not yet flawless, he was able to convey the fundamental rhythm of the Jotunheim dance. He is progressing more swiftly than I anticipated, Sam remarked, astonished. Bruce nodded in agreement, noting that Tony was always a quick learner. Once he resolves to take something seriously, there is virtually nothing he cannot master. Upon completing the first dance, the dancers proceeded to instruct the second, the Alfheim dance. This elegant and ethereal dance mimicked the steps of light elves, requiring dancers to execute rapid and precise movements, as if floating through the air. This proved to be a greater challenge for Tony. His movements consistently lagged a beat, lacking the lightness requisite for the Alfheim dance. Mr. Stark, the female dancer guided. Imagine yourself as a beam of light, rather than a solid entity. Light does not deliberate on how to move. It flows effortlessly. Tony, beads of sweat forming on his brow, replied, I am a scientist, madam. In my realm, light embodies wave-particle duality. It indeed requires thought in its movement. Then become that wave. The male dancer suggested, allow your body to undulate like the ocean. Tony endeavored once more, this time relaxing his body and attempting to feel the flow of light. Gradually, his movements became more coherent. Though still lacking in grace, he exhibited marked improvement. He is truly putting forth effort, Steve remarked approvingly. I have never seen Tony so focused on a non-technical task. The third dance was the Muspelheim dance, a passionate and powerful performance imitating the wild and unpredictable nature of flames. This dance demanded a perfect synthesis of explosiveness and control, alternating between bursts and restraint. Surprisingly, Tony displayed a natural talent for this dance. His movements radiated energy and passion, as if he truly embodied a fire blazing upon the stage. "It seems he's found his rhythm," Sam observed, astonished. Bruce smiled, noting that Tony had always been a person of fervor. "This dance suits his character perfectly." The 3-hour lesson swiftly drew to a close. Tony stood at the center of the ballroom, breathing slightly labored, yet his gaze remained resolute. Odin rose from the audience and approached the edge of the stage. "Time is up, Stark," Odin announced. "Now, showcase what you have learned." Tony took a deep breath and nodded. As the music began, he commenced his performance of the first dance, the Jotunheim dance. Remarkably, while his execution was not flawless, it was already quite fluid. His movements conveyed the cold severity and power of ice and snow. Despite lacking the precision of a professional dancer, he offered a distinct interpretation. "Well done," Odin commented as the first dance concluded. "Continue." The dance of Alfheim commenced. This was the most vulnerable moment for Tony, as his movements occasionally appeared clumsy. Yet, he persevered, striving to embody the lightness and grace of the Light Elves. When he faltered, he swiftly adjusted and continued his dance. "He persisted," Steve murmured, even aware that his performance fell short of perfection. Next came the dance of Muspelheim. The music surged with fervor, and Tony's movements transformed into an exuberant display. He immersed himself in the dance, seemingly oblivious to the fact that this was a test. He was solely relishing the act of performance. His steps ignited like flames, bursting with energy and unpredictability. As the final note resonated, Tony completed his performance, standing in the center of the ballroom, his forehead glistening with sweat. Odin paused momentarily before breaking into applause. The other Avengers followed suit, and even Heimdall, as usually stoic visage, cracked into a smile. "Stark," Odin approached Tony. "How would you evaluate your performance?" Tony pondered for a moment before responding candidly. "I performed poorly in the first 2 dances, but I believe I did reasonably well in the last one. Overall, I would give myself a passing grade." Odin laughed heartily. "Your self-assessment is quite accurate. But do you know, Stark, this test is not about the perfection of dance." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Is it not?" "Certainly not," Odin elucidated. "This test is about adaptability, learning capacity, and one's attitude in the face of challenges. You were thrust out of your comfort zone, confronted with a skill in which you possessed little experience. Initially, you were resistant and dismissive, yet ultimately, you embraced the challenge and gave it your all." Tony nodded thoughtfully. "More importantly," Odin continued, "you revealed your authentic self. In the first dance, you exhibited that hidden aspect of calm and contemplation. In the second dance, despite the difficulties, you persisted, showcasing your tenacity. Surprisingly, in the third dance, you unleashed your passion and creativity, which is the truest version of Tony Stark." Tony appeared somewhat astonished. "So, this is a test of self-awareness?" "Partially," Odin nodded. "Every test bears multiple layers of meaning. On the surface, it may seem merely a dance competition, yet at a deeper level, it assesses your adaptability to the unknown, your awareness of personal limitations, and your perseverance in the face of challenges." Tony remained silent for a moment before laughing. "I must say, this was far more challenging than any test I anticipated. I would rather face a dozen Chitauri than dance the Alfheim dance again." The Avengers burst into laughter, the atmosphere lightening considerably. "By the way, did I pass the test?" Odin smiled enigmatically. "The results will be revealed after all 3 tests are completed. For now, you have time to rest and reflect. Tomorrow, we shall proceed with the second test." As the Avengers departed the ballroom and returned to their quarters, Tony still appeared somewhat perplexed. "I still do not quite understand," he remarked to others. "Why dance? How can this possibly assess my suitability for an alliance with Asgard?" "Perhaps it is not merely a test of your capabilities," Bruce pondered, "but also an examination of your character." "Indeed," Steve concurred. "If Odin wished to evaluate our combat prowess, he could have simply reviewed our past battle records. What he seeks to comprehend is our response when confronted with the unknown." And Tony's reaction, Yolande interjected, transformed from initial resistance to eventual wholehearted engagement, demonstrates his adaptability and resolve. These qualities are equally vital in the face of cosmic threats. Thor nodded. "His father's tests have never been as straightforward as they may appear. In my youth, I was tasked with counting every leaf in the central square of Asgard within a single day, a feat undoubtedly impossible. Yet the true measure lay in how I confronted the insurmountable challenge and whether I possessed the courage to acknowledge my limitations. Tony inhaled deeply. Well, at least now I'm acquainted with 3 forms of extraterrestrial dance. Should Earth ever be invaded by dance enthusiasts, I might find this knowledge useful. Some late heartily. I can hardly wait to see who will be chosen tomorrow and what whimsical test that amusing old fellow will devise next. Tony's mind still lingered on the day's experiences. Odin's words made him realize that the significance of the tests transcended their superficial appearance. He began to wonder what challenges awaited the others. As dinner approached, the Avengers convened in the palace dining hall. Tonight's gathering lacked the grandeur of previous feasts, comprising only themselves and a few senior officials from Asgard. Odin occupied the head of the table, appearing quite jovial. He raised his glass to Tony, once more congratulating him. "Well done, Stark. Your performance today impressed me." Tony returned the gesture. "Thank you, but I doubt I will consider a career as a dancer." The atmosphere at the table was relaxed and cheerful. "Pray tell," Yelon suddenly inquired of Odin, "what is the true purpose of these tests? Is it merely to assess our trustworthiness?" Odin set down his goblet and regarded Yelon. "The tests serve multiple purposes. You shall know more in due time." "So, this is also a journey of self-discovery?" Bruce queried. Odin nodded. "Then who will be selected for tomorrow's test?" Sam could not resist asking. Odin smiled enigmatically. "Fatishal decideol, Wilson. However, I can reveal that each test is meticulously tailored for a specific individual. Today's dance test was designed specifically for Stark, and the tests of tomorrow and the day after will follow suit." This piqued Steve's curiosity further. "If each test is customized, it implies that you possess profound insight into each of us." "Indeed," Odin affirmed, "I have observed you for quite some time, Rogers. Not solely through Heimdall's eyes, but through countless other means. Every battle you have fought in Midgard, every choice made, every heartfelt confession has been recorded and contemplated." This revelation plunged the Avengers into deep reflection. They had never anticipated that Asgard's observation of Earth was so meticulous. After dinner, Tony detained Thor, questioning if he was certain that his father had no ulterior motives. "These tests feel rather unusual," he remarked. Thor shook his head, explaining that his father never adhered to conventional methods, yet he always had his own reasoning. "Trust him, Tony. These tests, no matter how peculiar they may appear." Though Tony reluctantly nodded, doubts still lingered in his mind. Returning to his chamber, he reclined on his bed, reflecting on the day's events. The dance test seemed ludicrous at first glance, yet through it, he had indeed learned something about himself. He was more adaptable to unfamiliar environments than he had imagined, more patient in the face of adversity, and more willing to acknowledge his limitations. Gradually, Tony drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he once again performed the 3 Asgardian dances, but this time, he executed them with elegance and perfection, as if he had practiced for millennia. The following dawn, the Avengers reconvened at the entrance of the Bifrost. Tony felt particularly at ease now that his test had been completed. He could observe the performances of others without concern. "Are you ready for the second test?" He jested with the others. "I wager it will be a cooking competition or a poetry recital. Whatever it may be, we shall face it," Steve replied earnestly. Yesterday's test made it clear that it is not solely about ability, but also about attitude and adaptability. "I just hope at ISNT dancing," Bruce quipped. "Hulk isn't very adept at such delicate movements." Yelena remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Bifrost, as if sensing Odin's imminent arrival. Indeed, a flash of golden light heralded Odin's return to the Bifrost. Dressed in more casual attire, yet still wielding Gungnir, he greeted them. "Welcome back, warriors. Are you prepared for the second test?" The Avengers nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their readiness. Odin raised Gungnir once more, light emanating from its tip to form 5 beams, as Tony had already completed his test, swirling around the remaining Avengers. After several rotations, it settled before Captain Steve Rogers. The light enveloped him, casting a glow upon his golden hair. "Captain Rogers," Odin exuberantly proclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, "fate has chosen you as today's focal point." Standing tall, Steve displayed a resolute expression. Unlike Tony, he chose to confront the challenge head-on, without a hint of complaint. "I am ready, Your Majesty. Whatever the test may be, I will give it my all." "Splendid. That spirit is precisely what we need," Odin exclaimed, clapping Steve on the shoulder with such force that it nearly caused Captain America to stumble. Tony leaned toward Bruce and whispered, $10, says Odin will make him perform the can-can from World War II. I'll wager 20 that it's a sculpture, Bruce replied quietly. Recalling that Steve had been an art student prior to the war, hadn't he? Odin turned his head, revealing a mysterious smile. Please follow me, everyone. Today's test will take place in a most extraordinary location. He led the Avengers across the Rainbow Bridge, but this time, instead of heading toward yesterday's platform, he veered onto a small path within the city of Asgard. Flanking the path were golden edifices, each grand and magnificent, adorned with intricate carvings and runes. I adore the architectural style of Asgard, Steve remarked to Thor. It possesses an eternal beauty. Thor nodded in agreement. Most of these structures have stood for thousands of years, some even longer. I used to run and play among these palaces as a child. And now you're all grown up, ready to engage in far more intriguing games. Odin interjected suddenly. Eventually, they arrived before a circular building. It was considerably smaller than the surrounding structures, yet equally resplendent. The dome was embellished with patterns of various constellations, and 2 fully armored guards stood at the entrance. This is one of Asgard's repositories of knowledge, Odin explained, but today it shall serve as the venue for Captain Roger's test. He pushed open the grand door, revealing a surprisingly bright interior, sunlight cascading from an overhead skylight to illuminate the entire space. In the center of the room lay a circular platform, surrounded by an array of materials and tools. The walls were adorned with paintings, and countless sculptures graced the floor. Welcome to the Hall of Art in Asgard, Odin proclaimed, extending his arms wide. Herein lie the greatest masterpieces of the 9 realms. From the most ancient rune stone carvings to the latest innovations in light and shadow magic. Steve's eyes sparkled with interest as he slowly wandered past the paintings, admiring the wondrous techniques and expressions. I have heard, Odin approached Steve, that you were once an art student? Steve, somewhat taken aback, replied, yes. I studied at the Brooklyn School of Art. I did not expect you to know this. I am aware of many things, Rogers, Odin said with a mysterious smile, such as your penchant for sketching in notebooks, capturing the people and landscapes you encounter. Steve smiled faintly, remaining silent. Today's test, Odin announced with a booming voice, will assess Captain Rogers' artistic talent and creativity. Steve breathed a sigh of relief. This was far preferable to any test he had envisioned. It is my honor, your majesty. Oh, do not be too quick to thank me. Odin's smile grew even more enigmatic, for this is not an ordinary art test. You shall utilize Asgardian materials to create an essence portrait. Essence portrait? Steve inquired, perplexed. To be precise, Odin nodded, you will create 9 essence portraits. You must depict the spiritual symbols of the 9 realms, not their physical appearances, but their souls and essence. The room fell into silence. But I have never visited 8 of the 9 realms. Steve voiced his confusion. How can I portray worlds I do not understand? Odin laughed heartily. That is precisely the crux of the test, Rogers. With your imagination and intuition, he paused momentarily to retrieve a small box from within his robe. He opened the box, revealing 9 luminous stones, each radiating a distinct hue. Golden, Asgard; blue, Jotunheim; green, Vanaheim; red, Muspelheim; silver, Alfheim; black, Svartalfheim; gray, Nidavellir; brown, Helheim; and dark green, Earth. These are the stones of the 9 realms, Odin elucidated, each encapsulating a fragment of the essence of its corresponding world. By touching them, you shall perceive the soul of that realm, and then transmute that sensation into art. Steve regarded the stones with caution. Are they safe? Of course, Odin replied cheerfully, then hesitated slightly. Well, mostly safe. They may induce some hallucinations, temporary personality shifts, or an obsession with certain colors, but those effects are fleeting, perhaps. Tony interjected immediately, wait, perhaps? That doesn't sound very safe. Could the captain be affected? Only mildly. Odin waved his hand dismissively, entirely manageable, maybe. Moreover, this is part of the test. Let's see if Rogers can maintain his identity while experiencing the essence of the realms. Steve took a deep breath. So I need to touch these stones, feel the essence of the 9 realms, and then create 9 paintings that represent them? Precisely. Odin clapped in approval. You have 6 hours. All materials and tools are provided. Paints, canvases, clay, metal, and light magic devices. You may use any medium you desire. 6 hours to create 9 pieces? Tony exclaimed, astonished. That's nearly impossible. Indeed, for an ordinary person. Odin remarked pointedly at Steve, "But Captain Rogers, like you, is far from ordinary, Mr. Stark. You've succeeded, Haven to you?" Steve bit his lip. "I shall do my utmost, Your Majesty." "Splendid," Odin declared exuberantly. "The test begins now. Others may observe from the sidelines, but they must not interfere." They were guided to seats at the side of the room, while Steve approached the materials, beginning to examine the available tools. "Can he manage it?" Sambi spot Tokor. Thor appeared somewhat concerned. The stones of the Nine Realms indeed allow one to feel the essence of the worlds, but such experiences can be overwhelmingly intense. "I fear the captain may be submerged by those sensations." "Steve possesses a formidable will," Bruce asserted. "If anyone can navigate those influences, it is he." Yelena remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Odin. The All-Father stood by, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and a hint of mischief. Steve first grasped the dark green stone representing Midgard. As he touched it, his expression shifted to one of intense focus and depth. He closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to some unseen essence. Moments later, he set the stone down and swiftly moved toward the canvas. His movements were swift and precise as the brush glided across the canvas, leaving behind smooth strokes. The Avengers looked on in astonishment, as Steve's hand moved with a speed that was nearly impossible to track. In less than 20 minutes, a masterpiece was completed, an intricate design blending natural landscapes with man-made structures, at the center a pulsating heart surrounded by countless tiny dots, reminiscent of stars. "Is this the essence of Midgard?" Tony asked in disbelief. "Indeed," Steve replied, somewhat dazed. "Midgard is a world rife with contradictions. Nature and technology, tradition and innovation, individuality and collectivism, but at its core lies life and hope." Without pausing to ponder, he swiftly grasped the golden Asgardian stone. This time, as he touched the stone, his body straightened, his eyes shimmering with an authoritative light. Steve approached a metal plate, seizing a carving tool. His movements became more forceful, each stroke executed with unparalleled precision. The metal took shape under his hands, swiftly manifesting into a towering spire, encircled by flowing lines of energy. "The essence of Asgard is eternity and strength," he explained, his voice resonating powerfully. "It serves as a beacon in the universe, illuminating the Nine Realms and maintaining order." Thor gazed in awe at the sculpture. There was no doubt he had captured the spirit of Asgard. Steve continued with his creation, each stone he touched altering his demeanor and style. When he grasped the blue stone of Jotunheim, his actions became calm. He selected a unique blue crystal material, sculpting an abstract form that embodied the frozen beauty of ice and frost. "Jotunheim," he stated serenely, "beneath its cold surface lies profound wisdom and patience. The realm of eternal winter may seem desolate, yet it possesses its own unique rhythm of life." The green stone of Vanaheim softened Steve's demeanor, his movements light and fluid. He chose a special type of active clay, shaping a tree of life adorned with countless branches. "Vanaheim is vibrant and magical," he smiled. "Every tree, every flower there has its own language. It is a world where life and nature coexist in harmony." The red stone of Muspelheim ignited a fierce transformation. Steve's actions became wild as he employed light and shadow magic, creating a three-dimensional image that seemed to burn. "Muspelheim is the home of eternal fire," he exclaimed passionately, almost roaring. Their flames symbolize not merely destruction, but the power of creation and rebirth. The silver stone of Alfheim bestowed upon Steve an unprecedented elegance. He selected a material that could capture light, crafting an installation that appeared simple yet refracted myriad hues. "Alfheim is a realm of light and purity," he whispered, his voice almost melodic, where the elves are the most beautiful beings in the Nine Realms, their existence illuminating the dark corners of the universe. The black stone of Svartalfheim rendered Steve silent. He employed a dark liquid to craft intricate patterns upon a special canvas. Patterns that appeared to be in a constant state of flux. "The homeland of the Dark Elves is steeped in secrets and shadows," he murmured. "Yet darkness does not equate to malevolence. Svartalfheim teaches us to embrace the unknown, revealing that the world is not merely illuminated by light." The gray stone of Nidavellir ignited Steve's creativity and technical prowess. He amalgamated various materials to forge a seemingly simple, yet internally complex contraption. "The realm of the dwarves is a sanctuary of creation and craftsmanship," he stated with focus. There, every strike of the hammer is purposeful, and each creation embodies both aesthetics and functionality. Nidavellir imparts the value of creation. Finally, there's the brown stone of Helheim. The influence of this stone appeared most profound, as Steve's expression transformed into one of exceptional tranquility, almost ethereal. He selected a special sand, fashioning a sand painting that flowed perpetually while maintaining an eternal balance. The realm of the dead is not to be feared, he stated calmly, his voice imbued with an unusual depth. Helheim is both an end and a beginning, a culmination and a commencement. Within its silence lies the wisdom of the universe. As Steve completed the final piece, the entire room succumbed to silence. 9 artworks were arranged together, forming a peculiar whole that narrated the story of the 9 realms. Steve stood at the center, drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. "I have completed it," he whispered. Odin approached, scrutinizing each piece with care. "Rogers," he eventually proclaimed, his tone more solemn than usual in my long life, "I have witnessed countless artists endeavor to capture the essence of the 9 realms. Yet you, a mere mortal from Midgard, have accomplished in mere hours what many have failed to achieve in a lifetime. This is not my merit. It is the guidance of the stones of the 9 realms. I merely perceive and express. It is this humility," Odin remarked, "that enables you to genuinely sense the essence of the world without the interference of self. You have passed the test, Rogers, and in a manner I had not anticipated." Tony stepped forward. "These pieces are truly remarkable, Captain. I had no idea you possessed such artistic talent." "I did not know either," Steve candidly admitted. "These are not entirely my creations. They resemble the voice of the 9 realms expressed through me." Odin nodded in satisfaction and then suddenly clapped his hands. "Well, the test is concluded. Now let us—" "Wait a moment," Tony interrupted, skepticism gleaming in his eyes. "Is that it? No pranks or unexpected twists? Yesterday you made me embarrass myself dancing in public. And today you have Captain Rogers create art? This is hardly fair." Odin blinked, then donned an innocent smile. "Each test is tailored to the individual, Stark. Rogers' talent lies in art, while yours is, well, in dance." Tony narrowed his eyes. "You know I'm no dancer. This is clearly your prank. Admit it." Odin feigned injury, clutching his heart. "Stark, how could you so brazenly accuse the Allfather? I merely devised a test tailored for each individual." Bruce pondered. There must be some rationale behind it. Sam raised an eyebrow. After all, the captain was an art student, making this almost bespoke for him. Odin's single eye flickered with a hint of alarm, but quickly regained its composure. "The difficulty of the test is relative, young one. For Rogers, the act of creation may prove more arduous than combat." Tony scoffed. "Oh, come on. Painting is a walk in the park compared to my dancing. You're just trying to make things difficult for me." "I'm not. Every test has been meticulously considered." At that moment, a guard hurried into the room, whispering something into Odin's ear. The Allfather's expression suddenly turned grave as he nodded. "I must take my leave for a time," he announced. "There's a minor chaos in the 9 realms that requires my attention. The tests have concluded. You are free to roam. Assemble at the Rainbow Bridge tomorrow at the same time for the final trial." With that, he swiftly exited the room, appearing almost as if he were fleeing. "He's hiding something," Tony asserted. "I've never seen a god so conspicuously evade an issue." Bruce turned to Steve. "What are your thoughts, Captain? How do you perceive these tests?" After a moment's reflection, Steve replied, "Regardless of the nature of the tests, what matters is that we give our utmost. That is likely part of the challenge as well." A quintessential captain response. Tony rolled his eyes, always the optimist. Sam approached the 9 pieces of art, observing them closely. Indeed, these creations were astonishing. "Captain, you ought to bring them back to Earth." "I'm uncertain if that is feasible," Steve replied. "These works were crafted from materials native to Asgard and may not be able to leave." Tony shrugged. "My dance was also performed in Asgard. Yet that did not prevent me from bringing back that dubious history." Laughter erupted among them. They departed from Hall of Art and returned to the castle for dinner. Odin was absent. According to the attendants, the Allfather was attending to urgent matters. After the meal, the Avengers gathered on a terrace, gazing at the nightscape of Asgard. The starlight illuminated the golden palace, the view almost surreal in its magnificence. "So," Tony broke the silence, "who will be tomorrow's chosen one?" "According to convention, it should be either me, Sam, or Bruce," Yelena remarked. "But if Odin is indeed playing tricks, he might devise tests we cannot anticipate." Bruce nervously rubbed his hands together. "I hope it's not a test concerning Hulk." I'm certain unleashing Hulk in Asgard would not be wise. Fear not, Thor reassured. The architecture of Asgard is far sturdier than you imagine. Even Hulk would struggle to inflict lasting damage. Sam appeared relatively relaxed. I'm quite curious about what tomorrow's test will entail. If Tony dances and the captain paints, what shall I do? Cook. My omelet wrap is the most delectable in New York. Tony chuckled. If you are selected tomorrow, I shall root for you, Birdman, just as fervently as you mocked me. At that moment, they noticed a familiar figure stealthily moving between the palace grounds. It was Odin. He appeared to be conversing with someone, occasionally glancing down at a small notebook. What is Odin up to? Steve inquired, puzzled. Thor squinted, noting that their father typically did not act in such a manner. He seems to be plotting something. Tony's curiosity was piqued. We ought to investigate. Perhaps we can uncover some clues regarding these trials. That seems rather disrespectful. Steve hesitated. Come on, Captain, Tony urged. Don't you want to know why I'm dancing while you merely sketch? After a moment as contemplation, Steve nodded in agreement. The five approached Odin's location with utmost caution. The All-Father stood in a small garden, whispering to an indistinct figure. The Avengers concealed themselves behind a massive pillar, straining to eavesdrop. The third trial must be significantly more challenging. The first two were far too obvious, they heard Odin remark. The shadowy figure responded, but their words were too faint to decipher. No, Odin shook his head. It cannot be excessive. Remember, our aim is to test their adaptability and resolve, not to humiliate them. Though Stark's dance is indeed quite entertaining, Tony muttered through gritted teeth from behind the pillar. I knew it. Shoo, Bruce cautioned. He'll hear you. Odin continued. For tomorrow's test subjects, we must devise a task that is genuinely challenging yet remains fair. Wilson possesses flight abilities. Banner has scientific prowess. And Ilana's keen insights. What should we test? Tony turned to the others, mouthing "See?" P.S. scheming. Just then, Sam accidentally snapped a dry twig. Though the sound was soft, it resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Odin immediately turned, and the indistinct figure swiftly vanished into the shadows. Who goes there? He demanded sharply. The Avengers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, Steve stepped forward, declaring, It is we, Your Majesty Odin. We apologize for the intrusion. The others reluctantly followed suit from their hiding place. Odin appeared, both surprised and somewhat flustered. What are you doing here? He inquired, his voice tinged with confusion. We were taking a stroll, Steve replied calmly, though the excuse was evidently tenuous. A stroll? Odin raised an eyebrow. In the palace's back garden, at such an hour? The night view of Asgard is simply breathtaking, Bruce added. We wish to take in more of it. Then why were you hiding behind the pillar? Odin pressed, his gaze darting between them. Unable to endure such clumsy evasions, Tony directly asked, Who were you speaking with just now? About tomorrow's test? Odin visibly stiffened for a moment, then feigned composure, stating, I know not what you speak of, Stark. I was merely meditating. Yes, meditating. The All-Father often requires contemplation in the garden. Does meditation necessitate conversing with the air? Tony inquired skeptically. For the Asgardians, indeed. Odin insisted. Our method of meditation diverges from yours. We connect with the cosmic energies through spoken words. It is an ancient and sacred practice, one you ought not to disturb. Thor appeared equally perplexed. Father, I have never heard of such a method of meditation. Odin awkwardly cleared his throat. That is because it is a royal secret, a mystery known only to the All-Father of each generation. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Odin was clearly lying, and the Avengers were acutely aware of it. Well, Odin finally broke the silence. I confess I was indeed discussing tomorrow's test. But that is entirely normal. Each test must be meticulously designed, taking into account the subject's strengths and weaknesses. So it is indeed a prank. Tony pressed on. You orchestrated a dance merely for amusement? Odin's expression became exceedingly complex, straddling embarrassment and defensiveness. No, not entirely. The dance test indeed assesses your adaptability and learning capacity. The approach may simply be somewhat unconventional. Unconventional? Tony scoffed. You mean excruciatingly awkward? Odin seemed poised to argue, but ultimately sighed. Very well, I admit I do have some creative testing methods. However, this does not compromise the efficacy of test. Thor appeared somewhat shocked. Father, you have been toying with my friends? Not toying. Odin immediately retorted. It is innovation. It is breaking the mold. Well, perhaps it carries a slight element of mischief. But it is all in the name of assessing their reactions in unforeseen circumstances. A true hero must be capable of adapting to any situation, even an awkward dance. Tony was about to counter, but Sam suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "To be honest, watching Tony dance is indeed quite entertaining. If that is the purpose of the test, I must say it is remarkably effective." "Precisely," Odin readily concurred. "See, the Wilson brothers comprehend my perspective. The test must be both effective and enjoyable. The universe is far too serious and requires a touch of laughter." The Avengers exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to such an explanation. Then, Bruce cautiously inquired, "What will tomorrow's test entail?" Odin smiled mysteriously. "That, of course, is a secret. A particularly vile prank, I suppose," Tony muttered. Odin pretended not to hear, declaring that it was late and the warriors should rest. Tomorrow's test would demand ample energy. He swiftly bid farewell to the Avengers and departed the garden with an almost hasty demeanor. The Avengers stood in place, watching Odin's retreating figure, then simultaneously erupted into laughter. "I have never witnessed a god lie so transparently," Tony remarked, "even worse than Thor." Thor appeared, both astonished and helpless. "I had long been aware of my father's penchant for mischief, yet I never anticipated he would treat you in such a manner. I find this quite amusing," Steve unexpectedly remarked, envisioning one of the most powerful beings in the universe behaving like a mischievous child orchestrating pranks. "It renders him more relatable." "Ha ha, regardless," Sam said. "At least we now know the truth. Odin is not merely the All-Father, but also a cosmic master of trickery." They returned to their respective chambers, ready to retire for the night. Despite the revelation of Odin's little antics, everyone was brimming with anticipation for the test the following day. Who would be the final subject? What would the test entail? What other plans could Odin possibly have? With these questions lingering, the Avengers drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Asgard, Odin continued his clandestine scheming with that mysterious figure, making final adjustments for the upcoming test. As dawn broke, the Avengers reconvened at the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge. Tony and Steve appeared considerably more relaxed, having completed the test. Bruce, Sam, and Yelena, however, looked somewhat tense, as one among them was about to face Odin's special challenge. "Any predictions?" Tony inquired of the others. "I wager Sam will be asked to perform a menagerie of Midgardian animal imitations. I suspect Bruce might have to solve some insurmountable riddles," Steve conjectured. Sam chuckled and shook his head. "Whatever it may be, at least we can mentally prepare ourselves now." Thor still looked somewhat embarrassed. "I must once more apologize for my father's behavior. He does tend to be overly enthusiastic about entertainment at times." "Fear not," Steve reassured, patting Thor on the shoulder. "We shall not form a negative impression of Asgard because of this. In fact, it reveals a more vibrant and intriguing facet of the realm of the gods." Just then, a familiar golden light flickered, and Odin appeared upon the Rainbow Bridge. Today, he was clad in a splendid attire, appearing even more formal than in the previous days. "Welcome, warriors," he greeted warmly, as if the awkwardness of the previous night had never transpired. "Are you prepared to embrace the final test?" The Avengers exchanged glances, then nodded in affirmation. Odin raised Gungnir, and light once again emanated from its tip, swirling around the remaining three Avengers. Chapter 52. Sam's domain of Animal Kingdom. The rotation of the halo gradually slowed, oscillating uncertainly between Bruce, Sam, and Yelena, engaged in a nail-biting lottery. Ultimately, the light settled upon Sam Wilson. "Sam Wilson." Odin's booming voice echoed across the Rainbow Bridge. "Fate has chosen you. Prepare yourself for your unique challenge." Sam inhaled sharply, forcing a smile that barely masked his true feelings. He felt like a quail under the watchful gaze of a hawk. Tony promptly patted him on the shoulder with gleeful schadenfreude, his grin radiating as if he had just won $1 million jackpot. "I knew it. Birdman, prepare to imitate the various creatures of Midgard. Ha ha ha. I wager you will mimic a squawking chicken, and it will surely cause a sensation." Tony excitedly rubbed his hands together, as if he could already envision Sam flailing on the ground, emitting a cacophony of shrill cries. "Rest assured, Sam," Steve reassured, "no matter what, you shall manage. Remember, the essence lies in enjoying the experience." He patted Sam on the shoulder. Sam suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. "Huh, enjoy the process? Captain, are you certain you can utter such words after enduring Tony's dance extravaganza in your artistic soul journey?" Thor also regarded Sam with a hint of concern. "Do not be overly anxious, my friend. Although the Father S test may be unorthodox, it typically does not result in lasting harm. He hesitated before adding, at least. I hope so. Yelon silently observed Odin, attempting to glean any hints from his expression. Yet, all he perceived was a calm and expectant visage, akin to a benevolent elder poised to present an amusing spectacle to children. Odin waved his hand, signaling the Avengers to follow. Today, we shall venture to a remarkable location, where Sam Wilson will showcase his hidden talents. They once again traversed the Bifrost, yet this time, their destination was not any known region of Asgard. The radiance of the Bifrost gradually faded, revealing before them a verdant panorama, utterly distinct from Asgardian architecture. Sam gazed around in astonishment. They found themselves amidst a dense forest. Towering trees reaching for the heavens, their branches lush and leafy, sunlight filtering through the foliage to cast dappled shadows. The symphony of birdsong intertwined with the soft hum of insects. Vanaheim? No, this place is even more primal than Vanaheim. Thor furrowed his brow, trying to identify their surroundings. Welcome to the Divine Realm Zoo, Odin proclaimed with pride, spreading his arms as though unveiling a precious masterpiece. This is a hidden gem of Asgard, a sanctuary teeming with various extraordinary beings. These creatures hail not only from Midgard but from the farthest corners of the 9 realms, some of which are even extinct. The Divine Realm Zoo? Wait, are you certain this is not an animal experimentation facility? Tony queried warily, ever sensing a peculiar aura about the place. Odin rolled his eyes. For heaven's sake, Stark, do not constantly ascribe your dark, crawling thoughts to others' intentions. This is merely a haven established to protect rare species. The animals here live quite happily. A sense of foreboding began to creep over Sam. If Odin's test involved animals, it was highly likely to align with Tony's prophecy of an animal mimicry showcase. He attempted to protest. Your Majesty Odin, are you certain this test necessitates my participation? I am, in fact, quite ignorant of zoology. Absolutely. Odin interrupted him. Sam Wilson, your unique gift lies in your ability to communicate with animals. The bond you have forged with your falcon is rare among the 9 realms. And did you not previously get along splendidly with your delightful coach, Storm? I perceive you're quite adaptable. Thus, today's test involves establishing a connection with the creatures here and assisting them in resolving their rather minute dilemmas. Sam felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Communicating with animals? Solving who knows what obscure predicaments? While he could indeed connect with Redwing, it was merely due to its advanced intelligence as a drone. Even during the storm with Hilda, it was her presence that facilitated the interaction. It seemed evident that he lacked any genuine experience in conversing with real animals. Wait, Your Majesty Odin. I believe there is a misunderstanding, Sam attempted to clarify, but Odin would not grant him the opportunity. Enough of the chit-chat. The test begins now. Odin retrieved a small bell from his robe, giving it a gentle shake. The bell emitted a crisp sound that resonated throughout the forest. As the chime echoed, the surroundings began to transform. The trees gradually receded, replaced by rudimentary enclosures crafted from branches and vines, each housing a peculiar creature. These are the residents of the Divine Realm Zoo, Odin elucidated, originating from the far corners of the 9 realms. Some face the peril of extinction due to environmental changes, while others have seen their numbers dwindle due to hunting. Your task is to discern their needs, address their issues, and ensure their comfort in this haven. Sam gazed at the bizarre animals, feeling his mind go blank. He observed a giant wolf with wings, a scaled behemoth, a colossal starfish adorned with multiple tentacles, and some creatures he could not even begin to identify. The first task, Odin pointed to an enclosure containing a blue giant bird with 6 legs. This bird is named Blue Feather and hails from Vanaheim. It has recently been despondent and lost its appetite. You must uncover the reason and help it regain its vitality. How am I supposed to know why it's feeling down? Sam asked in despair. Utilize your communication skills. Odin encouraged. Use your heart to feel it, and your soul to connect with it. With that, Odin once again retreated alongside the other Avengers, leaving Sam alone to confront the enormous blue bird. Taking a deep breath, Sam approached the enclosure. The blue bird regarded him with a wary gaze, occasionally emitting a low, mournful sound. Hello, Blue Feather. Sam tentatively began. I'm Sam, and I'm here to assist you. Blue Feather tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by Sam's words. I know you're feeling unwell, Sam continued. Can you tell me why? Perhaps I can help. Blue Feather fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a sorrowful cry. You mean you're hungry? Blue Feather nodded. Very well. I shall find you some food. Sam turned to Odin. Your Majesty Odin, Blue Feather says it is hungry. May I fetch it some food? Sam inquired. Odin smiled enigmatically. Of course, but you must gather yourself. What do you need me for? The food in the Divine Realm Zoo is all natural and untainted. You will need to forage in the forest yourself. Sam felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. He had no choice but to venture once more into the forest in search of sustenance for Blue Feather. He wandered aimlessly, attempting to discern which plants were edible. Lacking any relevant knowledge, he had to rely solely on his instincts. Hug, Sam, need a hand? Tony's voice suddenly echoed from above, clad in his armored suit. He hovered over the forest. Absolutely, Sam replied, somewhat irked. I have no idea what is safe to eat. Allow me to assist you with a scan, Tony offered. Instantly, a blue light illuminated his suit as it began to analyze the surrounding flora. Found it, Tony exclaimed with excitement. There's a plant known as the light fruit, rich in energy and vitamins, perfect for birds. Fortunately, I had input some data from Asgard. Otherwise, you would be in quite the predicament, my feathered friend. Following Tony's guidance, Sam located the light fruit. It was a vine adorned with golden fruit, emanating a gentle glow. He gathered some light fruit and returned to Blue Feather's enclosure. Upon seeing the fruit, Blue Feather chirped with delight and eagerly devoured the delectable morsels. Watching Blue Feather regain its vitality, Sam finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, Sam, Odin approached, patting him on the shoulder in commendation. You have successfully resolved Blue Feather's dilemma. That was all thanks to Tony, Sam replied. Without his scan, I would have never found the food. Indeed, it was somewhat beyond your current capabilities, Odin remarked. Though you have passed the first test, more formidable challenges await you. Odin gestured toward another enclosure, within which resided a colossal lizard covered in scales. This creature, known as Rockshell, hailed from Jotunheim and had been restless, repeatedly battering against its enclosure. You must discern the cause of its agitation and assist it in calming down. As Sam gazed at the enormous lizard, his legs trembled slightly. He had no prior experience dealing with such a beast. Your Majesty Odin, are you certain I can manage this? Sam's voice quivered. Of course you can. Odin encouraged. Have faith in yourself and employ your communication skills. With that, Odin and the other Avengers stepped aside, leaving Sam alone to confront the irritable giant lizard. Taking a deep breath, Sam approached the enclosure. The lizard fixed him with a fierce gaze, occasionally emitting low growls. Hello there, little Rockshell, Sam ventured cautiously. Rockshell paid him no mind, continuing its relentless assault on the enclosure. I understand you're feeling quite agitated, Sam pressed on. Can you tell me why? Perhaps I can help. Suddenly, Rockshell ceased its thrashing, turning to fix Sam with a hostile stare. A pang of fear struck Sam. He felt as if the lizard could break free at any moment and rend him to pieces. Are you saying you feel too hot? Sam inquired tentatively. Rockshell nodded. All right, let me think this through, Sam replied, turning to Odin. Your Majesty, Rockshell says it feels overheated. May I provide it with some relief? Odin nodded in affirmation. Sam once again ventured into the forest, meandering aimlessly until he stumbled upon a magnificent waterfall. The water cascaded dynamically, sending sprays into the air, filling the atmosphere with a refreshing essence. Eureka! Exclaimed Tom, his excitement ignited by the thought of channeling some of the waterfall's water into the enclosure of the rocky creature, providing it with a respite from the heat. He gathered sturdy branches and vines, commencing the construction of a rudimentary aqueduct. After an arduous endeavor, he finally completed the waterway, successfully diverting the waterfall's flow into the rocky creature's enclosure. Upon feeling the cool water, the creature eagerly immersed itself, relishing the soothing baptism of refreshment. Observing the creature's tranquility, Sam finally exhaled in relief. Well done, Sam. Odin approached once more, patting him approvingly on the shoulder. You have adeptly resolved the creature's dilemma. You have passed the second trial, Odin announced, but there remains one final and most challenging test. He gestured towards a colossal iron cage containing a formidable being. This creature, known as Graf, hails from Svartalfheim and is a pet of the Dark Elves. It is exceedingly ferocious and difficult to tame. Your mission is to forge a bond of trust with it and command its obedience. Sam gazed at the creature within the cage, its sharp fangs and claws radiating an aura of malevolence, causing his blood to run cold. This is not merely a test. It is a death sentence. Your Majesty Odin, are you jesting? Sam's voice trembled as he spoke. The creature appeared poised to shred him to pieces. Do not fear. Sam, Odin encouraged. You must believe in yourself. I will be here to oversee. With that, Odin retreated once more with the other Avengers, leaving Sam alone to confront the terrifying Graf. Sam stood before the cage, utterly speechless, as Graf fixed its blood-red gaze upon him. Greetings, Graf. I'm not your enemy, he stammered. Graf continued its menacing growls. I understand you may harbor distrust towards humans, Sam continued, but please believe me, I am here to assist you. I wish to be your friend. Suddenly, Graf ceased its growling and tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by Sam's words. Seizing the moment, Sam pressed on, I know you might feel isolated here. I often feel the same, even when surrounded by many friends. I understand how painful that can be. It appeared Graf comprehended his sentiments, as it slowly approached the cage's edge, gently pawing at the iron bars. Sam extended his hand, lightly touching Graf's claw. In that instant, a surge of icy yet potent energy coursed through his body. He glimpsed Graf's memories, the torment it endured at the hands of the Dark Elves, the anguish of its captivity, and its fervent yearning for freedom. A wave of sorrow washed over Sam as he understood the creature's ferocity was a desperate attempt to protect itself. I recognize your suffering, but I promise to safeguard you. I will grant you your freedom. Graf seemed to sense his sincerity, gradually lowering its claws and resting its head upon Sam's hand. Sam gently caressed Graf's head, feeling the warmth of its body. I shall not harm you, Sam whispered. I will make you my friend. Graf emitted a low whimper, seemingly in response. Now, let's play a game, Sam suggested. I will throw something and you will retrieve it, all right? Sam picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it away. Graf hesitated for a moment, then dashed after the stone, returning it in its mouth to Sam's side. Sam took the stone and rewarded Graf with a gentle pat on the head. Well done, Graf. Sam praised. Graf appeared quite pleased, wagging its tail and emitting a low whine. Next, Sam engaged Graf in various other games, instructing it to leap, run, and seek hidden objects. Graf diligently followed his commands, reveling in the activities. Odin and the Avengers stood astounded at the sight of Sam and Graf playing together, unable to believe that this fierce creature would heed Sam's commands. How is this possible? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Sam has tamed that Graf and treats it like a dog? My goodness. Approaching, Odin expressed his admiration. Sam Wilson, you have once again demonstrated your extraordinary talent. You not only connected with animals, but also tamed the mightiest of Grafs. You have passed all the tests. Sam smiled and affectionately stroked Graf's head. It is thanks to Graf's cooperation. It is truly kind. It merely needs someone to understand it. Very well, you have one, Odin declared. As a reward, you may choose to either return Graf to Svartalfheim or let it remain in the Realm Zoo. Sam glanced at Graf, seeking its opinion. Graf whimpered softly, its head nodding towards the direction of the Realm Zoo. It wishes to stay here, Sam said. It says it enjoys the environment. All right then. Let it remain, Odin replied. After the test concluded, Odin departed the Realm Zoo with the Avengers. On their way back, Tony incessantly teased Sam. Birdman, you are truly an animal expert. How did you manage to tame that Graf? Did you secretly employ some advanced technology? Tony chuckled. I merely established a connection with it. Sam replied. If you truly open your heart to them, you will discover they possess emotions and needs just like us. Upon returning to Asgard, Sam did not immediately rest. He sought out Sif and recounted his experiences at the Realm Zoo. You know, King Odin has established a zoo housing various peculiar creatures. I even underwent a test there today and nearly became a Graf's meal. Sam vividly described his adventure. Sif listened with great interest. The Realm Zoo? I have heard of that place, though I have never had the chance to visit. Perhaps next time, I can accompany you. Certainly, Sam replied with a smile. There are many fascinating creatures there, and I am certain you will delight in them. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged. Mr. Falcon, what brings you here? Your companions are searching for you. Sam turned to see two soldiers clad in Asgardian uniforms. What is it? Sam inquired. One of the soldiers then noticed Hilda beside him and quickly saluted with a grin. Greetings, Lady Sif. Lady Sif? Sam asked, bewildered. Whom were you referring to? The other soldier responded. Lady Sif is the temporary head of the Realm Zoo. She is exceptionally clever and kind, and we all hold her in great esteem. Suddenly, Sam recalled that Hilda could also be addressed as Sif. He immediately realized that the Lady Sif they spoke of was indeed her. Are you speaking of Lady Sif, as in Hilda? Sam kvidet. The two soldiers nodded. Yes, Lady Sif is indeed Lady Hilda. A wave of embarrassment washed over Sam. Moments ago, he had been lamenting the tests of the Realm Zoo in her presence, unaware that these soldiers were her subordinates. Actually the Realm Zoo is rather splendid. Sam quickly amended. The creatures there are quite charming, and Lady Hilda manages it exceptionally well. Hilda raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Is that so? I seem to recall you mentioning that you were nearly devoured by a graph. Sam chuckled awkwardly. That was merely a minor mishap. The graph is truly amiable. It simply requires someone who understands it. The two soldiers exchanged amused glances with Sam, their eyes twinkling with mischief. All right, I confess I may have exaggerated a bit, Sam said with a sheepish grin, but it truly is a remarkable place. You should have taken us there sooner. I had no idea you held a position there. Oh, I forgot. Next time, I shall take you for a thorough tour, Hilda replied. Sam exhaled in relief, grateful he had not inadvertently revealed his true feelings in her presence. This incident reinforced Sam's understanding that one must always think twice before speaking. One never knows the connections of those standing before them. Following this experience, Sam became increasingly cautious in Asgard. He refrained from voicing complaints, wary of offending any significant figures. Nevertheless, he continued to revel in his life in Asgard. Odin's special tests left an indelible mark on him, forever etching the memory of the enchanting creatures of the Realm Zoo and the graph he had tamed. Chapter 53. The Celebration Feast and the Oncoming Anomaly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky of Asgard was painted in hues of gold and crimson, the rainbow bridge shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors in the twilight. This marked yet another day spent by the Avengers in Asgard, yet today was distinct, for they had just completed all the tests orchestrated by Odin. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, particularly from Sam. Just hours prior, he had been surrounded by an array of extraordinary beings in the Realm Zoo, narrowly escaping becoming lunch for the great lizard, Graph. However, all of that is now behind us. Everyone has successfully passed the test, and tonight they shall partake in a feast prepared personally by Odin in Valhalla. I can scarcely believe we all made it, Sam remarked as he walked, still adorned with remnants of Graph's saliva on his attire. Tony Stark shrugged, a proud smile gracing his face once more. To be honest, that dance test was tailor-made for me. Did you see the audience's reaction? I wager they have never witnessed a dancer like me. Oh, indeed, we have never seen anyone dance as if they were repairing an engine, Thor chuckled. I only hope there are no further tests at tonight's banquet, Bruce Banner said, massaging his temples. Next time, it will surely be my turn, and I'm uncertain whether my nerve can withstand it. Yelan remained quietly at the back of the group, observing the architecture of Asgard in the sky. As one of the few who did not undergo the test, he felt both fortunate and somewhat melancholic. Do you not find Odin's tests rather peculiar? Yelan suddenly inquired. They do not seem to genuinely assess our combat prowess or intellect, but rather resemble a form of entertainment. Entertainment? Tony turned around. Are you suggesting that Odin had me dance, Captain Draw, and Sam tend to animals solely for amusement? Yelan shrugged. I merely propose a possibility. Nevertheless, we have all passed. Steve interjected. Let us simply enjoy the banquet tonight. The hall of Valhalla was ablaze with light, a brilliant radiance pouring through every window, illuminating the surrounding gardens and squares. As night fell, the stars and lights seemed to dance together, enveloping all of Asgard in a joyous atmosphere. The Avengers, under Thor's lead, entered the hall. At this moment, hundreds of Asgardian nobles and warriors were already present, raising their cups in revelry and laughter. Welcome once more to the Asgardian feast, Thor proclaimed with pride. Unlike previous banquets, tonight's celebration is a victory feast. Eat heartily, drink deeply, and enjoy to your heart's content. The crowd was guided to the main table, where Odin and several other high-ranking Asgard officials were already seated. Odin appeared in high spirits, raising his goblet in salute to the Avengers. Welcome, warriors! Odin's voice resonated throughout the hall, silencing all as they listened. Tonight, we celebrate our friends from the Avengers, who have triumphed in all their tests. They have demonstrated courage, wisdom, creativity, and adaptability. Let us toast to them. to the Avengers. The entire hall erupted in unison, raising their cups and drinking deeply. The Avengers took their seats at the main table. Be sure to try this, Thor recommended to Sam, pointing to a plate of purple round fruit, a delicacy of Asgard known as nebula fruit. Once consumed, you will feel as if you are floating on a cloud. Sam hesitantly took a bite, immediately sensing a lightness spreading from his stomach throughout his body, as if gravity had suddenly diminished. Wow, this sensation is truly wondrous. To his astonishment, he found himself rising a few centimeters from his seat without any effort. Be careful not to overindulge, or you may float up to the ceiling, Thor warned. Last time, our chef Farg indulged in an entire plate, and it took us 3 days to retrieve him from the ceiling. Upon hearing Thor's words, Sam immediately halted his eating, while Tony curiously picked up a nebula fruit to examine it closely. How is this levitation effect achieved? Is it some form of anti-gravity technology or pure magic? Tony inquired. His scientific curiosity piqued once more. It is a bit of both, Thor replied. The nebula fruit grows high in Asgard, absorbing the energy of the stars. Our chef has also added some special magical spices to enhance its effects. Tony cautiously took a small bite and instantly felt a delightful lightness. This is extraordinary. If we could research this technology, we could create true levitation devices on Earth. Bruce joined the discussion, asking, this levitation effect seems temporary. How long does it last? Typically around an hour, Thor responded, though it depends on how much you consume. Meanwhile, Steve was savoring a drink known as the water of memory. It was said that drinking it could evoke the most cherished moments of one's life. Indeed, after just a small sip, he was engulfed in reminiscence. He saw himself and Bucky racing down the streets of Brooklyn, witnessed Peggy's smile directed at him, and recalled the first gathering of the Avengers. This is simply incredible, Steve murmured, tears glistening in his eyes. The water of memory is Queen Frigga's favorite, Thor explained. It allows one to relive the beautiful moments of the past. However, please partake in moderation. Lingering too long in memories is not advisable. As everyone enjoyed the feast, Odin rose once more, capturing everyone's attention. My friends, his voice softer and laced with a hint of amusement. I understand you may be perplexed by the tests I have arranged. Why dance? Why paint? Why communicate with animals? The Avengers perked up, genuinely intrigued by these questions. To be frank, Odin continued, a glimmer in his eye, these tests do possess a slight mischievous element. Tony nearly choked, quickly turning to yell on. It seems you were right. But that does not imply they are devoid of significance, Odin added. He paused, surveying the gathering. These qualities are crucial for the challenges you may face in the future. At the same time, I must admit that witnessing your expressions as you confront these unconventional challenges has brought me much joy. Laughter erupted in the hall, with even the Avengers joining in. Reflecting on it now, Tony's dancing, Steve's earnest painting, and Sam's interactions with Graf were indeed comical. So, you devised these tests merely for amusement? With a half-joking tone, Sam inquired, not entirely. I truly wish to assess your capabilities, albeit through some more intriguing methods. After all, as I have previously stated, life requires a touch of joy, does it not? I wholeheartedly concur. Tony raised his glass, toasting to the spirit of humor. The assembly echoed the toast once more, the atmosphere of the banquet becoming increasingly vibrant. As the festivities reached their midpoint, Tony suddenly recalled a significant topic. He leaned closer to Odin, lowering his voice to inquire, when can we commence the implementation of the teleportation link we previously discussed between Asgard and Earth? Odin's expression grew solemn. Regarding this matter, Stark, I believe the timing is not yet opportune. Why not? Tony queried, somewhat perplexed. We have successfully passed all tests, demonstrating our capabilities. Establishing a stable teleportation channel would yield tremendous benefits for both parties. Odin shook his head. It is not quite so straightforward. While you have completed your tests, my advisors and I have observed some unusual phenomena. What phenomena? Tony's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Odin glanced around to ensure no one else was listening, then whispered, tears in the fabric of time. The flow of time between the 9 realms has begun to exhibit anomalies. This could jeopardize the safety of any cross-realm teleportation. Tony furrowed his brow. Tears in time? Are you suggesting that the passage of time differs between worlds? Not only that, Odin's voice lowered further. There are indications that time itself is beginning to warp and fracture in certain areas. This occurrence is exceedingly rare and extraordinarily perilous. until we fully comprehend it. Establishing a teleportation channel could yield catastrophic consequences. Tony recalled Yalan's research on time. Perhaps he should involve Yalan in this discussion. We have a teammate, Yalan, who specializes in temporal studies. Perhaps he could be of assistance? Odin nodded. That is precisely what I intended to convey. Your teammate's grasp of time is impressive. In fact, this is one of the reasons I did not arrange a test for him. I hoped he would focus his efforts on observing the temporal anomalies. Tony felt a surge of surprise. So, you have been monitoring Yalan's research? Indeed, Odin replied with a slight smile. His profound understanding of the essence of time has captured my attention, especially given the current emergence of temporal fractures. His knowledge may prove invaluable. Tony resolved to share this information with the others. He beckoned the Avengers to gather in a relatively quiet corner to initiate a discussion. Folks, I just had a conversation with Odin regarding the establishment of a teleportation channel. Tony began to explain. The bad news is he believes the time is not right. The good news is it is due to temporal fractures, which we can certainly address. Temporal fractures. Tony glanced at Yalan. He believes that establishing a teleportation channel before resolving this issue could be perilous. Yalan's eyes immediately sparkled with intrigue. Temporal fractures? I have already repaired my presence on Earth, and Odin has bestowed upon me a detection device. He must have sensed it long ago. However, during this period, no peculiarities have been observed. Perhaps this is a test for me. The banquet proceeded to the next phase. As elegantly attired dancers from Asgard entered the grand hall and commenced their performance of traditional dance. Music filled the air, and the dancers moved with a grace and fluidity that seemed to narrate an ancient tale. This is Ragnarok. Thor elucidated an age-old legend concerning the fate of Asgard. According to prophecy, one day Asgard shall endure a cataclysm, followed by rebirth. This dance recounts that very saga. The Avengers were captivated by the splendid performance, particularly when the dancers employed magic to conjure various visual effects, seamlessly woven into the choreography. The banquet continued, the sounds of clinking goblets, laughter, and conversations intertwined, creating a joyous sea of merriment. Amidst this festive atmosphere, the Avengers engaged in deeper dialogues with the Asgardians, sharing stories and experiences from their respective worlds. As the night deepened, the ambience of the banquet grew increasingly relaxed and intimate. Many nobles and warriors had departed, leaving only a few close friends to continue reveling and conversing. Sam noticed Hilda sitting alone in a corner, seemingly lost in thought. He approached her with a cup of wine in hand. "What occupies your mind so deeply?" he inquired softly. Hilda looked up with a smile. "I was merely reflecting on recent events. Your performance was splendid and quite impressive." "Thank you, but I have much to learn compared to your Asgardian warriors," Sam humbly replied. Hilda offered a mysterious smile. "Perhaps I could teach you some Asgardian flying techniques. Our training on the storm has yet to conclude." Sam's interest was piqued instantly. "Really? That would be fantastic. When shall we begin? How about tomorrow? Let us meet at the training grounds after sunrise," Hilda proposed. "Agreed." Sam clinked his cup with hers. Meanwhile, Tony and Bruce were engrossed in discussions with several Asgardian scholars regarding the boundaries between science and magic. "Mr. Elon," Odin suddenly appeared beside them. "It is precisely this contemplation that traverses different realms of knowledge that may hold the key to resolving the issues of time fractures. Could you enlighten us further regarding these time fractures?" Yelan requested. Odin surveyed the surroundings to ensure no outsiders were present, then spoke in a hushed tone. This phenomenon first manifested at the borders of Jotunheim and Muspelheim. Initially, it presented as minor anomalies. Time fluctuated erratically, at times even briefly reversing. I dispatched observers to investigate, but their reports were concerning. "What do you mean?" Bruce inquired eagerly. "The fractures are expanding," Odin replied in a grave tone, "and they seem to be developing toward a specific direction, toward Asgard and Midgard. I am uncertain whether this is a natural occurrence or a deliberate attack, but in any case, we must remain vigilant. Thus, this elucidates why you are reluctant to establish a teleportation conduit." Tony suddenly comprehended. "You are apprehensive that it may hasten the spread of the rift or render the teleportation process perilous." Odin nodded slightly. "Precise teleportation necessitates meticulous calculations of the space-time coordinates. Even with the Bifrost, should time itself become unstable, any teleportation could culminate in catastrophic repercussions. You might be dispatched to an erroneous point in time, or worse, ensnared within the crevices of time." This discourse plunged all present into deep contemplation. The threat posed by the temporal rifts here was far more severe than they had envisioned. So what shall we do? Elon ultimately shattered the silence. Observe, study, prepare, Odin replied. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to Kronos, the guardian of time in Asgard. He oversees the Hall of Time, where the temporal flow of the 9 realms is meticulously recorded. With his assistance, alongside you, the true guardian, we may yet discover a resolution to this dilemma. Kronos? I have never heard of him, Thor exclaimed in astonishment. He seldom departs from the Hall of Time, Odin elucidated, for his duty is to safeguard the equilibrium of time, typically refraining from involvement in Asgard's other affairs. However, given the present circumstances, I am confident he will be inclined to offer his aid. The assembly concurred with this plan before returning to their respective conversations and activities. Yet, Elon remained pensive, sensing a connection between these temporal rifts and the phenomena he had observed on Earth, perhaps remnants of the Great Conflict. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Odin abruptly sought the attention of all. He stood at the center of the hall, an unusual expression adorning his face. My friends, his voice reverberated throughout the hall. Tonight's banquet has been a resounding success, owing to each of your contributions and participation. In gratitude for your splendid performances, I have decided to arrange a special surprise to conclude this evening. The Avengers exchanged anxious glances, based on their limited understanding of Odin's surprises. It was certainly not something mundane. Fear not. Odin seemed to notice their apprehensions, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is not a test, but rather an experience. An experience you could never attain in the courtyard. He gestured for a servant to approach, who bore a beautifully crafted wooden box before him. Odin cautiously opened the box, extracting 5 small crystal vials, each containing a liquid shimmering with distinct hues. This is the water of the Fountain of Time, Odin explained, an exceedingly rare substance that allows the drinker to temporarily transcend the current flow of time, experiencing fragments of the past or future. Each vial has been concocted to suit your individual formulas, tailored to your personalities and experiences. He distributed the 5 vials to the Avengers. Tony Stark. The blue one is yours, Steve Rogers. The red one belongs to you, Bruce Banner. The green one is prepared for you, Sam Wilson. The yellow one is yours. And lastly, Elon, the purple one has been specially formulated for you. The Avengers curiously examined the bottles in their hands. The liquid swirling within emitted a mysterious glow. The method of consumption is quite simple. Odin continued. Just close your eyes, take a small sip, and let your consciousness drift along the river of time. You may witness memories from the past or catch a glimpse of potential futures. Each experience will be distinct, yet all will be uniquely yours. Is this safe? Bruce inquired cautiously, his gaze fixed on the green liquid, thoughts of his Hulk form crossing his mind. Absolutely safe, Odin assured. The effects will last only a few minutes, and your bodies will remain in place. Only your consciousness will embark on this temporal journey. However, I recommend finding a comfortable spot to sit, lest you tumble while in a dazed state. The Avengers exchanged glances before settling into some cozy seats in the corner of the hall. They carefully sat down, each holding their respective bottles, poised to commence this peculiar experience. Let us do this together, Tony proposed. I'll count to 3, and we'll drink simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. They all uncorked their bottles and took a small sip of the enigmatic liquid. At first, nothing happened. Only a warm sensation began to spread within them. Gradually, their vision blurred. The surrounding sounds faded away, replaced by a peculiar sense of weightlessness, as if swept away by an invisible river toward the unknown. Tony found himself standing in an unfamiliar laboratory, yet felt oddly familiar. He observed a younger version of himself engrossed at a workbench, surrounded by advanced equipment and holographic projections. The youthful Tony appeared both exhausted and exhilarated, clutching what seemed to be an improved version of the arc reactor. I did it! The younger Tony suddenly exclaimed, a breakthrough in energy. This will change the world forever. The present Tony was astonished to realize he was witnessing a moment from the future. The technology in the lab surpassed anything he currently utilized, and he sensed the significance of this invention. He yearned to approach and examine the details further, but the scene began to fade, replaced by another vision. He saw himself standing alongside a young man wielding a shield, both facing a cosmic-level threat. The young man reminded him of Steve, though he was clearly not the same person. This vision filled Tony with solace. signifying that the legacy of the Avengers would endure, even beyond their own active years. Steve's experience was entirely different. He found himself back in 1940s Brooklyn, witnessing his younger self preparing to enlist in the military. He felt the palpable tension of that time. Then the scene shifted, and he saw the moment he was discovered in the ice, along with the confusion that accompanied his awakening. The remaining Banner and Sam also glimpsed fragments of their pasts and glimpses of the future. Yet, Yelena's experience was the most unique. She had hoped to transcend limitations and access the deep memories of the original owner of her body. However, he still did not perceive fragments of the past or glimpses of the future, but rather the very structure of time itself. He realized that time is not a linear progression, but a complex web with various points in time interconnected. Within this network, he discerned the time rifts spoken of by Odin. Certain connection points were fracturing, leading to aberrations in the flow of time. Even more unsettling was the sensation that some entity was deliberately manipulating these rifts. This sight instilled in Yilon an acute sense of urgency. For the issue of the time rifts was profoundly intricate. As the effects of the Well of Time began to wane, the Avengers returned to reality one by one. They opened their eyes to find themselves still seated in the Hall of Valhalla, with Odin standing before them, an expression of anticipation on his face. "Welcome back," Odin smiled. "It seems each of you has had a unique experience." The Avengers exchanged glances, each visage reflecting shock and contemplation. What they had just undergone was so profound that words failed them. "This is utterly incredible." Tony finally broke the silence. "I glimpsed possibilities of the future, some things I had never even contemplated." "So did I," Steve echoed. "The Well of Time does not reveal a definitive future," Odin elucidated, "but rather displays potential outcomes based on the current path. The future is ever subject to change, contingent upon your choices and actions." The Avengers were absorbed in their own reflections of the experiences they had encountered. Yet Yilon appeared particularly grave. He rose and approached Odin. "My lord, I witnessed something disconcerting within the time network." He murmured, "An entity seems to be manipulating these emerging time rifts, seemingly directing them toward a specific outcome." Odin's expression immediately turned serious. "Is that so? Can you discern the form or identity of this entity?" Yilon shook his head. "Only a vague outline. Yet I sense its presence and its intent. I do not believe that Kang possesses the power to do this alone. This individual seeks to amplify these rifts, perhaps to create some form of chaos or to achieve a goal that remains beyond our comprehension." Odin fell into deep thought. "This information is of great significance, Yilon. When we meet Kronos tomorrow, be sure to relay everything you have witnessed. This may be the key to unraveling this mystery." Yilon nodded, though doubt lingered in his heart. There was a detail from his experience he had not disclosed to Odin. That dark presence seemed aware of him, casting a significant glance in his direction for a fleeting moment. This memory sent a chill down Yilon's spine. Yet he resolved to withhold this detail for the time being until he gathered more information. The banquet concluded after this peculiar experience, and the Avengers returned to their designated quarters. Sam walked toward his room, his mind a tumult of thoughts. He was preoccupied with the image of the figure bearing a shield and the weight of responsibility it might signify. So absorbed was he in his contemplation that he scarcely noticed someone waiting for him around the corner. "Sam," Hilder's voice pulled him back to reality. "You appear to be burdened with thoughts." "Ah, Hilder," Sam replied with a faint smile. "I was merely pondering a few matters. The Well of Time bestowed upon us by Odin revealed some unexpected visions." "I understand," Hilder spoke softly. "The Well of Time has a profound impact. However, remember, it reveals only possibilities, not a predetermined fate. Have you partaken as well?" Hilder nodded. "Before becoming a true warrior, every Asgardian experiences the Well of Time to comprehend their potential and challenges." "What did you see?" Sam could not help but inquire. Hilder smiled slightly. "That is a personal secret, yet I can share that I witnessed many battlefields, numerous victories, and some unexpected friendships." She paused momentarily before continuing. "In any case, do not forget about tomorrow's training. I shall see you at dawn on the training grounds. Good night, Sam Vilson." "Good night, Hilder." Sam watched her silhouette fade down the corridor, and his inner doubts seemed to lighten somewhat. Regardless of what the future held, he knew he would not face it alone. Meanwhile, Yilon stood alone at the stargazing platform of Asgard, gazing into the infinite sea of stars. His experience was more profound than others, as he directly perceived the fabric of time and the anomalies occurring within it. He understood that the issue of the time rifts must be resolved swiftly, for the consequences could be dire. As he contemplated, he noticed a subtle fluctuation in the starry sky, as if something were distorting the path of light. This was a change that ordinary people could not detect. But as an expert in time studies, Yilan's senses had become exceedingly acute. It is beginning to destabilize, he murmured to himself. Even here, without employing Odin's device, I can sense its tremors. He continued to observe for a while longer before deciding to return and rest. Tomorrow would be a significant day, and he needed to remain alert and vigilant to aid in addressing this intricate problem. In a corner of the hall, away from others, Odin sat quietly, his gaze distant. He was aware that the future glimpsed by the Avengers could have far-reaching implications for them, particularly for Yilan. He sensed that the crises hidden behind these time rifts were of a greater magnitude than he had imagined, and the Avengers might be the key to resolving this crisis. He caressed the metal box gifted by Yilan. "My dear Frigga," he softly called his wife's name. "Do you think they're prepared to face the impending battle?" Chapter 54. The invitation of Kronos. Sam Wilson had risen early, eagerly preparing for his engagement with Hildur. The festivities of the previous evening and the experience at the Well of Time still echoed in his mind. Yet at this moment, he was more excited about the flight training that Hildur had promised. He dressed quietly, careful not to awaken Tony in the adjacent room. Having indulged in copious amounts of Asgardian mead the night before, Tony would likely sleep until noon. Sam mused, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Like a high school student sneaking out, Sam muttered to himself, cautiously easing the door open while glancing back to ensure nothing was left behind. However, as he turned to make his quiet escape, a familiar figure leaned against the corridor wall, arms crossed, and a triumphant smile gracing his face. "Good morning, Birdman. Off to fly at such an early hour?" Tony Stark appeared invigorated, showing no signs of a hangover. Sam halted in surprise. "Tony, I thought you would sleep until noon." The mead of Asgard, though it tastes like liquid gold, is astonishingly quick to metabolize. "More effective than my own concocted hangover remedy," Tony remarked, pushing away from the wall and approaching Sam. "But the more pressing question is, where are you headed? Don't tell me you've started morning runs. I won't believe it." Sam hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge that he had an appointment with Sif. I just wanted to step outside for some fresh air and admire the Asgardian sunrise. Broaden my horizons." Tony raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. "Really? Then why are your eyes fixated on the training grounds outside? Oh, by the way, there's a battle-clad warrior over there who seems to be waiting for someone." With a sigh, Sam realized he could not deceive Tony. "All right, Sif invited me to the training grounds. She said she would teach me some Asgardian flying techniques." "Uh-huh, I knew it." Tony patted Sam's shoulder with pride. "Honestly, I'm happy for you, but you may have to postpone that rendezvous today. Odin has summoned us, stating there are important matters to discuss, specifically the time rift mentioned last night." "What, right now?" Sam inquired, disappointment evident in his voice. "Not right now, but in an hour," Tony replied. "However, we need to prepare in advance, especially with Ylva. He seems particularly knowledgeable about this issue, and Odin values his input." Sam hesitated. "Could I can go meet Sif first to explain, then head straight to the meeting location?" Tony pondered for a moment. "All right, but don't be late. Odin will take us to meet the timekeepers of Asgard, those enigmatic individuals responsible for monitoring the flow of time across the 9 realms. According to Thor, they rarely interact with outsiders. This is an exception. Timekeepers? Sounds like some cosmic guild of clockmakers," Sam joked. "Perhaps, but I suspect their work is far more intricate than mere watch repairs." Tony chuckled before his expression turned serious. "Meet in the Great Hall in an hour. Do not be tardy." Sam nodded and hastened towards the training grounds. Upon arrival, Sif awaited him, donned in a lightweight battle attire, with a pair of exquisite folding wings strapped to her back, resembling advanced technology. "I thought you wouldn't make it." Sif smiled upon seeing Sam. "Apologies. I was detained by Tony," he replied. Sam explained, "And I bring forth troubling news. Odin has summoned us to discuss the issue of the time rift. And in an hour, we are to meet the time observers." Hildur's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "The time observers? They seldom engage with the outside world unless circumstances are dire. It appears this time rift is far more intricate than I had anticipated. Do you know them?" Sam inquired curiously. "Certainly. Every Asgardian is aware of their existence, though few have ever encountered them," Hilda elaborated. They reside within the Tower of Time, a mysterious edifice believed to exist at all points in time. They monitor the temporal flow of the 9 realms, ensuring its stable operation. That sounds like a tremendously stressful occupation. Hilda nodded in agreement. Indeed. Legends say they can perceive both past and future, yet they adhere to a stringent non-interference principle, intervening only when the temporal flow itself is threatened. And what of our training today? Sam asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. We can utilize this brief moment for some fundamental exercises. Hilda removed a pair of folding wings from behind her and handed them to Sam, stating, these are Asgard's wind wings, lighter and more responsive than your equipment. Give them a try. Sam took the wind wings, astonished by their lightness. Compared to his falcon gear, they were remarkably lighter, yet felt extraordinarily sturdy to the touch. How do I use them? He inquired, examining the invisible control mechanisms of the equipment. Hilda smiled and approached from behind, assisting him in adjusting the straps. The wind wings are attuned to the user's thoughts. You need only focus on the direction and speed of flight, and they will respond accordingly. No physical controls are necessary. Wait, are you saying they can read my mind? Sam asked, a flicker of unease in his tone. Not entirely. They can only perceive thoughts related to flight, akin to an extension of your own body, just as you do not ponder how to move your arm. Sam skeptically donned the wind wings, and to his astonishment, the equipment seamlessly conformed to his back as if custom-fitted. Now close your eyes and envision yourself taking flight. Hilda instructed. Sam complied, shutting his eyes and imagining himself gently ascending. Almost instantaneously, he felt the ground beneath his feet vanish, a wondrous sensation of weightlessness enveloping him. He opened his eyes in astonishment, discovering himself hovering several meters above the ground. This is incredible, Sam exclaimed, as the wind wings gracefully swayed under his control. Maintaining his balance, try to fly forward, Hilda encouraged, as she unfurled a similar pair of wind wings, effortlessly rising into the air to align with Sam. Sam concentrated, envisioning the sensation of forward flight. The wind wings responded immediately, propelling him forward. Unlike his falcon gear, the movements of the wind wings were nearly instantaneous and remarkably smooth, as if there were no boundary between him and the wings. This feels so natural, Sam marveled, attempting a small spin. Just like that. The Asgardian wind wings are designed to resonate with the user's very soul. It is not merely a piece of equipment, but rather an extension of oneself, Hilda explained, demonstrating an elegant aerial flip. For the next half hour, Hilda imparted to Sam some fundamental Asgardian flying techniques. In contrast to Earth's flying methods, Asgardians prioritize fluidity and natural integration over speed and maneuverability. Although the time was brief, Sam gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge, particularly on how to glide silently by harnessing the currents of wind. As the time drew near, Sam reluctantly remarked, glancing at the position of the sun, I must attend that meeting. Hilda nodded in understanding. However, since you were to meet the time observers, perhaps I can offer you a small piece of advice. What advice? The time observers have a penchant for riddles and metaphors. They seldom respond to questions directly. If you wish to extract useful information from them, learning to interpret their words is paramount. Hilda smiled mysteriously, adding that they hold in high regard those who possess a profound understanding of time. You mean Yelan? Sam realized. Precisely. From the banquet last night, it was evident that your Yelan possesses an extraordinary comprehension of time. The time observers may pay special attention to him. Thank you for your counsel, Hilda, Sam replied sincerely, carefully unfastening the wind wings to return them to her. Keep them. Hilda shook her head. Consider it a gift. Perhaps once you uncover more of the mysteries of the wind wings, we can resume our training. Sam gratefully accepted the gift and began to make his way to the assembly point. Hilda, he suddenly turned and inquired, will you attend that meeting? Hilda smiled faintly. I shall not. Meetings of the time observers are typically reserved for those directly involved. But fear not, we shall meet again soon. Sam nodded and hurried to the main hall. Upon his arrival, the other Avengers awaited him. Tony leaned against a stone pillar, appearing more serious than before. Steve and Bruce were engaged in a hushed conversation, while Yelan stood to the side, intently observing a small golden device, the detection tool from Odin. Look who finally decided to show up, Tony teased. How was the flying lesson? Most enlightening, Sam replied, nodding in acknowledgement to the others. Hilda shared some insights about the time observers. According to her, they reside in a place called the Tower of Time, where they can perceive both the past and the future. That sounds like an omniscient entity, Bruce commented, almost reminiscent of the fates from mythology. Not entirely. Thor's voice emanated from the entrance of the hall as he entered alongside Odin. The time observers indeed possess a unique perspective, but they are also bound by limitations. They do not interfere with the natural flow of time. They merely observe and record. Unless time itself is under threat, Odin added, a grave light flickering in his single, much like the current situation. The Avengers instantly straightened, acutely aware of the gravity of the matter. Father, will Kronos truly meet us? Thor inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty, for he seldom ventured from the Tower of Time. The situation is exceptional, my son, Odin replied. Kronos has sensed the ramifications of the temporal rifts. He understands that external assistance is requisite to address this dilemma, especially upon learning that there are those among the Avengers with a distinctive comprehension of time. All eyes turned to Yelon, who remained engrossed in the device at hand, seemingly oblivious to the attention directed towards him. Yelon, Odin began, capturing his attention. The visions you encountered within the Well of Time are of paramount importance. Kronos is particularly eager to hear your insights. Yelon nodded, securing the device. I have compiled some thoughts and observations. However, I possess a question, Your Majesty. Speak freely. When did the temporal rifts begin manifesting here? Was there a specific event that may have triggered them? Odin pondered for a moment. The first discernible rift appeared precisely after the battle in Midgard. It simply did not garner sufficient notice. That makes sense, Yelon murmured. Almost to himself, perhaps when our Earth first wept during the angels' invasion. Wailing angels? Odin suddenly became alert. Did you encounter the wailing angels in Midgard? Indeed, Steve affirmed. They attacked us. Yelon assisted us in overcoming them. Odin's expression grew graver. This elucidates much. The wailing angels are the most ancient of time predators, feeding upon the temporal energy of mortals. Ordinarily, their activities do not yield significant consequences. However, should their numbers swell, or if someone orchestrates them, the very fabric of time itself could be jeopardized. Yelon interjected, aligning with Odin's thoughts. This precisely reflects the situation we discovered on Earth. We must proceed to the Tower of Time immediately, Odin declared. Kronos needs to be apprised of this information. How shall we get there? Tony queried, via the Rainbow Bridge? Odin smiled faintly. No, Stark. The Tower of Time exists at every point in time, yet is not confined to any particular space. Conventional means of transport cannot reach it. We must utilize the Gate of Time. Prepare yourselves, Odin instructed. The portal is about to open. A luminous ring appeared in the air, expanding to reveal a passage, showcasing a blurred vista beyond. Follow me. Odin stepped into the ring, with Thor closely behind. The Avengers hesitated momentarily before entering one by one. Ultimately, they arrived before a magnificent tower. The structure appeared semi-translucent, revealing countless gears, flowing sands, and stars in a slow, rhythmic motion. The entire edifice exuded an ethereal quality, as if it coexisted across multiple dimensions. The Tower of Time, Odin solemnly proclaimed, the abode of Asgard's temporal observers. As they approached the entrance of the tower, the grand doors opened automatically. A tall figure clad in a silver robe stood at the entrance, his visage largely obscured by the hood overhead, revealing only a pair of eyes that shimmered like stars. Welcome, kings of Asgard and warriors of Midgard. I am Kronos, the leader of the Time Observers. We have awaited you for quite some time. Kronos, my old friend, Odin stepped forward to clasp his hand. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. The situation is dire. We require your aid. Kronos nodded and then gestured to the Avengers. Please, come in. There is much to discuss. He led them into the tower, traversing a corridor adorned with various time-measuring devices. Maps of the 9 realms hung upon the walls, with certain regions marked, seemingly indicating the locations of temporal rifts. They ultimately arrived at a circular chamber, at the center of which stood a large 3-dimensional projection device displaying models of various worlds within the universe. Chapter 55. The interior of the Tower of Time. The sites within the Tower of Time surpassed the Avengers' wildest imaginings. It was not constructed of traditional bricks or metals, but rather composed of a semi-transparent, flowing energy substance. There were no distinct floors or rooms, only countless luminous pathways interwoven like the trajectories of stars, alongside platforms and structures of diverse forms suspended in the air. An indescribable energy fluctuation pervaded the atmosphere, both ancient and vibrant, as if time itself breathed within this space. Kronos, the enigmatic leader of the time observers, guided them upwards along a radiant path. His movements were silent, the silver robe rippling in the flowing light. This is the core observation chamber of the Tower of Time. Kronos' voice resonated directly in each individual's mind, not transmitted through the air. Here, we can observe the flow of time across the 9 realms and beyond into the vast cosmos. They entered a vast circular room. At its center was a 3-dimensional holographic projection device, currently displaying an intricate network of timelines, akin to countless interwoven rivers. Some timelines gleamed in brilliant gold, signifying stability and vitality, while others appeared dim and lifeless, even presenting unsettling shades of red or black, marred by cracks resembling scars. These were indeed the temporal rifts. As you can see, Kronos gestured toward the projection. The structure of time is undergoing unprecedented devastation. These rifts are not only expanding, but are also influencing one another, creating a chain reaction. If left unchecked, the very fabric of the multiverse may collapse. Tony Stark was immediately captivated by the projection, stepping closer to analyze the complex data streams. The energy patterns of these rifts are quite peculiar. It seems not merely a rupture of space-time, but also intertwined with traces of human intervention. Indeed, Mr. Stark, Kronos affirmed, we have observed that, in addition to the natural rifts caused by cosmic events, some rifts are artificially created or manipulated. By whom? Steve Rogers murmured. Kronos did not respond directly, but magnified the projection, focusing on the timeline surrounding Earth. Midgard, your Earth, is currently one of the most densely populated and unstable areas of rifts. Particularly, he pointed to an exceptionally bright red dot, located directly beneath what you refer to as the Avengers base. Yolanda has repaired the fissures there, Sam Wilson remarked. Repaired? No, young Falcon, Kronos corrected, shifting his gaze towards Yolanda. What you have done is merely a temporary seal. You harnessed the power of the time anchor, did you not? That does indeed stabilize the fissures momentarily, but it cannot eradicate their source. It is akin to placing a band-aid on a wound without addressing the underlying infection. Yolanda furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Kronos was not casting blame, but rather stating a fact. You are familiar with the time anchor? Kronos nodded slowly, his starry eyes seeming to penetrate Yolanda's very soul. It is a tool of the Time Guardians, ancient and powerful, yet rife with limitations. It can anchor time, but it cannot create or genuinely mend it. He paused, surveying all the Avengers. The true threat extends far beyond these visible fissures. With a wave of his hand, a holographic projection transformed, revealing an image of Ultron and scenes of his attempts to merge technologies from various timelines. This artificial intelligence, Ultron, is being manipulated by a force from the future, known to you as Kang. Kang has not only sown seeds in the past, but is also utilizing Ultron as an agent to expedite the collapse of time for his own gain. What does he intend to do? Control all timelines? Tony inquired. No, Kronos responded, his tone imbued with a rare solemnity. His ambitions extend far beyond that. He seeks to become a singularity of time, an existence that transcends all timelines and defines all realities. To achieve this, he must amass sufficient temporal energy, and these fissures serve as his fields for harvesting that energy. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses. So, by destroying those energy nodes, we are merely dismantling his harvesting tools? Indeed, Doctor. However, as long as the temporal fissures persist, Kang will discover new methods to extract energy. More importantly, Kronos gestured towards Yolanda. His true target may very well be the Time Guardians themselves, along with the core of time that you possess in your pocket watch. Yolanda instinctively tightened his grip on the watch. This time anchor is not merely a tool, Kronos continued. It is one of the central hubs of the multiverse's temporal flow. It has been lost for ages until it chose you, or rather, selected the last vessel of Drakkar as its new host. Why me? Yolanda again posed the question that had haunted him for so long. Kronos fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts. The choices of time are always shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it is because your soul resonated with Drakkar at some point, or perhaps you inherently possess a power capable of stabilizing time. Regardless of the reason, your fate is now irrevocably intertwined with that of the time anchor. What then shall we do? Steve asked. How can we truly mend these fissures and thwart Kang? Repairing the fissures requires more than mere sealing. It necessitates understanding and guidance. Kronos elucidated. Each fissure has its unique frequency and cause. You must venture into the rift, locate its core, and harness the power of the time anchor, combining it with your unique abilities to realign the chaotic flow of time back onto its rightful path. Enter the rift? Sam unveils. That sounds even more perilous than a time loop. Indeed, Kronos affirmed, casting a glance at Elon, especially for you, Time Guardian. The time within the rift is exceedingly unstable and may severely disrupt your memories and perceptions. You must rely on your companions as well as the guidance of the time anchor. What about Kang? Thor asked, tightening his grip on the bow of death. How do we stop him? Kang's power stems from his manipulation and exploitation of the time stream, Kronos replied. As you mend the rift, you are effectively diminishing his source of power. Once all the major rifts are repaired, Kang's strength will be significantly weakened, granting you the opportunity to confront him directly. He turned to Elon. The time anchor not only repairs the rift, but also tracks Kang's whereabouts. The more rifts you mend, the clearer your perception of Kang's location will become. So, our mission is to find and repair all the time rifts? Steve summarized. Precisely, Kronos nodded. The Tower of Time will provide you with the necessary support and information. I have charted the locations of the 6 known major rifts. You must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. A holographic projection displayed 6 blinking points of light, scattered across different galaxies and time frames. One was located near Earth, close to New York. Another was marked near Asgard. The others resided in more distant cosmic realms. There's a rift near Asgard? Thor exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Kronos confirmed. This was also one of the reasons I agreed to meet with you. This rift is affecting the stability of the 9 realms and may even threaten the world tree. Odin's expression grew grave. We will address the rift in Asgard. Thor declared immediately, it is our responsibility. Excellent, Kronos replied. You may assign tasks as deemed appropriate. Remember, teamwork is paramount. Each rift presents a distinct environment and challenges, necessitating the utilization of your respective strengths. He finally directed his gaze at Elon, Time Guardian. Your journey shall be fraught with trials. You must not only mend time, but also rediscover yourself. The time anchor will guide you, but the ultimate choice lies within your hands. With that, Kronos' figure gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing from the room, leaving only the Avengers, Odin, Thor, and the holographic star map illuminated with 6 crises. It seems our journey to Asgard has acquired a new objective. Tony broke the silence, his tone infused with excitement and challenge. Repairing the time rift sounds far more intriguing than dancing with Odin or painting. Steve appeared more cautious. We must devise a detailed plan. 6 rifts, scattered across different locations. We need to operate in groups. Agreed, Bruce concurred. And since the conditions within each rift are unknown, we must prepare accordingly. Leave the rifts of Asgard to Thor and me, Odin declared with an air of authority. This is our homeland, and we must address it ourselves. As for the rift on Earth, near New York, Steve glanced at Tony and Sam. Perhaps the 2 of you, along with Natasha and Clint, are more acquainted with the terrain? Tony nodded, absolutely. We can utilize the resources at the base for support. What about the remaining 4 rifts? Sam inquired. Referring to the star map, Elon pointed out, according to information provided by Kronos, these 4 rifts are located at an abandoned Kree outpost, an unstable nebula at the edge of the void, an ancient relic adrift in the flow of time, and one buried deep within the quantum realm. The quantum realm? Bruce frowned. That place is exceedingly perilous and unstable. It appears we must divide into 3 groups, Steve concluded. Odin and Thor will oversee Asgard. Tony, Sam, Natasha, and Clint will be responsible for Earth. And the remaining 4 rifts will require a seasoned team adept at handling various extreme environments. All eyes turned to Steve, Bruce, and Elon. Captain, Dr. Banner, and I, Elon proposed, we 3 could form the 3rd team. With Steve's leadership and combat experience, Bruce's scientific acumen, and my perception of time, coupled with the power of temporal anchors, we may be equipped to confront those unknown challenges. That sounds like a reasonable allocation, Steve agreed. But we will require detailed intelligence and support. The Tower of Time will provide the necessary information, Odin stated. And as for support, Asgard shall do its utmost. Tony added. The communications system at the Avengers base is being reconstructed. Once completed, we can maintain interstellar contact. Thus, the plan is settled, Steve declared decisively. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. The Avengers departed from the Tower of Time, returning to Asgard. Elon lingered at the rear, tightly clutching the restored pocket watch. The The words of Kronos and the memories of Dracula intertwined within his mind. He was both the heir and the guardian of time. His journey was not merely about mending rifts, but also a quest for self-discovery. May the currents of time guide me to the truth, he whispered, repeating the inscription on the watch, his gaze resolutely unwavering.